The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests, Day 1. Prologue. Wyatt finished looking at the map of his barony. After adjusting for natural geography, the calculations said that he had a total of 418.3 square kilometers. A quick pass from the Navio had allowed the sensors to scan and accurately photograph and map his land, but he was still having a real problem thinking of it as his land. The sensors detected a total of 3 settlements, along with a few scattered buildings that were likely farms. There was a village on the north coast, a very large village or perhaps a small town on the south coast, and almost exactly halfway between the two, a tiny hamlet in the forest next to a good-sized lake. In total, there were apparently 4,306 structures of sufficient size that they might be a dwelling, and they had all been numbered, but that still gave him no idea of how many people his land could support. He looked across at Clara, his eyes reflecting the pain in his soul, and said, "I hate being a blue blood." Clara looked up from her own datapad, her eyes glistening with a playful yet curious spark. "What's the matter, Wyatt?" "I have all this land and over 4,000 buildings, but I have no idea what condition any of them are in, or if there's enough food in the land to feed all the people with no home to return to on the cattle ship, or what supplies they need, or where I need to buy stuff from, or everything!" he exclaimed in exasperation. Looking him straight in the eye, Clara replied, "Now extrapolate your barony to the entire principality, and you'll understand the weight set upon House Astor, Wyatt." Feeling as if he'd been punched in the gut, he asked, "How the hell do you do it?" With her emotionless face set, she replied, "Carefully. And we have the advantage of generations of fundamentals and established systems to help us organize everything to an acceptable level. Even so, it is a daunting task that requires legions of administrative personnel and bureaucratic standardized levels." Wyatt shook his head in frustration. "So how the hell am I supposed to know what to do?" Clara put down her own pad. "Start simple, Wyatt. Ask yourself, what do people need?" Wyatt took a deep breath as he could feel the lesson coming on. After taking a moment to calm himself, he gave his answer. "People need shelter and food, clean water to drink, and at the very least, basic sanitation." Clara nodded. "Indeed so. Hopefully you have enough buildings to provide shelter for all of these people. For food you can hunt, fish, farm, or trade for, or some combination of all of those. Even emergency or MRE rations can be acquired cheaply for sustenance. Access to clean water and sanitation is more challenging to procure. You need numerous resources such as filters and disinfectants to make water drinkable. For sanitation, you want to ensure that it does not return to the food or clean water without treatment. And for that—" She made a small pause, her eyes set on her night banneret. Wyatt finished her sentence. "I'll need more resources, tools, and equipment," he sighed deeply. "I think I understand. This is where founding a business comes in. The people will need to buy in anything they can't make or grow themselves, right?" Clara smiled. "Correct, although to be fair, there is also bartering." Wyatt looked confused. "Bartering? With what?" The princess set down her datapad, pursing her lips. "That is the question, isn't it? Let's say you have a spare room but no food, and I grow food but have no shelter. We barter with each other so I can use your spare room in return for some food for you. No credits change hands. Hygo has emerged from 30 years of a misleading, tyrannical rulership and a planetary invasion. House Ferentis and houses under their rulership will provide humanitarian aid, but at least to start off with, I expect bartering will be common planet-wide. They have no tangible economic power yet and must be reintegrated. It will take time. For now, you need people who are good negotiators to get the best deals in the short, mid, and long terms, taking into account what you can provide and produce versus what you need." Wyatt was now busy making notes on his datapad. "Understood. I need negotiators to make deals and administer things on my behalf." Clara nodded, pleased, and carried on with her lesson. "You will need to decide what sort of business you will have." Wyatt stopped to look at the princess. "Fishing, and then a woodmill. What else can be done?" The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, and Cynthia, who had been quietly knitting another one of her monstrosities, simply snickered. Wyatt blinked in confusion. "But I thought that's what you meant?" This time, Clara just raised an eyebrow. "Those are local production businesses, but what you need. Ask yourself this. What are the businesses that'd produce worth selling for active capital? What kind of structure will your business follow? Will you have shareholders who receive a percentage of the profits in exchange for their immediate investment in your business? Do you want to keep all the profits for yourself? Or will you choose a cooperative where everyone gets an amount out based on their work and contributions? Cynthia sighed with mild exasperation. Clara? Wyatt scratched his neck. Clara? I have no idea what half of these words even mean, and I'm not sure I have a long enough life expectancy to ever really understand. Can you suggest something suitable? Cynthia laughed, giving her friend a smug, victorious side-eye. Clara shot her friend a look. Shush you. Then she looked back at Wyatt. Let's make it simple. Do you want all the profits to come to you, or do you want the villagers to get some of the profits? Bear in mind, you're going to have to invest a substantial amount of credits no matter your decision in this venture. Remember this word, investment. You need to try to recover that somehow. Where do your priorities lie? Wyatt thought about this only for a moment before saying, I'd like to help the people if I can. Clara nodded. If so, I recommend you choose to establish your company as a cooperative. A producer cooperative, to be precise. As the lord of land and the main investor, you own 51% of the company as the major investor, and your workers will own the other 49% between them. They get a wage, but they also get a tiny share of the profits, so the work they do benefits them twice. Through a screening process, we've discovered people with multiple talents and experience. The vast majority are commoners, specialists, and educated workers that will be at your disposal. They go from children as young as 5 to adults up to 50 years at the extreme. She paused for a moment. The Drazen are nothing if not thorough and picky with their cattle. At the mention of the damnable aliens and the children, Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment, memories coming to him as fire burned in his chest. I want to do something nice for them, something to bring them fun and laughter. I don't know what it will be, but I intend to try. And if I can bring the rest some peace of mind and a place away from the Drazen, then I'll happily do it. I don't care if I make credits for myself or not. Silence reigned for a few seconds before Clara cleared her throat. I'll send you a list of who we have so far. Only a little over 500 have been interviewed so far. I've prioritized people I thought might be useful first. Oh, and there are 2 exiled nobles in the list so far. One is a young noblewoman exiled by a jealous brother when he took over the family. She's an accountant. If her skills are sufficient, she will be of suitable aid for you and your barony, Wyatt. The other is the bastard child of a noble father who apparently got tired of his offspring's insults and sent him away. His education is surprisingly high for a mere bastard in the field of administration. They may prove useful, but I'll let you make the final decision. With a ping, a long list of names, job descriptions, experience, and other details appeared on Wyatt's datapad. Clara added, I've also asked the general if he can loan us somebody who can provide information on the flora and fauna on Hago. Wyatt looked puzzled for a moment. What does... he began, only for both Clara and Cynthia to call out simultaneously. Plants and animals? Wyatt nodded. Okay, I'm sure a guide will be helpful. There's so many things I'd not thought of. A heavy groan rumbled in his chest. Being a noble is far more complicated than I ever thought. And with that, he started to read down the list. Day 1. Wyatt waited inside the shuttle in the Eternal Garden while the volunteers were being loaded. It had been a difficult and long process to choose who to take on the first trip to Hago, but in the end he decided the priorities would be food, water, shelter, and sanitation. The observations from orbit had shown there were several boats in the small harbor that was part of the town at the southeastern corner of his barony. According to the list provided by Clara, there were more than 30 people who claimed knowledge of fishing from the sea. He had asked for someone with experience of boat handling, preferably of small and medium-sized vessels, who could look over whatever vessels they found. Apparently, wherever the Drazen had claimed their victims must have had a lot of water, because there were also 5 people who claimed to have shipwright knowledge, so he had added one to his list. He had also added 3 general mechanics. He was fairly sure that after 30 years of almost complete isolation, machines on Hago would be poorly maintained. The orbital images clearly showed well-defined field boundaries around the town, so he had added a farmer to the list. According to the data, there were 16 people with farming skills, so he had simply asked for the one with the widest range. Water and sanitation came next. He got an experienced lady plumber who'd been working in the trade for 16 years in a domed colony and a sewer man with 12 years' experience who claimed to know the intricacies of all types of sewer systems. For shelter, he selected a small team consisting of 3 builders, a carpenter, an electrician, and an architectural technician who claimed to be able to conduct surveys. With these 14 core tradespeople selected, he had added a medical technician and a nurse because accidents might happen, and a pair of cooks to prepare food for everyone. MREs and common-grade rations were filling, but hardly palatable at the best of times. Wyatt wasn't sure if there were any Drazen in the area, so he called for the most experienced non-commissioned officer from the Auxilla prisoners, one Sergeant Major Michael Starrant, and asked him to select 24 people from the remaining captured Auxilla and militia forces. Lastly, after taking Declan's advice, he added a veterinarian to check the condition of any, if any, remaining farm animals, a woodsman to check the condition and quality of the forest, a rail worker since Ishtanel had told him that re-establishing the railroads would be a priority of House Ferentis, so having him check it personally was a good idea. And lastly, 2 choices he would have never considered. Again, Declan Oakmoon suggested adding a machinist or metal worker, pointing out that several of the buildings were simply too large to be just a house or a storage unit. The possibility that there were workshops available warranted their inclusion. For her part, Clara suggested he take Eino Riesenkampf, the exiled bastard son of Lord Juhani Riesenkampf. Wyatt was concerned about this choice at first. After all, he had been exiled by his own father. Exiled nobles were, well, exiled, but they were still blue bloods at heart, even if they were bastards. But after a short talk with him, Wyatt concluded 2 things. Firstly, Eino was smart and seemed willing to work hard in order to prove himself. And secondly, that Juhani was the typical self-serving, glory-obsessed blue blood he despised so much. That alone was enough for him to agree to have him serve as an administrator provisionally. Through Clara's orders, the logistical division had ensured everyone had been issued new clothes, plus essentials before they left. Wyatt had also taken a set of commoners' clothing to wear, both because he did not want to get his uniform covered in dirt, and they were honestly more comfortable. Declan, who had insisted that he accompany Wyatt with his men to provide additional protection, was horrified when he saw what Wyatt was wearing, complete with the knife hanging from his belt. Declan had asked him, "My lord, how will people recognize you as their lord if you look just like them, and with only a knife to protect yourself? I must insist that my lord reconsider this course of action. By Julius's name, arm yourself with more than a mere knife, my lord." Wyatt smiled, lifting his coat to reveal the matched pair of soul-snatchers hidden beneath it. "I am not unarmed, and hopefully, if I am dressed like this and not looming over them, then the people might relax a little bit and perhaps give more honest answers." The look of horror Declan gave him at that reply was worth it, as was the quiet, "as my lord wishes," he uttered in reply. On landing the shuttle near the road just north of the town, everyone picked up the bags they had been issued with and exited the shuttle. The sergeant major made sure that all of his men and women had weapons fully loaded and safety catches locked. Wyatt had already made it clear to him that there were to be no accidents if it could be helped. With all the captured Duke Draymore vessels, one thing they were not short of was individual quality weapons and ammunition. And so, with Declan and his men leading the way whilst the sergeant major followed with his troops at the rear, the group of men and women walked towards the center of town. It was easy to work out where to go, even without a map. A clock tower was visible from most of the streets. As they passed by the houses, Wyatt occasionally would stop and look in a window, but all the houses were very similar. 2 basic designs were available in left- and right-handed versions, featuring simple wooden frames with painted clapboard covering their outer walls. However, for all of them, the different colored paints had faded and in places were flaking off. He asked Igson, a young man who claimed to be a builder. "What is your opinion, Igson?" The young man cleared his throat at being called out suddenly. "Well, my lord, they're of a simple design, probably made in a factory as a kit, then built on a slab, but you will note that even though in parts the paint has come clean off, there doesn't appear to be much sign of rot. That's pretty good going for 30 years without a new coat of paint. The wood must be somewhat resistant to the weather. You see here," he said, pointing to a corner point that had split and was soft to the touch. "The water got in here and had nowhere to drain to, so it's gone soft and is rotting, but where the water can drain off the surfaces, the wood seems fine. I'd say that is good news." Wyatt nodded. "Do you think they'll all be like that?" he asked. Igson stopped, scratching his bearded chin in thought, looking around as he did so. "Honestly, my lord, I cannot tell, but from what we have seen so far, maybe we can make any repairs by taking apart one house and using it to repair several others. There is certainly no shortage of materials in that aspect, and the damages don't seem to be that bad." Wyatt grimaced internally at the constant "my lords" he was receiving. It churned his stomach fiercely. He stopped and held up his hands, making everyone come to a halt. "Please, I am just a pilot. No more, my lord. When you address me, you may call me Wyatt, or if you prefer, Lieutenant, Lieutenant Commodore, or Sir will be more than sufficient. Is that clear?" From the rear, a chorus of voices replied, "Sir, yes, sir," whilst the civilians around him replied a tentative, "Yes, sir," except for Aino, who slightly sheepishly simply said, "Yes, Wyatt," causing Wyatt to smile. "Much better. Now let us go and see what else the town has to offer." They continued down the street until they came to a crossroads. Here the houses dramatically changed, with the four structures on the corners of the roads being slightly larger, built of stone and timber and more substantial. They turned left at the crossroads to discover that the road now ran between two high stone walls. After a short distance, it passed through a stone arch under the clock tower and into what turned out to be the town square. The difference in style was startling, and as they walked into the middle of the square, Wyatt looked around him. In the middle of the square was what he initially thought was a stone planter. Still, as he approached, he saw that it was, in fact, some sort of fountain with a large octagonal base. Just a little water remained in the base. No water came from any of the four spouts that should have kept it full. At its center, a statue must have once stood, but all that was left was a broken-off stone lump of the base, with the toe of a single armored foot remaining. He was standing in a cobbled square, roughly 65 to 70 meters on each side, and here the architecture was very different. Directly across from the clock tower under which they had entered was a large, ruined and burnt-out structure that Wyatt immediately recognized as a railway station. Of course, the fact that he had the map on the datapad showing rail lines just the other side was a big clue. Still, the layout of the ruined structure was remarkably similar to those on Volantis. On both sides, a series of stone arches, each with a step up, led to a walkway covered by the upper stories where 5 shop fronts once opened to offer their wares. Now just 3 remained in total. From metal brackets above the middle arch in front of those shops hung small signs indicating a baker's, butcher's, and fresh food shops. The other shop fronts were roughly boarded up. However, those 3 remained open, and he could see things through the windows. At the far end of each row of shops, another street appeared to cross between the shops and the station. Above the arches, the buildings featured a mix of 2 and 3 extra floors to each shop front. The structures here were timber beams with different colored infill between them, each window having a pair of shutters that could be either open or closed across them. Where he could see the roofs, they were covered in gray slats that had a hint of purple in them. Turning around, he looked back the way he came. To the left of the arch stood an imposing all-stone building, with 4 broad steps up to a substantial set of heavy wooden double doors. Above the doors carved into the arch, the words Town Hall somewhat gave away its function. Small windows at ground level suggested a cellar or basement existed, whilst the arrangement of windows higher up indicated that whilst the entrance level was of regular height, a grand room on the next floor was considerably higher. Finally, another row of windows of regular size pierced the stone walls, whilst in the roof above a final line of dormers with small windows indicated that the town hall was spread over 5 floors in total. The clock tower must have been 6 or 7 stories tall, and whilst the clock face visible from outside the square on the back of the tower was a simple functional thing, the one facing the station was far more intricate with various sculptures decorating it, and at one time its now faded paint must have been spectacular. At the top of the tower, the roof rose steeply to a flattened point, the tower being wider than it measured front to back, with each corner at the top of the tower having a small circular turret each with its conical roof. Lastly, to the right of the clock tower, another large building sat, again with steps up to double doors and small windows at ground level indicating a cellar. However, this time only the basement and the main floor had stone walls with 2 floors above, with the same timber frame with, in this case, a dirty cream infill as he'd seen above the shops, more shuttered windows, and in the slate roof, as with the town hall dormer windows, over the door on another of those metal brackets, a faded chessboard hung with the words "The Checkers" still visible on it. Wyatt watched as Declan Oakmoon seemed to become more excited, walking backwards towards the station building as if to take in the whole square. Finally, he started laughing, and Wyatt rushed over to him. "What in Julius's name is so funny?" he asked. It took Declan almost a minute to come to his senses. "I'm sorry, my lord, it's the setting. Someone has tried to create a scene from a fairy tale. When I was a boy, my father gave me an illustrated copy of Grimm's Fairy Tales, a series of ancient, strange fantasy tales. I have it to this day. If I get annoyed or upset, I can often find one of the 200 stories to improve my mood." Taking out his datapad, Declan called up the book, and there, along with strange monsters and illustrations of all manner of strange things, Wyatt saw what Declan was talking about. The buildings, whilst not identical, were very similar. There was even a clock tower in one picture that was almost the same down to the 4 little turrets at the top, but Wyatt could not understand it. "I see the similarity, but why did they build it like this?" he asked. Declan walked Wyatt to the ruined station entrance and turned him so he faced the middle of the square. "Look, my lord, this is what you would see when you arrived by train, fresh from the spaceport in a private carriage, if not a private train. Imagine it all fresh with flower boxes at the windows, the shops all open, perhaps tables set outside the inn, and a fountain in the center. Probably with a statue of the Lord they were visiting on top, maybe even with commoners dressed up in costume. It would be just like a film set. As for why, it would be his way to show off, an outrageous display of wealth, but at least he made it practical." Wyatt shook his head in disbelief. "So, all of this was made in some sort of way for a local lord to show off?" Declan thought for a moment. "Not quite, my lord. I've seen similar constructions that imitate settings and the like. Most are private residences. Empty shells built for their entertainment when they fancy a distraction or an elaborate play. These? They were intended to be functional. The local lord or house in the past ensured to make the buildings practical. Oh, and they are well made. The paint is faded, but I cannot see anything falling off of them. They were all built of good materials and of a strong design. If I were to make an educated guess, I'd say that this is the product of borrowed inspiration." Wyatt was forced to agree. This long-dead noble had, at the very least, tried to provide good homes for the commoners who served him, whereas many had failed to do so. They walked back to where the rest of the group stood, and Wyatt looked at the time, just after 9. According to General Swallowtail, the Guide to Plants and Animals was due here at midday, just under 3 hours away. No point in exploring further away until they turned up. However, there was more that could be done. Turning to his contingent, he ordered, "Sergeant Major, 3 men for protection detail, please. They are going for a walk to the harbor. I also need our boat builder, fisherman, a mechanic, and a builder, please." As he awaited the group to assemble, he took out a spare datapad and a paper copy of the town map before continuing. "Let's see. We are here," he said as he took a colored pencil from his pocket to draw on the printout. "Follow this route down to the harbor. If you find anything dangerous, take cover and call for backup. Don't eat any plants or berries until the expert arrives and tells us what's safe or not when you get to the harbor," he said, circling the area with the red pencil. "I want you to check out the boats and the buildings in this area. All the buildings on the map are numbered. I want to have an idea by the end of the day as to what condition everything is in. Will any boat or building need repairs, extra equipment, spare parts, whatever you think of, I want it recorded. When you are done, come back here. If you need to break into a boat or building, do so, but try to keep damage to a minimum. Wood is easier to obtain than glass, so please keep that in mind. Any questions?" The 7 men and women all shook their heads in unison. "Okay, off you go then," said Wyatt, and with 7 calls of "yes, sir," they went on their way. Wyatt looked around once more at the square, then called out, "Everyone else, split up into small groups and explore the buildings on the square. If you find a locked door, call out and one of the builders here will get you safely past it with as little damage as possible. If you find any damage to the building, such as a leaking roof, a rotten floor, or a broken window, ask one of the builders to inspect it. I'm going to see if the town hall has an office with a desk we can use to put all these reports together." We have 1 hour to look around, then report back with what you find, please. Getting into the town hall was harder than expected, as the doors were heavy. Igson finally said, "Sir, with respect, there are 2 ways to get in. Either the lock needs to be drilled out, and I do not have a strong enough drill for this size of lock, or we break a window." Wyatt drew one of his pistols and simply asked, "Where do I put the hole?" 3 seconds later, they were in. Wyatt, Declan, and Aino entered the town hall and immediately realized it had not been used in years. A thick layer of dust lay everywhere, only pushed aside by the opening of the front doors. Turning to Aino, Wyatt said, "Why don't you have a look around this floor and see what's here, whilst Declan and I go up to the top and work our way down. Maybe you can find a broom or cleaning materials and set up an office." Aino's reply was a simple "yes, sir," as Wyatt and Declan set off up a grand staircase to the top of the building. As they walked up the staircase, Declan turned to Wyatt and asked, "My lord, I am confused. You say you are from a common family and have no wish to be a noble, and yet in the last hour I have seen you command commoner and noble alike, with complete confidence." Wyatt paused and opened his mouth to give a reply, then shut it again. "He's right. It's not the same as giving my squadron orders, but it's not that different either. Maybe all this officer training with Admiral Redford is paying off, and I am becoming a better leader." Then he had another thought and smiled before replying. "I think that I have been doing so much training recently that maybe I stopped thinking about who I'm giving orders to and just started telling people what needs to be done. In my own experience as a commoner, if a noble gives you an order and you can do it, then you just go and do it. But I notice that you are still disobeying my commands and addressing me as my lord." Declan grinned and simply replied, "Yes, my lord, which is as it should be. Now shall we carry on looking around?" Before continuing to climb the stairs, Wyatt simply threw his hands in the air in resignation and followed the young man up the stairs. 45 minutes later, having had a good look around, they came back down. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, they both started to cough and sneeze as dust particles entered their lungs. Fortunately, the air swiftly cleared and they looked around. Aino was standing with a broom in his hand next to a doorway. To his left, a roller shutter had been raised, allowing them to see that beyond was a countertop, and beyond that a small office with a pair of desks and a couple of chairs. On the wall behind the desks was a pinboard on which Aino had already pinned one of the large paper maps Wyatt had made of the city. Wyatt looked at the young noble's grinning face. "I see you found a broom?" "Yes, sir. I also found keys, pencils, paperclips, a stapler, and a ruler. This office appears to have been maybe a local militia office or town guard's office, I'm not quite sure. There are no records anywhere that I can see, however I found the stairs to the basement. Down there are 2 cells, each with a metal toilet and wash basin and also an armory, empty of course, along with some storage rooms in one of which was this broom." Aino replied, holding up the broom. "So I swept out the dust, thinking I could find something among the dirt. Most of it is outside now. On this floor there is another toilet cubicle off of the office, and behind that appears to be a small apartment. There's a kitchen bedroom and living room plus a bathroom with some decent furniture and bedding. There's still clothes in the wardrobe, sir. I guess whoever lived here died in the first days of the rebellion, and no one ever came back. But before anyone uses it again, I think maybe they will really want to clean the refrigerator. The contents are probably 30 years past their best," he joked. Wyatt nodded with a tiny smile. "I think we will probably give that to the sergeant major. Upstairs, the top 2 floors are set up as offices, whilst the floor above this is a great hall with a raised stage at one end. I expect that was used for town meetings. Maybe they even had shows. Temporarily, we can place the troops there. It just needs a sweep out. Other than that, it's clean and dry. Has anyone come back with reports?" Aino grinned. "Yes, sir, waiting outside. I think they were waiting for me to finish sweeping." Wyatt gave a short laugh at that, then stepped outside. There was still a considerable amount of dust in the air around the entrance. "Perhaps we should move away from this dust storm," he began. One of the militia or auxilia troops put their hand up. "Yes, Private, what is it?" "Excuse me, sir, but there is a big store at the side of the tavern full of tables and chairs, sir. It won't take more than a few minutes to bring them out to the square, sir," said the young woman. Wyatt responded immediately. "Good idea. Everyone, let us bring those tables and chairs out into the sun." Less than 5 minutes later, everyone was sitting around the tables discussing what they had found. The clock tower had apparently been unlocked, but the clock mechanism was still there. The weights that made it run could be wound up by hand, but there was also an electric motor, and it appeared that it was designed to reset automatically when the power was on. Fortunately, it could be replaced and made to work once more after being cleaned and repaired. The report on the inn was more in-depth. There were 20 rooms for guests spread over 2 floors, a large apartment within the roof space, presumably for the people running the inn, and 2 large function rooms on the entrance floor, one set up as a bar, whilst the other probably served as a place to eat. There was also a large clean kitchen and men's and ladies' toilets. Outside to the rear was a large garden, and to the side was the store where the outdoor furniture had been found. Interestingly, there was still beer in barrels at the bar that was still almost fresh enough to drink, suggesting that someone perhaps nearby used to brew it. Wyatt had Ano make a note to look out for a brewery. All 10 of the shops were one of 2 designs, one having an extra floor above the shop floor. Of the 3 most recently active shops, the worst had been the butcher's. The smell of rotting meat was pretty bad, with many flies and maggots still inside. The fresh produce store still had some items such as potatoes, apples, and big rounds of cheese that should be safe to eat in the medic's opinion so long as he tested them first. But other items needed to be disposed of, whilst the bakery was full of stale bread. However, there was plenty of fresh flour in a store at the rear, but no power anywhere. Alan Boundy was their train professional. He told them that the station was not merely burnt out, but was totally unsafe, with walls that actually moved if you brushed up against them. However, he went on to explain that the rail yards behind might be salvageable if they could be cleared of the years of undergrowth that had covered them, but that further investigation would be needed. Overall, the reports indicated that there were no major faults with any of these buildings. Mostly they required fresh paint. There were a few missing slats and 2 small cracked windows that needed to be replaced, combined with the minor damage to some doors they had made when breaking in. Wyatt called out, "Where's the electrician?" "And I'll need a mechanic as well, please." 2 men, perhaps 10 years older than Wyatt, quickly approached. Wyatt told them, "I think until the Drazen attack, this town had electricity. Given the rotten food and other evidence, people continued to use this town as a sort of outpost, at least partially. Poorly maintained, but I doubt they could do more than that. Do you think that if I give you some help, you could find where the power came from and see if you can get it back?" Both men looked uneasy. "I realize you have no idea where the power comes from or if it can be fixed. I'm just asking you to try, to see what you can do, okay?" Wyatt finished, looking at them. "If it's within walking distance, sir, I can find the generators. I can also likely work out why it stopped, but I don't know until I find them if we can repair them," he said. The other man looked up. "We'll do our best, sir." Wyatt nodded. "Fair enough," he said. "I cannot ask more than that. Sergeant Major, send 5 soldiers with them. That way, if you need more help, you can send some back." Raising his voice, he continued, "I don't want anyone walking off on their own and getting lost or injured. A minimum of pairs at all times when exploring. Understood?" As the group of 5 men and 2 women, including the private who had told them about the tables and chairs, went to look for the generators, the 3 young nobles went to look in the inn. As said, it was clearly well used and generally clean. The furniture, built to stand up to a hard life, the kitchen was both good and bad. It had clearly once been well equipped, and it had certainly been taken care of until relatively recently as best they could, but the ovens must have failed long ago as a crude stove had been fashioned from scrap metal with a pile of logs nearby to feed it. Wyatt idly picked up a small log, turning it over in his hand as he walked around. The bedrooms upstairs seemed to be in a good state. There was plenty of bed linen in storage cupboards, and the bathrooms for each room were almost spotless. Clearly, the people here had done their best to look after the inn. Perhaps it had served as a gathering spot for the locals. He wasn't sure, but it would serve as accommodation for a night or 2 now. "I know, this will serve nicely to hold our civilians tonight. Allocate rooms for everyone. I'll take some of the people to go and collect food and other supplies from the shuttle." "Sir," was the only reply. Going outside, Wyatt got 6 people to follow him back to the shuttle, where they collected the supplies for several days. Then Wyatt sat in the open doorway of the shuttle and waited for the advisor from General Swallowtail. The message from the general had said midday, which was now just 10 minutes away. After a while, he took the small log from his pocket and the knife from his belt and began shaping the wood, getting a feel for it. He noticed a small flower at his feet and tried to copy it, gradually forming the shape of the petals from the wood. Almost an hour had passed when, off in the distance, he heard the sound of an engine approaching. Wyatt kept working on the wooden flower, trying to get as much detail into it as the wood would allow. Finally, the quad bike stopped just short of the shuttle. Without looking up, he called out, "You're late!" Wyatt put the knife back in his belt and stood up, blowing the last loose fragments from the wooden flower as he did so. The rider got off the bike and removed their helmet, revealing an attractive young woman with pale skin, freckles, and long, flowing red hair. "I know," she began, "but you try riding one of these over 1,200 kilometers in 2 days over rough roads and gravel tracks and see how you do." Wyatt pressed the button to close the shuttle's ramp and walked towards the young woman. "Given the distance you traveled and what you traveled on, I think an hour late can be forgiven," he said as he gestured towards the bike. "That looks uncomfortable." The young woman stretched and turned to face him. "It could have been worse. I found a deserted house to stop last night, so I only had 320 kilometers to ride this morning, just under 7 hours. I would have been earlier, but I had to cut a new track by hand to avoid a flooded section." "My name's Elizabeth," she said, offering her hand. Wyatt shook her hand and simply said, "I'm Wyatt, pleased to meet you. Let me help with your bags." Grabbing the larger of the 2 bags off the bike, he started to walk back to the center of town. "Follow me," he said with a smile. Elizabeth grabbed her other bag and started to follow him. Then her brain caught up. "Hey, wait a minute. Did you say your name was Wyatt?" she asked. "I did," replied Wyatt. "Wyatt. As in Wyatt Staples, the new Baron?" asked Elizabeth in a slightly surprised tone. Wyatt stopped and turned. "Yes, that's right, but Wyatt is fine, or if you really have to, sir, is fine. I'm also a Lieutenant Commodore if you prefer using my rank. But don't you dare start saying yes, my lord, and no, my lord, or we will have words on the matter. I've already got one person who ignores that request, and I don't want another one." Elizabeth looked at him for a moment, then shrugged. "Okay, Wyatt it is. I have to say, you are not what I expected. I was told to expect a naval officer who would shoot me if I, fucked up." Wyatt chortled loudly. "Ha! The uniform is difficult to keep clean. These clothes seemed far more practical. As for the shooting," he said, pulling the coat back slightly to reveal the soul snatchers beneath. "Only if I am given no choice." Elizabeth's light skin somehow went paler. "Damn, you really are the new Baron. Definitely not what I expected." Wyatt started walking off towards the square again, calling back, "If it's any consolation, you are not what I was expecting either. I asked General Swallowtail to send me someone who could identify the safe and dangerous plants and animals in the area. I was expecting someone considerably older, not a young woman barely out of her teens. I hope you know your stuff," Elizabeth yelled. "Hey, Baron. Firstly, I am not barely out of my teens. I'm still a teenager. I'm 19, and yes, I know my stuff. I know every important native plant and animal on the continent, which means I know all the plants, nuts, and berries that are good for you, and all the ones that will make you sick or kill you. Same for everything that walks, crawls, slithers, swims, or flies. I'm the best guide you are going to get on this forsaken planet of ours." Wyatt stopped walking, put down her bag, and slowly turned around to face her. He saw in her face that she was angry, but she wasn't crying. Her eyes burned with righteous indignation, but also a sense of confidence. He wasn't sure if she knew all she claimed, but he was certain that she thought she knew her subject as well as she claimed. "How?" he asked. "You have been on a planet without nobles, so no real school teachers nor proper education. How did you learn all of this?" Elizabeth looked at Wyatt. He wasn't scoffing at her claims, he just wanted an explanation. She sighed. "My father is a soldier. My mother and I always went with him wherever he went. He didn't think it was safe to leave us anywhere, and he taught me to read and write. He'd be sitting at his desk reading reports, and I wanted to know what he was reading, but he didn't want me to read the things he read, so instead he found books on nature and taught me to read using those. I found myself loving natural things, seeing the beauty in all of it rather than the death and destruction around us all the time. By the time I was 8, I wanted to be a biologist and maybe to teach." She scoffed a little. "The dream of the Grand Revolution never felt real to me. And I'm not a soldier. So wherever we went, I studied all the plants and animals, I taught myself to draw, and I worked out what all the complicated descriptions in the books meant so I could make an accurate list of everything I found. I even asked locals what they knew about different plants. I'm good, okay, but I'll never be a teacher now. Wyatt asked, even though he knew the answer. Because you are not a noble, right? Elizabeth nodded. That, and I know now that I would have to do examinations to prove I know what I know. But there's probably nobody in the Principality that knows as much as I do about this world's animals and plants. But I will never be able to prove that. Now it was Wyatt's turn to sigh. Look, I know what it's like to be a commoner. I even know what it's like to have dreams. I always wanted to go into space since I can remember. That was always my dream, even though I was a commoner. I got there, but because I was a plebeian, my job was taking containers full of rotting material to make compost. Elizabeth was shocked. Really? She asked, skeptical. Wyatt nodded. Really? But I was happy because I had made it into space. I was living my dream. Perhaps not an intrepid explorer, but close enough. Then, through chance, I saved Princess Claire. Now I'm here, a blasted blue blood, with a barony I did not ask for and over 1,500 people, men, women, even some children whom I have to prepare for, and I won't be here for long either. Just until my ship is repaired so things can change. Sometimes in really weird ways. I guess I'm telling you not to give up your dreams. Now can we get to the town center so I can introduce our new plant and animal expert, please? Elizabeth smiled and nodded. If you insist, Wyatt. 3 minutes later, they walked into the square. A lot of activity was still going on around the inn. The windows were all open upstairs with bedding resting on the window sills to air it. In the kitchen, the cooks and some of the others were preparing a cooking area for later, while at the front, Aino was sat taking copious notes about what people had found in the buildings around the square. Wyatt called everybody back out to the seating in front of the inn. Everyone, this is Elizabeth. She knows all about the safe and the dangerous plants and animals on this world, so before you pick something up or try to eat it, check that it's safe to do so with her first. Now, as Aino here finishes taking your reports, I'd like you to go out in groups and explore the town. Aino will give you a map and tell you where to go. I'm going to have Elizabeth go to each group in turn, because it looks like every house has a garden, so she will see what's in those gardens and let you know if there's anything is safe or dangerous. But before she does that, will someone please show her an empty room so she can drop her stuff? A young woman stuck her hand in the air and called out, "Yes, sir!" in response. And so Elizabeth picked up her bags and started to follow her into the inn. Wyatt raised his voice again. Just one more thing. Elizabeth is our guest. Let's make sure we treat her with the respect she deserves. Is that clear? Almost 40 voices all replied, "Sir, yes, sir." Wyatt then called over Michael Starrant. "Sergeant Major, I'd like you to escort Miss Elizabeth alongside a couple of your soldiers. Go to the locations Aino will show you, then I suggest going down to the harbor. Make sure everyone has returned by 1800, if you will." Sergeant Major Michael Starrant saluted and gave a crisp salute before going to select a couple of soldiers. "There's a plumber and a sewer worker here, I believe," said Wyatt. 2 hands went up into the air. Wyatt continued to speak. "Take a soldier with you and see if you can find where the water supply comes from and where the sewage goes. Better take the 3rd engineer with you as well." Wyatt called Declan over. "I won't ask anyone to do any job I'm not prepared to do. There's supposed to be a pair of flamethrowers in the supplies box, I assume, as a Marine. You know how to safely use one?" Declan's reply was straightforward. "A trivial task, my lord." "Great. Then go get a flamethrower, 4 of your men, and 6 gas masks. I'll go find some gloves and hopefully a brush and a spade," replied Wyatt. Looking up at the weather vane on the clock tower roof, he continued. "The wind is blowing from the inn toward the station. We're going to clean out the butchers, bakers, and everything rotten in the fresh produce shop, take it behind the railway station, and burn it. The smoke and smell will be blown away from us, and hopefully the gas masks will protect us from the worst of the smells." Declan simply nodded and ran off to get his men and the equipment whilst Wyatt wandered into the kitchen. After checking they were not required, took a spare box of rubber gloves. Going outside, he found an old but intact portable waste bin with a lid, a twig broom, and a spade, which he took with him back to the square. Deciding to save the worst for last, they cleared out the stale bread from the bakery first, 2 waste bucket loads. Later, there was a pile of loaves on top of a mound of granite chippings in the middle of what had once been the rail yard. 45 minutes later, they had added some rotten fruit and vegetables to the pile. They had poured the liquids out onto the ground, rather than pouring it into the sewer. The butcher's shop, though, was bad. Even through the gas mask filters, the smell was almost overpowering, and flies buzzed everywhere. Hence, they opened the doors wide and used wedges to hold them open. Then, working as a team, they shoveled the putrid moving mess into the waste bin, took it to the pile, and emptied it out. One of Declan's servants found a bag full of sawdust, which they put over the floor. On the worktops and everywhere the rotting meat had fallen, they stood outside for half an hour, gulping deep breaths of fresh air before going back inside and sweeping and shoveling the now damp and very smelly sawdust into the bin, then carrying it down to the rail yard. Declan fired up the flamethrower as Wyatt and the servant stepped back. Another half an hour later, the fire was out, and the contents of the shops had been reduced to fine ash, as had the gloves they had all worn. They left the spade, broom, and bin in the rail yard. They would find a way to clean them later. Wyatt thought that if they were lucky, it would rain, really hard. It was after 4:30 in the afternoon by the time they started to walk back across the square. Wyatt noticed the medical technician sitting at the edge of the fountain, examining something. Then he realized the water was flowing out of the spouts and quickly ran over. The medic looked up as Wyatt approached. "Hello, sir. The water suddenly started flowing about 10 minutes ago. I was sitting in the shade when it started to flow, so I thought I should do some work and see what sort of water quality you have here." He gestured to the device he was using. "This will perform a wide range of tests. In this case, I've set it to perform an all-purpose drinkable water test, though we probably need to allow taps to run in houses and then perform the tests there as well. This will be ready in just a few more minutes." Wyatt was still waiting when suddenly the clock struck 2, which was odd for 2 reasons. Firstly, because it was 17 minutes to 5, and secondly, because the clock was not supposed to be working. Wyatt, Declan, and the medic worked it out at the same time. A chorus of electricity erupted, and Wyatt ran to the door of the inn looking for a light switch. Sure enough, as soon as he clicked the switch, the lights came on. Grinning, Wyatt left the lights on and walked back to the dock. "So, doctor, what does the test say?" he asked. The medic looked up with a smile, presenting his scanning device. "The water is surprisingly potable. No harmful parasites, heavy metals, or viral contaminants, just a little grit. However, I suggest running your taps for 10 minutes to clear any pipes and using disinfectants and filters to be absolutely sure. Oh, and my name, sir, is Medical Technician Matthew Smith. I could never be a doctor, or heavens prevent me claiming such a grand title, a physician." Wyatt winced. "I apologize, Matthew. My name is Wyatt," he said, offering his hand. Matthew stood up and, raising an eyebrow, shook Wyatt's hand. "I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that as a noble, sir." Wyatt laughed. "You are absolutely correct, Matthew. It's my way of reminding myself that I'm really just a commoner, with a few skills who got lucky." Speaking of luck, I'm guessing the electrician and the engineer found out how to switch the power on, and that somehow this also resulted in the water returning. Now all we have to do is wait for them to return to find out how they did it. "Maybe they can set the clock to the right time for us as well," said Wyatt, with another short laugh. Matthew smiled at that. "I agree, and speaking of luck, there are 2 unopened casks of beer in the inn cellar. I opened one and checked the contents for anything harmful. Other than the 6.5% alcohol content, it is drinkable, likely a hidden reserve stash of whoever was guarding this place. I did just try a sip, somewhat fruity and full-bodied with only natural bubbles. Quite a good ale, actually. Might I suggest that we permit those that would like a drink to enjoy one with their dinner tonight, sir?" "Smith, I cannot afford for people to get drunk," Wyatt replied, continuing with, "But if you are absolutely sure the ale is safe, then I think we can allow the people to have a glass, if they wish, with whatever meal the cooks are preparing for us." Aino came out of the town hall and walked over to where the others were sitting. He sat at the table. "I see the power is back on," he said as he did so. The others nodded in agreement. Aino continued, "So, I'm organizing the information by building number from the map you supplied Wyatt. For each building I have information on its condition, inside and out. I record if there are any obvious repairs required, and I have prioritized them so that essential repairs such as water entering the building has, for instance, greater importance than the inside needing fresh paint. I have also included sections for furniture. And since most properties appear to have gardens, I have included a section for those. I thought that might be useful if they have anything edible in the gardens, or anything else of interest. Wyatt was pleasantly surprised, so much so that he told Ino. Her Highness, Princess Clara, suggested I bring you along. I have to say I am now happy that I did. Keep up the good work. You're likely going to be living and working here for quite a while. Ino seemed about to reply, but at that moment the group of people Wyatt had sent off earlier to fix the power walked under the arch and back into the square. They looked tired, and sweat was running down their faces. When they saw the fountain in front of them, 4 of the 5 carefully dropped the weapons and equipment they had been carrying and ran over to cool themselves off under the streams of water. Smith called out to them, "It's safe to drink if you are thirsty." At that moment, all 4 decided to drink from the water as it left the spouts of the fountain, cupping their hands to make it easier. The 5th soldier, having seen Wyatt, Declan, and Eno sitting at one of the tables, marched over towards them. Wyatt recognized the young woman who had previously told them about the tables and chairs they were currently sitting on. She walked up and crisply saluted them. "Sir, Private Bauer returning with a party of 4 intact, sir, reporting a successful mission, sir." Wyatt looked at her. She looked tired but not exhausted, as if, had he asked her to do so, she could have gone off and performed any military task. Declan, in his marine armor, returned her salute, then looked to Wyatt. "Thank you, Private Bauer. Why don't you go and refresh yourself and send the 2 civilians over here when they have cooled off?" She saluted again, and she marched over to the fountain and spoke briefly with the civilians before taking her helmet off and dunking her whole head under water. After a couple more minutes, the electrician and the engineer walked over to where the nobles sat, and Wyatt gestured that they should sit in the nearby chairs, which they gratefully did, both sighing as the weight lifted from their feet. "It must have been eventful," Wyatt commented. "Let's have the report." For the next 15 minutes, the electrician and the engineer described in detail how they had determined, firstly, the direction of the power plant, and then how they had located it. Apparently, it was between 4 and 5 kilometers from the town, on the lower slopes of the mountain range, and comprised a low stone building into which 4 metal pipes fed water, or at least the pipes should all have fed water. When they arrived, there was no sign of anything working, and only a simple padlock secured the door, which the engineer removed with a set of bolt cutters. Inside, the equipment all looked pretty worn out, with much of it no longer working. As far as they could see, originally there had been a complicated electronic control box that would have adjusted the amount of electricity depending on demand, activating between 1 and 4 turbines as required. However, now only a single turbine appeared to be still functioning. To keep the turbine running, it needed to be kept lubricated. To ensure this, someone had built an oil reservoir on the top of the turbine with a float switch, so that when the oil was almost empty, the switch would stop the turbine. Simple but effective. All they needed to do was refill the reservoir from the half-full large drum in the room and reset the valve that fed the turbine, and it started just like that. According to the engineer, there were a total of 4 turbines, each rated for 2.5 megawatts of output. The water must run down from quite high up the mountain to generate that kind of power, based on the size of the pipes. After passing through the turbines, it goes into a large underground reservoir. They passed the notes they had made of serial numbers and manufacturer's information for Aino to add to the records. With that, Wyatt asked, "Is there anything else?" The electrician paused, then said, "Yes, sir. We would like to praise Lily, sir, Private Bauer. We think she probably saved us on the way back. There was a huge animal with sharp spines all over it that charged out of the trees straight towards us. She got between it and us and told us to back slowly away while she distracted it. She said it was nothing, but I'm sure she saved us." The engineer interrupted. "I'm not sure if that thing would have killed us, sir, but it certainly looked as if it wanted to hurt us, and it was big enough and ugly enough to have done so." Wyatt nodded. "I understand. Thank you, gentlemen. Please provide the details of the machinery to Ino here. Then, I have one hopefully small thing left to ask. Could you possibly look at the clock mechanism and see if you can set the time so that it's correct, please? It started up whilst you were away, I assume, due to the electricity being on." The 2 men nodded with a "Gladly, sir," from the electrician and an "Of course, sir," from the mechanic, then went to give the details to Eno for his records. 10 minutes after passing on the details, and the clock was now showing the correct local time of 14 minutes to 6. Just after the clock chimed 6, the team started to arrive and report their findings to Ino. It turned out that you could not carry out much of a survey in 5 hours. Between them, 2 of the teams had surveyed just 11 houses. One was marked as not habitable, but could be used for salvage, whilst the other 10 had various minor defects, but could all be lived in. Most of the gardens were listed as having what looked to be a good number of edible plants, be it fruiting trees, shrubs, or various vegetables. However, with spring approaching, only time would tell how much food each would deliver. Most also had larders roughly half-stocked with dried foods. Those preserved in glass jars. One house, with a slightly larger garden, had a large number of chickens. The vet was summoned and declared that all the birds would survive. The third team, with the architectural technician present, had done things differently. She had left the builder doing house surveys, with another 5 homes surveyed as a result. While she had wandered the streets immediately around the area they had been sent to and marked down 10 buildings that were currently unusable as homes, noting them down as either needing to be demolished or possibly able to be repaired, adding that some of the buildings requiring demolition would certainly yield materials for those requiring repair. She had also found a school and a small empty structure that might be used as either a warehouse or workshop. Both of these later 2 buildings were more solidly built, each with a slate roof, which meant that both showed no obvious faults other than fresh coats of paint being required, because she had not had any way of breaking in. She had only been able to look through the windows at ground level, reporting just empty rooms with no sign of damage. The plumber and sewage worker team had returned with mixed results. From their investigations, greatly helped by the power returning, they had discovered that the water supply was in excellent shape within the town, that there was a dual system of drainage in the town, with sewage going to a separate treatment center compared to the rest of the wastewater. The drains themselves could apparently do with some cleaning, but must have been regularly maintained because all the ones they had opened were still running. The wastewater plant, however, needed a considerable amount of work on its machinery. Only the basic filters functioned, extracting debris from the water, whilst the sewage plant far over on the western edge of town overlooking the sea was mixed news. It had clearly once been a sophisticated system collecting gases and producing pelletized fertilizer whilst also providing additional power and heating. Now, however, the gas collecting and filtration system no longer worked, nor did the power plant for heating the homes. But on the plus side, the sewage was actually being processed still and not poured straight into the sea. The last team back were those from the harbor. They had been there all day, and so their report was more comprehensive. The harbor itself was constructed where the river entered the sea. Solid stone granite walls had been built around the harbor and forming a wall partially across the mouth of the river to form a safe anchorage. Growth on the sea walls indicated a maximum tidal range of about 3 meters, with enough water even at low tide for small boats to enter or leave the harbor. But the larger vessels would need to wait until there was at least 1 meter of water or more. Fortunately, the harbor mouth had an indicator of water level. A small lighthouse at the end of the harbor breakwater marked the harbor entrance, and 2 smaller lit markers would guide vessels into the harbor's safety. Beyond the walls of the harbor, there was a wide, sandy cove to the west of the harbor entrance, with steps giving access to the beach, along with what appeared to be a large, slightly damaged swimming pool that would originally have filled with each high tide but now needed some repairs to its walls. Inside the harbor, 6 boats sat on moorings. As described by the fishermen, there were 2 15-meter-long fishing vessels, complete with all fixtures, fittings, and nets required for fishing out at sea. One with an almost full fuel tank, whilst the other had maybe 1/4 of a tank. For both, their engines started and there were no leaks that he worried about. There were 2 more 9-meter-long vessels apparently used, judging by the devices the fishermen called pots, for catching crabs and lobsters or whatever Hago had as their equivalent close to the shore. Again, the vessels seemed sound and the engines started, with both having roughly half-full fuel tanks. The last 2 boats in the water were small 6- and 7-meter-long crafts with no cabin or shelter of any kind. Only one had a working engine, with a half-full tank of fuel. The other had a seized and rusted engine that would need replacement before it could be used. To the eastern side of the harbor, a rocky headland provided shelter. It was here that a substantial boat shed, as the boat builder called it, had been constructed. Partially cut into the rock itself, it measured some 20 meters by 100 meters internally, with doors that allowed even the largest vessels in the harbor to be brought inside, then lifted out by an internal overhead crane, whilst the outside of the building looked pretty. The inside had clearly been built by someone more used to military installations. With lots of concrete and steel in evidence, there was a second large fishing boat and 2 small vessels within, all in need of repair. There was also a lot of bits of boats, clearly salvaged from other vessels. They had only been able to have a really good look round once the power had returned, which had been given away by the lighthouse becoming active. But the builder claimed the workshop, whilst messy and dirty, looked to be well equipped, but that he would not know more without another day of sorting through things. Also on the eastern side, but slightly further up the valley, were 2 rows of 12 white-painted, stone-built, terraced 2-bedroom houses. Some of these had been unlocked. They had looked around. Inside, all had been fairly similar, with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, a living and dining room plus a small kitchen downstairs, and out behind them small gardens nestling into the hillside. At the rear of the gardens, most had either a covered or an enclosed area cut into the rock itself, in which they found the typical things a fisherman might use to repair nets or do other basic work. Each house's rear garden could be reached due to a path with connecting gates that ran right behind the houses. Elizabeth took advantage of that path to examine the gardens, listing 6 edible plant types found in each one. To travel from the east to the west side of the harbor, there was a wide stone bridge that crossed the river at the back of the harbor. The river was approximately 8 or 9 meters wide at this point, perhaps a meter deep and fast-flowing. On the west side of the harbor, right next to the river, and also crossed by the bridge, was a narrow-gauge railway line that rose from harbor up to the goods yards in the station area. Climbing about 35 or 40 meters in height over its almost 1 kilometer length, a central gear-toothed rail ran between the regular rails, suggesting that the line required an engine with a suitable cog between its wheels to haul trains up to the goods yard. Beyond the track, a cobbled road also went up the hill with more white-painted stone houses on its western side. However, these ones were detached and slightly larger. At the bottom of the road at a T-junction, it turned to the west. 3 substantial houses looked out towards the sea. However, the westernmost one's front garden mainly was filled with sand from the beach. On the corner of the seaward side of the junction between the harbor and the beach stood a small stone building with a faded sign reading "Fresh Fish and Chips" at the top, and lower down ice creams in several flavors were listed. Finally, on the western side of the harbor itself were a series of open-fronted storage areas, some of which had doors or gates enclosing them, in which various fishing gear was piled. Nets, ropes, buoys, lobster pots, and plastic crates were there in abundance. At the end, where the rails from the narrow gauge track had once entered through double doors, was a large, ruined wooden building, likely once the fish-packing shed. Now it was just a pile of crushed timbers. Likely with the rail lines no longer working, packing the fish would have stopped. So, damage to the structure in storms would not have been repaired. 3 small manual cranes on this side of the harbor would have been used to lift off the fish crates from the vessels in the harbor, one of which still worked perfectly, but the other 2 would need maintenance at the very least. Wyatt sat back, making notes on his own tablet, while Ino had taken all the detailed information. While everyone else went to clean up before the evening meal, he spoke to Ino and Declan. "Well, this is a mess. If we include the buildings around the square, we have at best got results for 100 buildings out of almost 3,000. We need to get this going faster. I've not even been able to see the farms, let alone the forest, and then we might have dangerous wild animals out there as well. I have no idea how this will work. I have at most 6 more days left to get this set up so we can bring down the survivors." Declan waited patiently to add, "It's not all bad news, my lord. We do have electricity and water running." "Yes," said Wyatt. "But for how much longer? You heard the report, just 1 turbine out of 4 working, and that one is barely holding together." This time, Ino interrupted. "Forgive me, Wyatt, but I think we need more people examining the buildings." "How many more are up there?" he asked, pointing towards the sky. Wyatt called up the file on his datapad. "Let's see, we have in total more than 40 builders. There are also 18 carpenters, 3 decorators, 12 plumbers, more than 20 sewer workers, and over 50 general handymen, and 2 more architectural technicians. There are also about 30 mechanics in total, and another 26 metal workers of various types." but we are really short on equipment unless we can find things here, like those in the boat shed, which reminds me there are 4 more boat builders as well. The 3 of them sat considering this for a few minutes before Aino yelled out, "I think I have the answer." Wyatt looked at him. "Please do tell me, man. I'll hear any idea because I certainly don't have any on how to solve this mess." Aino looked at the notes he had made. "A shuttle can carry 50 people. First thing in the morning, go and collect the 50 general handymen, or rather 48 and the other 2 architectural technicians. Let's have our existing architectural technicians split the town into 3 areas, each one to be supervised by a technician." He paused for a moment as he made hand motions. "The technician gets 16 handymen and sends each one out with a map and instructions to return with a report every 2 hours. All the handyman needs to do is mark down obviously damaged or ruined structures, and if each structure on the map is a house or a shop or some sort of industrial building or something else which is not obvious to them." Wyatt caught on at this point. "So whilst they are doing those first 2 hours walking around, I can fetch all the remaining builders and many of the carpenters. We have enough wooden buildings here that they can easily check many of them." Aino nodded in agreement. With nearly 3,000 buildings, we should at least know all the houses in the town and many of the other structures by the end of tomorrow, with each handyman identifying less than 60 properties, just by walking past them and making a note. "We are going to need more printed maps. 60 buildings divided by 8 hours means 1 every 8 minutes, allowing for walking back to the technician every 2 hours, or maybe the technician walking to them and handing over maps that should work. Plus, we can send the builders and carpenters down to the harbor first thing in the morning to look at the buildings there." Wyatt sat, his mouth slightly ajar, as Aino could do those calculations in his head. He looked at Declan, who, though clearly not quite as impressed as Wyatt, looked at Aino respectfully. Thinking out loud, he said, "If I am going to make all these arrangements and get all these maps printed off, I should get back to the Noir Navio. Then I can go from there first thing in the morning and pick up the handymen and maintenance workers with those 2 architectural assistants." Declan put a hand on his arm. "A moment, my lord. Would it not be better to join the dinner with the first residents of your barony before going back to the ship? After all, you still have to eat." For a moment, Wyatt sat and thought to himself, "Shit, he's right. These people have all been working hard all day. If I just vanish, then I'm no better than any wretched blue blood who doesn't care about the commoners. I swore I'd never become one, and I almost did." Looking at Declan, he chose his next words carefully. "Thank you, Sir Declan, for reminding me not only that once again I have gone for much of the day without eating, but also for reminding me that I need to thank everyone for their hard work today. Her Highness was correct. It would appear that I do indeed need you." The surprise on Declan's face when he told him that it was Clara who suggested he accept his offer of service and that he needed him almost made up for the "my lords" that Declan kept using. All 3 got up and went into the inn for food. Inside, those who had stayed at the inn during the day had clearly been hard at work. Everything had been cleaned, and the metal cutlery gleamed. A large glass of beer was issued to everyone who wanted one. Wyatt gave a terse speech thanking all for their efforts that day, and then the food was served. After dinner, Wyatt slipped away back to the shuttle as he started procedures and got clearance to return to the Noir Navio. A thought came to him. How were they going to get the builder, the carpenter, the farmer, and the vet out to all the farms? They were not far from the town center, but visiting all 3 on foot would mean at least a 10-kilometer walk plus an unknown amount of time on the farms themselves. They needed a vehicle, but the only ground vehicles on the ship were tanks, not suitable for visiting farms. As he rose into the darkening sky, he got on the radio again. "Put me through to General Swallowtail," he ordered. 3 minutes later, the familiar voice of the general came over the airwaves. "Greetings, Baron Staples. Has something happened to my daughter?" Day 1 end. The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests, Day 2. Wyatt had been very glad that he was only on the radio to the general when he had asked after his daughter. It hid his reaction, but his reply came easily enough. "Elizabeth is fine, General. I only called to see if maybe you could aid me with something else. I'm in need of ground-based transportation, a vehicle that can transport 6 to 12 people across dirt roads between the farms, just until I can have new vehicles imported." General Swallowtail had taken time to consider his reply. "I can find something suitable for you, Baron. I'll even throw in some spare fuel for you, but I want something in return. Not something tangible, but something more personal. I'd like you to take care of my wife and daughter if anything happens to me." Wyatt was surprised at that. His own reply had been spontaneous. "General, I fly fighters in battles. The chances of me surviving the next few years are not guaranteed, but I'll do what I can to ensure their safety." "I can't offer more than that." The general's own reply came quickly. "A fair reply, Baron. Times are troubled, and I'd like to cover all venues of possibilities. I can rest easier with such a promise. I'll find you a reasonable vehicle by tomorrow and send it over to you." Wyatt had replied, "No need to send it, General. So long as it's smaller than a tank, I can lift it under a shuttle. Let me know when it's ready and just park it out in the open, away from homes, and I can come and pick it up." "We are in agreement. Tornell out." That had been that. After the short exchange, Wyatt changed back into his uniform before exiting the shuttle on the Nornavio. Printing out maps turned out to be surprisingly easy. The information was already stored in his datapad, with each building already identified. All he had to do was pick 3 starting points. He chose 3 road junctions, each one roughly in the middle of 1/3 of the town. Then, using routing software, he created 16 sets of walking paths from each location, made each a separate map, and printed them out. As both a lieutenant commodore and a baron, no one questioned his authority to do so. However, he did make a note of what he had done. He wasn't sure if he would be charged for using the ship's facilities for doing this, but Clara had told him that keeping records was important. Wyatt's last task that night had been to let the Eternal Garden know that he would be there at 0700 to pick up the remaining 2 architectural technicians and 48 handymen or maintenance workers for a simple task that would involve a lot of walking, and to be prepared, he also arranged for additional food supplies to be loaded onto the shuttle. At 0600, he had got up, showered, and gone to the mess for a large breakfast. It promised to be another long day, and there was no point in his going hungry. By 0700, he was on the Eternal Garden, loading the 50 former prisoners, and from there, it did not take him long to return to Newtown, putting the shuttle down in the same exact location and once again changing into his commoner clothing. As they walked into the square, he immediately noticed the smell of fresh-baked bread and saw that everyone was sitting outside at the tables, preparing various food items. Ino and Declan were standing waiting for him when he arrived. The men and women from the Eternal Garden had carried down numerous boxes of additional food and supplies. Ino shouted out, "Put the supplies down and grab yourself something to take with you for your lunch. Help yourself to anything on the tables." Ino then turned to Wyatt, saying, "After you left last night, Declan and I went with the doc to check on the supplies in the bakery and the fresh produce shop. Turned out that almost everything that we'd left was perfectly edible. Though the doc threw out a couple of things he wasn't quite sure of, the cooks got fresh dough prepared last night and then got up really early this morning to bake fresh bread. You should try some, it's delicious." Declan nodded. "Ino's right, it's excellent," he said, continuing. "So between the supplies we brought with us and the food in the shop, we have plenty of food. There was the bread, cheese, cold meats, fruits, and a lot of ration bars. There were even bags in the bakery we could use to wrap everything up, so we just had everyone choose stuff they liked." Wyatt asked, "What about the cooks?" Ino replied, "After breakfast, we sent them off for a few hours extra sleep. Some of the people we won't need this morning actually offered to help clear up." Wyatt raised an eyebrow. "Well, that was nice," he said. "We should probably add more cooks, perhaps looking for a couple of bakers and others who can help with cleaning up." He added a note to his datapad so he would remember to do just that before continuing. "What about our existing builders and carpenters?" Declan answered, "They left just before you got here." Wyatt waited until the new arrivals had gathered their lunches before announcing, "I have here maps for all of you. If the 3 architectural technicians can come forward, please." Wyatt waited until the 2 men and the lady from the previous day came forward before giving each a map pack and a box of colored pens before continuing. "These 3 will each take 16 of you to your starting points. Each of you have a map for just your route with where I'd like you to be at certain times. This is so our 3 technicians can collect the data at regular times during the day. Your task is so simple that even a blue blood could do it." A few laughs came from the workers at this comment. "All I want you to do is take these colored pens and walk past each building in the street, if the building is clearly unusable. Maybe it has a tree growing out of its roof. or all the windows are broken, or perhaps it's a burnt-out shell. Then I want you to put a black cross inside the box that represents that building. If it's a house, I want you to put a green cross. If it's a shop of any sort, a blue cross. And if it's some sort of industry, I want you to put a red cross. Finally, if you are not sure what it is, then placed in a purple cross. Is that clear? Does anyone have any questions? A single hand raised near the rear of the group. Wyatt pointed to them. Yes, sir. What's your question? The young man with his hand in the air asked. So when we get to the points on the map, we stop and wait for the technician, even if we have a while to wait? Is there anything else we can do? Wyatt thought for a moment before replying, It's vital you are at these points at these times, so I don't want you wandering off, but all of you listed your jobs as handyman or general maintenance worker. So as you walk around the town, I want you to think about what you could do to help. Most of the town has had little to no repairs or maintenance for 30 years. You all have skills. This evening, I'm going to ask you to get together and discuss amongst yourselves, then form groups with similar skills. Afterwards, you will share with us what you think you can repair or improve, and what tools and materials you will need to do that job. Is there anything else? This time, no hands were raised, and so Wyatt sent them off in their groups before he turned again to Ino and Declan. Yes, I know I just insulted every noble, including myself, with the blue blood comment, but we need these people happy and content. We need to be seen to be doing our share of the work, perhaps even more than our share, rather than just sitting back and letting them do everything for us. Do you understand? You? Declan replied, As my lord commands, making Wyatt wince, but he then went on to say, I cannot fault your reasoning, my lord. I shall do whatever is asked, as will my staff, getting a thank you, Declan, from Wyatt in return. Ino, taking his cue from Declan, replied formally, My lord Baron, as you know, I am an exiled bastard son of a minor lord. You have been kind enough to offer me a position here with a high degree of responsibility as an administrator. If that means being polite to those on whose survival and well-being my own position depends on, then I have no problems, my lord. However, I am not quite sure as to exactly what my role will be. Wyatt stood thinking for a moment before answering. Ino, I have no idea what I'm doing here, except that I'm trying to do the right thing, but I need someone trustworthy to look after my interests whilst I am absent, which will be much of the time. If the town and the estate do well, I swear you will do well out of it. Her Highness, however, asked me to remind you that you will be one of a tiny number of nobles on Hago. Your actions could have consequences. That means letting myself or the inhabitants of my estate down will simply result in your disappearance. You have a chance here to do well for yourself. If you choose to do so, you can take until it's time for the Nornavio to leave to make your decision if you like. Ino's eyes went wide when Wyatt informed him of Clara's words, and he paused before saying, I think, my lord, that if you will allow me, that I should take some more time to consider your words before I make such an important decision. Wyatt smiled before saying, Good choice. Now I am off to collect more people. There are 37 more people who claim to be builders. I will add 2 more cooks and 2 more people who can clean and tidy. And unless you can think of anyone else, I will fill up the remaining seats with carpenters, since we have so many wooden buildings. Declan and Ino looked at each other, shrugged, then replied, That seems reasonable, my lord. It took Wyatt almost 2 hours to take the shuttle up to the Eternal Garden, assemble what he needed, and return to Newtown. When he got back, he sent the cooks and cleaners into the inn to help out, before having the remainder take what they wanted for lunch, this time remembering to grab some food for himself before the tables emptied. Wyatt gave the builders and carpenters simple instructions. I want you to go to the architectural technicians. They should be at the places I've marked on your maps. When you get there, they will show you which houses we want you to look at. If you cannot open a door or a window to get inside, move on to the next house and mark on the map. The technicians will give you that it's unchecked. There are plenty of properties that are unlocked, so you don't need to break in. If there is anything obviously wrong with the house that makes it uninhabitable, mark it on the map and move on. If the house is okay to live in but needs minor repairs, such as a broken window or small spots of rot, make a note of the details, then move to the next house. The object is to find as many habitable houses as possible, as quickly as possible. Once we get tools and materials, then we can look at having you do building repairs. I want 1 builder to come with me, please. The rest of you will split into 3 groups, 1 per architectural technician, 12 builders and 3 carpenters per group. And with that he sent them on their way. Wyatt turned back to Ano and Declan, saying, "Whilst I'm gone, why don't the two of you see what the shops and homes around the square contain? Could we put people in any of them tonight, for example? We have 50 more people, and we will need places for them to sleep. Feel free to have anyone not helping the cooks give you a hand." Then, with the builder following, Wyatt walked out of the square. He didn't go far, just to the first junction where the two half-timbered stone buildings stood. Testing each of the front doors, he found both were unlocked, so he turned to the builder and said, "I'd like you to look over both these buildings, see if either one is fit to be lived in right now, and what work needs to be done on them, if any. Looking at them, I can see peeling paint, so that obviously needs sorting out. But I want to know if there are any leaks or rot or anything like that, which requires more serious work. When you are done, go and find Ino in the square and give him your report, then. See what else he wants you to do, though I'd also appreciate if you would have a look at the station building and determine if anything can be salvaged when it gets demolished. Is that clear?" Wyatt winced again as the builder replied, "Yes, my lord." Shaking his head, Wyatt left him to do the work and started walking down the street. As he walked in the general direction of the harbor, he took the time to look around. Most of the buildings he passed were clearly homes, simple clapboard-covered designs in two basic styles, with a left- and right-handed version. Typically, they were set about 6 meters back from the street itself, with an 8-meter gap between adjacent houses. A 2-meter-high wooden fence joined each house to the next, with a side gate for each home. At the front, a waist-high fence contained the front garden for each house, with a path leading from the street-side gate to the front door and then to the side gate. Some of the front gardens were simply an area of grass with the path laid out in gravel or rectangular stone. But a large number of the gardens had low hedges, and were full of what he guessed would be flowering plants in a week or more time if the number of buds he could see were any sort of guide. Occasionally, Wyatt would come to a crossroads, and here the houses were often a bit larger, and of the same half-timbered and stone construction he had seen elsewhere. Often they were shops, or sometimes offices, or other business premises, although as he looked through windows he found most of these were empty and locked up. But occasionally he would come across a shop that must have been open when the Drazen arrived. Here the doors were often unlocked as if the people had simply popped out. One shop caused him to stop and make a note on his map before calling the Nornavio with a request. It said Michael's the locksmith's above the door with, in smaller letters, beneath, "Keys cut, shoes and bags repaired." Inside were all sorts of tools and uncut keys of various sizes hanging on pegs. Wyatt felt like an idiot. Why had it not occurred to him before? It was such a simple solution. Just get the locksmiths to make new keys. Now they had somewhere with lots of blank keys and the equipment to cut new ones. He just hoped they could make new keys for all the existing locks. That would save him tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of credits for new locks and a lot of time. Continuing onwards in the direction of the harbor, he found himself crossing over a set of rail lines going east to west. He wondered where they went to, as he'd not noticed them on the map, but not wanting to be distracted, he carried on. The road now started to head down to the sea, and ahead of him he could see the waves beyond the harbor, so he quickened his pace. He was now in a river valley. To his left, he could hear the sound of the river as it dropped over rocks towards the sea, while on his right, the houses had changed to a different style than the ones he had seen previously. These were painted white and came in a variety of sizes, but all appeared to have been constructed of rough stone. Towards the bottom of the street he started to see people. They all appeared to be busy examining the various houses, so rather than interrupt them, he carried on to the harbor itself. Following the rail tracks to the ruined timber building, he could clearly see that the structure was well and truly flattened. It appeared that the local timber, while resistant to rot from fresh water, was more vulnerable to salt water. The large, originally shed-like structure had apparently been built on the top of the stone pier that formed the right-hand side of the harbor. At the foot of every upright post, there were clear signs of rot. At some point, judging from the damage, strong winds and probably waves had broken over the top of the wall behind the shed and shoved it with significant force, causing the rotten uprights to shear off, and this in turn had caused the whole structure to fall. Satisfied with his own explanation, he continued to have a look around, Finding a set of stone steps just beyond the ruined shed, Wyatt climbed up onto the top of the pier wall, where he found the top was almost 2 meters wide and easy to walk along. In front of him, he could see the small lighthouse that marked the end of the wall. It stood roughly 5 meters higher than the top of the wall, with a large glass front pointing out to sea. Turning around, Wyatt walked down the length of the wall, finally reaching another stone staircase at the far end, where the wall met another building. This was the one that once sold fish and chips. Walking around it, Wyatt discovered that at the rear there were glazed metal entrance doors, locked tight, and that the windows at the rear were also metal-framed, mostly covered by shutters. Moving to the end, not linked to the pier, he discovered it was formed in a semicircle, with its windows also protected by multiple wooden shutters. These windows and occasional doorways continued on the beach side, fully 3/4 of the length of the building. Between the top of the beach and the wall of the building, a 6-meter-wide paved area was partially protected by a 1-meter-high wall on the beach side. Steps ran up and over the wall in several places, forming a simple barrier to the sea, wind and sand striking the building itself. Wyatt sat on the top of this low wall looking out to sea, and ate one of the rolls with the local cheese he had grabbed earlier. Ino and Declan had been right. The bread did taste good, and the cheese had a rich, slightly nutty flavor, which went well with the bread. Both were far superior to the ration bars. He finished his sandwich and washed it down with fresh water from his water bottle, then got up and continued his walk. He crossed over the bridge, looking up towards the town. Wyatt realized that stone walls on each side had constrained this entire stretch of river with a series of low weirs helping control the flow as it dropped down to the harbor. As he got to the other side of the river, he spotted the young builder from the previous morning and called out, "Good morning, Igson! How are the surveys going?" Igson looked up and, realizing who had asked, quickly walked over to Wyatt. "Good morning, sir. Of the 24 houses on this side of the river, 19 have either the front or the back doors unlocked, and one had a broken window pane which allowed us to open the window and get access. So far, they all look acceptable except for superficial repairs. The broken window pane needs to be replaced. There is a gutter with grass growing out of it that obviously needs to be cleaned. Additionally, 2 slates on the roof need to be replaced. Still, the waterproof membrane beneath has kept the water out of the homes. Other than that, there is a small amount of rot that requires replacement, mainly at the bottom of the doors and a couple of window frames. Though once I find a ladder, I'd like to climb up and examine the soffits and barge boards near the gutters. Inside, we have looked at 11 houses, and so far there has been no trace of damp inside. They can, as you will see, do with freshening up with new paint inside and out, but again, all 11 we have checked could be occupied tomorrow. As for the broken pane of glass, if I can find a larger broken window, a glass cutter plus a couple of tools, and some putty, I can fix it in no more than 15 minutes. If I can't then, for the time being, I can find something to cover the opening." Wyatt looked at Igson before saying, "Okay, that's the good news. What aren't you saying?" Igson replied, "The appliances, sir, are mostly dead. Those that are not dead sound terrible. So far, we've found 1 freezer that's ice cold inside, 2 refrigerators that are still working, and 3 cookers. The freezer and 1 fridge are certainly dying. You can hear the bearings grinding. Honestly, sir, I think you will need to buy new ones for everybody." Damn, thought Wyatt. I suppose I should have expected that, though. New white goods would not have been a high priority for the previous leaders. He sighed deeply before saying, "Thank you for being honest, Igson. I should have thought of that myself. By the way, have you seen Elizabeth this morning?" At that, Igson, glad not to have to deliver any more bad news, replied, "Yes, sir. She's exploring the gardens behind these houses. If you go to the side, you will see a gate. Just keep going through to the next garden and then the next, until you find her. Last I saw of her, she was in the 6th garden." Wyatt nodded in thanks and went off to find Elizabeth, hoping that maybe she could give him some good news. He eventually located her in the 8th garden, where she was busy taking notes in a small, apparently handmade book. Wyatt greeted her with a cheerful tone. "Good morning, Elizabeth. I don't suppose you have anything interesting to report, perhaps some good news?" Elizabeth looked up, startled by Wyatt's voice. "Good morning, Wyatt. Good news? Well, maybe a little. The weather here must be slightly warmer than 1,200 kilometers to the east. Perhaps the sea has an effect. but spring here seems to maybe be a week earlier. Beyond that, I can tell you that many of these gardens feature edible plants, including both fruits and vegetables. Also, I noticed in the main part of town yesterday that many of the streets have fruit trees already in flower. Given their size, I would say that there will be a good-sized fruit crop this year in the area. Also, I've not found any of the dangerous plants, at least not so far. Wyatt laughed. Well, that does all sound like good news, by the way. Is that a handmade book you're taking notes in? Elizabeth glanced down at the object in her hand. Yes, getting data pads or anything usable here has been difficult all my life. As the old ones broke down, we had no choice, so I found packaging material and things I could write on and made my own notebooks, and I index everything. One day I hope to be able to create a digital book with all the native plants and animals here on my world, but for now I collect as much information as I can on the plants and animals as and when I see them. Wyatt looked at the notepad in her hand, her neat handwriting providing a detailed description of the plant, including where she found it, the date, and even the weather, all of which was accompanied by an obvious line drawing underneath. Wyatt could draw and paint, but as he looked at the tiny, detailed drawings in Elizabeth's notebook, he could see she was a far better artist than he was. Quietly, he asked, "Would you mind if I took a few pictures of your work? I'd like to show them to someone." Elizabeth shrugged. "Of course, you are a lord. You can do as you want. Will you also be taking any attractive commoner girl that takes your fancy as well?" Wyatt was stunned. "Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just asked if I could take a couple of pictures of your notebook to show to a friend. Because I think you are good and maybe they can help. You asked if I plan to take advantage of a woman?" Elizabeth replied, "The records always depicted nobles as ungrateful beasts, lustful creatures notorious for breeding, or heartless slavers lording themselves over commoners at every waking moment." Wyatt looked at her face and said, "Look, not all blue bloods are that bad. Sure, they abuse their power and are self-righteous, self-centered, egotistical, envious, greedy, petulant, glory-seeking, honor-thirsting idiots for the most part, but there are good ones. I've come to realize that for myself lately. Not including me, of course. No matter what, I'll never consider myself a noble." Elizabeth looked at Wyatt, then replied, "My father thinks the same as you do, Wyatt. He did tell me that the historians only saved the bad things blue bloods did. So I guess you're right. Though, are you going to lay with a girl or a guy? I bet many are expecting you to do that. Lots of revolution officers did so all the time." Wyatt shook his head this time and simply said, "No." Elizabeth asked, "What, never?" laughing. Wyatt sighed, then continued, "I had always planned to do my time in the Navy, get my pension, and then retire with the benefits that would give me, only then getting married. I've never pursued sex actively." Elizabeth looked shocked. "So what now, then?" she asked. Wyatt, with a grin, answered, "Now? Time for work. And will you allow me to take those pictures?" Elizabeth simply shrugged, saying, "Sure, why not?" Having taken a handful of pictures showing the illustrations in her notebook, Wyatt left Elizabeth and moved on to the boat shed. There was no one outside, but on trying the door, he found it open, so went in. Inside, he found a lot of bits of machinery, some covered in rust, other bits mainly on shelves, clearly in as new conditions. At the other end of the shed, Wyatt could see an older man apparently sorting through items lying on the floor. Wyatt called out a, "Hello!" and waved, and the man quickly walked over, moving around the various items on the floor and crossing a bridge that spanned the entrance to the enclosed dock. "Good day, my lord," said the man as he approached Wyatt. He looked to be about 40 and appeared tough, yet skinny, with a wiry build. Wyatt held out his hand. "Please, call me Wyatt," he said, his voice almost pleading. Hesitatingly, the man shook Wyatt's hand. "The name's Mackenzie Fowld. I'm very pleased to meet you, Wyatt." That greeting instantly brought a smile to Wyatt's face, which was contagious, with Mackenzie returning the smile. "So, Mackenzie, what's the situation here? It looks as if you have a fair bit of scrap just lying around," asked Wyatt, gesturing to various bits of rusted and bent large chunks of machinery littering the floor. "Ah, but you should have seen it this morning. I've moved everything useless out the shed and into a scrap pile. The scrap that's left is too heavy to move out on my own, but the overhead crane will let me move it all, in time, to the end of the building over there," said Mackenzie, gesturing towards one end of the building where a large roller shutter door was currently shut. "But I need a forklift, Or maybe a tractor with a bucket on the front to get it out the building and put somewhere. A couple of scrap metal bins would be good, I guess. Wyatt made notes on his datapad while Mackenzie talked, then asked, "And what about tools or machinery? What sort of condition are they in?" Mackenzie looked around and said, "To be honest, I have all the tools and machinery I could wish for. Whoever set up this place knew what they were doing, and we have it all. Also, they kept them in good condition. No rust on anything I've seen so far except a little on a couple of hammers, and that's just surface. Even the machine tools have been well maintained. Being this close to seawater can be a problem with corrosion, but it looks to me like they purchased better quality tools and then kept them clean and rust-free. Everything I've tried so far works just fine. Heck, if I had a couple of helpers, I'd have everything I need to get that big fishing boat back in the water in a matter of, say, 2 days, the other one. However, I need a good diesel mechanic to look at the engine. It might need spare parts, and I'm not sure if I have what we need here." Wyatt sat on the edge of a workbench and added some more notes as he listened, before saying, "There are 4 more people who claim to have boat-building experience up on that damn ship, and I am sure at least one of the mechanics will have diesel engine experience, which just leaves me needing to find a supply of diesel, and we could send the boats out to catch fish." Mackenzie replied, "I'm not sure where they make the fuel, but I can tell by the smell it's biodiesel, so they probably make it from a crop. But I can tell you there's a floating pontoon in the harbor just outside this shed that's a refueling station. I had a look earlier, and it's got about 11,000 liters of fuel in it still, according to the gauges, though its full capacity would be a bit more than double that. Depending on the boat and the size of engine installed, you are looking at a fuel consumption of between 10 and 40 liters per hour, a bit more if those hulls have much marine growth on them. So if we said 50 per hour, you have about 220 hours sailing time. Worst case, the smaller vessels likely will only work in inshore waters no more than, say, 11 kilometers off the shore. They will likely only go out for a short time, perhaps 4 or 5 hours. The larger vessels can go out further and for longer, but how far they will go, and for how long will depend on how quickly they fill their holds with fish. There is a fuel pipe that feeds the barge. It seems to head off to the west. Beyond that, I can't help." Wyatt stood up again, and wishing Mackenzie a good day, he set off to see more of the town. Now that Mackenzie had told him where to look, he could easily see the fuel pontoon and the supply pipe that fed it. It passed across the river on brackets off the bridge. But then he could not see where it could go. Hopefully someone would find the supply eventually. He had planned to seek out the architectural technicians, but 2 messages had come into his datapad. One to say that there were 2 locksmiths in the group of people still on the Eternal Garden, and one to say that General Swallowtail had what he was looking for and for Wyatt to call him, so Wyatt jogged back up the hill, through the streets, and out to the shuttle. Using the shuttle radio, Wyatt called General Swallowtail. "Good afternoon, General. Sorry for the delay. I was down at the harbor when I got your message and had to jog back up the hill." If the general was surprised that Wyatt was out surveying the town himself, he did not show it. Instead, he replied, "Not a problem, Baron. I have a vehicle for you, but it weighs about 25 tons. Wyatt swiftly did the calculations. It was well within the lift capacity for the shuttle, which would allow him to pick up the locksmiths and perhaps to ask Clara a question he had been thinking about for over an hour. But he also wanted to ask the general some questions. Reaching a decision, he replied, "General, I need to go back to the ship and collect lifting equipment and a few other things, but I would really like to talk face-to-face. Would that be possible? Are you near the vehicle?" After a moment, the general came back on the radio. "I'm not near it right now, Baron, but I could be in, say, 3.5 hours. Wyatt's reply was a simple, "Thank you, General. I will see you then." Wyatt started to prepare the shuttle for takeoff, then swore and stopped what he was doing and sprinted back to the square, yelling out as loud as he could. Aino when he got there. A window opened above one of the shop fronts, and Aino leaned out. "Yes, sir," he shouted out. Wyatt beckoned him over, and 2 minutes later, breathing heavily, Aino was by his side. Wyatt told him, "I completely forgot. We need accommodation for the 100 extra people I bought down today." Wyatt took out a printed map from his pocket indicating locations on it. "This shows where the architectural technicians are supposed to be. Go find them and see if they have found any suitable locations. I'd prefer to use another inn or a barracks or similar, so we can keep people grouped together. Try to find places for up to 220 people for tonight at least. We will keep feeding everyone here for the time being. Ino listened to Wyatt's instructions and acknowledged them with a simple, "Okay, Wyatt," before asking, "Can I ask where you are going?" Wyatt paused. "Didn't I say?" "No, I didn't, did I?" "Damn! I'm going to go and pick up a pair of locksmiths. I am hoping they can make us keys for the locked buildings, because I noticed we have a locksmith shop in the town, which seems to be full of blank keys, and what I hope are all the tools a smith needs to get into a locked door. Whilst I'm there, I will pick up the last remaining carpenters and odd job men. On my way back, I'm going to go and see General Swallowtail, I have persuaded him, to lend us a vehicle which should make it easier to go visit the farms and maybe go into the forest." Ino nodded. "Oh, I guess that would make things easier. When will you be back?" Looking up at the clock, which was saying just after 1, Wyatt replied, "I should be back by 5, I think, maybe a little after." Ino nodded and said, "Okay, we will be ready. I'll see you later, Wyatt," before picking up the map and walking out of the square. As Wyatt walked back to the shuttle, he thought about Ino. The young man was certainly efficient, but there was something detached about him as well. Perhaps, thought Wyatt, I went too far with my warning. Resolving to speak with Ino later, he climbed back in the shuttle's cockpit and changed back into his uniform before taking off. On his way up, he contacted Navio, recognizing Galt's cheerful voice as he came over the headphones. "Good afternoon, Lieutenant Commodore. How may I help you?" Wyatt, smiling, replied, "Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Request permission to dock, and please pass on a request for an appointment with Her Highness if she has the time for me." Galt paused for only a moment, and then his voice came back over the radio. "Permission granted, and your appointment is likewise granted at your earliest convenience." 20 minutes later, Wyatt was back on board the Navio. He quickly went to his cabin, briefly showered, and put on a clean uniform. Noticing that yesterday's uniform had already been cleaned and pressed, it was hanging in his locker. Shaking his head, he proceeded to Clara's quarters, where the Royal Marines on duty stood to attention as the door opened to let him in. Clara and Cynthia waited inside as the door closed. A jug of grape juice and 3 glasses were set on the table. Clara waved him to his usual seat, a look of concern on her face. "Whatever is the matter, Wyatt?" she asked. Wyatt sat down and just blurted out, "Clara, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know where to order things from or how to ship them or who to speak to or anything. Can't I go back to being just your knight banneret? Please," he begged. Cynthia sniggered softly, earning a look from Clara before she replied to her friend, "No, Wyatt. You are stuck with your new title, I'm afraid, but you are still my knight banneret and always will be. However, maybe I can help my friend," she offered with a genuine smile. "What seems to be the problem?" Wyatt took out his datapad to remind him of the things he needed to ask. "Firstly, I want to order datapads for all the inhabitants of Newtown. Right now they have nothing. Many of them will have some credits to their name. At least with a datapad they will be able to access that information, and I won't have to get things printed out for them. Oh, and I'm sure I owe someone for all the printing I've had to do. But I have no idea where to order 1,600 datapads from. And there goes 3.2 million credits because I want to get good ones that will be useful." Clara looked at Wyatt. "Is that all?" she asked. Wyatt continued, "Oh no, that's just one thing. I think I need 1,500 new sets of what the builder called white goods, cookers, refrigerators, freezers, and so forth. According to him, the kitchens in the houses are generally fine, but the white goods are not. So that's another fortune. Those are just today's problems, but I don't know where to start." Looking down at the tablet, Wyatt saw another note. "Also, how do I get a book published?" Clara looked startled at that. "A book? Are you sure, Wyatt? I didn't know you could write." Wyatt got flustered at that. "Oh, no, not for me, but, He opened the pictures on the datapad that he had taken earlier. "The advisor General Swallowtail sent over. She has all these notes on the plants and animals," said Wyatt, passing over the datapad, so Clara could see the pages he had photographed. "I think this would be really useful for everyone to have on their datapads, because none of us know anything about the native species." Clara took her time examining the pages and reading each description. After a few minutes, she looked up and said, "These are really good, especially the pictures. She's clearly talented. Who is this woman?" Wyatt laughed. "I thought so too. I can sketch and paint, but nothing is as good as these pictures. Would you believe she's the 19-year-old daughter of General Swallowtail?" "Really?" asked Clara, casually passing the datapad across to Cynthia. Wyatt nodded an affirmative as Cynthia commented, "She's clearly got an artist's eye for detail. Is she pretty, Wyatt?" Wyatt thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, I think most men would consider her pretty, but what has that got to do with getting her work published?" Cynthia shook her head before remarking, "Are these 3 different books, Wyatt?" "The writing material is different on each page." Wyatt looked over at his other friend. "Elizabeth said she collects anything she can write on to create her notebooks. The pages were made up of all sorts of different things. I saw her taking notes about one of the plants in a garden this morning." Clara spoke up. "Well, getting a book made is somewhere between difficult and impossible. House Emerald controls the publishing of books, and you must be an important noble to get something published." Wyatt's face showed his annoyance as he grumbled, "Of all the petty blue blood." But this time Clara held a finger to her lips and said, "Shush." Pausing for a moment to ensure Wyatt had stopped, "I said getting a book published was almost impossible, but getting a technical guide produced is very easy. You did say this was a guide to inform your new townsfolk of the plants and animals of Hago, so that they would know of the dangers and benefits of each, didn't you?" Wyatt started to understand. "Yes, I think that's more or less what I was trying to say, Clara," he replied. Clara and Cynthia both smiled, with Clara continuing, "I would not be surprised to discover that there are 1 or more people within that group of future residents of Newtown who have the required skills. Try asking if any of them have the skills to produce illustrated guides or instructions. Then ask them what equipment they need," she added with a wink. "That should be fairly cheap." Then she sat back thinking before saying, "As for your other problems, House Forentis will be sending ships with supplies and personnel from all over their territory to help restart Hago's economy, or more likely, to get some of the equipment and factories repaired and restarted after 30 years of neglect. You may find they have space on those freighters for transporting what you need. The logical choice is therefore to find out what their planet's produce and which companies produce what you might need and purchase straight from the manufacturers, making sure they offer you a very good price, especially with those kinds of quantities." Clara sat back with a smile, picking up her own datapad as Cynthia returned Wyatt's to him. As Wyatt picked up his pad, he noticed a new folder had appeared, marked Forentis Trading Companies. He started to offer his thanks only to see Clara holding her finger to her lips and so said nothing. Clara continued, "The Prince and House Forentis have both declared that since the situation on Hago is so critical that no sales taxes will have to be paid on any and all goods delivered to Hago for at least the next year, depending on the recovery time that might be extended, the Prince has also declared that for the next year, possibly longer, no taxes will have to be paid on any goods produced by Hago, which might prove useful to anyone who would be exporting any of their resources like high-quality timber, for example." Wyatt suddenly realized this would mean his own finances would go further and that for a little while he would have a small advantage selling goods off-planet. Feeling guilty for asking, but knowing he had to, Wyatt said, "There is something else. Well, 2 things, actually." Clara gave a genuine laugh. "Go on, Wyatt, ask away. I will only say no if I have to." Feeling emboldened, Wyatt continued, "Firstly, when I go back to Hago, I'm going to see General Swallowtail, firstly because I want him to be assured his daughter is safe and to thank him for loaning me a ground vehicle, but also because he won't have any credits. I'd like to see what I can buy on Hago, where I can, for instance, his daughter arrived on a quad bike that is apparently made on the planet. And secondly, I was wondering, among the prisoners of the Drazen, we have 80 militia. Between 100 and 120 auxilla, I was thinking that maybe the militia could be trained to the auxilla standards, given that we do have a good sergeant major, and then maybe those auxilla could be assigned to Hago as, peacekeepers." Clara laughed again. "You are getting better at this, Wyatt. I told you that this would involve diplomacy, and here you are being diplomatic about going to the general and asking me to pay for your security force. Very well, I have no problems with your dealing with the general. As you say, Hago will produce things that you will need. Why go off-world to get them? Just make sure you get what you pay for." Wyatt nodded. "Thank you, Clara, and the auxilla?" he asked. Clara tapped her cheek as she thought before saying, I believe your estate is a mixture of mainly forest with some lakes, a mountain, rivers, and coastline, correct? Wyatt couldn't see where this was going. You know it is, Clara. You had the Noir Navio use its sensors to map it for me. Clara, still smiling, replied, Are you suggesting that I, a princess of House Astor, would divert this ship to perform a personal favor for my knight banneret baron? Wyatt sat there, mouth open in astonishment, thinking to himself, You suggested it, Clara. What are you playing at? Clara carried on. What I did, my dear Wyatt, was a simple performance test to determine whether the sensor capabilities of this fine vessel were still functioning after our battle by scanning the surface of Hago, since we were already in orbit. Now, as for paying for 200 peacekeeping auxilia, I'm afraid that I could not possibly justify such an expense. Wyatt let out a groan. Well, I had to ask. Then Clara carried on. However, your estate has several interesting terrain features in a fairly compact area. I wonder if the Baron of the Screaming Forests might allow our forces to do some training exercises there, on, say, an irregular basis. This would, of course, require the construction of additional facilities, say a couple of shuttle landing pads, a firing range or two, and a small barracks to be used by those training. We would, of course, need to station a small force there, permanently, to ensure everything remained secure and for maintenance, say about 200 auxilia, all construction to be to the highest specifications, of course. She finished with a wink at Wyatt. Cynthia let out a small groan. Really? Was all she said, though, and then nodded at Wyatt. The pilot finally caught on, saying, The Baron of the Screaming Forests on Hago would be pleased to offer his estates for limited training purposes to Her Highness. However, I am afraid we have no suitable construction equipment to enable us to build such facilities as Her Highness requested. This time Cynthia burst out laughing, saying, He got you, Clara! You asked for those facilities, now you need to pay for the equipment to build them. Clara's smile vanished, but she carried on in her cold voice. House Astor will cover the cost for the minimum amount of additional equipment required to produce such structures, in addition to the construction costs themselves. Is that agreeable, Baron? Wyatt was somewhat worried that he had upset Clara, so he replied formally, House Staples will agree to these terms. Clara stood up and went over to Wyatt. Now I believe you have to collect people from the Eternal Garden and go and see a general, was all she said, but in her hand was a box that she offered to Wyatt with a smile. You missed lunch, she said quietly, passing the box to Wyatt. Wyatt got up, taking the box with him. Thank you, my princess, was all he could manage as he went towards the door, having been dismissed. Just before he got to the door, Clara called out to him, now back in her friendly voice. Oh, and Wyatt, when you talk to those people, please let them know that I am grateful to those who help you, and terribly disappointed with those that say they are unable to do so. My brother, the prince, feels much the same as I do, but is unable due to politics to say more. Don't forget to let them know of your new status, and that you have hard credits with which to pay. As Wyatt walked out the door and down the corridor, clutching the box Clara had just given him, Cynthia turned to her friend and said, Did you really just do that? Clara turned, smiling. I thought it went quite well, all things considered, after all. You helped. Cynthia shook her head. Well, don't blame me if he comes back with a request for 100 million credits to do the work. This time it was Clara who shook her head, a tear forming in each eye. He won't, I almost wish he would, but our dear sweet friend is too honest for his own good. He will, I am sure, account for every credit and ensure he gets the best deal because that is who he is. We are trying to teach him to be noble, while he shows us, without realizing it, that many commoners have higher principles than those we hold dear. Wyatt loaded lifting chains into the shuttle before going to the Eternal Garden. This time he made himself get off the ship and go and speak to the people, those he hoped would choose to be the population of Newtown. There were over 1,000 men, women, and children assembled in the least horrible part of the vessel, an area of green fields where ordinary cattle had grazed. Wyatt was escorted into the area by a Marine. Standing on a crate that had been used to carry in supplies, Wyatt called out, Can you all gather round, please? It took a few minutes for everyone to form up, gathering in a circle around him, and Wyatt patiently waited for them all to quieten down. Before he started to address them, he tried to calm his nerves and began. My name is Wyatt Staples. I'm a fighter pilot, and until very recently I was just a commoner like everyone here. Now I'm a baron, and I've just been made responsible for everyone here." On hearing this, many people went down on one knee, causing Wyatt to cringe before he resumed his speech. "No, please don't do that. I'm just Wyatt. I don't want you to treat me as anything more than just a man, because right now you are going to hate me. Believe when I tell you that I don't want to leave you in this awful place for a second longer than I have to. But for most of you, that's going to be about 3 more weeks, perhaps longer." On hearing this, many started to cry out in protest. Some were angry and shouting questions, but Wyatt pressed on, hating every moment. "Listen to me, please!" he shouted, and gradually people calmed down. Wyatt carried on. "Right now, there is a town below us on Hygo that has barely any facilities, where there's not enough food to feed all of you, and where almost nothing works. I will take people down to Hygo as soon as I can, and that typically means that those of you who will be most useful will be taken down earlier than others. But if I took you all down now, half of you would be dead within 2 weeks, and likely many of the rest within a month." Now the people were listening. Wyatt was telling them that even though they hated it here, it was worse on Hygo. So Wyatt carried on. "Even when I get you to the surface, things will be hard at least for a year, maybe 2. There will be very few credits to go around, but I promise you this. You will all have food. You will all have a roof over your heads. You will have clean water and clothes and anything else I can supply, and I will pay for that, for all of it." All of a sudden, the voices that had gradually been growing in volume stopped. Wyatt could have heard a pin drop. It went so quiet. In the silence, Wyatt carried on. "Over the next year, maybe longer, you are going to turn Newtown into a wonderful place to live. Not because I want it, but because you will get every opportunity that I can provide you to make it so. So far, I know there will be opportunities for fishermen, boat builders, farmers, and woodsmen. We have not even looked at 1/4 of the town. There will be many more careers. And when you are asked what your job used to be, I want you to also tell us if you have any hobbies or interests you would like to pursue." Wyatt reached into his pocket and took out the wooden flower he had carved only yesterday, holding it up for all to see. "For instance, I'm a pilot, but I can also carve wood. Maybe you have a hobby that could change your career. Let us know, and maybe we can help. If not now, then in the future. I can tell you this. Her Highness Princess Clara Astor has suggested that I run my barony as a cooperative. I had never heard of such a thing before, so I am sure few of you will have either. What it means is that everyone gets a share of the profits, and the harder you work, the better off you will be." This started the talking off again, and Wyatt let it continue for a while. Then he noticed a man who looked to be in his 30s raise his hand. Wyatt pointed at him and asked, "You, sir, do you have a question?" The man came forward and meekly said, "If it please you, my lord, you said there will be little credits, but there will be some. But how will we access these, and where will the credits come from?" Wyatt called out, "Firstly, please address me as Wyatt. Or if you must, sir, I hate being called my lord. It makes me feel like a useless blue blood." Some nervous laughter went through the crowd at this. When Wyatt did not stop them or object, the laughter went on. Wyatt allowed the laughter to naturally die out before carrying on. "Secondly, Her Highness has decreed that any auxilla present can remain as such, and that any militia present who passes a fitness test can join the auxilla with the permanent assignment of Hygo. The barony offers a number of advantages when it comes to its terrain, and Her Highness has accepted my offer of allowing it to be used as a small training establishment. As such, I will need a small permanent force to provide training, security, and to enforce proper behavior between military and civilian personnel. Any auxilla who accept this role will be paid as per normal, rather than being part of the cooperative, but will receive all other benefits, such as homes, food, power, and so forth. If any member of the militia or auxilla have received survival training and feel that they might be able to pass that on, please let us know when you are asked about your previous job. I am also sure that those visiting the training camp may wish to spend credits within the town, which will bring in additional income. This got another conversation started, but Wyatt interrupted this time. Now I have one problem that maybe you can help me with. There are a number of you that have agreed to look after about 50 children, for which I am very grateful, and before I leave, I'd like to speak with those people. But first, I know we have no teachers here unless some of you are secretly nobles. However, we do have teaching assistants and others who have worked in the school system who can help. What I want is to find some volunteers who would be willing to, I cannot say teach, let me say coach, these children at least until I can find trained teachers. I'm not asking for you to come forward right now, but to at least think if you have skills you can pass on. Wyatt paused for a moment, and then thought of something else. In fact, if any of you have skills you feel you could pass on to others, I'd like to know. I am not adverse to people learning new skills either for a hobby or to do something better with your life. Consider this a start over. Oh, and if we have anyone here who can swim and thinks they could show others how to swim, Newtown has a nice sandy beach, and it will have a large swimming pool. Wyatt let all of that sink in before saying, Now, if I could just have those who have agreed to look after the children come forward and bring the children with them, please. And will the half a dozen or so people I requested earlier please wait for me by the doors? As the crowd backed off and the people with the children started to approach, a young woman came up to Wyatt and asked, Excuse me, sir, but you said some of us would be earning credits, but how can we spend them or know what we have earned? None of us have any means to access them. Wyatt slapped his hand to his head and called out, Oh, I've just been reminded as soon as they arrive, every one of you will be getting your own data pad. The surprise that Wyatt was giving them each such an expensive item caused the conversations to become more animated as the majority of the crowd moved away, leaving a group of mainly young men, women, and of course children gathered around Wyatt. Wyatt jumped down and then sat on the crate he had been using as an improvised podium, looking at the children's faces looking up at him before he quietly said, I wanted to thank all of you for taking on these children. No one should have to see what they have seen, but especially not children. You all know this because you have been in this horrible place. When you go to Newtown, I will make sure you have the best homes we can give you. But I'm going to need you to show your children that there is nothing to be afraid of there. The trees cannot harm them, and they are quite safe. I will try to get trained people to help, but I expect that to be difficult. So I'd like you all to decide on one person to represent you. Take your time, and let the staff here know when you are ready. So long as I am alive, I intend to take a special interest in how these children get on with their lives, and please don't tell them there are any limits to what they can do. I was born a commoner. Now I'm an officer and a noble. Wyatt left them talking to each other and went to collect the people waiting for him. As he came up to them, he said, So I should have 2 locksmiths, a diesel mechanic, 2 handymen or maintenance men, and a boat builder, right? The 3 men and 3 women each raised a hand as he called out their professions. Good, so we are going to get on the shuttle and go down to Hago. I have to make a short stop first, to pick up some equipment, and then we will go to Newtown. With his passengers loaded, Wyatt climbed into the cockpit and took some deep breaths of the clean air within, seeing that the children had been the worst part. Wyatt made up his mind there and then that he would somehow get them off the Eternal Garden and down to Newtown as quickly as possible. He had no idea how he was going to do it, but he was determined to make it happen. He quickly sent a message to request full information on the adults that had taken on the role of looking after them. Then, putting the datapad down, he got on the radio, seeking clearance for departure to Hago, and gave the initial destination as the coordinates supplied to him by General Swallowtail. This promised to be interesting. Dropping to the planet and finding the vehicle that the general was easy enough, though Wyatt was pleased to see it had been placed in a grass field well away from any buildings and with plenty of space to set the shuttle down next to it, the general was clearly visible, standing with half a dozen men next to a second vehicle as Wyatt brought the shuttle down. The engines had barely shut down when the general walked across to the shuttle, clearly unarmed, and Wyatt decided to be diplomatic, as Clara had phrased things, leaving his own pistols on the pilot's seat. As he climbed down from the cockpit and went to greet the general, he too was unarmed. Wyatt walked over to the general and gave a crisp salute. "General Swallowtail, thanks for agreeing to meet me," was all he said. The general returned the salute and replied, "Baron Staples, since we are to be neighbors, it seemed to me to be the thing to do." Wyatt winced at the word Baron, and so tentatively he held out a hand, saying, "I wonder if perhaps in that case, one commoner to another, we can drop the titles. My name is Wyatt." The general looked shocked at first, and then, with a grin spreading across his face, he offered his own hand, saying, "And mine is Tornell. Can I have my men help with slinging the APC?" he asked after shaking hands. Wyatt replied, That would be appreciated. The chains are heavy. I went with ones for a tank. They need to be attached to lifting points or, if there are none, to axles. Wyatt opened an external panel and dropped out the chains as the general waved his men over. It only took a minute for Wyatt to explain precisely what they needed to do. Then he walked back to Tornell. Tornell said, "What is the purpose of this meeting?" "I'm sure it's not about my daughter." Wyatt laughed. "No, Elizabeth is fine, though she does have some interesting ideas about how nobles take advantage of attractive young women. She even asked if I planned to do so. She never mentioned who her father was. I didn't know until you mentioned it last night." Tornell went a distinct shade of red at that. "I told her not to believe everything she was taught." Wyatt nodded. "She mentioned that, mind you, she still has no idea I know you are her father. I was busy last night and forgot to mention it this morning, but no, she is not why I came. I came because, one commoner to another, I think maybe we can help each other out." Tornell blinked. "Okay, I'm listening. What do you propose?" Wyatt rubbed his chin with his right hand. "Well, Tornell, as I see it, House Forentis will do as little as possible to help you out. They have agreed supplies and assistance and any number of things, but we both know that what a noble offers and what you actually get might not be the same thing. Royal treaty or not, nobles hate spending their riches on anything that doesn't directly benefit them. Also, I am only guessing here, but I suspect you are probably short of credits to buy anything new, right?" Tornell nodded. "Yes, most of what we produced we had to trade with the damn pirates in order to get supplies we really needed, so what are you offering?" Wyatt smiled. "Well, I don't suppose you can supply 1,500 domestic fridges, freezers, and cookers, nor professional cooktops, ovens, freezers, and fridges for restaurants, but I see from the quad bike your daughter arrived on, and this APC, that you clearly have some manufacturing capacity. Maybe we can buy engines suitable for boats from you, perhaps other machinery and equipment. I'll give you exactly the same amount in credits for any items you supply as I'd pay for an off-world supplier. You get the credits, and I get the items without having to wait an unknown amount of time for a freighter to arrive." Tornell looked into Wyatt's eyes, and all he could see was a genuine offer of trade and perhaps friendship. "I think we can work on that, Wyatt, and whilst I can't supply you with white goods, I might be able to help with the restaurant items. For years, in anticipation of House Forentis turning up in force, or the pirates turning on us, we have created barracks and bunkers and various military structures. Those barracks have cooking facilities which we make on Hago. I think they should be very similar to any restaurant item. Good solid construction with a stainless steel shell so they can be easily cleaned. Is that what you were after?" Wyatt looked at Tornell in surprise. "That sounds exactly like what we need. So far from what we have seen in Newtown, everything was well made, but most mechanical things are worn out. I will get a list to you in a few days. Oh, and we also need lots of things to do minor repairs." Wyatt consulted his data pad. "Nails and screws and sandpaper, paint and paintbrushes. Not to mention we're going to need soap and disinfectant, and, well, you get the idea." The conversation went on for almost 30 minutes, not quite friendly, but certainly not as adversaries, until they noticed that Tornell's men had finished attaching the chains to the 8-wheeled armored personnel carrier. Wyatt checked that everything was correctly tightened, then gave instructions on how to connect the cables he would drop from the shuttle to the chains. Finally, he returned to Tornell. "I forgot to ask," he said. "You mentioned fuel for the vehicle?" "Yes, it's fully fueled, and there are 2 extra 220-liter drums of diesel inside, firmly strapped down. In total, that should give you well over 500 kilometers range or about 5 hours driving at full speed," said Tornell before continuing. "I have also put in a couple of crates of my daughter's things, the stuff she would always pack when we went traveling, and her mother added extra clothes and bedding and, well, you get the idea." "I'm not going to be able to hide the fact that I know you're her father," said Wyatt. "Ah, that should be interesting." Tornell offered his hand again, and Wyatt shook it, both saying, "Until we meet again," at the same time, and then they both smiled. Then Wyatt returned to the shuttle. As he took off, he deployed the lifting cables, carefully positioning the shuttle above the APC. He held his position, watching the monitors as Tornell's men connected the hooks. Wyatt carefully lifted using the onboard winches to adjust the position beneath the shuttle so that it was well balanced before heading off towards Newtown. 45 minutes later, he set the APC on the ground and released the hooks. Then he retracted the cables and put the shuttle down a short distance away. By the time he had shut everything down and opened the shuttle doors to let his passengers out, a small crowd had gathered to look at the new vehicle. Amongst them were Declan and his men, who Wyatt waved over, saying, "In the back of that thing there should be a pair of crates. Can you bring them to the square, please?" As he pointed to the APC, Declan nodded, saying, "At once, my lord." As soon as Wyatt had inspected the shuttle, he went over to Declan, who was busy helping extract the two relatively large crates past the fuel drums and out of the rear doors. Once they were outside, the men picked up the crates by their grab handles. With 2 men per crate, they carried them towards the square. Wyatt spoke to Declan as they walked. "Did you finish inspecting the shops around the square?" Declan replied, "Yes, my lord, as you commanded." Wyatt sighed. "Then give me a report, please." "My lord, there are 5 structures on each side of the square which form shops. The 4 corner structures are split into 2 separate shops, each about 6 meters in width and perhaps 12 meters front to back. Above these shops, accessed via a staircase at the rear of the shop, are 3-story homes of the same width, but only about 9 meters deep. The other 3 stores on each side are a full 12 meters wide and deep. 4 of them have 2 additional 9 by 12 meter floors above them, again accessed by a staircase towards the rear of the shop. The central shop area is spread over 2 floors, with a central staircase going up to a second 12 by 12 meter store area, with again a staircase to the rear leading up to 2 further floors 9 by 12 meters in area. Every store also had a staircase leading down to a cellar. All the cellars appeared to be dry, and all were cool, my lord. Trapdoors towards the rear of the store allow raising and lowering of items in and out of the cellars from inside the store. A second set of doors between the front of the arcade wall and the front of the store allow for items to be delivered to the cellar from outside. The gap between the front arcade wall and the shop front is approximately 3 meters wide, and there are large metal lifting eyes set into the roof of the arcade above each set of doors. To the rear of each store there is a roughly 30-meter deep walled area, clearly intended to be a garden, though these are in various conditions. Wyatt listened to the report before saying, "I see. Tell me, Declan, of the 4 corner pairs of shops and homes, which pair would you say is in the best condition?" Declan paused briefly, tapping his chin with his index finger while he thought, then continued with his walking. "I would say, my lord, that the 2 corner properties at the clock tower end of the shop arcades are both in excellent condition, but if you force me to choose, I would say those next to the town hall are just slightly superior. They were cleaner, and the gardens to the rear looked to have had more work done on them." As they approached the square, Wyatt asked, "Do you happen to know if Ino found suitable accommodation for our new arrivals?" "Yes, my lord. Ino found a barracks building apparently capable of taking up to 200 people. He has allocated men to the upper floor and ladies to the lower one. We have just enough tables and chairs inside the inn to provide food for all who are here now, including those you just bought down, but any more will require extra facilities, though the barracks has its own mess area. But quite frankly, I understand that it is in deplorable condition." Upon arrival at the square, Wyatt directed that the 2 crates be taken upstairs to the nearest apartment above the shop in the corner next to the town hall, and left just inside the door. Then he went to find Doc Smith and Elizabeth. The doc was easy to find. He was helping out in the kitchen, so Wyatt asked him to come outside. "So, Matthew, I think as the person who made sure we had safe drinking water, I ought to make sure you have an office and a place to live," said Wyatt, pointing to the shop next but one to the town hall. "Will that do?" he asked. Matthew Smith looked at Wyatt, who just smiled and pointed at the door. "Have a look around and tell me if it will work." Matthew had just gone through the shop's front door when Elizabeth came trudging through the archway under the clock tower. She was obviously tired, hot, and likely hungry as well. Not about to waste a perfect opportunity for a joke, Wyatt called her over. "Elizabeth, I was thinking that there will be a lot of people to instruct about the native plants and animals, that maybe you should have somewhere to write up your notes and perhaps display them, maybe an office of some sort. I also thought that putting that office next to the dock might be a good idea if he needs advice about stings or poisonous plants or whatever. I just suggested to him that he take the shop over there," said Wyatt, pointing to the door that Doc Smith had walked through not 2 minutes earlier. "And I was wondering if you would like the one next door?" Elizabeth was clearly somewhat tired and slightly confused, but she allowed Wyatt to guide her to the front door and inside where she looked around. "I'm not sure," she said. "I'd need to talk to my father and ask his permission first. I only expected to be away from home for a week, 10 days at most, but there is a lot more to see and do here than I had realized." Wyatt nodded. "That's fair," he began. "You should get your parents' approval before a big decision. Oh, by the way, there's an apartment upstairs and a garden at the rear. Why don't you have a look around whilst you make up your mind?" As Elizabeth headed up the staircase at the rear of the shop, Wyatt started counting. He hadn't even reached 10, when from upstairs there came the cry of, "You bastard! You knew!" causing Wyatt to start laughing as he crossed the square to the door of the inn. End of Day 2. The Black Ship, Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests, Day 3. Wyatt woke up before 6, pulled on his clothes, and went down the stairs of the inn carrying his data pad. He wandered outside. Finding it cool but not unpleasant, the smell of baking bread wafted from the bakery, and in the inn, sounds emanated from the kitchen. Taking advantage of the relative peace and quiet of the moment, he made further notes from his conversations the previous night. The builder, whom Wyatt had tasked with examining the buildings near the square, came up to him before dinner with mostly good news. Wyatt tried to remember his name, but could only recall that it began with an A. The two houses had nothing a little work, and a lot of paint could not put right. Both were larger than they first appeared, and as the builder had said, were clearly designed for minor nobles, having more ornately decorated rooms at the front of the building with towards the rear separate much plainer bedrooms, above the large kitchen. Utility and storerooms. There was also apparently a partial cellar under each house, reached from the entrance hall. After inspecting the houses, Ansel, that had been his name, Ansel had gone to look at the station building, which he described as an accident just waiting to happen. If anything, the structure was, as he had described it, even more unstable than had previously been reported. His suggestion was simple: fence it off to keep everyone clear. As a matter of urgency, then they could deconstruct it, salvaging the decorative stonework and keeping the rough stone wall material for use elsewhere. Wyatt had asked if Ansel could do the job, and, if so, how long it would take. The reply had been yes. He could do it with help. He was apparently experienced in demolishing old structures, but he would need ladders, tools, and hard workers. Depending on the help, it would take anywhere from a few days to a week to do it safely. Alternatively, it could be done in about 30 minutes if everyone kept clear while they pushed it over, but then they would probably lose the ornate stonework. Wyatt looked up briefly as he heard footsteps approaching across the cobbles. Two men wearing white aprons were carrying a large basket of various bread types into the inn. Less than a minute later, one of the cooks came out to see Wyatt. "I'm sorry, sir, we had not realized you were sitting out here. Can I get you some breakfast? Something to drink?" she asked. Wyatt grinned. "That would be very nice, thank you. Could I have some tea, and whatever you can offer me will be fine, I'm sure?" Wyatt made a couple more notes in his datapad. The demolition would have to wait until they found tools and ladders to do the job properly. Ansel was right. Salvaging the ornate stonework was a good idea. The cook came back with a tray full of food and a pot of tea with a cup and saucer just for Wyatt. She carefully placed the tray on the table and poured out a cup of tea for him, before saying, "There is a freshly boiled egg and toast, sir. I have given you a selection of breads, meats, cheeses, and preserves. If you would like any more, just ask." Wyatt looked at her in surprise. "Fresh eggs?" he asked. "Yes, sir. They found several chicken runs in the town. The vet checked them and cleared out all the old eggs yesterday, so first thing this morning we went and collected them. We got over 300 in all, so the bakers took a few and are making something with them, but the kitchen has easily enough to give anyone who would like one. A fresh egg this morning," was all the cook said, before taking the tray and dashing back inside. Wyatt continued making notes as he ate his breakfast. According to the three architectural technicians, they had noted down 238 abandoned or damaged buildings, 1,435 single-family homes, 740 multifamily homes, 317 industrial buildings, 87 shops, 69 offices, 41 warehouses, 14 restaurants or takeaways, and 7 leisure establishments, though apparently they had not included the outside swimming pool as none of them had recognized it for what it was. For that matter, neither had he. There were also a total of 39 buildings which were simply marked as Other. When he had asked the previous night, they had told him that Other simply meant structures that did not fall into standard categories. The clock tower and City Hall fell into this category, as did the school and the barracks building. If the station had not been put into the abandoned category, it too would be classed as Other. Still, it was a good start. The builders and carpenters reported that between them they had seen 509 of the homes so far, reporting that only 37 required a door to be unlocked for them to gain entry. Of the 472 they had examined, just 9 required work to make them habitable. Wyatt made a note that so far, he had 463 homes available, plus the 14 apartments less 2 above the shops in the square, and the 2 fancier homes just outside the square for 477 so far. Hopefully today will make more available. He was still reading through his notes as the town clock struck 7. Shortly afterwards, people started coming through the arch, clearly coming from the barracks. Some went into the tavern, but others decided they too would enjoy the morning air. Declan walked out of the front door, saw him, and came over to his table with a "Good morning, my lord." Wyatt gestured that he should take a seat, as the same cook from earlier came out to take orders. Whilst Declan waited for his food to arrive, Wyatt asked him, "Do any of your men know how to drive that APC I picked up yesterday?" His reply was instant. "Yes, my lord, all of them should be able to drive it, though perhaps a few minutes' practice would be useful, as it's not quite principality standard." Wyatt pursed his lips, thinking for a moment before saying, "I want to see what the farms are like. We can take the farmer, the vet, Elizabeth, and a carpenter, plus that builder, Ansel, who has already been so helpful. A general mechanic would be good. The one that got the electricity working, with one of your men as driver and a second just in case. And I'd like you to come along as well, please, Declan, if you could. If we have time at the end of the day, I'd like to drive up to the ruined house. Maybe with your background, you can give me ideas as to what to do with it." Declan's response was simply, "Of course, my lord." If Wyatt were any judge of character, getting him to say Wyatt instead of my lord was going to take a huge effort, one he did not feel up to right now. Instead, he went back to his notes. The handymen and maintenance workers, it seemed, had a vast number of different useful skills, but these could be broken down into distinctive groups. Some people knew how to look after vehicles, not to fix them like a mechanic, but they were capable of doing day-to-day maintenance, such as checking fluid levels, topping them up, and checking tire pressure. He was sure they would be very useful once they had more vehicles. Others were more accustomed to working in and around offices, where they repaired air conditioning and replaced light bulbs. A couple claimed to be able to perform minor repairs on computers, printers, and other office equipment. The third group consisted of groundskeepers and similar roles, responsible for maintaining outdoor spaces. They claimed to be able to use basic DIY tools for tasks such as repairing fences, cutting down damaged tree limbs, mowing lawns, and keeping outside areas neat and tidy. Lastly, there were the not-quite builders. They could put doors back on hinges, repair or replace rotten boards, put a new pane of glass in a window, clear gutters and blocked pipes, plus all sorts of small, but given the housing situation, very useful jobs. He was so engrossed with his notes that he never even noticed Aino when he joined them at the breakfast table. He was surprised when he looked up from his datapad to see him eating a boiled egg, dipping strips of toasted bread into it. Aino saw Wyatt gazing at him with a puzzled look as he dipped his pieces of toast into the soft-boiled egg. "Have you never had toast soldiers with a soft-boiled egg, Wyatt?" he asked. Wyatt shook his head. "Never, but why do you call those strips of toast soldiers?" This time, it was Aino's turn to be confused. Finally, he said, "I'm not sure. I was just always told that I should eat my soft-boiled egg with soldiers, as that was the best." He laughed. "Force of habit, I guess." Wyatt waited for the two nobles to finish their breakfast before laying out his plans for the day. Wyatt planned to visit the farms with Declan and a few others he had already chosen. Meanwhile, Declan's other men would assist Aino today. The builders would continue surveying houses. While the surveys continued, the handymen and women, since almost half their number were female, would return to the same areas they had been in. This time he wanted them to look at the other buildings. If there was an open door or window they could get in by, great, if not move on to the next building. If the building was empty, have a quick look around, and move on. In particular, they needed to be on the lookout for food supplies, restaurants, and workshops with tools. Anything was to be left where it was, and reported to the architectural technician. Wyatt wanted Ino to go down to the harbor area and take on that role, making notes of what was found. He suggested to Ino that the 2 locksmiths and 2 handymen he'd brought in the previous afternoon work as 2 teams. The handyman could fetch and carry tools or otherwise help a locksmith. Since Ino had to walk past the locksmith shop, it made sense if he showed them where to go. One locksmith could start down by the harbor, with the other starting at the top end of town near the square, and they could then work their way back towards the locksmith's shop. The diesel mechanic could check the APC before Wyatt left and then assist the other boat builders at the boat shed. This way, they might be able to get another fishing boat in the water by the end of the week. Wyatt reminded Ino that there was a restaurant next to the harbor, and that other than this, he was leaving the town in Ino's hands for the day. As everybody finished their breakfast and made themselves sandwiches for the day, the cooks came out with something called bread pudding, a rich, sweet treat made with the previous day's stale bread, along with preserved fruits and spices and a little sugar. It could be cut into blocks and was handed out to anyone that wanted to try it. One sniff was enough for Wyatt to know he wanted some. Wyatt went to find the sergeant major, and after a few words he assembled the mix of auxilia and militia so Wyatt could make a request. He stood facing the men and women. Almost all of them were no older than he was. All, as expected, looked fit, as he would expect of those the Drazen had kept alive. Wyatt raised his voice so he could be heard. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you have all slept well and are ready to do whatever the sergeant major has planned for you today." A chorus of "Sir," "Yes, sir," came back towards him, so Wyatt continued, "Excellent. Could auxilia and militia arrange themselves so auxilia are on my left, militia on my right, please?" It only took them 2 minutes to do as he asked. "By the grace of Her Royal Highness, Princess Clara, I am to inform you that all members of the auxilia are hereby assigned permanent duty to Haigo, specifically to Newtown, in order to run a training center. As such, all auxilia will continue to be paid and progress as normal. You may request reassignment after 1 year if you desire." Wyatt then turned towards the militia. "I am afraid that this cannot be extended to the militia, however. Anyone who wishes to volunteer for transfer to the auxilia may do so, here and now, by taking 1 pace forwards." Wyatt watched as, almost in unison, every man and woman in the militia took 1 pace forwards. Wyatt, smiling with delight, simply said, "Thank you. I leave you in the capable hands of the sergeant major." As he walked back to Declan, he could see an inquiring look coming from him, but noticed that he had already gathered those that Wyatt wanted to take with him to the farms, plus the mechanic. They went out to the APC just as the clock was striking 8. Opening the rear access ramp revealed 2 large drums of fuel, which they released from the cargo straps and rolled out the back whilst the mechanic had a look around. After 10 minutes of looking at the engine, then crawling under the vehicle, he came back and said, "Everything looks okay. Why not start her up and just run her around to see it all works?" Declan called out to his servant, Private Den Shatterbolt. "Den, do you think you can handle driving this thing?" Den looked at Declan. "Yes, my lord. I believe it's simple enough," and proceeded to climb into the driver's seat and start up the APC. So, while Declan's driver did this, Wyatt explained to Declan just what Clara had offered. Declan's face showed fascination, awe, horror, and amazement as he listened for the 5 or so minutes while Wyatt informed him of Clara's proposals. When he had finished, Declan simply said, "I had no idea that my lord was in such favor of House Astor. Truly, I am grateful that you allow me to serve you." Wyatt just groaned. However, everything on the APC seemed to work, and he was at least reassured that Declan's auxilia servant, Den, could drive it, so everyone got on board. Space inside was cramped, with everyone forced to almost a crouching position inside. Wyatt squirmed his way through into the turret and opened the hatch. This allowed him to at least see where they were going and provide additional direction for the driver. Consulting his map, Wyatt told Den to follow the road west, which he did at a slow 40 kilometers per hour. As he increased his skill with the vehicle, it only took them 8 minutes to reach the farm gate, which was wide open. Wyatt had the Den stop outside the gate, Then Wyatt climbed out of the hatch and onto the top of the vehicle for a better view. In front of him to the west and to the south, he could see many fields. Some seemed to be covered in grass, while others had other things growing in them. Some even appeared to have small curved roof structures, like tiny buildings, no more than 1.5 meters tall. The nearest one was about 200 meters away, and he could see something large moving in the doorway. He called down to Elizabeth and asked her to climb onto the roof with him. He expected her to worm her way up through the turret as he had done, but was surprised when a hatch in the rear deck opened and she came up through that. Wyatt pointed to the creature and asked her, "What is that?" Elizabeth looked to see what he was pointing to. "Oh, they are porcupigs," she began. "A genetically modified animal, bred to give lots of meat. Almost everything can be eaten. They are easy to prepare, but first you need to remove the skins, which are covered in hard, sharp quills. They have litters every 4 to 5 months when they are fertile. It takes about 9 months to grow to adult size. Females are larger than the males, growing up to 2.4 meters in length. The males are typically a maximum of 1.8 meters long. Each litter has from 8 to 12 piglets, and when born, the quills are soft bristles that grow and harden over time." Turning to Wyatt, she asked, "How long did you know?" Wyatt replied, "Only the night before, when I called your father to ask about borrowing a vehicle, the first thing he said was, 'Is my daughter okay?' It did not require a genius to realize that was you." "Oh," said Elizabeth, "so you're not angry or going to send me back or anything?" "No," said Wyatt. "Why would I? You clearly know your stuff, and if and when you talk to your father, you can tell him what's happening here in Newtown. Actually, I welcome it. Much better that your father knows what I am doing than have him worry about it and you." Wyatt paused, considering something, then continued. "Also, you said that you have no chance of being a teacher. I disagree. Assuming your father is still alive in 5 years, I'm almost certain he will be made a noble. This means you'll also be a noble, and nobles are allowed to be teachers. So what I'm going to ask is that you help out at the school. There are just over 50 children on the Elegant Garden who have experienced hell. They will need all the help they can get, and I was wondering if you would be willing to show them how to draw and paint. It might help their recovery." Elizabeth's face, when he had mentioned the children, said everything Wyatt needed to know, but she said it anyway. "Of course I'll help. I'll do all I can to help their recovery." "Thank you," said Wyatt. "In return, I will see if there is anything I can do to accelerate your qualifications. Now, one more question. Are these porcupigs dangerous?" Startled both by the answer and the question it contained, Elizabeth's eyes narrowed. "Porcupigs are pretty docile most of the time, unless they have a young litter. Then they can be dangerous. That this one is in one of those shelters suggests she has either just given birth or is about to, so yes, pretty dangerous. I'll just sneak up there and close the gate to that field." And with that, she jumped to the ground, moving quietly to avoid the creature noticing her. She got to the gate and swung it closed, then waved to Wyatt as she talked to the porcupig in the field. Wyatt yelled down to the other passengers, "Okay, I think we will walk up to the farm from here. Our driver, Den, can wait here for us to return," before he too jumped to the ground and waited for them to exit the cramped interior. After they had all gone through the gate, the farmer, a man in his 30s, who had introduced himself as Jurgen, closed the main gate behind them, and they walked over to meet Elizabeth. As she talked to the porcupig, Wyatt could see beyond the huge creature and into the little shelter, where he saw a number of little porcupigs, asleep or resting, only the occasional movement showing they were alive. Then they all walked up to the main farm buildings. Here there was a good-sized, mainly stone-built house, several large barn-type structures, and some silos, plus a smaller building that looked like a workshop, with an office at one end. Jurgen had a brief look around, then immediately went to the office. Wyatt suggested that the builder and carpenter check out the various structures before he followed Jurgen into the office. When he came through the office door, he saw in front of him a desk with lots of papers on, and behind the desk was a large map which Jurgen was busy studying. Eventually he turned to Wyatt. "So, here we have a map of the farm. See how each field is individually mapped? This field here is number 17, for example. Now we look over here," he said, pointing to a set of labels in slots on the side of the map. And we see that 17 is marked as being porcupigs and that it is 12 hectares in size. Then, he said, looking at the notes on the table, this note says they get 20 sows per hectare, so now we know that this field can hold up to 240 sows. So if I knew how many piglets per litter they got and how frequent the litters were, I could tell you roughly how many of those creatures this field would produce per year. Wyatt looked at his own notes, saying, an average of 10 per litter and every 4 to 5 months. Jurgen looked at him in surprise. Okay, so that gives us 2 litters every 9 months, or 8 over 3 years, so 80 piglets per sow over 3 years, or roughly 6,400 piglets per year for that field. Now, if, at a guess, let's say we get 130 kilograms of meat per creature, and that half a kilogram of meat is enough for one good meal, then we have, a bit over 1.5 million meals, which is a lot of meals. But we don't kill all the piglets. We keep some for breeding purposes so that we always have new stock. You see? Wyatt nodded, asking, and you can work this out for the whole farm? Jurgen answered at once. Ja, it's easy. I look for the field size, then I look in the notes, and I know how much produce of that type I get from that field on average. Of course, if we get lots more rain or not enough, or if someone lets all the porcupigs out of the field, then it messes up the figures. But it gives a good starting point, you understand, ya? Wyatt nodded. This wasn't so difficult, it was just maths. Okay, and this works everywhere, so I can go to another farm and put the numbers in and get the results just like that? Jurgen laughed then. Oh, no, sir, each field will give different results, and you never normally keep the same crop in the same field 2 years in a row. You rotate where possible, then the field does not run out of the right nutrients, of course. Sometimes it's not possible. See, this field here is apples, an orchard. You cannot plant new apple trees each year, so you keep a record of what fertilizers you use and how much. And so then you know what to do the next year, and each field is unique. The soil type, the slope, how well it holds water or drains away, that is what these are, he said, gesturing to the notes on the table. Each set of notes is a field, and it shows what's growing there now, but also what they grew there in the past, the yield of each crop type and so on. This is farming gold. Jurgen looked at the map and then at the piles of notes. Give me 1 hour, sir, please. Then I can tell you what this farm was expected to produce for this year. Expected? Asked Wyatt. Yes, sir. There were not 240 sows in that field. I think maybe the farmers knew the Drazen were coming and let them loose. Open gates was a giveaway, you see. Only the gates on the fields that had animals in were open, plus the front gate, said Jurgen. But, said Wyatt, they came back. Farm animals often come back, and only rarely wander to nearby unless frightened here. They have food and shelter and clean water, you see. That was all Jurgen said, and Wyatt finally understood that it wasn't all that different from people. Wyatt left Jurgen in the office and went out into the farmyard. To have a look around, he wandered into a long barn-like structure. Here there were metal gates either side of a central structure with cutouts for robotic arms. Wyatt was still looking at it some 10 minutes later when Elizabeth walked in behind him. It's a robotic milking machine. The deer walk in, the machine scans them, washes their udders, and then milks them, while the gates hold them gently in place, everything done automatically, she said. Even the floors get washed automatically, a very efficient system. Wyatt looked around. And what happens to the milk? He asked. Elizabeth shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. It probably goes to a chilled tank, where it's stored for collection each day. Then it will probably self-clean after a set time, so that it's ready for the next day, all automated. There's a wind generator behind the barns. I was just looking at it, so it's just kept working. Nobody about to collect the milk, though, so if there are any deer still around, they would have been milked, and then the milk would have just gone down the drain. Wyatt looked around the barn and indicated they moved to the next structure. It seems like a fairly large farm for a small town. Jurgen was telling me that there should be 240 porcupigs in that field where you closed the gate. Elizabeth gave a short laugh. You should be so lucky, Wyatt. I think there might be about 30 in there, and perhaps a couple more. I didn't want to annoy them. Wyatt pursed his lips, trying to think as he walked, then asked, Any ideas where we might find more? Elizabeth sighed. No, not really. As you know, the Drazen took most of the cattle of any size, perhaps because the farmer released them. They might still be roaming wild in the area. They are quite social creatures. They walked into the next barn together. Here there was a lot of farm machinery, and the mechanic, who had a small flashlight in his hand, was examining a large machine that Wyatt recognized as a combine harvester. Various patches of oil-soaked concrete were visible under a number of the more complicated machines. As the mechanic crawled out from under the combine, he noticed Wyatt and Elizabeth watching him. He got up off the floor and walked over to them, his face etched with a troubled look. Wyatt recalled that his name was Bruce just before he reached them, and so the conversation began. "So, Bruce, what's the situation?" Bruce looked at Wyatt. "Sir, do you want the good news or the bad news first?" was all he asked. "Give me some good news first, please." Bruce nodded once. "Most of your basic farm machinery here is good, solid engineering. You need a few spare parts, but I'd say when it's not been used, they cleaned it off and put it away in here where it was dry. They've also managed to keep everything greased and lubricated, all of these items." He explained, waving a hand in the direction of various big pieces of machinery. "Are either good to go or maybe need some small parts replacing, nothing that, say, a few hundred credits could not cover." Wyatt said, "And the bad news?" "Well," continued Bruce, "the trailer is repairable. I think that needs new tires, a new bearing hub in one wheel. There are signs of it overheating, and new hydraulic hoses. I can easily do all of that with the right tools, but these three are either dead or dying," he said, indicating the combine, a tractor, and something he would later learn was a seed drill. "The combine is 49 years old. It's remarkable they kept it alive this long, but the seals have gone, just about everywhere, and the oil and grease probably leak out faster than anyone can refill it. The seed drill seems to have lots of broken parts, and all the rubber on these feed tubes is either already falling apart or just about to. Honestly, sir, take the poor thing out the back of the barn and shoot it. It would be a kindness." Wyatt couldn't help himself. That actually caused him to burst out laughing. He took a minute to calm down before asking, "And the tractor?" Bruce gave a soft whistle. "It's not as old as the combine harvester, but it's had a lot of use. It's basically held together with string, wire, and duct tape. It still starts and runs, but it's a very sick beast, sir. It might keep going another 6 months, possibly a year, or it might drive out the barn tomorrow and fall into a pile of 1,000 pieces. It is, I think, hanging in there by some sort of strength of will alone." Wyatt wrote the bad news onto his datapad before asking Bruce, "Can you also have a look at the wind turbine out the back and the milking machine in the barn next door, please? And maybe see what the workshop is like as well? We'll give this farm another hour, then move on to the next." Wyatt went and leaned against the fence that separated the farmyard from the farmhouse and turned to face Elizabeth. "It doesn't make any sense to me. A robotic milking machine in one barn, still working perfectly and looking like new, while in the next things are falling apart. I don't understand it. All the fields planted to feed far more than the population of Newtown would have needed, and 2 more farms still to visit. It's crazy." Elizabeth walked over to him. "You have to understand, Wyatt. When the planet rebelled against our nobles and House Ferentis, we became cut off. The only supplies we got were pretty much limited to the ones the Sons of Darkness brought to us in exchange for food, or repairs, or even slaves. One of the reasons my father did what he did was that he could see we were slowly dying here. Everyone was just taking a bit more of us each time they visited. Anyway, the robot milking machine was probably bought here by pirates and swapped for food. It looks almost brand new because it likely is." Wyatt reached into his pocket and pulled out a sandwich. Elizabeth joined him on a large stone block that seemed out of place, and they gazed out across the fields. There they sat in silence for almost an hour until the others returned to find them. Bruce's report on the milking robot and the turbine was somewhat positive news. Elizabeth was right. It was very new, probably less than a year old, as were the refrigerated milk storage tank and the battery bank connected to the turbine. The farm workshop was well equipped, offering everything a farmer might need for repairs or minor modifications to farm machinery. Although not top-rate tools, they were good. The vet reported that he had braved the field of porcupigs. A few had allowed him to examine them. All appeared to be in good health. He had determined there were, in fact, 34 sows in the field. 7 were heavily pregnant, whilst the rest had litters, but they were all too young at the moment for the sows to let him get close to their young. The carpenter and builder reported that, as with Newtown, the buildings were in generally excellent condition, just needing minor repairs here and there. Jurgen reported that the fields had all been planted either last winter or early spring, and that there 3 of the 6 grain silos, still pretty much full, each of the silos would hold about 200 tons of grain when full. He estimated they had 200 tons of wheat, the same amount of barley, and roughly 150 tons of rye. Of the 540 hectares on the farm, 78 hectares were down as pasture, 160 for wheat, 132 for rye, 60 for barley, 58 for hops, 22 as orchards, and 16 for root vegetables. The rest included the farm buildings and access tracks, hedgerows, and some unused land. As they walked back to the APC, Wyatt already sensed that today was going to result in his spending a lot of money. When they arrived at the APC, Wyatt took out the map so he could show the driver, Den, where to go. Pointing to it, Wyatt said, "So we need to go back down this road about 6 kilometers, turn left, go about 2 and a bit kilometers, and then turn left again and go about 4 kilometers. Private Den Shatterbolt looked at the map, then took a compass from his pocket and placed it on the map before saying, "With respect, sir, wouldn't it be a lot easier if I just drove northeast from here for about 3.5 kilometers? This vehicle does not need roads, and there's nothing on your map that should stop it." Wyatt put his hand up to his face as he shook his head, saying, "Or yes, we could just go there in a straight line with this big military vehicle, couldn't we? Why don't we just do that?" Then, since he was already on the front of the vehicle to speak with the driver, he decided to climb back up to the turret that way. Looking back at Elizabeth, he said, "Do you want to join me up here? It's at least got fresh air," offering his hand to help her climb up. Elizabeth only considered the alternative for about 3 seconds before accepting Wyatt's offer, and climbing up to the turret. Once there, they opened the gunner's hatch and raised the seats below each hatch, to the point where they both had a clear view. Here it was Elizabeth's turn to show Wyatt how to lift the seats. Having been traveling by military vehicle since she was a small child, Elizabeth already knew what every lever and button did. It took just 10 minutes to find the second farm. As they crossed the mainly open grassland, occasionally there was a tree or some scrub like bushes that Elizabeth said were something like gorse, tough and with thorns, which only a deer would eat, and even then they needed to be hungry to do so. Once again, the gates to the farm and a couple of fields were open. This time, however, instead of porcupigs, they found deer. Following Jurgen's advice, they closed the large main gate but left the one to the pasture open, with Jurgen explaining the reasoning behind their decision. They are heavy with milk. If this farm is like the other one and their robotic milking machine is working still, then it will milk them automatically. With other dairy animals, they get used to just walking into the barn when they feel the need to be milked, and the robot milks them until they have no more to give. Then the gate opens and the deer in this case walks free and back to the fields. Wyatt was surprised at this, but figured that Jurgen knew his subject, so left it at that. This farm had more barns and silos, and so Wyatt left the others to look around, figuring they knew what they were doing. He decided to just wander around. Eating his second sandwich, he ended up by the silos and seeing a ladder. On the outside of the nearest one, he decided to climb up to get a better view. At the top, Wyatt discovered that there were 3 groups of 6 silos, each group having a walkway to allow access to the hatch at the top of each silo, which he assumed was there for filling the large metal structure. Walking from one end of the walkway to the other allowed him to alter his viewpoint. He estimated 10 to 12 meters off the ground, but even from up here he could not see the full extent of the farm. To the north, there were what appeared to be grass-covered fields that went right into the forest. Elsewhere, he could see by the color changes, at least 4 distinctly different crops were in the fields, though he had no idea what they were. Still further away, he could just see more deer within the farm's perimeter, along with a wind turbine, not too far from the barns. After maybe 20 minutes of just looking out over the farmland and watching the deer, Wyatt climbed back down and went to look in the buildings. Once again, from what he could see, the buildings seemed in a good state of repair. 2 of the largest barns were partially filled with straw bales, whilst a third seemed to have been used for holding animals. he guessed the deer. But it was empty now, with a trough running down one side of the barn. The bars above allowed the farmer to put out food that an animal could eat by putting its face between the bars, keeping the animal and the farmer safely apart. In one small wooden barn, he discovered a great number of large round cheeses. This adjoined the dairy, and here he also discovered the chilled milk tank. It was somewhere between 1/5 and 1/4 full of cold milk. There was no smell coming off the milk, so Wyatt assumed it was fresh. Looking around in the dairy, he discovered various clean-looking sample bottles, complete with lids, so he took one, and using a long-handled ladle, he took a sample of the milk for the doctor to examine later. The tank had markings indicating it could hold 2,000 liters, so Wyatt estimated there were 400 to 500 liters of milk in it. Eventually, Wyatt worked his way back to the front of the farm, finding a bench that looked out across the fields. He waited there for the others to return. The builder and carpenter came back first. Once again, no serious repairs needed, but they did report that this farm had a second smaller house, indicating that the farm itself was larger, needing more farmers to work it. This was confirmed less than 10 minutes later, when Jurgen came back with his report. The farm was just under 1,200 hectares in size, growing a wide variety of crops, including wheat, barley, oilseed, rape, and potatoes as its main crops. Some porcupines, chickens, and a lot of deer. However, according to Jurgen, the 6,000 chickens were not in the large barn, where they should have been, so he assumed. They were either running around in the wild, or the Drazen had taken them. In addition to the large crops, there were smaller fields containing hops, berries, and, according to Jurgen, a plum orchard, along with various small fields of vegetables. Bruce's report was roughly what Wyatt expected. The vehicles with engines in them were either near dead or in need of serious repairs, but the rest of the farm machinery only needed minor repairs, if any. Wyatt decided to go back to the dairy area to bring one of the cheeses with them that would give the doc another thing he could check out. Going by the dates, he chose the oldest one there, almost 2 years old, guessing that, if it was still good after 2 years, the younger cheeses would be fine as well. This time, Wyatt just got the map out again and showed Den where the third and final farm was, leaving it up to him as to how to get there, before climbing back up to the turret, where Elizabeth was already waiting. As they drove to the last farm, Wyatt told her about finding the 400 to 500 liters of milk. Elizabeth said, "Well, if we assume that deer are milked twice a day roughly, I can tell you they produce an average 15 liters per day, and whatever is in that tank will be half a day's milking. Let's say for convenience there were 450 liters of milk in the tank. That means there's, about 60 does in the fields." Elizabeth looked shocked. "I didn't think there would be that many, but maybe the fields, being partly under the trees, made it harder for the Drazen to capture them." Wyatt sat listening as they drove east. "Maybe the deer sensed the Drazen in some way and just ran and hid in the trees, I don't know. But if we get almost 900 liters of milk each day, that means we could probably use some for cheese and still give everyone enough for half a liter a day to supplement their diet. The more foods we can offer people, the better. Pity about the missing chickens, though." It only took 12 minutes to drive from the second farm to the third, or to be more accurate, to the stone wall that surrounded the third farm. The wall was rough granite blocks and stood approximately 1.5 meters tall. Running down the left-hand side of the road as they drove along it, they continued for another 5 minutes before they came to the entrance to the farm. A wide gateway, though without gates, easily large enough to drive any piece of farm machinery through and so easy for the APC to pass through it. The driveway turned slightly to the left and began to climb. Here the drive was lined on both sides by regularly spaced trees that each stood some 25 meters in height. They were so close to the edge of the driveway that their branches could meet above the drive, and also with the adjacent trees, forming a canopy over their heads, all as they continued to climb. Beyond the trees on both sides now, the walls continued. Eventually, they reached a second gateway, a heavy and ornate metal gate. One side, partially open, barred the way, and this caused Wyatt to laugh, for on the posts to either side were bronze stag heads. Elizabeth stared at him as if he had gone mad before asking, "What's so funny?" Wyatt, still chuckling, said, "When I first met your father, it was on this estate, up there somewhere," he said, gesturing towards a point ahead and higher up. Apparently, this is where the rebellion started, and I guess where it ended. When I asked Istanel Ferentis why they were giving this estate as part of my barony, he said it was your father's idea. I figured it was all about the symbology of the place. When I met him last night, I asked, and he said that yes, the fact the rebellion started and stopped here was a big part of that, but that I would know the other when I walked through the gates. Elizabeth looked at him as if he were mad. I don't understand. Oh, of course, you have never seen me in my armor. On the chest of my armor is my coat of arms. I thought it was an animal called a stag. I wasn't entirely wrong, but it turned out to be a periton. That's said Wyatt, getting no further as Elizabeth finished for him. A winged stag. I get it now. Yes, my father would have thought that was significant. Wyatt started to get down from the vehicle, with Elizabeth following. As the others got out the rear again, he opened the gate and told the driver to follow them. According to his map, there were several drives into and out of the estate, and one of them lead almost straight back towards Newtown. Just inside the gate, on the left-hand side, was a small house of pink stone, which the builder told him was another granite, but here the stones were neatly finished. The roof was, as with so many of the local houses, finished with gray slate tiles, though this time they had a decorative band across the roof. Not wishing to ignore the farm buildings, Wyatt said that the houses could be examined later, and they carried on up the driveway. After a short open area beside the gatehouse, the trees returned on both sides, though here, beyond the trees, a hedge, rather than a wall, partially obstructed their view to woods and occasional fields for the next 500 meters. Then the driveway forked, one route going slightly to the left, whilst the other four went more significantly to the right. Consulting his map, Wyatt chose the right-hand route. This led him out of the trees. Now on his left there was a large farmhouse set in a good-sized garden. Slightly further ahead, on the right, were a pair of semi-detached cottages, all in the same pink stone with wooden beams and slate roofs. Just beyond the cottages was the main farmyard. Here there were low barns to both sides. In the same style as the houses, he left everyone to explore, saying, I'm going to walk up to the ruins and have a rummage about. This time Elizabeth joined him. He raised an eyebrow with an unspoken question. Elizabeth pointed ahead of them, where Wyatt could see a wide variety of trees of different sizes and colors. Those are not local trees. I'd like to see what's going on, she said. Wyatt shrugged, said, okay, and they continued to the other side of the farmyard. Here there was a triangular, grass-covered area on their left, with two large wooden barns, both with rusting roofs, and beyond that the other driveway rejoined theirs. On their left, going gently uphill, was a good-sized open field in grass, containing large, open-framed structures, with plants growing inside. Curious, Wyatt went to see what these structures contained. As he walked across the grass, he realized that the frames were not in fact open, but that each structure was covered with a strong wire mesh. With the gaps about 1 centimeter square, inside he could see a lot of plants, which Elizabeth identified as various fruit bushes and climbing plants. It was only when he saw movement that he realized that walking around inside were dozens of chickens. As they walked the 300 meters to the far end, Wyatt realized that this large cage was further subdivided into smaller sections, and that while the bases of the fruiting plants were protected from the chickens, all the other soil was bare, kept stripped of all living material by the constant scratching of chickens' feet. At the far northern end of the cage, an enclosed wooden shelter gave the chickens somewhere to roost at night and perhaps lay eggs. It was at this end where the access doors were, with 2 doors arranged like an airlock in a ship, presumably so that the birds could not easily escape. They were bolted but not locked, so they decided to investigate further. A quick look inside the shelter, and he quickly totaled up the nesting boxes, realizing that there must be far more birds in the cage than he had guessed, that in that 300-meter by 100-meter enclosed space, there were at least 400 nesting boxes, a number of which had young chicks inside. Going back outside, he counted an even dozen identical structures. If only 1 in every 4 of those boxes had a chicken in, then that was 1,200 chickens, which meant a lot of eggs and some young chickens. He had no idea how many eggs, or how long a chicken took to be big enough to eat, but he was fairly sure both chicken and eggs were good sources of protein. As he latched the outer gate, There was a cock-a-doodle-doo from a rooster, probably annoyed by Wyatt's interrupting his afternoon nap. Elizabeth cheered him up further, pointing out that each cage was 3 hectares in size, and that if they assumed the fruiting bushes and other items were all healthy, he could probably get 400 to 500 tons of fruit out of those 12 cages. The chickens, being flightless, could only get to the lowest fruit and would effectively weed the cages, whilst the cages themselves allowed insects in to pollinate the flowers, but kept birds off the fruit and predators away from the chickens. Plus, of course, they contained the chickens themselves. They quickly walked back down the field to the driveway and continued along it. A thickly wooded area on the right of the driveway obstructed all views in that direction. Still, at the far end of the field there was another gatehouse of sorts, bigger than the one they had passed earlier but not huge. Wyatt estimated it was only a little larger than his home on Volantis. The gate was not locked, so Wyatt opened it. They went through to their right, immediately opposite. What was clearly the front door of the gatehouse was a footpath leading through the trees. Wyatt didn't need to look at his map to know this should lead them out into the grand gardens around the ruined great house. Judging from the appearance, the path was still passable. Hence, he decided to take it, with Elizabeth following behind. A short walk brought them out into a very overgrown garden, but there were clear footpaths still visible. Here and there, Wyatt could see other structures, stone benches, a stream with a stone footbridge over it, and in front of him was a small lake, while to his right a flat area with a corroded mesh fence around it looked to have once been several tennis courts. In the distance, through the trees in front of him, he thought he could just see the sea, and to his left he could see the ruins of the great house that once stood at the heart of the estate. Seeing nothing dangerous in the immediate area, he said to Elizabeth, "Why don't you go and see if you were right about the trees?" He watched her, full of enthusiasm, take out a notepad and run up to one of the nearby trees. He shook his head in wonder that anyone could be so excited by a tree, and looked around. The ruined building caught his attention, and an idea came into his head. As he got closer, he realized that he was right. Although much of the building was badly damaged, a lot still stood, including what looked to be a stair tower, set in the corner of the tallest part of what remained standing. Wyatt carefully approached the structure, and after a good look around, decided that the stair tower was probably stable enough to climb. So he carefully made his way up the stone staircase, being especially careful to avoid pushing against any of the walls or to make any sudden movements. He went up the 10 meters or so from the ground until he got to the top of the turret. From his new vantage point, Wyatt had a clear view of the coast. He could even see the outline of Newtown from there, thanks to his modified eyes. He looked at the rest of the building. Most of the walls still stood save where fire had burned out supports, causing sections to collapse. But there was nothing left of the roof or any of the wood, except for some charcoal and a lot of broken slates lying on the tiled floor below. Returning safely to the ground, Wyatt went and found Elizabeth. "Were you right?" he asked. Elizabeth didn't bother looking up, busy making notes in her book. "Yes, the trees and plants seem to have been brought here from all over the world. It's quite a collection. Did you have a good view from the tower?" she asked. Wyatt nodded. "It is a good view. You can see all the way to the sea and even Newtown from up there." Elizabeth asked, "So will you rebuild it as your home?" Wyatt laughed. "No, it's far too big for me. I would be happy with a house, the size of the one where we came through the trees and into the garden. Besides, the house is in the wrong place. It would be nicer sat over there by the lake, maybe up where those ruined tennis courts are. But the gardens would need to be restored and trees trimmed, and a huge amount of stuff would have to happen up here," he said, waving his arm around in a wide arc. "It would take years, I'm sure, but—" "But?" asked Elizabeth. "We are not too far from Newtown by the direct route. A bus could make it here easily in 15 or 20 minutes. I was wondering if we, and I do mean we, could make this garden into a park. It would depend on you, since I will hardly ever be here to bring it back to life. You can make use of any farm laborer, gardener, or anyone else who doesn't have any work and is willing to help." Elizabeth looked at Wyatt in shock. "But why? And also, what would you do with the ruins? Demolish them?" Wyatt pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought how best to reply, finally saying, "I'm not going to be here, you are. and you are the only person in the barony who knows about all these trees and plants. As for the ruins, Wyatt paused again to look at what was left of the dead lord's house before he continued. I think I'll have the builders make them safe so no bits of stone will fall off, just in case any small child tries to climb them, maybe make the staircase safer to climb so people can enjoy the views, and then leave it as a memorial for all those who died over the last 30 years on Hago. Something to say everyone makes mistakes. But now we move on, without forgetting those mistakes. What do you think? Elizabeth didn't know what to think, but eventually she replied, I think it would be seen as a good thing. I was going to say a good gesture. But it's more than that, isn't it? And yes, I would love to take this on. Good. Now shall we carry on looking around the garden? On the map there looked to be something odd in this direction, said Wyatt, indicating an easterly direction with his hand that seemed to be in the same direction as the well-worn path they were on. As they walked past the long frontage of the grand ruins, Wyatt realized they were walking on a series of terraces cut into the hillside. When the shuttle had landed previously, it was on a large flat area that had been cleared for the purpose, and a set of steps had gone from there to the ruins. But now, as they walked diagonally across the garden area, he noticed that short slopes were running between the larger flat areas everywhere, all hidden beneath the long grass and other foliage that covered the garden. At ground level, the stunning views were obscured completely with out-of-control plant life. Wyatt stopped briefly, and pointing to where the views of the sea should be, said, You might want to clear a lot of this growth away. The views in that direction go all the way to the sea. Elizabeth just nodded and wrote a brief note in her book. Looking at his map, Wyatt carried on heading roughly east, towards where he knew there was a road, exiting the overgrown garden, through a gate set into an equally overgrown hedge. On the other side of the hedge was a second driveway. This one was about the same width as the one they had entered the estate on, but the verges were wider and the trees more widely spaced. So rather than meet over the top of the drive, they left areas of shade with sunlight between. Looking around, Wyatt spotted the junction of the drive he was looking for, just a few meters back up the hill towards the ruins, but right in front of him another well-worn path seemed to carry on in the right direction, just the other side of the driveway, so he crossed over and carried on. Eventually they emerged from the trees to find themselves beside several buildings and long, high walls. The only obvious way forward was straight ahead. Through an arched gateway, this led to a small, open courtyard with an ornamental fish pond. Within it, Wyatt could see fish swimming, a somewhat rotten bench seat, and a second exit, through double wooden grated doors, or maybe gates. He wasn't sure what to call them. The grated doors led to a small room, with a door at each end to either side of him. Another pair of grated doors in front of those he had entered by. The room had multiple window-sized openings, filled with more wooden grates, and wide, waist-high stone shelves either side of the grated entrances leading to the doors. He looked at Elizabeth, asking, Any ideas what this room was for? After a pause, Elizabeth answered, Not really. The grates would keep bigger animals out, but other than that, I have no idea. Wyatt shrugged and opened the second pair of grated doors, and they walked through into a huge rectangular walled garden. As he exited, he saw that there were glass houses built against the inside of the north, east, and west walls, while the southern wall just had a door at its center. In the middle of the garden was a circular pool, raised up about 1/2 meter from the ground. A central fountain bubbled away gently at its center, and a watering can stood beside it. Wyatt imagined that it would be quite easy to fill such a can directly from the pool. The garden itself was full of fruit and vegetable plants, as were the greenhouses. Exploring, Wyatt and Elizabeth determined there were 5 such walled gardens, forming a U-shape each garden within the walls being 100 meters on each side. However, not all the greenhouses were completely intact. It appeared that one had many panels of glass removed, since all the others appeared to be undamaged. Wyatt guessed that the glass panes from this greenhouse may have been used to repair occasional broken panes in the other greenhouses. Taking the door that led them to the open part of the U-shape had revealed another glass house against the inside of the north wall, with a second glass house directly in front of it. This one, though, was freestanding, with glass on all sides. A central pair of doors allowed them to pass between the 2 wings of this second glass house. and enter an area with further plants, including ones climbing or perhaps secured to the stone walls. In front of the open end of the U stood a massive stone and glass structure, the doors directly opposite those that Wyatt and Elizabeth had come through. It was 9 to 10 meters tall at the edges, rising another 3 meters to the peaks of its multiple glass roofs. It was made up of 3 30-meter-wide squares, laid out to form a single building 90 meters long and 30 meters wide, running north to south. Elizabeth ran over to it and opened the doors to go inside, and Wyatt followed her. Once inside, Elizabeth ran to the trees that were laid out within. "It's an orangery," she declared excitedly. "I've read about these, but I've never seen one on Hago. I didn't have any idea this was here. This is fantastic." Wyatt interrupted her. "Sorry, but what's an orangery?" he asked. Elizabeth calmed down and gestured around him. "This building is an orangery. It's a status symbol because this climate near Newtown is much too cold to grow oranges or other citrus fruits from hot climates. So they built this great big structure so they can plant their orange trees and other exotic fruits inside. In the middle, they made a space to dine in, with all the trees bearing fruit surrounding their noble guests. It's a statement about their wealth and power." "Oh," was all Wyatt could think to say at the moment. After a few moments, he asked, "Is it useful, though?" This caused Elizabeth to think again before replying. "It's not something we need, but it's very nice to have. It means that maybe we can grow things here that are not essential, but are nice to have. This orangery can probably produce up to 10 tons of fruit per year, maybe more in a good year." Wyatt was shocked. "Just from in here?" he asked. "I'm no expert, but that sounds like a lot." Elizabeth took out one of her notebooks and flipped through a few pages, eventually finding what she was looking for. "Yes, here we are. Optimal conditions can result in orange trees providing a yield in excess of 30 tons per hectare. This room is about 1/3 of a hectare, and you can control the conditions in here really carefully." She went over to one of the windows and pointed to a device holding the window open. "This opens and closes the windows, depending on the temperature," she said, then pointed to something partly buried near the base of a tree. "And this provides a trickle of water to keep the tree alive. The water must come from higher up the mountain and be fed down a pipe to the estate. I put my fingers under the fountain in one of the walled gardens, and it was icy cold. That's probably why they have it feeding those pools. It gives the water time to warm up a bit." Wyatt shook his head in astonishment. "Fair enough. Well, how you use all this is up to you, but I think we need to see what else is here. There are, I think, some more houses just north of here, and I think some barns as well. We should at least have a look." Elizabeth sighed. "You're right, I suppose. Let's go." They exited the orangery and took the driveway in front, heading east back towards the trees. With the vague shapes of buildings beyond, suddenly Wyatt became aware of something, charging in their direction through the undergrowth. He instantly drew his guns and was ready to fire if he needed to when, bursting forth from the undergrowth, came a large goat. Elizabeth started to laugh. "Really, Wyatt? I think those are probably overkill for a goat." But then she stopped laughing as she saw what had frightened the goat. Elizabeth let out a scream as the Drazen came into view, but this time Wyatt was ready for it. It was no statue, and as 3 shots from each pistol entered its brain, it simply toppled over. Wyatt kept the pistols out and slowly looked around to ensure there were no more Drazen following the first. It seemed to be on its own, a straggler separated from the rest, perhaps. He didn't really care so long as it was dead. He slowly approached to make sure once he did so, it was clear the creature was indeed well and truly dead. There were 6 almost 5-centimeter diameter holes at the rear of its trunk where the bullets had exited. Wyatt grinned as he turned to face Elizabeth. "There is no such thing as overkill where Drazen is concerned." That was all he said, yet his voice was laced with a chilling tone of pleasure that came from deep satisfaction. Elizabeth threw up, and Wyatt waited patiently while she cleaned herself up. Once she had washed out her mouth with clean water and cleaned her face, Wyatt, still holding the pair of soul snatchers, led the way back to the main driveway. As they walked, Elizabeth asked, "How did you know?" "I didn't," replied Wyatt, going on to say, "but something scared the goat, and I just assumed the worst. We were lucky. This wasn't one of their warriors. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have been able to kill it before it killed us." Come on, we ought to find that goat and give it something nice to say thanks for the warning and for helping us remove one more Drazen from Hago. They had just reached the main driveway when the APC roared towards them. Declan, up in the turret, yelled something to the driver and it came to a halt, scattering loose gravel everywhere. He jumped down from the vehicle and came running up to Wyatt. "Forgive me, my lord. We heard shots and I thought you might be in trouble." Wyatt looked at Declan. "No," he said. "No trouble at all," with a small smile touching his lips. Elizabeth decided to interrupt at this point. "There was a Drazen. How can you say there was no trouble?" "It was a bloody Drazen. Those things are horrific. I'm going to have nightmares for weeks." Wyatt sighed before asking, "Are we both okay?" Elizabeth opened her mouth as if to yell something, but then simply and quietly said, "Yes." Wyatt continued, "Is the Drazen dead?" And again Elizabeth replied, "Yes." "So," Wyatt continued, "there is no problem. Neither of us has a scratch from the Drazen. The Drazen is dead, like I said, no problem." Declan spoke up. "But my lord, I have sworn to protect you, At this point, Wyatt raised his hand and Declan stopped. Then, making up his mind, Wyatt said, "Elizabeth, why don't you wait inside the APC? I need to show Declan something." "Declan, come with me, please." Elizabeth eagerly climbed into the armored vehicle, suddenly grateful for its protection, and Declan followed Wyatt back down the path through the trees. As they walked, Wyatt asked Declan, "If you had been here and seen the Drazen, what would you have done?" Declan didn't even think about it, replying, "I would have shot it in the head, my lord." Wyatt nodded, asking, "And where is a Drazen's head?" Declan paused mid-step. "It's the big flower-like thing at the top, isn't it, my lord?" They reached the body of the dead Drazen, and Wyatt reached down, pulling the coverings of the Drazen's face clear of its mouth. "This is the Drazen's mouth, and right above the mouth," he said, pointing to the 6 bullet holes, "is where the Drazen brain is. Shooting it in the head just annoys it and gets you killed. This is where you shoot a Drazen if you don't want to end up as its dinner." Declan looked down at the Drazen corpse in front of him, noting the close grouping of the shots. All 6 fell in an area no larger than his closed fist, remembering the 3 loud bangs that had caused him to jump in the APC and rush to investigate. He realized that Wyatt must have fired 3 shots from each pistol, at the same time resulting in the 2 shots sounding like one. A shiver ran down his spine. "Yes, my lord," was his instinctive reply. Wyatt quietly said, "Shit," causing Declan to look up, but then he went on, "Declan, I do not need a bodyguard. Most of the time I fly single-seat fighters. You cannot defend me when I do that. But Princess Clara says you have good intentions and are truly honorable, that you are determined to serve. Is that right? I can't even send you away?" Declan looked into Wyatt's heterochromatic eyes and replied, "My lord, I have given my oath to save your life, in return for your saving mine. This I cannot withdraw." Wyatt nodded. "I understand," he said. "It's the same reason I had to do what I did on the gallant venture. No one could have talked me out of that either, but I'm most likely to die in space or because I upset a noble by saying the wrong thing, and you can't help me with either." Wyatt paused, thinking, remembering his oath to the prince, concerning Clara, and an idea started to form. Haltingly, he asked Declan, "Your oath is to save my life. Is that right?" Declan answered with his typical, "Yes, my lord." "And so," Wyatt continued, "would that include saving me from saying things that might cause another noble to want to kill me?" Declan grew puzzled and said, "I'm not sure I understand my lord's question." This time Wyatt grinned, replying, "And that is my point. Declan, just a few months ago I was a commoner, then the prince made me a knight banneret. Now I'm suddenly a baron. I have no training for this. I do not know the right way to talk to nobility as a noble, or how I'm supposed to behave to commoners. So far as I am concerned, I will always be a commoner. I do not need all the power, the wealth, the big palaces, any of it, but apparently I must learn how to cope with it. There is no book to read on the subject, I already checked, and while Princess Clara tells me how I need to react under certain conditions, she cannot tell me everything. Sooner or later, I worry that I will say or do something that gets her into serious trouble, and I don't want to do that. I am sure my new knight Leopold will feel the same way. So if you really want to save my life, then save me from getting myself killed by saying or doing the wrong thing when with other nobles. and perhaps you could help Leopold at the same time." He finished with a sincere smile. Declan was lost for words at first. Then, thinking about it, he said, "I believe that I might be able to help my lord. You need an advisor on etiquette." Wyatt nodded. "That sounds like it might be what I need, Declan. Do you think you could, perform that role and still honor your oath to keep me alive?" Declan asked, "Before I answer, my lord, can you tell me why you would grant me this honor?" Wyatt replied, "There are 3 reasons, Declan. The first is that I cannot just get rid of you. The second is that Princess Clara tells me I can trust you, and I know she is a very good judge of character. But the most important reason is what I saw on the gallant venture when you were dying. Despite you telling them to leave and save themselves, your men stood by you, doing their very best to save your life, when almost everyone else was panicking and trying to save their own life or trying to kill me. They were trying to save you. There are very few commoners who would willingly put their own lives at risk for any noble, especially after being told to save themselves. That tells me a lot about your servants and yourself. You are a good man, Declan, as are your staff. Both I and Her Highness will always have a need of such people." Wyatt watched Declan's face as he went through his reasons. He started off looking grimly determined, but as Wyatt mentioned Clara's opinion, his expression turned to surprise, and finally, a large smile spread across his face. He knew before Declan said a word that Declan was going to say yes. And sure enough, Declan went down on one knee, saying, "It would be my honor to serve in this role, my lord." Wyatt simply said, "Great, I'm glad we got that all sorted out now. Shall we go and find the others and go back to Newtown just in case there are more Drowsen around?" before turning and swiftly walking back to the APC. Wyatt was surprised at how easily the vehicle turned almost on the spot, with what was later explained as its all-wheel steering. A quick trip back to the farm buildings, to load everybody else on board, and from there they turned around yet again and went down the main driveway past the ruins of the house, past the turnoff to the walled gardens and orangery, and finally to the front gates. Here there was yet another small lodge house and a massive pair of gates under an 8-meter tall by almost 5-meter wide carved stone gateway, on top of which was a statue of a deer. Once again Wyatt jumped off the APC and opened the gates, noting as he did so that they had obviously been kept greased, since they were very easy to open. He left them in the bolted open position and climbed back up to the turret for the last, just over 4-kilometer ride back to Newtown, noting that this road was of far better construction than the roads to the farms. By the time they returned, it was almost 7 o'clock, and many people had already gathered in the square. Wyatt and the others took a few minutes to freshen up before they went for the evening meal. After they had eaten, Wyatt was left sitting in the corner of the restaurant taking reports and making notes, first from those he had gone to the 3 farms with. First Ansel, the builder along with the carpenter, reported that all of the farm buildings they had examined were in good to excellent condition. There was room for improvement, but pretty much all the work required was either minor or just cosmetic, and that it could all wait until more important work in the town was finished. The vet said that from what he had seen, the porcupigs on the first farm and the deer on the second farm were in good health, but he'd not wanted to get too close to either. However, they were in far lower numbers than either farm could cope with, though he did say that he thought it was possible that at least some of the animals that had been released might still be in the area and could probably be either trapped or enticed back to the farms. The third farm had been interesting. There was evidence that it had once reared porcupigs, deer, and goats, but save for the single goat Wyatt had seen, there had been no evidence that they were still reared there. However, there were a lot of chickens, including thousands of young chicks. The mechanic's news was less welcome. Much of the more expensive farm machinery was essentially dead or dying. Still, while the larger equipment probably needed replacing, the various accessories, trailers, plows, harrows, the things that were mainly solid metal with few moving parts, on the whole seemed to have been well taken care of. He felt they could be easily restored to near-new condition with a few spare parts, a servicing, and in a few cases a fresh coat of paint. He'd given Wyatt a long list of all the things that needed to be replaced, but he'd also told him to ask the farmer, as he said some things had not been used in a long time, so maybe they were not needed anymore. Jurgen was very helpful. He had kept a total of all the records from the 3 farms. The spring planting had already taken place for the year, and so any remaining crops in silos or barns had simply not been processed as yet. All three farms appeared to provide a mixture of foods, though with the released porcupigs and deer, it was difficult to get an accurate assessment of just how much food would be produced each year. Jurgen felt there was far more than the 1,500 to 1,600 souls from the Eternal Garden would require, but that to take advantage of this bounty, Wyatt was going to need to invest in refrigeration, drying, or other food-preserving facilities. In total, there were well over 2,000 hectares, or 20 square kilometers, between the three farms. In size, the second was the largest, and the third was just the smallest, though Jurgen pointed out that the third farm was mainly set up to grow fruit and vegetables, plus a lot of chickens and a number, he had no idea how many, of goats. The third farm's former dairy had been converted into packing sheds for eggs, fruit, and vegetables, with those living and working on the estate providing the labor. When Jurgen mentioned that the chickens produced anywhere between 10 and 12,000 eggs a day, Wyatt had been stunned. There seemed to be far more than his previously guessed few hundred chickens per enclosure. Wyatt asked Jurgen about the machinery, and also why he thought the farms were in the condition they were. Jurgen had replied, "Sir, almost every farmer knows a bit about mechanics and how to repair buildings. You do not want to have to wait for someone to come and fix your tractor, or do a simple repair to a roof to stop the rain coming in." Wyatt now understood why the farm seemed to be in a good state of repair. The machinery was a different story. They could not get spare parts for it, or more likely they could only get limited spares. However, the buildings they could and did maintain. When he asked Jurgen about the machinery and what they really needed, Jurgen went down the list for him saying, "We need one combine harvester, but with several harvesting options. Then we can harvest wheat, barley, corn, rapeseed, certain beans, all with one machine. The farms are all close together, so it will be easy to just drive it to whichever field needs harvesting." He paused, considering the next items. "I think we need one large tractor for each farm, and a smaller one for the third, to use the smaller accessories and get inside the caged enclosures and the walled gardens. Ideally, we should have a second large tractor for the biggest of the farms, but they can always call for help from one of the other farms." Looking at the other items on the list, he went on, "A seed drill and a baler. We can share again. Also, we don't need them until later in the year. They follow the combine harvester, but we will need a root harvester for potatoes, carrots, beets, and so on. The first potatoes will be about 2 months away, but maybe if you order from one place, they can deliver everything together as a package, I don't know." Wyatt asked, "I suppose these will be expensive?" And Jurgen replied, "I'm afraid so. A new combine harvester is going to cost about 500,000 credits, a large tractor perhaps half that, but the small tractor will be much less, maybe as little as 25,000 credits. Wyatt just groaned at that, but replied, "Thank you, Jurgen. Now tell me if you could choose one of the farms, which would it be and why?" Jurgen sat and thought, and whilst he was doing so, one of the kitchen staff came out to ask Wyatt if there was anything she could fetch for him. Wyatt was about to say no, but then he realized he was still hungry, and his throat was dry from all the talking, with more to come, so he said, "Can you find me something cold and refreshing to drink, please? And I don't suppose there's any more of that bread pudding from this morning?" Her reply was a simple, "I shall go and see, sir." And as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone again. Jurgen, however, chose that moment to reply, "I think, sir, that if you were to give me a choice, I'd choose the first farm we went to this morning. It's a good size, but not too big to manage, and I can see potential there for further improvements, though I'll need someone to help me run it." Wyatt's reply was an instant, "It's yours, and I'm sure we can find you an assistant. There were several people on the ship who claimed to be farmers. Now why don't you go into the bar and have a drink? You have earned it. And perhaps if you see him, you can send Eino Riesenkampf out, please." As Jurgen left, the young woman from the kitchen came back with a glass jug filled with a slightly green liquid and a plate with some more of the bread pudding that he had enjoyed earlier in the day. She placed them in front of him and said, "The water is really cold from the tap, but I added some apple cordial that one of the people searching found earlier today. I hope that's okay, sir. We still had 6 squares of the bread pudding left over, so I brought you the largest. Oh, and tomorrow there will be apple cake. One of the other searchers found a warehouse full of apples." Wyatt thanked her, and as she went back to the kitchen and Wyatt poured himself a glass of cordial, Ino came out, and Wyatt gestured towards the seat opposite, then broke off a bite-sized piece of the bread pudding. Savoring the rich, sweet taste of the pudding, Wyatt then cleared his mouth with some of the cordial. The young woman was right. It was refreshing. Then he looked across at Ino and said, "Okay, we have a warehouse full of apples, and someone found a bottle of excellent apple cordial. Now what else has happened today in Newtown?" This caused Ino to laugh. Then he picked up a series of sheets of paper. "Okay, sir, where to start?" The locksmiths were a brilliant idea. All the houses use the same brand and type of lock, as do all the shops. There was a little hand-turned machine in the locksmith's shop, and apparently the locks all have serial numbers on them, which, if you are a locksmith and have the handbook from the lock company also discovered in the shop, means you can make a new key in less than 10 minutes, just while sat, outside whatever house needs to be unlocked. I had no idea. So, 56 homes that were locked are now unlocked, and we have keys for those doors. The other locksmith took a set of lockpicks. Since there was only a single portable key cutter, he opened a mix of businesses. Additionally, when there were locked homes close by, he opened those as well. So, an extra 549 homes were checked today, and only 3 need repairs before they can be used. Also, one of the locksmiths had a look at the house that's attached to the shop and says if it's okay with you, he'd like to take it. Apparently it's nice. Wyatt added those to the list, giving him 1,026 homes that could be occupied, before saying, "If the locksmith likes the locksmith's house, that's fine by me. Tell him it's his. I suggest the other locksmith looks at one of the houses nearby unless he prefers another location and doesn't mind the walk." Ino said, "I'll let them know tomorrow. Also, they said that most places, except the industrial units and warehouses that they have looked at so far, have the same type of locks. You might want to order a few thousand of those key blanks I asked. They are not expensive. They said expect to pay about 10 credits for a pack of 24 blanks. It was Wyatt's turn to laugh now. "Thank you, Ino. Those are the cheapest things so far today, so we have the homes. What about the other buildings?" Ino looked at his list. "Well, we have a brewery. I am going to assume that's where the beer came from, as we've not found anywhere else. There are a couple of what appear to be small chemical processing plants. These were on the same road as the brewery, on the eastern side of town. Lots of stainless steel pipes and various cylindrical vessels is how they were described to me, but one apparently might have once been a sugar-making, or maybe refining factory. I was told they could just make out the words, Hago Sugar, in faint letters beneath a thin layer of white paint. We need people who understand chemical processes to have a look at those. The larger industrial buildings are located to the east, probably because the road over there is wider. Nobody attempted to enter the brewery or the chemical facilities. According to them, they wouldn't have known what to look for, so they simply looked through the windows. The doors were all locked. Then the party that was looking at the larger buildings carried on down the road and found a few interesting locations, including a small electric vehicle factory and an engine shed with a locomotive inside. Wyatt's eyes opened wide in surprise. "What?" he cried out. "I thought the railway line stopped on the west, except for that narrow gauge line down the street by the locksmith's shop." Ino nodded, saying, "They do, but at the end of that narrow gauge line, there is an engine shed and a workshop. There's also a couple of sidings with some flat wagons along with some spare wheels. The door was bolted but not locked, so they had a look inside, then they came and found me. I sent our diesel mechanic to have a look." Wyatt winced, then said, "Okay, how bad?" Ino, smiling, said, "Not that bad, actually." Consulting his notes, he continued, "It needs all the fluids draining and refilling and some of the flexible hoses, in his words. Better to do all of them. Need to be replaced along with a full service, but he thinks it will run, provided there was nothing wrong with it when they put it away. Since he guessed I would ask, he had a look at the wagons outside on the siding as well. He said they need a thorough cleaning, rust removal, and repainting, plus greasing the moving parts. Beyond that, they are pretty straightforward, so they should be easy to put right." At that, Wyatt smiled, saying, "Well, at least that's one thing that hopefully will not cost me a fortune. Not long ago, I was just having to look after myself and send a few credits to my family. Now I have over 1,500 people to look after and have to work out how best to spend my prize money to do so." With a sigh, he continued, "So tell me about the vehicle factory, and anything else they found today." Ino carried on. while Wyatt continued taking notes. Not much to tell about the factory. They appear to make small electric vehicles, probably ideal for local use. They must have brought in the batteries from somewhere on Hago. There are lots of records in the office. I'm sure we could work out from where. There are a lot of what look to be new parts on shelves in a warehouse on the site. There are also a few vehicles apparently in need of repair in their enclosed yard, and there is also a working one, a small refrigerated tanker, which looks like it was the milk collection vehicle. I talked with Elizabeth earlier. She says any vehicle that could be used to help defend against the Drazan would have been taken. So what's left? Well, they either couldn't think of a use for them, or they were broken. Taking a moment to clear his throat, he continued. So, we have one working tanker. It has a tank that can take 3,000 liters according to the gauge. That's the biggest of the vehicles. Then there are two small trucks the same size. According to the metal plates, they can take a 1.2-ton maximum payload in the rear. One, I think, is a sort of waste-collecting truck. It's got a rear section that can tip to one side with low solid sides and another meter of mesh wall above. The other has half-meter high sides and tips to the rear and maybe was used as a builder's truck. All three of those trucks have a small cab with doors that can take a driver and passenger. Finally, there is a much smaller vehicle. It has an enclosed box on the rear, a bit over 1 meter on each side, with a roller door at the back, marked for loads up to 600 kilos. It has just a driver's seat in its enclosed cab. While the two medium-sized vehicles are marked as needing service, the little one is marked as needing repairs to its steering. We would need to get more mechanics down from the Eternal Garden, and maybe some machinists if we need to use the factory, but inside the buildings everything looked clean and tidy, ready to go, so to speak. Wyatt looked across at Aino. "You went inside yourself?" he asked. Aino replied, "Yes, I was, surprised when I heard they were making vehicles here, even if they are just small ones. I wanted to see for myself. It would need people who know what they are doing to confirm it. But I think the factory was still producing things and repairing them right up until a month ago. There was no dust collecting on the worktops, and, well, everything looked clean, as if they had just put down their tools and left." Wyatt was surprised. He had assumed everything on Hago was purely military, but perhaps there had been reasons to keep other places, not just the farms, operational. "What about other buildings, that restaurant by the harbor, for instance?" he asked. Aino didn't need to look at his notes for that. The restaurant is, I think you could say, basic. It's designed to be swept out with some sort of plastic floor covering. Even though all the windows and doors were shut, a small amount of sand had still managed to get in. The kitchen is more basic than the one here at the inn, and the cooking appears to have mainly been fried food. There were only a few cooking pans, but there were several fryers. The plumbing and lighting were working, and there was a freezer that appeared to have been used for displaying ice creams. It made a sound when I switched it on, so I left it on, intending to check it tomorrow to see if it was really cold. Still, the cooking equipment was all dead. I think maybe a storm had broken some of the windows on the beach side and damaged the area, and no one had bothered to repair it afterwards. The display freezer is at the front of the building, so maybe the water didn't get to it. The building needs washing, sweeping out, and new cooking equipment, and then it should be fine. He waited for Wyatt to finish taking notes before continuing. Now, as to what else was discovered, there was a small warehouse, pretty well full of crates containing apples. I have no idea how many, but it must be many hundred tons. The crates have various names chalked on. I asked Elizabeth about those too. She said the names are the varieties of apples. Some are for cooking, so I had a couple of the guys go and each grab a couple of bags full for the cooks. There's a workshop that seems to have been used to repair agricultural machinery and equipment. The team that found that place said it's dirty and untidy, but there's a lot of stuff in there, both tools and other equipment. You have a good-sized builder's yard, or at least there's a place that has all sorts of basic building tools, including a couple of small cement mixers and some bags of cement, which strongly suggests that's what it was used for. There's what I think is a tannery for leather. We're not entirely sure, as no one here knows the process, but there were pits filled with liquid, piles of tree bark, and a lot of leather hides. So it makes sense. There's a cannery, not huge, but it doesn't appear to have been used for some time. That might explain why so many homes seem to have made their own preserved food items. It's all covered in dust, so I have no idea what needs doing. Next to the cannery is a small refrigeration facility, again not used in some time, probably because it needs more electricity than we currently have. It appears to have been set up for both ice-making and freezing foods. The assumption of ice-making was based on the water feed into a section of the facility. An odd one, this. There is a place that seems to turn sawdust into egg boxes and paper. I have no idea how that works. But there are big piles of both at the start of the production line and lots of piles of egg boxes at the end. Wyatt laughed, saying, "That's a relief. One of the farms produces a lot of eggs, so having a place in town that can make egg boxes will be useful. But get people to bring their egg boxes back to the shop for refills and only recycle them if they get damaged," he added, making another note. Ino carried on. "Not far from the sewage treatment plant there is a glassworks. It's not been used for a while. I think they probably used gas generated at the sewage plant to heat their kilns, which makes sense given the abundance of fine beach sand. Once the sewage plant started to malfunction, it probably didn't generate enough gas." They also found a maintenance yard near the treatment plant, which was full of equipment and supplies for cleaning drains. There was one of those small electric vehicles there with a trailer as well. Wyatt raised a finger and asked, "Stuff?" Ino smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Wyatt. The guys that found it gave me all sorts of technical names, but I only have so much material for writing on, and I'm guessing neither of us would have any idea what they were talking about, so I shortened it to equipment and stuff for drain cleaning." Wyatt agreed. "You're right. We can leave that to the experts. What else was found?" Ino continued. "There are half a dozen woodworking places, some of which were being used recently. Also, one large warehouse was full of big woodworking equipment. I had one of the carpenters go there in the afternoon and have a look. He said it is full of big computer-controlled machining centers, the sort of thing you use to turn big timbers into long house beams or fancy wooden parts of furniture. The largest machine can process timber about 10 meters in length. It's just covered in huge sheets of plastic, clean, rust-free, and ready to go maybe. The carpenter who looked at it says he recognizes the company name, but these bits of equipment were probably made before he was born. I do have the list of equipment, though, so maybe we can still get manuals and spares? That's it for today, I'm afraid." Wyatt nodded and then yawned. "Thank you, Ino," he said. "It's been a very long day for everyone. Tomorrow will be more of the same, but then, hopefully I can start ordering things." Then Wyatt picked up the glass and the plate and took them to the inn's kitchen before going upstairs and falling into bed. As he drifted off to sleep, he still felt he was only a tiny bit wiser, but right now he was going from no idea of what he was doing to maybe just an idea. The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests, Day 4. Waking up early was becoming a habit that Wyatt wished he did not have. It was a little after 6 in the morning when he woke. He figured someone, a baker, or maybe a cook preparing the food, had probably dropped something, or maybe a door had slammed. He got up, looking out of his bedroom window as he did so. It was drizzling outside. Having washed and dressed, this time in his armor, he went down to the kitchens. He wanted to thank the cooks for their hard work, and first thing in the morning, before the rush, seemed like the best time to do so. He stood in the kitchen entrance watching them hard at work. Eventually one of them looked up, a young man. "Good morning, sir," he said, causing several of the others to look up and offer their greetings. The young cook said, "We're not quite ready to serve food yet, sir. Give us 5 minutes." Wyatt held up a hand, saying, "Not a problem, I can see you are all hard at work. I just wanted to thank you all for all of that hard work. Also, I was wondering, last night I was given some cordial. I thought it would be nice to fill my water bottle with it today, that is, if you have any to spare." The young man came over to Wyatt, saying, "Plenty of cordial, sir. If you leave your water bottle here with us, I'll bring it out with your breakfast. Just give me 5 minutes." Wyatt handed the bottle over, saying, "No hurry, I'll go see how they are doing over in the bakery. Please take your time." Leaving the kitchen, Wyatt walked out of the front of the inn and over to the bakery. There he once again thanked everyone, and seeing that they had a large basket of various rolls, he offered to take it back to the inn. Leaving the bakers to get on with their work, he returned with the bread basket, taking it to the dining room. He was going to take it through to the kitchen, but the same young man he'd spoken to less than 10 minutes earlier asked him to just set it down on the central table and help himself to breakfast. He left Wyatt's now filled water bottle on a small table in the corner. While Wyatt made his selection, he had to admit that the cooks had done a really good job, preparing a healthy and enjoyably tasty breakfast that supplemented the standard supplies with locally sourced foods, all of which had been tested by the doctor. As Wyatt waited for others to appear, he used his datapad to make notes. They were going out further today, initially to the small group of buildings about 10 kilometers away in the middle of the forest. Then he planned to visit the other village on the northern shore of his lands. He shook his head. His land, he could not believe it, but there was a lot to do, and he still wasn't sure how he was going to do it. He thought about how Declan had reacted to the Drazen yesterday and made another note, then sat and waited for everyone else to arrive. Declan was first, arriving just 10 minutes later. Wyatt told him, "We're going out in the shuttle today. Have your men fully armed, just in case, but I need you to leave the driver from yesterday. I think that was Private Shatterbolt here. I have another job for him." As usual, Declan's reply was a simple, "Yes, my lord." When Ino came in a few minutes later, Wyatt greeted him. "Good morning, Ino. I would like you to do the same sort of things you were doing yesterday. But today I need you to have a look at the restaurants, inns, pubs, maybe the school, and the barracks. Anywhere a large number of people can sit and eat a meal together. It will be weeks, if not months, before we can acquire kitchen appliances for everyone. So we need to be able to feed everyone in big groups. We should, I think, have enough cooks, but we need more space to allow everyone to sit and eat inside." Ino nodded. "Okay, Wyatt, but surely we will have to wait just as long for new appliances for those restaurants." Wyatt smiled. "I don't think so." General Swallowtail mentioned that one thing they had been building was barracks. Soldiers need to eat, so there is actually a supply of professional-grade cooking equipment. I asked, and he said that yes, they can supply it. It was Ino's turn to smile now. "Ah, I think I understand," he said. "While we are waiting for all the new kitchen equipment for the homes to arrive, we can feed everybody in the restaurants, even afterwards, I guess. With 1,500 kitchens to do, at say 1 hour per kitchen, that's still a good 15-man days of work, even if everyone does 10-hour days." Wyatt agreed. "Yes, but they will be looking after themselves. I think we can count on people to do that." He suddenly thought of something else. Cooking lessons. I am only guessing, but I expect a fair number of people won't be able to cook for themselves. We need to run some lessons to show people how to do that. Ino looked confused and said, "But we don't have any teachers. How are we going to teach people how to cook?" Wyatt kept his smile. "The same way most commoners learn to cook, our parents or friends show us how. Here we have professional cooks, we will ask them to give basic lessons." Ino opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Finally, he just said, "Oh," and that was that. As Wyatt started to get up, he remembered one more thing, saying, "Ino, maybe you could see if anyone can get one or more of the electric vehicles running. If nothing else, it will make it easier to transport stuff around town." Ino just nodded, and Wyatt went to find Sergeant Major Starrant. It did not take him long. The sergeant was ensuring his men and women were all getting a good breakfast. Wyatt went up to him, saying, "Sergeant Major, it has come to my attention that not everyone knows how to kill a Drazen, since there are still some running about on the planet causing trouble. I will make this part of your responsibility. To this end, I'm going to suggest you get enough men to fill up the APC, grab some ropes and chains, maybe a net from down at the harbor, and go and pick up the one I shot yesterday, Private Den Shatterbolt. The driver of the APC knows where to go. I suggest you find a spot. Best make it just outside of town, where you can bring your people to see it before it starts to rot. If you shoot it in the brain, as I did yesterday, then they go down really quickly and don't get a chance to attack you." Sergeant Major Starrant saluted, said, "Very good, sir," and went back to organizing his troops. Wyatt made some sandwiches and discovered that there was indeed apple cake, as promised the previous night. Then he let everyone else have their breakfast and get ready before gathering his team and going to the shuttle. Once everyone was on board, he set off for the group of buildings in the middle of the forest. From the images that had been gathered, he knew there should be enough open space beside the small lake to the west of the buildings for the shuttle to be able to land. But when he arrived, he had to rely on the shuttle's sensors to find a suitable spot, as a heavy mist lay over the lake and surrounding grassland to a depth of about a meter, making a purely visual approach impossible. As Wyatt climbed down from the shuttle into the waist-high mist, he had the strangest feeling that he was being watched. But a visual sweep of the area revealed nothing, so he had Declan assemble the team. Addressing them, Wyatt said, "This shouldn't take long. There are fewer than a dozen buildings. Let's go and have a look, see what's here, and then move on to the village on the northern coast. Any questions?" The mechanic, Wyatt remembered his name was Bruce, raised a hand and looked towards Wyatt, saying, What's that?" as he pointed past Wyatt towards the forest. Coming slowly towards them, almost gliding through the mist, was an enormous white stag. Elizabeth said, "Everyone moves slowly towards the buildings. They generally are not dangerous, but they can be, especially if they are startled, so nice, smooth movements." The nearest buildings were only 100 meters from the shuttle, and almost everyone quickly made their way over to the nearest one. It was only when they got there and Elizabeth turned around that she realized Wyatt had stayed behind watching the stag. As Elizabeth and the rest of the party watched, the stag slowly walked through the mist, coming right up to Wyatt. It was huge. Its shoulders were easily higher than the top of Wyatt's head, large even for Hago, and the antlers must have been almost 2 meters across, with a set of wickedly sharp-looking points at the tips. Wyatt stood, his left hand resting lightly on one pistol as the great stag approached him. He'd not realized initially just how huge the beast was, yet it did not seem to be hostile, just curious. It paused, no more than an arm's length away from Wyatt, then it slowly lowered its head to look Wyatt in the eye. 100 meters away, everyone stared at the strange sight, watching as the stag lowered its head to look Wyatt in the eyes, and then watching Wyatt lift his right arm and gently stroke the head and neck of the stag. After just over a minute, the stag turned around and then swiftly walked back into the forest, vanishing in the mist. Wyatt walked over to the rest of the group. Well, that was unexpected. "Nice, but unexpected," was all he said. Nobody said a thing at first, but it did not pass unnoticed that Wyatt's armor bore a winged white stag on the chest. After a while, Elizabeth had to ask, "Why did you just stay there? That stag could have killed you." Wyatt considered his answer before replying, "He could have killed me just as much as I could have killed him, but I didn't feel any hostility from him. I think he just wanted to see what had made all the noise, maybe also to look at me, though I don't know why. It almost felt like he was welcoming me. It was a very odd feeling. I found myself just wanting to reach out and touch him. When I did, he just let me. Once he was satisfied, I think he just decided that I was okay and went back into the trees." Elizabeth turned to Wyatt, the lack of color on her face betraying her calm expression. "White stags are almost legendary creatures on Hago. They are really rare, and the large ones, like that, are powerful beasts, more than capable of killing one or more men if angered with ease. Killing one is said to always bring bad luck, but I have no idea what having one allow you to pet it means." Wyatt thought for a moment before replying, "It means nobody is allowed to kill any white stags in the barony. I'm not superstitious, but I don't know your customs. Better to be on the side of caution," he thought a little longer and added. "Also, when we cut trees for timber, we don't clear huge areas. We preserve the environment," he said, looking at the forester he had brought with him. "We can do that, right?" The young man looked at Wyatt before slowly replying, "Yes, sir, I believe so. It's called sustainable forestry. It's not as profitable in the short term as clear-cutting, but it creates a sustainable forest, often with a positive long-term benefit." Wyatt asked him, "What's your name?" The young man replied, "Fritz Hohenberg, sir." "So, Fritz, do you know how to go about such a thing?" Wyatt asked, continuing with, "You're what, not yet 30? Have you got the experience?" Fritz straightened up at this, replying, "Sir, I am 28 years old. I've been running around in the forests since I was 5 or 6. My family have been foresters and woodsmen for more than 30 generations on many different worlds. I can do the job, but—" He paused, carefully considering his next choice of words in front of his lord. "But I do not know the native plants and animals of this world, sir. What's the best tree for timber or firewood? What dangers might I find out there?" he said, waving his hands to indicate the forest that surrounded them. Wyatt smiled. "Neither do I, Fritz. Fortunately, Elizabeth here is our local expert. She's going to help by creating a guide for you. Isn't that right, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth was shocked. "What guide? I don't know. I'm not an author. I don't know how to— I've never written a guide. Where do I even start, Wyatt looked at her. "I've seen your notebooks. You can write. Everything is clear and well presented. You just need some extra help and guidance, putting that into a book. I am fairly sure that amongst the 1,550-odd people, we will have some who can help turn your notes into a digital guide. Maybe we can add photographs to your pictures, perhaps even produce some posters." He added a note to his datapad, "Get a big printer before continuing. I know you have the ability and I'm not alone. I showed those pictures I took of your notebook to my friends. They know far more about such things than I do, and they were very complimentary about your work." Elizabeth was turning a distinctive shade of red, with embarrassment at the praise Wyatt gave her. But she replied, "I can certainly help point out the different uses for the local trees, and which plants and animals to avoid." Wyatt grinned. "That's all I'm asking for," he said. "Well, the guidance for the townsfolk on what native plants and animals are good to eat and what should be avoided. The art classes for the children and looking after the park. Speaking of which, Fritz, there will, I am sure, be times when conditions are such that working deep in the forest felling trees might not be practical. When you have time, Miss Elizabeth here will need some help trimming and felling trees in a park she is going to restore. I would be grateful if you and your men could give her some assistance." Fritz nodded. "Of course, sir. Wait a moment, my men. There's just me, sir. I have no men." Wyatt carried on. "Oh, but you do, Fritz. You are, as of now, my head forester. There are something like 30 foresters and woodsmen amongst those that are coming here, or at least that's what they claim. Your job will be to come up with a plan. I'll lend you some help to organize everything, but as we look around, I want you to make notes. You will need equipment, safety gear, machinery, saws, axes, and so on. Plus spare parts, maybe a mechanic to help repair stuff, everything you need." Wyatt pulled out a notepad and a couple of pencils from a pocket, handing them to Fritz. "Just write it all down. If you are not sure of anything, ask. I won't get angry if you ask about something you don't know, but I will be annoyed if you do something stupid, because you didn't ask about something you don't know." Fritz took the notepad and pencils and began making notes immediately. They carried on into what Wyatt thought was probably a forestry hamlet. It was too small to be a village. To the right of the road, set back about 10 meters, were a series of 8 small single-story buildings, spaced a few meters apart from each other with a wooden platform, about 1 meter off the ground, running across the front of each, connecting them to each other, and linking to a larger building to the west. The wooden walkway had stairs leading up from the ground at several locations and was covered by a wide roof, but it was open-sided, extending above a set of balcony rails that were only interrupted by the openings for the stairs. Some of these smaller buildings had simple wooden tables and chairs outside. Wyatt led them all to the nearest set of stairs. Each of the 8 smaller buildings was identical. A stone base served as a platform on which the wooden log structure stood. Shutters covered windows to either side of a solid wood door. Inside was a simple room with a stone fireplace in the back corner, 4 single beds, each with a wardrobe and a bedside cabinet with drawers. 4 chairs and a table sat near the fireplace. On the back wall in the opposite corner to the fireplace, a second door led to a small extension, which held a simple bathroom. Each of these bunkhouses was almost identical. The only differences were that in some, a picture was hung on a wall or a rug was on the floor, little home comforts for those who stayed there. The last building was much larger. As with the smaller cabins, the doors had no locks on, though they did have a couple of strong bolts on the inside, making them all easy to enter. The front door led through an enclosed porch into the main building. Inside, a large dining area was laid out with seating for up to 50 people. Wyatt left the majority of the party there to have a good look around, taking Declan, one of his men, along with Fritz and Bruce to inspect the last 3 structures, which were massive buildings. The first building was about 100 meters in length and perhaps 20 meters across. Along one long side were large roller shutter doors, and at the other end was a simple, person-sized wooden door that they used to enter. Inside was very dim. In the roof, there were some translucent panels that allowed some daylight in, but the large machines inside cast lots of shadows. It smelt of old oil, dust, and dirt. Wyatt walked over to the first roller shutter door, released the bolts, and pulled on the chains. Slowly the door opened, letting more light into the building. He and Declan then did this to the next 9 doors, allowing the daylight to flood in. Inside were an assortment of vehicles, firstly 2 large log-hauling trucks with their trailers. Judging by the rust and dents over most of their bodies, not to mention the flat tires, they were in a poor state. In the next 2 bays, a pair of trailers sat hard on the rims of their wheels. Sitting on the first trailer was a bulldozer. Behind it was a second tracked vehicle that Wyatt had not seen before. There was no cab. Instead, a remote control handset sat in a box next to it, along with what appeared to be several different mechanical heads. Fritz identified it as a remote-controlled tracked carrier. The other trailer held a tracked harvester, which Wyatt instantly recognized from his time at the sawmill as a youngster. Next was a large tractor with a small tree feller on a crane at its rear and a front loader arm. Several attachments stood nearby. Next were two identical forwarders, though these were significantly larger than the ones Wyatt had seen on Volantis, then two 8-wheeled harvester vehicles, and finally a massive grapple skidder. At the end of the wall, another regular wooden door led through into a workshop. The workshop was well laid out with lots of spares stored on shelves and a vehicle inspection pit, clearly designed to accommodate the oversized forestry equipment. A large gantry crane built from large steel girders sat inside. It had metal wheels with solid rubber tires, and the signs on it indicated that it could lift 50 tons. Although just how one moved the crane, if it was loaded with 50 tons, Wyatt wasn't sure. Also inside was a large telehandler, up on blocks and partially disassembled. On one workbench, a manual lay open. Bruce examined the pages and looked around, finding more service instruction books for the other vehicles. Bruce pointed to the telehandler and said, "Well, I guess that's the first thing that needs fixing, otherwise we can't use the workshop for repairs." They spent an hour there while Bruce looked around, inspecting things. Eventually he came back to Wyatt with his report. "Could be worse, sir. The rubber tires all need replacing, probably most of the hydraulic hoses as well." "The hoses won't be a problem. The tools for making up new ones are in the workshop. I've got the sizes for the hoses. The tires to order, there's also a lot of spare new filters in the workshop, and I have a list of what's needed. These big machines were well looked after. They were put away clean and dry. There's no significant rust I can find on them anywhere. Drain off the fluids, give everything a good clean, and I reckon they will all run again. Not as good as new. Still, they should give you another 10 years without problems. Maybe longer. The two trucks, though, are a different matter. I can probably get them running again, but you will need to replace them soon, maybe within a year, 2 at most." Wyatt groaned. More expense, he thought. Still, at least he would get working forestry vehicles out of it. "What sort of costs am I looking at?" Bruce rubbed his chin. "Well, sir, tires are not cheap. Most of them will be about 2,000 credits each. The big tractor tires and the ones on the front of the skidder probably double that. The ones on the trailers a bit less. And the truck tires say half that at most. And it's probably a good idea to have some spares. The filters and hydraulic hoses are not too expensive. It's the fittings that add up. Add in oil and grease, and I think you are looking at almost 200,000 credits, maybe 250,000. That's nothing, though. One of those logging trucks will probably cost you 750,000 credits. I've no idea what the other machines will cost, but many hundreds of thousands of credits each. So it's well worth the cost of the repairs." Wyatt just sighed. Still, he thought Bruce was probably right. Well, there were still 2 more buildings to look at. "Okay, let's move on," he said. They shut the roller shutters and moved on to the next building. The second building had large doors that were set in pairs. At each end of the building, which was about 80 meters long, 8 meters tall, and 20 meters wide, this barn was all but empty. But Wyatt already anticipated it might be. This was for drying the timber. In 15 minutes they had examined each of the chambers and confirmed it. The barn was divided into sections by internal metal walls, each with insulation inside. Hot air could be directed in from above, and each section could be dried independently of the others. In Volantis, the hot air had come from an electric heating system. Here a furnace heated the air. Fans in the roof space circulated the warm air, or at least they would if there were any electrical power. Outside of the second and third buildings, a huge gantry crane still stood. Bruce carefully climbed the ladder to inspect the workings. It didn't take long. When he came down, it was with good and bad news. "The motor is seized solid, but everything else has a little rust on it, but should clean up easily enough. You just need a new control box and motor, and it's good to go," he said to Wyatt. He then added, "I don't know what that would cost, but I doubt it's more than 10,000 credits." Wyatt tried to smile at the small victory, but it wasn't going to be easy. As they made their way to the final barn, Wyatt's heart plummeted. A large section of the structure had been severely damaged a long time ago, judging from the state of the wooden walls. Still, it had to be checked out. Inside the barn lay the damaged sawmill. Wyatt recognized the feed mechanism at the start and a debarker. From there, the logs, up to 30 meters long, would have gone into the massive saw. But the saw was now just chunks of rusted scrap metal. Whatever had damaged the wall had clearly gone through and smashed into the traveling saw, shattering it. Wyatt guessed that it must have been a large piece of machinery, perhaps a logging vehicle, though none had shown any damage. Inside the barn, a collection of tracks lay in ordered pieces, just inside the first set of doors, and Wyatt tried to work out what it was for. Finally, with Bruce's help, they worked it out. These tracks had once started on the outside of the barn. The overhead crane outside could have loaded the logs onto the track, which would have then allowed the logs to be fed through the debarker. Once the bark was removed, the log would have been scanned before the saw was used to divide it into long slabs. On the other side of the saw, the slabs would have been transferred across to the second set of rails, where it could be fed through the edger to square up the timber. Then a vertical set of circular saw blades could slice the slab into narrower strips, and a cross saw would have sliced the wood to length before it was sent out the same end of the building it had come in through on a second external track. From there, it could have been fed into the timber drying process next door. Bruce looked at the various parts of the machinery, saying, "Look, it's not all bad. There's several different manufacturers of these bits, which suggests they can mix and match units. A lot of these bits look to be in pretty good condition. All you need is a new big saw, and I guess some other bits and pieces, and you can almost certainly get it running again." Fritz came out of a side office carrying an axe, holding it up, he said. "There's a lot of forestry tools in the office. Nothing wrong with things like the axes and wedges, good solid tools, the safety clothing and helmets need replacing, but you probably have more than enough basic tools. There's even a 4-meter-long two-person crosscut saw in there. No chainsaws, though. Maybe someone took them, as there's a bunch of empty racks and spares in there." An idea was slowly forming in Wyatt's head, but he needed to be sure he wasn't being stupid. So he called over Bruce, Fritz, and Declan. "Gentlemen, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I'm being crazy or if it's even practical, so I'm going to ask your opinions. Currently, to get the mill running, I'd need to rebuild this building, acquire a new large saw, reassemble the infeed and outfeed rails, and install all new control circuitry, as the control cabin is currently buried under that pile of debris. Correct?" Everyone nodded their head or said yes, so Wyatt continued. "I'd also need to get some sort of generator out here to power everything, and then when the timber is cut, load it onto those 2 sorry excuses for log trucks, and send it down the road to Newtown to carry on processing, assuming the trucks can actually make it that far and back on a regular basis." Again, everyone agreed that was what he needed to do. So Wyatt pressed forward with his idea. "What if we don't rebuild it here? What if we build a new sawmill at Newtown? We'd probably have to take all the machinery in here apart anyway, just to get the new equipment in. So what if instead of building a new building here, we build it on the far side of the railway station?" I was looking at the drying barn, and the walls all seemed to be bolted together and bolted to the floor. If we unbolted them, all we need is a new slab back in Newtown, and we can rebuild it, right? Bruce replied. "Yes, sir. I think that should be fairly easy." "Then all you do is load the logs onto the trucks and send them down the road. You could then get away with a small generator here, maybe even just solar power and batteries, lighting, cooking, and some power for the workshop is all that's required." Wyatt added his final touch. "What if we don't use trucks to move the logs? There's a narrow-gauge locomotive in a shed back in Newtown. From the station in Newtown to here is fairly flat. It climbs maybe 100 meters over 10 kilometers. The loco should be able to manage that, and it would be going downhill carrying the heavy loads. I think we should still be able to go up to 30 meters for really big logs, or as a worst-case scenario, we can fly them in by shuttle. We keep the crane here for loading logs onto the train, and we work out how to offload them at the other end, possibly using another crane or simply rolling them off onto a platform. I'm not sure. But I think a train will handle the heavy log loads more easily than those trucks, and they won't get bogged down in the winter like the trucks probably will." The 4 men looked at each other as they considered Wyatt's words, nodding. It actually seemed to make sense. Wyatt and the others walked back to the lodge. He guessed it was something like an inn, where they had left the rest of the party. Everyone was out on the covered porch at the front of the building, mainly eating and chatting. They had grabbed some of the outdoor furniture and were sitting on it. As Wyatt ran up the steps, they started to rise. Wyatt called out, "As you were, no need to get up," then went and perched himself on the railing before he took out a sandwich and bit into it. When he had eaten the mouthful, he asked, "So who wants to tell me what we have here?" Ansel the builder got up and started to speak. "Well, sir, there's nothing wrong with the buildings here that I can find except there's no power. The little bunk rooms are all identical to each other except for decoration, and you could sum them up by saying they are a square log cabin with a small extension for a bathroom at the back. The bathroom has a small window that looks to the north. 2 windows either side of a good solid front door all look to the south. The shutters on every window were closed. That's probably kept the windows unbroken. The roof of each cabin is metal, I think aluminium, anodized bronze in color, and that sits on an insulated wooden roof. It extends out at the front to form a deep porch, shielding the windows from summer sun, but allowing the winter sun to enter. A single stone fireplace provides the heat. All the bunkhouses have a stone-walled base, ensuring good, solid construction that stays warm in winter and doesn't get too hot in summer. The larger building is a bit different. The porch, as you can see, is bigger for starters. You can easily seat 30 people out here, under cover if you wanted to. Inside at this level, there's men's and ladies' toilets, a good-sized kitchen and the dining room, plus a small bar. You can seat 52 for meals. I counted the chairs, but it would be fairly packed. About 30 would be comfortable. Kitchen was cleaned before being shut down. I can't tell if anything still works, but it's nowhere near as worn as the one back in the Inn of Newtown. There's a walk-in cold store and a larder off of the kitchen, but again, no power. So I don't know if the cold store works. Also, off the kitchen is a small hallway with stairs leading both up and down and a small office. There's a lot of paperwork in the office. 30 years old. All looks to be bills for food supplies and income from feeding people. Downstairs, there's a basement. One room seems to be set up to feed the bar, with several pipes feeding from above and racks for, presumably, barrels to be set on. Other than that, it's 3 storerooms, plus a door to the outside that leads to a short staircase going up to ground level. Nice solid door again. One of the rooms in the basement is filled with spare furniture, mainly tables and chairs, as well as a couple of bed frames, all the same size as those in the bunkhouses. I think one of the other rooms was a store for food, possibly, but there's nothing there now. Upstairs, there are 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a sitting room, with shutters on all the windows just as we see downstairs and heavy timber doors. The roof here appears to be the same metal on an insulated wooden frame structure, just larger. Once we had looked around inside, we went to look outside. There's not much to report. I think there's probably a borehole or well nearby, but without a way to follow the water pipe, I wouldn't know where to look. I can tell you that 300 or so meters to the north, there's a natural wastewater plant. It's fenced off with a stainless steel chain-link fence, probably to keep animals out. These things don't need any power to run, so it will probably be fine. Perhaps the pipes need cleaning, but that's all. To the northwest, approximately 20 meters from the corner of the building, there's a concrete pad next to a fuel tank. The tank is empty, as is the concrete pad. Still, several electrical cables come up into a wooden box right next to the pad. I'm only guessing, but I expect there was a diesel generator or something similar in a container on that pad. When they shut down operations, they simply took the generator with them. Everything here is clean except for the office, like they just tidied everything up, took what they wanted but left everything else behind, get a new generator installed, possibly even a solar pack, and you should quickly see what still works. Wyatt looked at everyone before saying, "So what you are telling me is that you've done all you can. Everything looks good, but we won't know for sure until we have power. So bring a generator, an electrician, a plumber, and a drain expert next time we come here?" A mixture of nods, "Yes, sir," and "Yes, Wyatt," was what he got as replies. Wyatt added the notes to his datapad and then said, "Okay, back to the shuttle then. We've done what we can here." As he got up to lead the way back, he turned to Fritz. "Any thoughts yet?" he asked. Fritz looked at his notes before replying, "Several, sir. Electricity will be our first priority. We can't do a lot of work on the machines until we have that. I could see evidence of tracks going into the forest, but those tracks were heavily overgrown. We will need to fell those young trees, grind the stumps, and get in lots of chippings to form new paths, and given the comments about possible Drazan in the area, I would feel much safer if we had some soldiers here for added protection. Once we have power, a team of mechanics to get the vehicles working is probably our first priority. I don't need many foresters until then, just 2 or 3 with some chainsaws and brush cutters to clear the immediate area around the buildings. That timber will likely be not much good for anything except firewood, but we can cut it and stack it so it dries out ready for winter. Wyatt listened and nodded in understanding until they got to the shuttle. Once everyone was on board, he took off and headed north. In the shuttle, there was no time to reach cruising speed. The 12 kilometers took less than a minute to cover. In fact, the takeoff and landing took longer than the flight itself. The first thing Wyatt noticed as they approached his northern village was the large stone wall that protected the landward side of the village. It stood 3 meters tall on the outside with a walkway about 1 meter lower on the inside. The wall was almost 1.5 meters thick. There was a set of substantial gates barring access from the outside, which meant Wyatt had to find a spot to land within the village. Here there was a cobbled square, just large enough and clear of trees and debris for him to put the shuttle down, so, watching his sensors, he carefully landed with only a few meters clearance all round. As he climbed down from the cockpit, he winced as he looked at the damage the exhausts had caused to the building behind. A number of tiles were missing, and most of the windows were blown inwards. Oops, he thought, that was a little too close to really be safe. Next time, bring a ladder. As his passengers got off the shuttle, they were rather surprised to find themselves in the middle of the village, but it was Elizabeth who was the first to ask why. Wyatt beckoned them, saying, "Come with me," as he led them to the wall. When they got to the wall, he turned to Elizabeth and said, "In Julius's name, what requires a wall that size to keep it out?" Elizabeth's first words were, "Oh shit, Razor Claws! But they're not supposed to live this far to the west." Wyatt had no idea what she was talking about. "And what are Razor Claws?" Elizabeth looked at him as if he were stupid before saying, "You know what a lizard is?" Wyatt replied, "There's a reptile, we have them on Volantis, 30 to 50 centimeters long, small, sharp claws and teeth, 4 legs and a tail that's half the total length, good at climbing, eats small birds and large insects." Elizabeth laughed at him before saying, "Oh, if only they were that size here." A razor claw can be described in one word, predator. It grows up to at least 4.5 meters long. The tail is about 1/3 of the body length. They are covered in thick fur, 7 to 10 centimeters long. The adults weigh at least 300 kilograms and often more. She made a hand motion and continued. They have jaws that can open large enough to grab a man by the torso. They are powerful enough to bite through that torso in a single chomp. Claws up to 15 centimeters in length, teeth up to 5 centimeters. If they lose a tooth, well, no problem. They will grow new ones. Then she winced slightly. They can run for half an hour at 30 kilometers per hour. A fast man can outrun them over a short distance, but if you are out in the open, you are dead because they hunt in packs. They can't climb, though. At best, they can go up on their hind legs and maybe reach 2 meters off the ground. Oh, and they are dreadful swimmers. If they fall in deep water, they will try to paddle towards the nearest land before the weight of their wet fur drags them under. Wyatt raised an eyebrow as his mouth opened slightly, growing ever more disturbed by the creature's description. Elizabeth shrugged. "But like I said, they are not supposed to live this far west. I've never seen a live one. I've only seen a few pictures. Some of my father's men were out on an exercise once when a pack attacked them. They were in an APC. The damn things are stupid but aggressive as hell, I guess. Not a very big brain, and what they have is enclosed inside their thick skull like natural armor. My father's men shot at one with their rifles, and that seemed to just make it angrier. They had to shoot it with the APC's cannon to stop it. The good thing is they tend to stick well clear of human habitations. Once the village built the wall, they would, I'm sure, have moved to a new area." Wyatt went to the gate and drew the bar back that held it closed, opening it about half a meter. He looked out, then he called out, "Declan, could I borrow you for a moment?" As Declan walked over, he called out to Elizabeth, "Are you sure of that?" Elizabeth replied with a fairly certain why. At which point Wyatt opened the gate a bit more. The front of the gate was covered in deep scratches, each some 3 to 5 centimeters deep, but those were not why Wyatt had asked for Declan's help. Caught in the upper steel hinge strap, some 2.5 meters above the ground, was a claw sheath. Wyatt cupped his hands and gave Declan a boost up to the point where he could pull out the sheath. Dropping back to the ground, Declan held it up like a trophy and said, "I think, Miss Elizabeth, that you might need to revise your information." The sheath in Declan's hands was almost 20 centimeters long. As Declan walked over to hand Elizabeth the claw sheath, Wyatt carefully closed the gate and made sure that the bar was well and truly pushed firmly back in the locked position. "Okay," he said. "I think we will just have a quick walk around the village. A quick general assessment will be fine. I'll start at the harbor and walk back to the shuttle. Split yourself into small groups and just see what you can see." Elizabeth chased after him, still clutching the claw sheath. As she caught up to him, she said, "I'm sorry, Wyatt. I honestly thought everything I told you about the razor claws was accurate." Wyatt smiled, saying, "You were working off incomplete intelligence reports. You can now update your information. Of course, it could just be like the white stag earlier today, that it's just a larger-than-normal aberration. I certainly wouldn't want to have to face a pack of them. Drazen are bad enough." As they got closer to the harbor, they could smell the unmistakable stink of old sewage. Turning a corner, they came across the village sewage treatment works, or at least, that was what it was supposed to be. It was clearly not working any longer. Instead, it just comprised of a large tank full of old excrement. Wyatt did not even bother to examine it further, and they carried on to the harbor just 100 meters further on. The harbor was mainly natural, a rocky cove with on the seaward side cliffs some 60 to 80 meters high. On the village side, the water was currently about 15 meters below the street level, but Wyatt could see a clear tide line about 10 meters down from the street. A rickety ramp lead down to a pontoon, where a single small plastic boat was moored, partly filled with water. It still floated, apparently without problems. To his left, a large rusty crane leaned out over the water. Beyond, there was clearly plenty of space for multiple boats to be lifted out of the water. However, none were there. Nearby, a small inn, its faded sign still visible, named it the Compass and Anchor. Its frontage looked out over the harbor. Looking through a window on the inside, they could see copper-covered tabletops with chairs placed on the tables, and beyond a long wooden bar, glasses stacked behind it. They walked down a street, looking in through windows as they did so. Unlike Newtown, the village felt dead, deserted. There were no curtains at the windows, no items left out waiting for the owner to return. Only big pieces of furniture were left in the houses. Shops were empty, save for shelves or racks on which products must have once sat or hung from. There were more missing tiles and broken windows. Wyatt wasn't sure how long ago it had been abandoned, but he was pretty certain it had happened long before the Drazen had arrived, perhaps months, more likely years. He realized the only reason the sewage still smelt as bad as it did was that the occasional large wave probably came over the top of the harbor and dropped into the tank, preventing it from fully drying out. Elizabeth pointed out that the gardens were untended, overgrown with dead growth, showing they had been abandoned more than a year ago. Returning to the square, they found an open-fronted shelter with a stone seat inside. There they sat and shared the apple cake that Wyatt had got at breakfast time. It was a depressing view. Mostly blocked by the shuttle sat in front of them, so they waited for the others to turn up. It did not take long. There were only about 100 buildings in the village, mostly small, stone-built houses with a few shops, 2 workshops, and a single warehouse. The reports were all the same, save for Declan. Declan had found a house with the front door swinging on its hinges, so had gone inside. As with the other buildings, most of the furniture had gone. What remained was a couple of large, heavy-looking wardrobes and a big, heavy table. Unsurprisingly, there was no power or water, and the cistern for the toilet was bone dry, suggesting water had stopped flowing long ago. There was space within the perimeter wall to allow further expansion if anyone ever wanted to, but that was about all that could be said for it. Wyatt stood up and said, "So much for Verstino Harbor." Everyone looked at him, and he simply pointed to a plaque on the wall which read, "This shelter was presented to the people of Verstino Harbor by Sir Samuel Haldrand, such that they might have a place to shelter from the cold north wind." In silence, they got back on the shuttle. When Wyatt looked at the time, he realized they had been there for less than 2 hours. A short flight took them back to Newtown. During the flight, Wyatt called the Noir Navio and asked if someone could transfer Rachel von Winterborn from the Eternal Garden to the Noir Navio so that he could interview her later that afternoon. He actually recognized Galt Tirome's voice over the channel, who assured him that he would arrange it himself. The radio interference was decreasing already, which suggested that some of the debris around Hygo was clearing. He landed the shuttle in what he had already come to think of as its regular place, noting that the APC had already returned. Before he got out of the cockpit, he changed into the simple clothes he felt comfortable in. There was no point in wearing his armor in town. Then he climbed down and walked back to the inn. The others were already there, so after getting a top-up of cordial for his water bottle, he went off to try and find Aino. It took him almost an hour to locate him. Eventually spotting one of the locksmiths in a hurry, he yelled out to him, asking if he had seen Aino, only to be told that the smith was on his way to another restaurant to let him in. Wyatt followed along and quickly found Aino waiting outside a large restaurant. It took the locksmith less than a minute to open the doors of the restaurant. Wyatt was amazed at how quickly he could do so, but then the smith explained that the locks in Newtown were mainly of a single type, and that he had discovered master keys. However, there were 10,000 combinations for individual keys. There were only 100 master keys. All he needed to do was look for the lock number, and that told him which master key to use. Inside the restaurant, Wyatt discovered Aino making notes. "How many are you up to?" Wyatt asked. Aino turned to look at him. "If we include the inn on the square, the fish and chips restaurant at the harbor, and the barracks and school restaurants, this makes 8. I have a list of 14, plus the barracks and school which I did first, then I've been working my way down in size." Wyatt looked around and quickly did the maths. 36 tables, each of which could take 4 people, a potential of 144 people, and this was the 4th largest. "How many seats in total so far?" he asked. Aino totaled the numbers up. "About 1,900 so far, sir, but I guess that not everyone will want to eat at the same place every night. And the school, which can take 300, is, well, it's a bit basic, so is the barracks, but at least the seats there are not fastened to the tables." Wyatt laughed at that. "Good point. I expect some of them might be a little bit small for adults as well," he said. "Yes, sir. Just a bit. So I thought I would check out all the sit-down restaurants in town, sir. There are only 8 in total. The other 6 are takeaways, but you said you wanted to get things running quickly," came Aino's cheerful reply. Wyatt thought for a moment before saying, "You're enjoying this, aren't you, Aino?" Aino paused for a moment, thinking about what Wyatt had just asked. "Yes, Wyatt, I am. I can do this, sorting through stuff, working out what's needed. He paused briefly. "I actually like being useful. It feels good. Before, when I annoyed my father, well, he had me do jobs. Still, then there was always someone else, a servant usually, double-checking everything I did. I could have taken the day off, gone out drinking, and the work would have still been done. Here I feel that I'm both wanted and needed. There's no grumbling either. Everyone is getting on with their work, no matter what we ask of them. In the inn last night, a group of men and women invited me to join in telling the tales of how we all got here, and it felt good. There was a young lady gardener on one side of me and a carpenter on the other. It felt good. We laughed and cried together." Wyatt nodded, saying, "So, should I ask you again if you want to stay, or do you still need more time to think about it?" Aino grinned. "I was worried you wouldn't ask Wyatt. That I'd messed up again, yet if you will let me, I'd like to serve here in whatever role you think I'd be best at. I want to help." Wyatt replied, "That's great. For the time being, I'm going to have you do all sorts of jobs and deal with as many people as you can. But eventually, well, you are an administrator, so that's what I'll have you doing. Your most important task is to make sure people are content. Nobody is happy all the time. But I want people, when they finish their jobs at the end of the day, to feel it's been worthwhile, whoever they are, from the doctor to the sewer worker. You're going to help them find ways of having a better life. Now, that might mean they want a different job. One of the things you will have responsibility for is helping people find a job they can be happy doing. To that end, everyone here will have free access to the library I've purchased. If someone wants to learn a new skill, that's fine. If anyone wants to train another person in the use of skills that they know, I have no problem with that either. Now, will that still create a problem for you? I know you were worried about having people taught to cook and not having teachers." Aino's face flushed pink as he said, Actually, Wyatt, funny you should mention that, Sally, the gardener last night. She was saying that she wished she knew how to do a bit of simple carpentry so she could make stuff in the gardens she works in, and Daniel, the carpenter, who was sitting on the other side of me, was saying he would be happy to show her the basics. I was thinking about what you said about cooking, and well, I thought you're right. There is nothing wrong with it. So, no, I don't have any problems with that, not anymore, but if the nobility finds out, there will be hell to pay. Wyatt smiled at that. Perhaps I know, but that will be my problem, and I think that I might have a powerful friend. If it all does go wrong, I hope I do. Part of your job, though, will be trying to make sure it does not all go wrong. Now I must go and talk with the locksmith again. Can you show me where the last two restaurants are, the ones you still need to inspect, please? Aino took out his map and showed Wyatt where all the restaurants were, including the last two he needed to check. Wyatt added the locations to the map on his datapad, then went to find the locksmith to ask a favor. A little under an hour later, Aino found Wyatt waiting for him at the final restaurant, the door already open. While Wyatt sat outside on a bench in the afternoon sun, Aino went inside and started counting the seating, 96, that made the total 2,134 seats, including the 300 in the school, more than enough. He went through checking that the electricity worked, that there were working lights, the water was functioning, the toilets all flushed properly, and marking down faults, making a note of what needed cleaning, what needed replacing or fixing, how many different appliances were required and what type. He also checked that there were enough plates, tablecloths, napkins, glasses, and cutlery. Some of the restaurants actually had wine cellars complete with contents. Not many, and the contents seemed to be limited to 3 types, but still he was surprised. Others had stores of dry ingredients or preserves. He was sure it would all help. When he was done, he came out to see Wyatt still relaxing on the bench. Wyatt looked over towards him. "Are you done?" he asked. Aino looked at the young man stretched out on the bench and replied, "Yes, except for totaling all the numbers. Also, I found a couple of non-standard bits of cooking equipment. I've been to a lot of restaurants in my life, so I can tell you one place had wok rings. They need gas to work. There is some still in the rack outside, but it's only a small cylinder. The other item was a pizza oven. It's electric, and it still works, but it looks pretty old. You might want to find out the cost to replace it. I've got the details of those separately, along with a list of bulbs and plates and saucepans and, well, everything I thought should be replaced." Wyatt sighed. "I really hope I can get a good deal on some of this. It's going to cost an absolute bloody fortune," he said. As they walked back towards the inn, Wyatt asked Aino, "I suppose as a noble, you're going to need someone to clean up after you and prepare your egg and soldiers for breakfast, right?" Aino at least had the good grace to look embarrassed as he replied quietly, "I'm afraid so. It's that or learn from someone how to be able to do it myself." Wyatt let out a grunt that might almost have been a laugh, causing Aino to look oddly at him. As they approached the crossroads before the bell tower, Wyatt paused at the crossroads, saying, "I expect there are some servants in amongst the prisoners. I can ask at least if any of them might be capable of looking after a foolish young administrator, but then we can't put you in one of the regular houses with bedrooms next to each other and only a single bathroom to share. If word got out, the inhabitants of Hago would hang you by the neck if you were lucky, especially if there were any inappropriate behavior." Instead of turning right to go under the bell tower, Wyatt turned left and walked up the path to one of the pair of larger houses on the crossroads, taking a small set of keys from his left pocket and making sure he had the right ones. He opened the front door, then gestured that Aino should follow him inside. As Aino came in through the front door, Wyatt said, "I realize that this little house is likely much smaller than what you are used to, but there are separate staff quarters beyond the kitchen. The rooms are more than large enough for 1 or 2 to share should you be lucky enough to find someone who wants to, and there is even a separate dining room with doors that open to a pretty garden at the rear. It does, of course, need a good paint job, but the builder gave it a good going over and tells me there's nothing wrong with it other than that. Of course, it's also a very short walk to your office and handy for the inn, perhaps for a drink with your new friends in the evening." Aino looked at Wyatt. "You're serious?" he asked. "Of course I'm serious. I'm always serious. I can't help it if some people don't believe me," said Wyatt. "All I ask is that you don't disappoint me or the people of Newtown. When you're done looking around, I'd be grateful if you'd bring me those numbers. I'll be outside at the inn. Oh, and you don't need to move in right away. I'd suggest waiting until I can at least find you someone who can make breakfast for you." Wyatt wandered across and under the clock tower. It was nice to be able to do something good for a change, but for some reason he suddenly felt really hungry. The 4 o'clock bell rang just after he entered the square, and he saw one of the cooks bringing a tray of food out to the sergeant major and his squad of men and women. It took a moment for the sergeant to realize that it was Wyatt back in civilian clothing rather than his armor, but as soon as he did, he yelled out, "Attention!" Instantly there were 10 people standing at attention in perfect order, making Wyatt feel awkward. Wyatt said, "As you were, don't let good food go to waste, please." and 9 of the auxilia sat back down, Wyatt recognized Declan's driver but was puzzled. The APC had been parked outside 2 hours earlier, so he was curious as to what the sergeant and his men had been up to for the last 2 hours. But first, he looked at what they were eating. It appeared to be fried egg and cheese sandwiches, so Wyatt went into the kitchen to ask if they could possibly make him a couple. He knew it would likely be between 3 and 4 hours before he could eat dinner on the Noir Navio. Then he went back to see the sergeant major. He sat down at their table, telling them, "Ignore me! Eat! Enjoy your food! I'm sure you earned it!" Looking at the sergeant major, he asked, "Did they earn it, Sergeant Major?" "They did, sir," was all the sergeant said, but the way he said it was different. Previously, the sergeant had spoken to him as any non-commissioned officer or commoner speaks to an officer of noble birth, but now there was something in his tone that seemed to suggest respect. Wyatt decided to press the matter. Just as his fried egg and melted cheese sandwiches arrived, he bit into the sandwich and got a mouthful of wonderful flavor. "Damn, that's good. Whose idea was this?" he asked, watching as 9 pairs of eyes looked at the sergeant major. "Good idea, Sergeant. As a new friend pointed out to me recently, it's important to keep well fed. Now, did you learn anything today?" he asked the table. Several hands went up, much like children in school, so Wyatt decided to play the role of teacher, pointing to each in turn. "Drazen are a lot heavier than you think. Their brains are where we have our stomachs. Never piss off Baron Staples." That last comment got the speaker a nasty look from the sergeant. Still, Wyatt decided to let the Baron comment go. He was pretty sure where the advice had come from, so instead he said, "Well, I can see that the sergeant major was clearly an excellent choice for your instructor, as he appears to have imparted some very important information to you in a matter of just a few hours. Now, is there anything you'd like to ask, Sergeant Major?" The sergeant major seemed to be trying to decide how to phrase his question. Finally, he said, "With respect, sir, what the fuck did you shoot that bloody thing with, sir?" Wyatt took one of his pistols out, dropped the magazine, and ejected the chambered round before passing it to the sergeant. Sergeant Major Michael Starrant carefully handled the soul snatcher, taking in the custom modifications, and then passed it back to Wyatt, saying, "If you don't mind me saying, sir, you have some very good friends, but they clearly judged you to be rightly worthy of such weapons. I understand people only heard 3 shots for the 6 holes you put in that Drazen." Wyatt reloaded the soul snatcher, chambering a new round and then lowering the hammer and holstering it again as he did so, showing the matching weapon on his other hip. "Tell me, Sergeant Major, you have a Private Lily Bauer working for you, do you not?" asked Wyatt. The sergeant nodded. "Yes, sir. Fine young woman. She's good. I left her in charge here whilst we went off to pick up the Drazen. She had everyone running drill with her for 2 hours straight. She barely broke a sweat." Wyatt considered his next words carefully. He stood up and walked slightly away from the table, motioning for the sergeant to come with him. Quietly, he said, "Sergeant Major, you will need a handful of junior NCOs to help you out here. It's a minimum 5-year posting, possibly a permanent position if you'd like it. I want you to take Private Bauer and anyone else you think likely candidates and push them as hard as you can for the next few days. Take a week if you need it. Give them responsibilities. Push them hard as you think they should go, but I want the best half-dozen ready in 5 days for some instant promotions to corporal. If you think anyone can take it, you can suggest one as acting sergeant, but only if you think they can do the job." The sergeant saluted Wyatt, replying to his request with a, "Sir, orders received and understood, sir," before returning to the table. Wyatt saw Ino coming towards him with a notepad, so he grabbed his second fried egg sandwich and went to meet him. Ino passed him a single sheet of paper on which, in perfect handwriting, he had written all the items the 10 kitchens required. Wyatt placed the list in a pocket before telling Ino, "I'll see you tomorrow morning." Then he returned to the shuttle, changed into his uniform, and got clearance to return to the Noir Navio. Once again, it was Galt he spoke with. When he asked about Rachel von Winterborn, he was told she had been transferred to the Noir Navio and that Wyatt was to report to Princess Clara on his arrival and without delay. Rachel sat on her own in the Eternal Garden, since she had been freed. She was uncertain of what to do, exiled by her brother simply for existing. She had been captured by pirates while on her way to start a new life, somewhere as far from her brother as possible. When the Drazen had taken the pirate ship, she was sure that she was going to die, naked, filthy and far from home. When the Marines had boarded the Eternal Garden, taking it from Drazan, she knew she was safe, but still had no idea of what her fate would be. At least she was clean now and had clothes to wear, even if they were basic and not what she was used to. She wasn't even sure why she had agreed to stay and help this new Baron. They had told her she could have gone on one of the Ferenti's ships, and that they would have found work for her on a civilized world. But she felt that she would like to try and pay back the people who had saved her. She had listened to Baron Staples' speech, stood at the back of the crowd, and hearing the emotion in his voice as he said he was sorry for leaving so many on this ship. It was true she hated being here, but it was so much better than it had been stuck in a cage. She cursed Angus for his cruelty as tears rolled down her face, her own brother exiling her from her home just so he did not have to share. He had sent her to this place, not directly, but it was certainly his fault she was here. Suddenly she heard her name being called. "Rachel von Winterborn. I'm looking for a Rachel von Winterborn." Two men wearing full combat armor were calling her name. She got to her feet and wiped her face from where she had been quietly crying, then waved, "I'm Rachel von Winterborn." The two men jogged over to her. As they approached, she realized they were not simply Auxilia or Marines. These were Royal Marines. Their armor and equipment were obviously superior, and they could be nothing else. The apparent Marine in charge said, "You are Rachel von Winterborn? What was your father's name?" Rachel nervously answered, "Yes, I am. My father was Albrecht von Winterborn. What's this about, please?" The Royal Marine simply said, "We would like you to come with us." Rachel didn't know what she had done or what this might be about, but she was no foolish girl. One did not argue with a Royal Marine who were legendary. Since having her arms and legs pulled off did not seem like a good idea, she simply said, "Of course," and followed them. They left the grassy area and entered a large corridor. At one end it was dirty, the walls and floor covered in things she didn't want to think about. Partway down the corridor, a group of men and women were hard at work scrubbing it clean. The orange jumpsuits with the reflective letter P on them identified them as prisoners. Rachel realized these must be some of the pirates who wished to try and redeem themselves. The prisoners swiftly moved to either side of the corridor to allow them to pass. Not a word was said by anyone. Eventually, they arrived at a shuttle bay and boarded a Principality shuttle. It did not take long to reach another ship, but when they got off, Rachel was stunned. This did not look like any Principality ship she had ever seen. There was work going on, repairs on damage they must have taken in the battle, that resulted in the Drazan defeat and her eventual release. But still, as she was escorted through gleaming corridors, it was hard to think of this ship as a vessel of war. It was as good a finish as the passenger vessel she had returned home in, after qualifying top of her class, the last gift her father had given her. He was dead just 7 weeks later. They stopped before another door with 2 Royal Marines outside and 2 strange cylindrical objects. Nothing was said, but the doors opened and she looked in to see Princess Clara Astor, the second princess, the one they called the Reaper. Rachel's eyes went wide, both in surprise and at least a little fear. Behind the princess, a tall, muscular young woman with blue hair stood looking at her with piercing blue eyes. That had to be Cynthia Winfield, the Bloodrend. Cynthia looked at the young woman standing in the open doorway. "You do know it's rude to stare, don't you?" she asked, before adding, "You had better come in. We don't want to leave the doors open all day." Rachel entered the room. Never in her life did she ever expect to even see a prince or princess in person, let alone be invited into their personal rooms. "My princess, I am sorry for my rudeness. I never expected—" This was all she could say. Clara said, "Why don't you take a seat, Rachel?" "There's grape juice and cakes. Please help yourself." Rachel tried to protest. "My princess, I am ashamed. I'm not fit to be presented to a member of the royal family. I am just an exile, and I am dressed no better than a commoner." Clara pretended to consider what Rachel was saying, taking the time to study the young woman. She had obviously been crying. She was dressed in simple commoner clothing, though it was clean and well-made. She was clearly frightened, but still trying to do her best, even though she was not sure why she was in front of Clara. Clara stared into Rachel's eyes and said, "Tell me, Rachel von Winterborn, how should a chartered accountant from a lesser noble house present herself to a princess?" Rachel looked across into Clara's eyes and saw nothing. She could not help feeling that this was either a test or some kind of trap. She answered the only way she knew how, with what she had learned many years ago from her father. As a professional, I should be dressed as such. A business suit in house colors would be acceptable. Hair and makeup should be simple and delicate so as not to draw attention away from those who have greater rank and status. Jewelry should be kept to a minimum and be kept simple. Clara looked at Rachel, listening to what she had clearly been taught, observing her face, posture, and nervousness. She asked, "Tell me, what is the appropriate color to be worn by someone exiled from their house?" Rachel started to panic again, but she answered, "I do not know, my princess. I was never taught how to deal with such shame." Clara said, "If an individual has no house, but instead serves a lord, it is considered appropriate to wear the colors of that noble house. Tell me, Rachel, you could have found employment with House Ferentis, or many other noble houses as a chartered accountant. Even with your young age, why did you volunteer to serve Baron Staples on Hago, a world where they rebelled against the principality, killed their nobles, and descended into near anarchy?" Rachel had no idea where this strange conversation was leading, but so far answering truthfully hadn't got her executed, so she replied, "In truth, my princess, I heard it mentioned that Baron Staples was one of those responsible for our freedom. I have nowhere to go. I thought maybe I could repay at least one of the people that saved me by serving them to the best of my ability. A new town must need accountants, and, well, I'm a good accountant. I graduated top of my class. I know I can help." Clara bit the inside of her lip to prevent herself from showing any form of delight. The poor girl had blurted all of that out in a single long stream of words, and now looked terrified once again, scared that she had inadvertently offended the Reaper. Using her datapad, she quickly checked to see what the fabricator could produce with the available materials. Then, making some quick notations, she showed it to her friend. Cynthia raised a quizzical eyebrow as if to say, "Are you sure?" but Clara just gave a nod in return. She then passed Cynthia a small basket, saying, "Rachel, you will go with Lady Cynthia. You will be spending the night on my ship, perhaps longer. Baron Staples is currently on Hago, but will be with us shortly. Lady Cynthia will show you to your temporary quarters. I suggest you calm down and do the best to make yourself presentable. In return, I will arrange more suitable attire for our next meeting to be sent to you." Rachel rose from her seat, realizing she had been dismissed, but remembering her manners, she said a final, "Thank you for your kindness, my princess," before Lady Cynthia escorted her to her new temporary quarters. Cynthia opened the door and showed her the small but private accommodation, which consisted of a small bedroom, a desk, a locker for her non-existent clothes, and compact shower and toilet facilities in their own small room. On the desk, Cynthia left the small basket, simply saying, "This is for you. I will return with clothing for you within the hour." As soon as Lady Cynthia had left, Rachel went to see what was in the basket. Inside were some small pastries and sweets, a selection of cosmetics, a hairbrush and comb, and a basic datapad. When Rachel saw the cosmetics, she could not help herself and let out a small squeal of delight. Her rescuers had done their best, but living on the Drazen ship was smelly and basic at best, so much so that these simple items felt like real luxuries. She wanted to take as long as possible in that shower, but first she had to have one of those gorgeous sweets. Just under an hour later, she was sat at the desk. She had taken what felt like ages in the shower, getting the scent of the Drazen ship off her skin and her hair. Now dry, she had done her hair. She remembered her lessons. Simple yet elegant was called for. She put her dark brown hair up, showing her face and ears, and allowed it to drop into a short ponytail between her shoulders, a simple red lipstick, the slightest hint of blush on her cheeks, and a little dark bronze eyeshadow served to enhance rather than overwhelm her young face. Lady Cynthia returned exactly 1 hour later. She looked at Rachel and gave a single nod. "Very good, simple and elegant. These are also for you," she said, passing Rachel a garment bag and a shoebox. She added, "The shoes are flat. I'm afraid that here and on Hago, heels are likely to result in a broken ankle. I'll be back in an hour." "Oh, you might want to see just who you will be working for. There is a fascinating video on the ship's net that you can access with the datapad." Inside the bag was a black suit. Rachel quickly finished getting dressed. She had no idea how the princess knew her measurements. Still, the fit was perfect. The top was cut with wide shoulders and a neckline that just showed the top of her cleavage. The trousers fit her waist perfectly and seemed to almost flow around her legs. The top even had pockets. Inside one was a small box, and within the box was a small gold-and-white enamel lapel pin in the form of a winged stag. She placed the pin on the table and switched on the datapad. It wasn't hard to find the video that Lady Cynthia had mentioned. When Lady Cynthia returned, Rachel was waiting, smartly dressed and with the lapel pin perfectly placed on her left lapel just above her heart. Cynthia took a long look at Rachel. Clara had been right to choose this outfit for her. It created a strong image. People would see a young hawk, not an innocent lamb waiting to be sacrificed. She reached out and adjusted a loose strand of Rachel's hair. "Much better," she said. "Now wait your turn and do not get flustered. You will be fine. Follow me." Rachel followed the tall, muscular woman without a word as they returned to Princess Clara's quarters. When Wyatt returned to the Noir Navio, he shut down the shuttle, checked his uniform, and then left the flight deck. To his surprise, waiting for him right outside was Galt Tirome. He handed Wyatt a moist towel and a comb before saying, "Her Highness is up to something. She sent 2 Royal Marines to fetch this Rachel von Winterborn from the Eternal Garden, and she's had a bunch of stuff sent to the small fabricators this afternoon. I thought maybe you could do with refreshing your appearance on the way." Wyatt laughed at that. "Thank you, Galt. It is always nice to know in advance that Princess Clara is going to try something, and thank you for the towel and comb." He quickly wiped his face clean and ran the comb through his hair before setting his cap on his head. "Good enough?" he asked. Galt nodded, taking back the towel and comb. "Nobody would know that my lord was a mere commoner and not even an officer a few short weeks ago," he said with a wry grin, as he left Wyatt to continue to Princess Clara's quarters. As Wyatt walked on, he realized with surprise that he was not offended by Galt's words. For one, they were true, but more importantly, Galt had said them as a true friend. As Wyatt got to the doors of Clara's quarters, he decided that if Clara was planning some sort of joke, he could try one of his own. He started to think about all of the things he had done on Hago so far and all of the things he needed to do. The Royal Marine on duty at the door stood to the side as the doors opened to admit him. Clara was sitting in her usual seat, but disappointingly there were no cakes to be seen, nor was Cynthia anywhere in sight. Clara gestured to his normal seat. "Will the Baron of the Screaming Forests care to take a seat?" she asked. Wyatt bowed to her. "I thank Her Royal Highness for her kind gesture," taking the seat but sitting bolt upright, as he had seen portrayed on screens in the past. Clara looked at him for a moment and then started laughing. "Damn it, Wyatt! How can you do that?" Wyatt concentrated on all the details of Hago as he answered, "I am sorry, Your Royal Highness. Do what? I have no idea what Her Royal Highness could be referring to." Clara picked up a cushion and threw it towards Wyatt, who couldn't help himself any longer, and started to laugh as the cushion sailed past his head towards the cabin doors. Just as they opened, Cynthia caught the cushion in her left hand, automatically rebuking her princess. "Clara!" But it was too late. Clara and Wyatt were both laughing themselves silly, and Rachel had seen it. Rachel's second meeting with Princess Clara certainly did not go as expected. It started with blindingly fast reactions on the part of Cynthia Winfield, stopping a flying cushion from hitting her in the face as they entered Princess Clara's quarters, where she could see the princess and a young man she immediately recognized as Baron Staples, both in fits of laughter. She desperately wanted to ask what was going on, but when she felt Lady Cynthia's hand on her shoulder, she said nothing. Cynthia threw the cushion so that it landed perfectly in one of the empty seats, and Clara and Wyatt rose to greet them. Princess Clara said, "Baron Staples, allow me to present to you Lady Rachel von Winterborn, who just happens to be a very well-qualified chartered accountant." Wyatt looked at Rachel. He saw a young woman with pale skin with just a little makeup, except for her lips, which were a strong red, and very dark brown hair. She was wearing a black, expensive-looking outfit that showed a slim, almost, he would say, skinny figure. He was surprised to see on her lapel a badge in the form of his crest. His first question was, just what is a chartered accountant? Rachel, meanwhile, was confused. The man in the video had been serious and deadly. This young man was laughing with Her Highness, yet there was no doubt in her mind they were the same person. The eyes were piercing, as if he could look straight into her soul, and he carried the same pair of handguns he had used in the video to such deadly effect. Wait a minute, she thought to herself. He's permitted to carry those deadly weapons in the presence of Her Highness. He was even alone with her in this room when we walked in. Who the hell is he to have this amount of trust? All of this went through her head in seconds, but what she actually said was, "A chartered accountant is an accountant with professional accreditation, demonstrating in-depth training through rigorous examinations and a commitment to continuing professional development. My chartered status signifies a high level of expertise and ethical conduct in accounting. I'm an associate chartered accountant, or ACA, with the Institute of Principality Chartered Accountants, or IPCA. In time, I hope to become a fellow chartered accountant, or FCA, though this will require at least 10 more years of experience, my lord." Wyatt looked at her for a little longer before he asked, "And where did the outfit, makeup, and jewelry come from, may I ask? I do not believe any of that would be found on a Drazen cattle ship." But as he did so, he turned to face the princess. Not wanting to get in any more trouble than she already seemed to be in, Rachel decided that answering diplomatically was the correct option. "All the items were provided to me in my new quarters when I was transferred here earlier today, my lord." She saw his face twitch when she said the "my lord" at the end, but had no idea as to what was wrong. Clara saw the look on Wyatt's face and said, "Lady Cynthia, would you wait outside with Lady Rachel for a minute, please? Lord Staples and I need a quick conversation." Rachel and Cynthia stepped outside, and as soon as the doors closed, Wyatt said, "What is all this about? The outfit, the jewelry? I know that was you, Clara." Clara gave a short sigh. "Okay, I was having a little bit of fun. That young woman is the same age as Cynthia, but in the last few months her father died. She was kicked out of her family home by her brother, for no obvious reason, or none I can discover. Then she was almost immediately captured by pirates, and then by Drazen. When she arrived in my chambers earlier, she had clearly been crying, and she was dressed in the commoner's clothing I had sent to the prisoners, yet despite being terrified of me, she answered my questions with confidence, save for one that she did not know how to answer. Also, she volunteered to serve on Hago, specifically to serve you because she wants to thank at least one person who saved her. Because she knows that you are going to need a good accountant. Actually, she has no idea that, in fact, you need a really good accountant. I got her records. She is an accounting genius. Most people don't get their ACA status until they are about 27. She gained hers last year at just 21 years old. She is, and I do not say this lightly, probably better at accounting than you are at flying a fighter." That got Wyatt's attention. Clara only gave praise when it was well-deserved. He knew that much. Clara continued. "So yes, I gave her some makeup and had the fabricator rush job the outfit and the lapel pin, but I had Cynthia tell her about the video of your trip to the Gallant Venture. She watched it, and it was her choice to pin that symbol over her heart. You need a good accountant, Wyatt. If you don't have one, my fellow nobles will eat you alive." Wyatt rubbed his hand over his chin as he thought about what Clara had said. She was right. He would need someone who knew how to look after his money, or very soon he would run out. Finally, he said, "Okay, but you do realize she must have heard us yelling when she came in. What are we going to tell her?" Clara had not thought of that, but finally she said, "Why don't you work that out, Wyatt? I'll invite the two of you and Cynthia to join me for dinner. You can work out what to tell her and how, and also what you need from her on Hago, and I'll give you any support you need. How about that?" Wyatt was grateful now for Galt's earlier warning. If not, the offer of dinner with 3 beautiful young noblewomen might have caused him to faint. Still, all that happened was a slight blush, much to Clara's disappointment. But he considered what Clara had said, once again deciding that, as Galt had earlier, she was just helping him as his friend. However, he could not help feeling that there was some extra reason. He had accepted her friendship, and it would be rude not to accept the offer of dinner. Besides, he was curious as to what would be served. So he simply said, "Okay, why not?" and then watched as the door opened to readmit the 2 young women. Wyatt stood up and walked over to Rachel. Looking into her eyes, he said, "I apologize for any offense I might have caused, Lady Rachel. Her Highness and I both feel that we owe you an explanation." Rachel was about to say that everything was fine and no offense had been caused, but then she saw the princess looking straight at her with her finger to her lips, and she stayed silent as Wyatt continued. "Some weeks ago, I was just a commoner hauling a container full of compost through space when I came across a ship that was under attack. It was the Royal Yacht. With as much luck as skill, I managed to drive the attacker off. In the process, I saved Her Highness Princess Clara Astor. As a result, she was kind enough to permit me to address her simply as Clara, and her friend and bodyguard, Lady Cynthia Winfield, also permitted me to address her by her first name rather than her title. Since then, various events have caused the three of us to become friends, which I am sure feels as strange to them as it does to me. But the result is that I sometimes forget my manners and my place. Cynthia chose that moment to add, "Worse, Her Highness sometimes forgets her position and throws cushions at her friends." Clara, who had been going to say something, just giggled. Wyatt smiled, continuing, "So now you know the worst thing about us, we do not know how to properly behave." This caused Clara to switch from giggling to laughter, and even Cynthia joined in as Wyatt continued. "I'm sorry I questioned your outfit. I know how horrible it must have been on that ship. I was wrong to question you about it, especially as my friends were only doing their bit to try and help you deal with that experience." This time Rachel could not help herself and said, "It is quite all right, my lord. You have no need to apologize. I understand the confusion." Again she saw a frown on Wyatt's face and asked, "Is there something wrong, my lord? Have I offended you in any way?" This made Clara laugh again, and Cynthia joined in, but not before Cynthia said, "Go ahead, Wyatt. You'll say it anyway, so you might as well do so now." Wyatt sighed. Turning to Rachel, he said, "Look, I hate being called my lord, okay? I was born and raised as a commoner. I'm just not comfortable with it. I was a warrant officer, and I'm now a lieutenant commodore. I can cope with being addressed as sir, but I would be much happier if you simply called me Wyatt, except if we are in a situation where you have to use my title, okay?" Rachel looked at him, seeing an honest expression on his face despite the odd eyes, and said, "Only if in turn you treat me in the same way and address me as Rachel. If that is okay with you, Wyatt." Wyatt smiled again. "Thank you, Rachel. Now, in further good news, Her Majesty has invited us to join her and Lady Cynthia for dinner." Cynthia turned to Clara. "You did what?" she said, barely keeping her voice from shouting. Now Wyatt started to laugh while Clara smiled innocently. It took a few minutes for the situation to calm down. Still, in the end, Clara told Cynthia that they were having a working dinner, and Cynthia begrudgingly admitted that Clara's stateroom was probably the most secure room in the ship. Clara told Rachel about the deal involving Hago and Wyatt's role, and Wyatt gave a summary of the situation so far. "So, I have a town where there is some food and drinkable water, but the kitchens are all in need of being replaced. The sewage plant sort of works, but needs repairs to make all the bits function properly. My single electrical turbine really needs to be replaced urgently, or we won't have any power. There might be a way to make biodiesel, but we have no one who knows how to run the plant." The heaviness in his voice was more than evident. "There's also a brewery, and according to the list of people, I do have some people who should know how to make it work, but again, I don't want to use it as it will probably take more power than we have. I have quite a lot of machinery for timber harvesting, but it needs repairs and I need spare parts. And a generator. Also, there are no saws to cut it up. Some Drazon and other dangerous animals are running around, but I don't know where. There are farms, but I need a lot of expensive farm machinery and I don't have enough farm animals. Well, except for chickens. I have lots of chickens. I hope you like eggs. Oh, and I have 3 fishing boats, but not much fuel." He chuckled. "But I do have lots of good people. Everyone so far has been working really hard. I also have plenty of homes where people could move into tomorrow, except their kitchens are all either dead or dying." Rachel thought about this for a few minutes, and as she did, Clara interrupted. "Wyatt, did you say that the turbines were on their last legs and needed to be replaced?" Wyatt sighed before replying, "Yes, Clara. There were originally 4 turbines and some power management computer that kept everything running. Now we have a single turbine that is somehow still going, but the lubrication has to be topped up, by hand, every few days, and like many or even most of the mechanical things, it's dying." Clara picked up her datapad and looked at something on it before asking, "And how big are these turbines?" Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know, I haven't yet seen them, but I do have model names, numbers, and specifications. They can't be huge. The pipes into them are supposed to be small." Clara looked at him, shaking her head before saying, "And did it not occur to you that we could probably manufacture such items on board the Noir Navio?" Wyatt looked at her as if she had suddenly grown 3 heads. "Clara, you can't do that. The Noir Navio needs its repairs. You cannot delay those just to make some turbines for me." Clara looked at him, then talking slowly, she said, "Wyatt, the outer hull is already repaired. Jincho and our technicians are focusing on internals, which will consume more time than physical resources. Now, I don't know what facilities you would need to make new turbines, but a number of the fabricators are not currently in use. Maybe one or more of them could build you your new turbines. After dinner, go and see the chief engineer, Lupin Lusanto. Ask him if it can be done, and if he says yes, tell him to do so as a secondary priority to the ship's repairs. Electricity is critical in your getting your barony up and running and keeping its people alive. I won't be accused of rescuing people, only to go off and leave them to die on a planet due to my lack of support. Oh, and speaking of support, here is a list of excess equipment and supplies taken from the Gallant Venture and the other captured ships. I've split it up by group, so there's medical, food, engineering, and so forth." Clara looked up to see his surprised face. "Please, Wyatt, don't give me that look. I have already ensured the means to restock our supplies, and where possible, I've stored spares. This is just what's left over. There's plenty of food, simple rations in the majority. If I can give Felicity any praise, is that she was sensible enough to replenish their supplies when meeting with House Ferentis, as did we. There are also a lot of medical supplies, everything from bandages to med pods. When Jincho organized the stripping of those ships, he took my words literally when I said if it could safely be removed, then they would be mine. Diligent, is he not?" Looking at Rachel, who was quietly sitting at the table, Clara said, "I'm sending you a copy as well. Look up the items and price them. List them as captured trophies salvaged from enemy combat vessels. If our Baron finds a use for them on Hago, class them as a charitable donation on his part for tax purposes. Don't forget everything donated to aid the Hago reconstruction for the next year is worth double when it's come to claiming for tax purposes." Rachel, who was still in awe at sitting opposite Princess Clara, replied, "Yes, my princess." Rachel was looking down the lists of items on the borrowed datapad that Wyatt had already sent her, and noticed an expensive package. Wyatt had listed 1,600 datapads with a price of 3,200,000 credits. Looking up at Wyatt, she said, "Excuse me?" asking Wyatt, "But why so many datapads, and why 2,000 credits each?" Wyatt turned to Rachel, taking out his own datapad. "I bought this on Matcha, the only thing I've bought for myself with my reward credits so far, other than my armor. I wanted something good, better than the cheap one I already had. This gives the best performance and capabilities for the money. I want every man, woman, and child in Newtown to have one. It's one decent thing they can start off with. It cost me 2,000 credits, so I just added a few spares, because someone always drops one down the toilet or something, and made it 3,200,000. Rachel put her head in her hands, shaking it, and Clara laughed. Wyatt looked bemused, saying, "But 1,600 datapads at 2,000 credits is 3,200,000. I'm not a genius, but I can do basic maths." Rachel looked over at Clara, asking, "May I tell him, please, my princess?" Clara, still giggling, nodded twice. "So," Rachel started to say, "when you buy large quantities of items, it's called buying in bulk. You can usually get a discount. But when you buy very large quantities, you can often go straight to the manufacturer. They give you a trade price so that you can make a profit on the items. But trade prices are often negotiable. These are fairly expensive datapads. A shop might order 100 or fewer at a time. They would get at least a 30% discount. I suspect ordering 1,600 will get you as much as a 50% reduction. They might even sweeten the deal, especially if you contact 2 or 3 rival manufacturers. And finally, you paid the commoner's price. You just walked into a shop and paid the price on display, didn't you?" Wyatt was confused, saying, "Of course. You have the credits for it. You can buy it. Simple, right?" Rachel sighed, looking at Clara as she said, "Only on essential items are commoners charged a fair price. On luxury items, commoners pay at least double the noble's price, sometimes more." Wyatt was stunned. Finally, he said, "But that's ridiculous." Clara looked at her friend, deciding to tell him the truth. "Why do you think we get rebellions? Occasionally, commoners realize what's going on. Then they talk to their friends, their families, and compare notes. And well, then things can get really bad, especially if the nobles don't listen. How much markup? That's the difference between the cost and the price in the shops that the commoners pay is down to the local lord. But typically, there's a 4-fold price difference on everything, except essential things like food. But luxury foods might charge even more." Clara continued. This is something you and General Swallowtail need to be aware of and decide how to manage. A lot of discretion is given to local rulers, so whilst a fourfold price increase is not uncommon, it might be only a 30% increase for essential items because shopkeepers have to have an income too, or it might be considerably higher for items where you don't want a commoner to have access, such as knighthoods. Can you imagine if every commoner could just become a knight? But it's not all bad news. We also keep food prices as low as possible, medicine and healthcare as well, along with electricity and fuel. All are kept at a low cost because those things are essential. Wyatt looked at his friend and asked, Clara, do I have to charge these prices? Clara looked embarrassed as she said, I'm afraid so, Wyatt. It is a rule. The law says that for a commoner to buy any luxury item, they must agree to pay the market price. Not even I or my brother the prince can change that law without the approval of the Council of Nobles. Rachel coughed, interrupting Clara. Excuse me, my princess, but that's not quite accurate. A noble must indeed ensure that all luxury items are charged at market price. But it is also true that any noble may gift any item in their possession to whomever they please, I believe, she went on, emphasizing her next words. Baron Staples said he wanted to give the commoners data pads. Was that not correct, Wyatt? Wyatt looked at Rachel as he suddenly realized what she had just told them, saying, that is what I said I wish to do. Rachel continued, so that presents no problem. No one will object if a generous lord gives out a gift, especially not for such a trifling amount. Also, thanks to House Astor's and House Ferentis's generous offer, there would be no sales taxes to pay, so you are more likely to be looking at between 400 and 500 credits per unit. Perhaps if Her Highness is willing, we might get these things for even less. Clara looked at her across the table, her eyes holding a glint of appreciation and recognition. What did you have in mind, Rachel? She asked cautiously. Rachel looked back. Well, my princess, it is said by some that no publicity is bad publicity, although, as an accountant, I would prefer to say that no good publicity is ever unwelcome. What if we could get the media companies interested, better yet, a single company with exclusive access? What is happening here? Your victory over the Drazen, the vanquishing of the Duke's forces, and the restoration of an entire planet from anarchy back to the Principality is going to attract a lot of attention. Perhaps a few kind words from yourself, for more generous donors, or from Baron Staples, for those who are not quite so generous, might get even healthier discounts or even donations coming in. This would make Wyatt's money go further and last longer. Clara beamed, her smile almost lighting up the room. I like it, not just because it will help Wyatt, but more importantly, because every time it comes on a screen, it will be another turn of the screw in my uncle's coffin. There was a Ferentis news company that covered the victory. Their newscasters were commoners. I don't think anyone on Hago would object to their being on planet. Wyatt, you can ask your new friend, General Swallowtail, but regular coverage might bring in donations and even technical experts, even if it were just for short periods as consultants. Wyatt asked, Are you sure, Clara? You don't normally seek publicity. Clara nodded. You are correct, Wyatt, for obvious reasons, but this won't be about me. This will be about a marvelous project, helping the victims and survivors of a large-scale Drazen incursion, and it won't just be me they will interview. You, my dear Wyatt, are going to be a star. Don't worry, I will make sure we only answer questions that we want to answer. Did you know you have already had donations from that short news item? People from all over the Principality donated. They contacted the news company, who in turn set up a charitable account to allow people to donate. I've got the account details here. She watched Wyatt's face as she passed over the data pad. Wyatt was ready this time. He could see the smile on her face, but when he saw the number on the pad, he reached for a glass of sweet grape juice and drank it in almost a single gulp. 67,408,9,532 credits. He paused for a moment, feeling lightheaded, but the absurd number lacked the impact it had on him before. Then he looked at Clara. Who would donate so much, he asked. Clara replied, Well over 3 million people, mostly commoners and a few lesser and minor nobles. The largest donation was 1,000 credits, the smallest 2 credits, and all of that with no official donation system set up and just a 5-minute news item. Wyatt was stunned. People really care? That was all he said. Clara looked at him, surprised. Yes, Wyatt, people care. You have given them a huge victory against a great monster, and these were the people who did not just send money to an already set-up account. They made calls and sent emails to the news company demanding to know where to send the money. If we launch an official campaign, a charity they can donate to, and I can persuade that news company to send a team to cover it, I think we can raise plenty of resources. House Forentis has said they will pay for some major items and infrastructure on Hago, but for Tornell and yourself, Wyatt, you need a lot more. House Forentis will be paying out billions of credits, and it's barely going to make a dent in what's needed in the long term. You need to speak with Tornell, come to an agreement on how to split any money coming in, and I suggest Rachel here administers it. Clara looked again at Rachel before continuing. This places a potentially huge responsibility on you, Rachel. I am sure you can be trusted with the money, but just in case you are tempted by vast sums, Wyatt here will tell you what will happen to you if you disappoint us. Whilst I do not expect this to occur, it's only fair you get the same warning as everyone else. Rachel looked at Wyatt, who turned to her and said, "You are a minor exiled noble. On a planet with all sorts of dangers, you would simply disappear. It would give me no pleasure. It would just happen. Do you believe me?" Rachel looked into his eyes. She remembered the scenes from the gallant venture, how he had so casually shot Casimir Caiston, and she felt her whole body turn to ice. There was absolutely no doubt in her mind that this man, who had been laughing and joking and trying to put her at her ease only a few minutes before, was now absolutely serious. Rachel licked her lips where they had suddenly gone dry and quietly said, "Yes, I believe you." Then suddenly Clara said, "Let me tell you something about my knight Banneret, your Baron. He has the soul of a true knight. He will defend the innocent with his own life, but strike down the guilty without a hint of regret or mercy, and he looks after those he leads. Do your job as best you can, and he will ensure you get rewarded, even arguing with his superiors to ensure it." Clara lowered her voice to barely a whisper. "He is my friend, and I'm incredibly grateful for that friendship." Lady Cynthia rested her hand on Clara's shoulder, and she too said, "He is our friend." Wyatt said nothing, but turned bright red in embarrassment at the compliments, yet his smile was vast and sincere. Rachel, in turn, replied to Clara, "I understand, my princess. I promise I won't let any of you down." "But what do you need me to do?" Clara gestured to Wyatt to reply, the pink in his face now fading as confidence took over. Wyatt said, "I thought I just needed you to run the economy of the barony, my barony, but I think I will need you to also supervise the handing out of any money from this charity. Don't just give the money out. Use it for essentials to save people's lives and to help people with work." He paused for a moment, then nodded to himself. "I think the word I am looking for is invest." Wyatt looked across at Clara, who gave the smallest nod of her head to indicate he had the right idea, so he continued. "You put money into a new business or rebuilding an existing business, they pay that money back from their profits, then it can be used again." Rachel interrupted. "So we use the money to save lives, but also, like a bank, we lend it out to businesses that need help. How much interest do I charge on these loans, and how do I decide if money is really going to save a life?" Wyatt looked confused. "I'm sorry, what's interest?" Clara just giggled, but gestured for Rachel to clarify. So Rachel went on. "Interest is the amount of money a bank would charge you for a loan. To keep things simple, say you borrowed 1,000 credits from the bank for 1 year at 10% interest. Then at the end of the year, you would have to pay the bank back the original 1,000 credits plus a further 100 credits in interest." Wyatt looked at her and simply said, "No interest, we take 10% of any profits each year until the money is paid back, but not a credit more. If you leave people with more money in their pockets, they will work harder because they can see its value. As for saving lives, I suspect this will mean buying medical supplies and maybe food where it's needed, but also, if we can attract one, paying for a real doctor. We have quite a lot of medical technicians and nurses, even vets, but no doctors. No noble doctor wished to stay and help." Wyatt sighed before saying, "I can't really blame them for that." Rachel asked, "And the barony, what do I need to do there?" Wyatt held up his hands in resignation, saying, "I honestly don't know. Clara said I should barter with General Swallowtail and the residents of Hago until they have money to spend, but I'd like to give my people some money of their own, even if it's not much, so they can order the things they want. I can provide the essentials, but I can't turn their houses into homes for them." Clara interrupted the conversation, saying simply, "Dinner is about to be served." As Wyatt and Rachel watched, servants came in and brought out a small circular dining table and 4 chairs, setting the table with a cloth, placemats, cutlery, and glasses with military precision. Finally, with the table set, they each stood behind one of the chairs waiting for Clara and her guests to sit. With everybody seated, the servant in charge filled their glasses with chilled, slightly sparkling water, and 4 bowls of soup were brought in. A small white bread roll and butter accompanied each bowl. The bowls contained a rich, thick orange soup. On top, small cubes of toasted bread and slivers of bacon floated. Wyatt had no idea what the soup was, but it smelt delicious. They all waited for Cynthia to take the first taste, and once she had given a nod of approval to the waiting staff, they left, and the conversation continued, though now it was as much about the food, with Wyatt, almost drooling, asking Clara, "What is this?" Clara said, "I think it's roasted tomato and pumpkin with some bacon. There's also the crispy bacon with the croutons on top." Wyatt nodded, taking a slurp and allowing himself to savor the flavors. He had always enjoyed good food, and he had to admit that serving his princess certainly gave him the opportunity to try dishes he had never tasted before. A soft moan escaped his throat as he went for another spoonful. Rachel, who had relaxed a little now that the food was served, suddenly sat upright and said, "Souvenirs!" Causing everyone to stare at her. Embarrassed, she said, "I was thinking about what Wyatt said, about wanting some money to give to people, and what this victory over the Drazan will mean to the principality. But also you said House Ferentis will be sending ships full of things to do big infrastructure projects. That means those ships will be leaving empty. What if instead of leaving empty, they could be leaving full of souvenirs?" Wyatt thought of his own home, of things his family had found or brought to remind them of trips or special occasions. Rachel might have a point. Looking across at Clara and Cynthia, he could see both had thoughtful expressions on their faces, but neither was making fun of the idea. Rachel took this as a sign to continue. "I don't know what you could do, but it needs to be small and fairly low cost, and you need to make a lot of them. Sell them to the ship captains at half price, say 10 credits each. They have the issue of finding a market for them and selling for 20 credits. It would need to be cheap and quick to produce, and you want to number them. People are always happy to pay more if they think there are only a limited number, even if the number is huge like 10 million. Cynthia spoke up. "Rachel's idea has merit, and she is right. This is something people will want to remember, but you need to find something you can reproduce quickly and in quantity. You have probably only a few months to cash in on the idea before it becomes old news and people lose interest." Wyatt was still mulling over the idea when the servant removed his empty soup bowl and replaced it with a green salad, which he quickly devoured. As the servants brought out the next course of asparagus wrapped in crispy bacon and filled a new glass with a light white wine, he slowly said, "The burnt trees." Eyes turned to him. "When we burnt the Drazan on Hago, a lot of trees were burnt, not completely, but enough to make them useless for regular timber. We could rip them up, saw them into plaques, a few seconds of sanding to smooth out the top and bottom surface, and a few seconds under a laser to engrave some text and a serial number." He ran the numbers through in his head. They would need saws, of course, and really he wanted small trees so they could just slice off sections from the trunk. But he thought if they kept the sections of trunk small, a competent woodsman could, perhaps, produce 10 slices in a minute if they were only between 8 and 12 centimeters in diameter. He had 30 woodsmen, so 10 minutes' work would give him 3,000 rough-cut wooden plaques. If he asked them to do that twice an hour for 8 hours, that would give him 48,000 per day. He looked over at Clara, asking, "How long do you think it will take for House Ferentis to start sending supply ships?" Clara thought for a while, whilst savoring the asparagus. Finally, she said, "The emergency supplies will have already departed, but the majority of the supplies and personnel will likely take some 2 to 3 weeks to assemble, then the travel time to get to Hago. You have probably got about 4 weeks as a minimum." Wyatt thought to himself, "If I have time, if I'm right about how long everything takes, if I can get the equipment, it's possible." But there was still the problem of what to put on the plaque. When they finished the asparagus, the servants cleared away the white wine as well. Now they brought a new glass, and red wine was served, as the servants brought out a huge metal tray on which was placed a lot of different grilled meats. Wyatt had had a mixed grill before, but always it was with simple, cheap cuts. Here there were prime cuts of a number of meats, several sauces, mushrooms, onion rings, French fries, tomatoes, and many different vegetable dishes. Rachel looked at the feast in front of her and said, "I can't eat all of this, I'll explode." Clara giggled and said, "That's fine. Just choose the bits you want. But do leave room for dessert. That's the best bit of the meal." Rachel decided that she would like to try everything, so she chose the smallest pieces of meat and equally small quantities of the vegetables. It still put a lot on her plate, but it was manageable. Wyatt and Clara both filled their plates, and she was amazed to see the quantities that Cynthia was able to eat. Then she realized that Cynthia, as Clara's bodyguard and a Winfield, was probably packed full of enhancements that would all require energy, thus the large portions. She was glad she had tried everything when the remains were taken away, as everything had been amazing. Once again, the wine glasses were replaced, this time with a chilled, light, sparkling wine. As a tray of desserts were placed on the table, there were individual chocolate and raspberry cupcakes and little lemon tarts, a bowl of fresh fruit salad, a pavlova, and a strawberry gâteau. This time, no comments were made as everyone chose something they liked the look of, and then a second and a third. Even Rachel could not resist a third helping, though she did keep the portion size down. At the end of their dinner, the table was cleared, and they returned to the comfortable chairs to continue their discussion. Wyatt had sent a long list of items that he needed to get for the residents of Newtown, and as Rachel went down the list, he explained what his notes meant. GS meant he expected to get the items from General Swallowtail, but he needed her to get a commercial price for the equivalent. Some things he had marked as urgent, whilst others were listed as when possible. She noticed that the data pads had been marked as one of the most important things, as had tractors and certain spare parts. Other items like the harvesters were important but not needed immediately. Wyatt explained that they had about 3 months before the first crops requiring a combine harvester were ready. As she looked down at the list, she realized just how much equipment and heavy machinery he needed. An idea began to take hold, and she asked Wyatt, "Why not build some of these things under license?" Of course, Wyatt had no idea what she was talking about, so Rachel explained, "A lot of these companies build their products on multiple planets. They only actually own a single factory, but they let other factories produce their products. They supply the designs and instructions to produce and assemble everything, and then you pay a fee each time you sell one of their items." Wyatt really wasn't sure about this, saying, "I don't think we have the factory space, and I already need to build a new sawmill building. I think if I built any other large structures, I would rapidly run out of funds." But then he thought for a minute and added, "But maybe the general might be interested. He wants to get away from most of the military things and build civilian items instead. I think what I want to do is make sure I have enough food for my people, sell any spare food locally, and produce high-quality wooden items for sale off-world. I think that is where the money for Newtown will come from, though maybe we can build wooden buildings as well, giant kits that we will be able to load onto the train line when it eventually arrives." He thought for a few minutes. "What we really need right now are a couple of large shuttles without the railway. Getting anything to or from the nearest spaceport or anywhere else requires long trips on not very good roads." He looked over towards Clara. "Could I borrow?" Clara didn't even give him the chance to finish before she said, "No, you may not borrow a couple of Principality shuttles, at least not for being glorified delivery trucks, not to mention you haven't got any pilots in those staying on Hago." She pursed her lips and tapped her chin, thinking for a moment before saying, "There are some Drazen shuttles. Those are huge. There are also some guild pilots and mining pilots among the civilians who will be leaving on the first ship going to civilized space." Wyatt was confused. "I thought you gave all the Drazen stuff to House Forentis. Also, I thought the technician said we could not get them re-rigged for our pilots to fly them." Clara turned to him and said, "No. The technician said there wasn't time to convert Drazan vessels for our pilots to use for the battle. Not that it wasn't possible. If you can get a pair of civilian pilots to fly them, I'll get you a pair of Drazen shuttles." Wyatt looked at her. "How am I supposed to persuade a couple of pilots to fly Drazen shuttles as delivery trucks?" he asked. Clara looked at Wyatt as if he were an idiot. "You hire them, Wyatt. Offer them 1,000 credits a month, free food and accommodation. I'm sure you will get at least a couple of pilots to choose from." And if you offer them a bonus, they should be able to train a couple of your people. Ask them if any of your people would like to train to be a shuttle pilot. They are mostly young and all are fit and healthy. I expect you can find a few who might like to try. I'll even make you a deal. Find your pilots and I will let you have Jincho for 2 days along with any of the new Yikanti technicians he can persuade to help. Rachel had no idea what they were talking about, so she said, "Excuse me, my princess, but can I ask, who is this Jincho and why would you loan him to Wyatt?" Clara had forgotten for a moment that Rachel was even in the room, and of course had no idea who Jincho was, turned to her and said, "Jincho is a very clever, very strange Yikanti who insults almost everyone he sees, but who is an absolute genius at making machinery and computers work. If he cannot work out in 2 days how to let a human fly a Drazen shuttle, I will be very surprised. In fact, I would not be surprised if he already had plans for how to do just that, but I'll lend him to Wyatt for 2 days just so he will stop annoying Cynthia. Tomorrow morning, Wyatt can introduce you to Galt Tirum, who can get you communications access so you can do your research. For now, I suggest Cynthia return you to your quarters." Rachel bowed to Clara and said, "I thank my princess for her time and a wonderful dinner." And then she followed Cynthia back to her room. Wyatt looked at Clara. "Just what was that all about?" he asked. Clara laughed her natural laugh, then said, "I wanted to see what she was really like, to see if she was truly as clever and naive as my reports say she is. It seems she really is. But she knows how to do accounts, and her 2 ideas for using the press and souvenirs are actually very good. It's a shame about her brother Angus, though. I don't have the time to prove any links, but it's very odd that right after Angus banished her, she gets taken prisoner by pirates." Wyatt was still for a moment before saying, "You think her own brother arranged for her to be taken by pirates?" Clara shrugged, like I said. "A strange coincidence, and perhaps very convenient for him. I shall let you go get some rest, Wyatt. You have been very busy these last few days. I thought you needed a good meal and maybe just a couple of drinks." Wyatt grinned. "I knew there was an ulterior motive for the dinner invitation, but thank you, Clara. It was very kind and delicious, though I have to say, the cooks in Newtown have been very resourceful. I have not had a bad meal, nor have I heard a single complaint about the food they serve. Given that the kitchen equipment is older than both of us put together, I find that remarkable. I shall leave you to your rest. I am going to go and see if Lupin Lusanto is still in engineering, as I have a question or two he might be able to help me with, and then, if he is still awake, I need to ask General Swallowtail, if perhaps he might have someone who knows how a biodiesel plant is supposed to be run. Good night, Clara. Good night, Cynthia." Clara and Cynthia both wished him good night as Wyatt left Clara's quarters. He then went towards engineering. He entered the elevator, and the operator asked him where to. Wyatt said, "I need to see the engineer-in-chief, Lupin Lusanto, in engineering." The young woman controlling the lift started it moving and then turned to Wyatt. "Begging your pardon, sir, but the chief engineer is in the fabrication plant. He rode in this very lift not 5 minutes ago." Wyatt turned to her just as the lift started to slow, saying, "I guess I need the fabrication plant then." The young woman said, "Yes, sir," as the doors opened to reveal the vast machinery of the fabrication plant rooms. Wyatt smiled and shook his head as he exited the lift. Everybody, it seemed, was being clever today. It did not take Wyatt long to spot the tall, lanky man with the red eyes. He approached, waiting for the man to finish whatever it was he was doing, and then turn around, saying, "Good evening, Lupin," as he did so. If Lupin were annoyed seeing Wyatt in his domain, he did not show it. "Good evening, Sir Wyatt," he replied. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Wyatt had not expected the cordial treatment from the chief engineer. The last time they had talked, it had been clear that the red-eyed man thought that making better accommodations for the pirate children and adolescents was an inconvenience he would prefer not to have to do. But to his credit, he had done an incredibly good job of turning a storeroom into a barracks. Wyatt said, "Her Highness just suggested to me that it was possible you could fabricate some items for emergency aid on Hago, specifically some electrical generators. I have the specifications here," he said, showing Lupin the information on his datapad. Lupin looked at the serial numbers and specifications and then ran a search for available files. Turning to Wyatt, he said, "I cannot give you these exact turbines, but I do have almost identical newer designs in the system, with slightly improved specifications that I could have constructed for you. Did Her Highness indicate the priority for this order?" Wyatt replied, "Her Highness did not, but I believe that essential repairs to the Noir Navio must take priority. and that these, although important, should follow that. Lupin looked at the young man in front of him. As the ship's chief engineer, he had heard the gossip concerning the newly promoted Lieutenant Commodore, but did not want to believe it without verifying the evidence for himself. So he had accessed the battle information and watched the easily available video of his solo attack on the gallant venture. Lupin was no fool. Much as he was confident of his own abilities, he saw that Wyatt was unusually proficient at causing death and destruction. Wyatt had the authority with his new rank, combined with being Commander Redford's official second-in-command, to order Lupin to produce what he needed. With Princess Clara's authority, he could have demanded that Lupin drop everything and produce the items right now, but he had not. The command was there, but it was presented as a request rather than an order from the younger man. Lupin turned to Wyatt, consulting the schedule to see which machines would be needed for Wyatt's request and the amount of time required, and then adjusted the schedules to fit the work in before saying, "The first turbine and the control circuits will be ready in just over 12 hours. The other turbines will take less time to produce. If that will be convenient, Wyatt. Now, is there anything else?" The smile on Wyatt's face could have lit up the room if Lupin had paid any attention to such things. As Wyatt thanked him, he then paused briefly before asking, "I was wondering, Lupin, what happens to all the material that is gathered up for us to recycle in the fabricators, if it is not inconvenient for me to ask?" Lupin appeared to briefly consider the request and decided that it was something that he would deign to answer. "It is very simple," he began. "We send out collectors, mainly into areas with high concentrations of metals. They gather everything in the area like a mindless beast filling its stomach with everything in front of it. When it is full, it returns here, and the machinery sorts through it. Anything radioactive is placed in a shielded container, analyzed to ensure it's not a weapon, and then when we have a full container, we crush it into a block and fire it into the sun for safe disposal. Everything else is sorted into useful material, mainly metals and not useful. That is mainly plastics, ceramics, and odd bits of metal that are treated in a way that makes them incompatible with the machinery here, that likewise fills up a larger container and will eventually be crushed and disposed of. But why do you ask?" Wyatt decided that he should be honest, saying, "Actually, I want to create something for Lord Ishtunnel Ferentis, some sort of reminder from his time in a real battle. And well, I thought, what better than to use some piece of debris that he could place on a wall so he could say to his family and friends, 'See, I was there.'" Lupin laughed at that. "I see you are learning, Wyatt. If you please, go ahead and see what you can find. Your request for the pirate barracks didn't convince me. Still, thanks to a couple of those children, 3 of my engineers are alive, so by all means take anything you want." Lupin opened a hatch into a large container. At the far end, a trickle of small parts was falling onto the floor. Here, there, a few larger lumps of debris lay poking up through the smaller parts. It only took Wyatt 3 minutes to find the perfect thing. A piece of a ceramic plate from a Drazen fighter, complete with some markings. He had no idea what they meant, if anything, but they looked alien, which was good enough for Wyatt. Before he left, he looked at the material on the floor of the container. It was mainly some sort of ceramic, shattered into lots of pieces. It had an odd luster to it. As he looked at it, he realized what he could see was the perfect thing to add to the wooden plaques, small no more than 4 centimeters across, and distinctly alien-looking. He exited the container and showed the larger piece to Lupin, asking, "Can you tell me what this stuff is?" Lupin looked at the item and said, "It's some sort of ceramic from their propulsion system. It's incredibly hard and resistant to just about any heat we can throw at it. But when their ships blow up, this stuff shatters into thousands of tiny pieces. We can't process it in any way, so the machine just filters it out." Wyatt felt the weight in his hand. It seemed very light, so he said, "Could I have it?" Lupin shrugged. "Sure, take as much of it as you want." To which Wyatt said, "I'd like about 10 tons, maybe a tiny bit more, just loose if that's possible, please, Lupin." Lupin had no idea what Wyatt wanted so much rubbish for, but he couldn't see any harm in it. It was an odd request, but he was used to those. "Okay, Wyatt, I'll set the container to not compact. There will be a few other things in there as well, but about 95% of the rubbish material is that stuff. Where do you want it?" he asked, shaking his head at the absurd request. Wyatt said, "In the hangar bay, if that's possible." Lupin, trying very hard not to laugh, quickly worked out how long it would take to fill the container and said, "It will be there by early afternoon tomorrow." Wyatt thanked him again and then took the lift up to the command level. He asked the acting comms officer to try and get through to General Swallowtail, and if he succeeded, to route it to the war room. When the general came onto the screen in front of Wyatt, he did not look like the same man Wyatt had spoken to just 2 days previously. The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests. Day 5, Part 1. Wyatt woke in his room on the Nornavio at 5:33 in the morning, brought out from his slumbers by a message arriving on his datapad. Wyatt, go ahead. Will arrange setup of the 10 spare healing pods on the Eternal Garden plus supervising doctors. Send cases who will only survive with the help of the pods. It had been signed by Clara. Wyatt shook his head when Tornell had appeared on screen the previous night. He had looked shattered. It turned out that he still had many sick and injured men and women. Wyatt told him that he would see what he could do and had sent a message to Clara to see when she woke up, asking if there was anything she could do, other than let his medics try and help where they could. Apparently there was. No doubt he would find out more later. Dressing quickly in his armor, he then went to get breakfast. He couldn't help but notice the lack of cake on offer, or the rather bland steamed bread. As he was finishing up his breakfast, Galt came over to him. After exchanging greetings, Galt said, "Did you find Lady von Winterborn?" Wyatt looked up at the older man, saying, "I did. Thank you, Galt. Her Highness and Lady Cynthia had us join them for dinner last night." Galt's eyes went wide with shock, and quietly he said, "She did what?" Wyatt gestured for Galt to sit beside him for a moment, and Galt eagerly sat down as Wyatt quietly said, "I think Princess Clara was trying to put Lady Rachel in a more comfortable situation." He considered that idea for a moment before continuing, "It eventually worked. I now have an accountant to look after my accounts. Do you know until I met you, I never needed one?" Galt didn't know how to answer that, so stayed quiet as Wyatt continued. "When she is up and has breakfasted, I'm pretty sure Lady Cynthia will bring her to you. I was supposed to be doing that this morning, but I now have more important things to do. Lady Rachel will need access to communications. She is apparently going to find me suppliers with good prices." "Ah," said Galt. "I think I understand." "In the meantime, I have to go on a mercy flight," said Wyatt, looking at his datapad, where a notification indicated that the cargo had now been loaded onto his shuttle. "General Swallowtail told me last night he still has a lot of badly injured and dying. He did not want to trouble us because he thought we wouldn't do anything to help anyway." Galt snorted. "He doesn't understand you very well then, does he?" Wyatt got up. As he rose, he said, "No, I suppose not. Oh, well, perhaps in time we will find out more about each other. I expect I'll see you later." Galt raised his hand in a small wave goodbye. As Wyatt strode off towards the hangars, certain that Wyatt would surprise the general, Galt went back to his breakfast. When Wyatt arrived at the Eternal Garden, 6 medics and 15 nurses were waiting for him. He looked at them, seeing uncertainty in their faces, perhaps a little fear. Taking off his helmet, he told them, "Gather round," and they formed a small semicircle in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. "Last night I spoke to General Swallowtail down on Hago. He tells me they are desperately short of any trained medical staff, and they have a lot of sick, burned, and injured people who fought against the Drazen. I told him I would try to help. I am here to ask for your help. No one will make you get on board the shuttle. You don't have to help. But I am sure, in the months and years to come, the locals will remember that you came when they needed help, that perhaps you saved lives which would otherwise have been lost. Also, Her Highness Princess Clara is going to set up 10 med pods here on the Eternal Garden. They might need help here to run." One of the men in the group raised his hand. When Wyatt looked at him, he said, "Excuse me, my lord, but all we have is what we are wearing. We have no instruments, supplies, or medicine to help." Wyatt looked at him. "You can address me as Sir or Wyatt, but please avoid the whole 'my lord' titles. I was born a commoner, and despite the title, I am not comfortable with it. There are several tons of supplies inside the shuttle. Why don't you have a look, see if there is anything that has been missed, and then let me know your decision." The 21 men and women went into the shuttle and spent less than 10 minutes checking to see just what supplies and equipment had been loaded on board before coming back out. Wyatt asked, "Do I have any volunteers?" and all 21 stepped forward. This time, however, one of the women raised her hand and waited until Wyatt acknowledged her. She said, "Sir, have you thought about asking the vets for help? I think there are about 20 of them. A vet is just as capable as a medic in treating wounds and broken bones and probably burns." Wyatt looked at the group of men and women in front of him. "You all agree that the vets could be useful?" he asked. After a brief conversation, they all agreed, so Wyatt said, "Okay, I'll ask them to be ready when I return with the first casualties." Quickly, he went to the nearest guards and asked them to assemble anyone with veterinary training or anyone else with first aid skills for when he returned, before having the medics and nurses the shuttle for the trip to Hago. When Wyatt arrived at the coordinates given to him, the general was there waiting, having heard the shuttle descending. In front of him, Wyatt could see a large barracks building, with several inflatable tent-type structures providing extra shelter. Tornell walked over to him as Wyatt got out of the shuttle. "You came," he said, holding out his hand in greeting. Wyatt grasped his hand firmly, saying, "I said I would. I've bought every spare medic and nurse, only 21 people in total, but it should help. Along with several tons of supplies, Her Highness Princess Clara is arranging for every spare medpod that we have to be set up on the Drazen vessel in orbit, along with some of our own medical staff, 10 pods in total for those most in need of their treatment." If Tornell was surprised that Clara would do such a thing, he did not show it, simply saying, "We are grateful for all the help we can get. Please thank the princess for me." Wyatt nodded. "Of course, also, and don't take this the wrong way, but I have been told we have a number of vets on board. The medics advise me that they are likely to have extensive medical skills, but I thought I should talk to you first, before bringing them down. Besides, they were still asleep when I left." Tornell looked at him, saying, "I'll take the help of any man or woman willing to offer it who know what they are doing. If a vet can save a life, then I'm happy to have them here." "Okay then, the plan is for the medics to identify the 10 people most in need of medpod treatment. I will take those people up on the shuttle, then bring down the vets on the return trip. They have been told to save as many as they can. We are just looking at saving lives. Further treatment will have to wait until the emergency aid from House Forentis gets here," said Wyatt. Wyatt and Tornell watched as soldiers came to help unload the shuttle, and the medics and nurses went to check out the sick and wounded. Finally, Tornell turned to Wyatt and said, "You never said why you called last night?" "Oh, I guess I didn't, right," said Wyatt before continuing. "Several reasons. The town has a number of, I suppose I could call them factories, which we are not entirely sure how to get going. There's a place to make biodiesel that seems to tie in somehow with the sewage treatment works, and there's a sugar beet processing plant. I was really wondering if maybe there might be people here who know how they work." Tornell wiped his hand over his face before answering, "I'm pretty sure I can find you people for the biodiesel and sewage plant. Those are fairly common. I'm not sure about the sugar beet plant, but I will ask for you." He gestured to the shuttle and supplies. "It seems that it's the least I can do." "Oh," exclaimed Wyatt. "I almost forgot. There's credits." "Credits? What are you talking about? No one has any credits on Hago, haven't for at least 20 years, said Tornell. "Well, you do now," said Wyatt. 67,489,532 credits, as of last night. Tornell looked at him as if he had gone mad. Finally, he simply said, "How?" Wyatt tried to recall the previous night's conversation, replying, "From what I've been told, a small Forentis news company heard about the battle, and about Hago. Apparently this is major news. A lot of people saw the news item, and have sent donations. My brand new accountant and Her Highness suggest that this might be a way to help Hago to recover, that allowing a news company onto Hago might encourage others to make charitable contributions." Tornell thought about this before asking Wyatt, "And what will your cut be, Baron?" Wyatt looked Tornell in the eye and said, "It's all for you, Tornell, or rather for Hago. I suggest you invest it in things for the people, whatever House Forentis won't do, and maybe emergency supplies or things you cannot get here. I suggest that you invest in businesses and that they pay you back with 10% of their profits until the investment is repaid. That is what I intend to do with my own money. That way there's always money available in the future for new ideas." Tornell looked at Wyatt. As he did so, his demeanor changed, and he said, I can't let you do that, Wyatt. If it were not for your actions and those of Princess Clara, we would have nothing, and there would be no news story. Take 10% for yourself. You have expenses as well. Wyatt shook his head. 10% is ridiculous. You have about 2 billion people on Hago that you are looking after. I have just under 1,600. Even offering me 1% is far too generous. Tornell looked again into Wyatt's eyes before he continued. All he saw looking back at him was honesty. Take 5%. The people of Hago would have nothing if it were not for your actions. Use it to do good for your barony, and you never know, the extra 3 million credits might prove useful. The aid from House Ferentis will ensure our survival as we readapt to the markets and the Principality's economy. Wyatt was watching the first of the stretchers being brought back to the shuttle as Tornell made his suggestion, remembering the previous night's dinner conversation. "Perhaps you are right, Tornell," he said. "With your agreement, I will ask Her Highness to make contact with the news company. I'm sure that she will be convincing. I suggest we leave the financial control to the accountant. I have a feeling that she can be trusted, and she needs to prove herself. Also, she claims to know how to deal with nobles, to get the best deals. I was made painfully aware last night of just how little I know about business. Once things settle down, I suggest you find a couple of people who are good with numbers. They can check her figures for you." From the corner of his eye, Wyatt could see 2 more stretchers going on board the shuttle. Tornell considered what Wyatt had just said. He didn't know the nature of the relationship between Wyatt and the Aster Princess. Clearly, it was more than bodyguard and princess. If Wyatt was getting advice, he said, "You never wanted this, did you?" Wyatt turned to look at the older man. "No, General, I just wanted to be a pilot, get my time in, earn my pension, and then maybe get married if I was lucky now." He shrugged. "Now I have no idea most mornings when I get up what I'm going to do for the rest of the day. Most of the nobles hate me for my commoner birth. The commoners hate me for being a noble. And I have no idea what I'm doing except try to do the best I can for the people up there." Wyatt pointed up to the sky. Tornell turned to him and said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault you are here." Wyatt started to laugh. "No, General," he said. "It's at least partly my fault. I should have just kept my damn mouth shut. Besides, you have way more problems than I do." Tornell considered Wyatt's words before he too smiled. "You are not wrong," he said. "Was there anything else you needed other than technicians for the factory, etc.? "Oh, right." Wyatt paused for a moment and took out a printed sheet. "I'm also looking to purchase equipment. I thought that maybe you can supply some of this," said Wyatt as he passed over the sheet. Tornell took the sheet and laughed as he saw the blank rear side. "Don't let Elizabeth know you have blank paper. She will want every sheet." Then he started going down the list: professional kitchen equipment, chainsaws and safety equipment for forestry, paint, paintbrushes, sandpaper, nails and screws, all items made on Hago, construction equipment, cement silos, rock crushers, and a refrigeration plant. "I can supply a lot of this, I'm sure, but I'm curious. Even if I can get you a cement silo, you will still need to fill it up once you leave. No more shuttles, and that means a long cross-country journey for a big, heavy truck. I can see problems." Wyatt nodded. "Yes, General, I know, but I'm trying to sort the transport issues. If I manage it, I will let you know." Tornell looked at Wyatt before asking, "What about the paint? Mostly we've been producing it in camouflage colors." Wyatt stroked his chin in thought before replying, "What about white?" "It's just to protect timber. White will do for now. People can decide on other colors later." Out the corner of his eye, he saw one of the medics waving to him. "I think I'm needed," he said, gesturing towards the shuttle. Tornell turned and walked back towards the shuttle with him. "I'll find out about the paint for you and get a price on everything else." At the shuttle, the medic and a nurse had already strapped down 6 patients. The medic looked to Wyatt, saying, "Sir, these 6 are in a critical condition. I think we can save them if we get them to better facilities. The other medics will see who else is in need of urgent care while we move these ones." Wyatt turned to Tornell. "Well, General, I expect I will see you in a few hours," offering his hand. Tornell grasped his hand with his own, saying with a smile, "I shall be here, Baron." It did not take long for Wyatt to return to the Eternal Garden. As the medics and staff that Clara had sent started to offload the patients, he went to find the vets. As per his request, every vet and anyone with medical training of any sort was waiting. Wyatt entered the room and had everyone gather round. Then he started to speak. "Good morning, I've just come up from the planet Hago, the world that's going to be your new home, having dropped off almost every nurse and medic I could find. Some of you apparently know first aid, others are vets or have worked in animal care. Now I understand this, and those on the planet below understand it as well. But if any of you will volunteer to help, I would be grateful, even if it's just to help calm people, bathe a person, or change a bandage. It will all help. We do have plenty of medical supplies and some equipment. I'll leave you to talk amongst yourselves." Wyatt stepped out of the room looking for one of the Nornavio staff that patrolled the Eternal Garden. It only took him a couple of minutes to find a junior lieutenant. The man saw him and snapped to attention. "Sir, how can I help the Lieutenant Commodore, sir?" Wyatt looked at him, seeing a nameplate. "Lieutenant Ostras, could you find and assemble any shuttle pilots and any medically trained personnel who are currently stuck here on the Eternal Garden, waiting for a ship to take them home, please, as quickly as possible?" Lieutenant Ostras gave a quick salute and a "yes, sir," then ran off to perform his task. When Wyatt returned to the other group, he found them split into two groups. "So what have you decided?" he asked. A large man stepped forwards, a good half a head taller than Wyatt, saying, "Sir, the majority of us will go to Hago to help. Those that are left will help here with those that will be joining us on the planet, and if any help is needed with the injured that are brought up." Wyatt in turn replied, "Thank you, everyone. Let's get you all sorted with equipment such as we have. If you need to say goodbye to anyone, please do so. You will be on the planet within the hour and likely out of contact for a couple of weeks. At least until the emergency supplies, personnel, and equipment arrive, and maybe a little bit longer." Wyatt next went to see the medical staff, a tiny group of doctors and surgeons, who due to lack of implants had been temporarily spared by the Drazan. He could see in their eyes that they were not sure of what to make of the man standing in front of them, wearing his black armor. But he could also see their air of smug superiority. There was no way to appeal to any sense of duty with these people, so he decided to use some of the lessons Princess Clara had given him, much as he hated having to do so. He coughed to get their attention. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to ask a favor from you, and in return I may grant you one. My name is Baron Staples. I serve the Princess Clara, the second princess of House Astor. We need doctors and surgeons to help treat wounded. Here on the Eternal Garden, this would just be for the next 2 to 3 weeks, until your transport arrives." The group turned and talked amongst themselves for a few minutes until a man, who appeared to be in his late 30s, turned to face Wyatt. "Excuse me, my lord, but, what would we get in return?" Wyatt smiled. He knew he had their attention. "You will be paid at the same rate as a person with your qualifications and experience would receive in the Royal Navy." He paused for effect. "In addition, if you perform well, I will ask Her Highness Princess Clara to write a short letter of thanks for your efforts." He looked across and saw at once that none of them would turn him down now, but just in case he added, "I am sure that such a letter will aid your career and status." He thought to himself that he really must remember to thank Nultar, Gregor, and Raquel. Their conversations with him had made him realize that there were ways and means to appeal to minor nobles. These doctors and surgeons had no implants. If they had, then the Drazan would have killed them. Therefore, they were likely fairly poor and probably from minor families. A short letter from Clara thanking them for their service would likely do wonders for their career and maybe even boost their status within their families. At worst, they could put it on their office wall saying, "Yes, I was there." Wyatt despised the arrogance and smug superiority most blue bloods displayed, but he also understood the horrors of the Drazan. He smiled as he thought, who knows? Perhaps this small thing might make these nobles better people. Probably not, but he was willing to take that small chance. The same man who had spoken before briefly talked with his fellow doctors and surgeons before turning to address Wyatt once again. "My Lord Baron, we would be honored to serve yourself and Her Highness Princess Clara." As Wyatt smiled, he thought to himself, "Yes, I bet you are." Then he realized, "I'm becoming a damned blue blood, manipulating others to do what I want," and the smile slipped slightly. However, he replied, "I thank you if you will follow this officer," pointing to Lieutenant Ostras. "He will take you to your newly arrived patients and to where you can find appropriate garments." After they had left, Wyatt went to speak to the pilots. They were in a different room, quietly waiting, chatting amongst themselves as he came in. Looking at them, he saw ages ranging from still in their teens to the oldest, who looked to be in his 40s. All were men. All looked as if they knew how to take care of themselves. Wyatt knew how to speak to these men. "Listen up," he began, getting their attention. "I am looking for 2 shuttle pilots, used to handling heavy craft. It's a 1-year contract with the option at the end, if you wish, to extend, provided you have done well. The job is to remote pilot a modified Drazen heavy lift shuttle, mainly for the transport of heavy equipment and materials around Hygo, the planet below us, but occasionally bringing the shuttle up here to the Eternal Garden or possibly the space dock. I'll pay you 1,000 credits per month plus free food and accommodation on Hygo in addition. I want you to train 2 new shuttle pilots each. If you succeed, I'll give you an extra 6,000 credits for each trained pilot at the end of the year, and a glowing reference for your next employer. If at the end of the year you decide to stay, then I'll provide you with a house." Wyatt stood back, watched and waited. It was a good deal he had offered. The free food and accommodation meant they would be much better off than the basic 1,000 credits per month would suggest. But these were guild pilots and miners. They had their own code, and most would likely want to return to their previous life. He was surprised, therefore, when after only 10 or so minutes had passed, 3 men stood in front of him, the youngest man in the room standing to one side and behind probably the oldest man, and, standing next to the older man, another man in his mid-20s. There was a clear family resemblance between the oldest and youngest men, so Wyatt started by talking to the other man. "Tell me about yourself," he asked. The man came forward and stood straight, almost but not quite at attention. "My name is Thierry Jacquemoud, 28 years old, guild pilot, 5 years of service in the Royal Navy, another 4.5 in the guild, 1,242 hours pilot in command of various Navy small craft, mainly fighters and shuttles, another 3,902 hours piloting heavy lift shuttles, mainly at a guild shipyard. That's where the damn Drazen took me, since there's no shipyard to go back to, a year here wherever we are. Well, that sounds pretty good to me right now." Wyatt liked what he saw in front of him. The man was also respectful, but did not grovel or try to act as if he was better than everyone else. "Okay, Thierry," he said. "Consider yourself hired." Then he looked at the other 2 men, addressing the older one. He asked, "And what about you?" The older man looked Wyatt straight in the eye. "My name is Jakob Molitor. I'm 43 years old. This," gesturing to the younger man, "is Johann, my son. He's 17. We come as a pair. I've got 5 years naval service, almost all of it flying shuttles for the 5th Fleet, 1,311 hours pilot in command, then 20 years working for various mines, another 29,622 hours flying everything from asteroid tugs to mobile processing plants. Johann here is a pilot in training. So far, he's got 71 hours as pilot in command of a cargo shuttle. I'm not asking any extra for him, but we are all the family we have. I won't split us up. I'm thinking that maybe, if things work out, we might take you up on that long-term offer." Wyatt looked at Johann. He could see the pain in the young man's eyes, along with anger. Well, he thought, he knew how that felt. He said, "So, Johann, tell me, do you want to be a pilot?" Johann's head snapped up on being addressed. "My lord, I am a pilot. My dad says I might in time be a pretty good one. I might never get to kill Drazen, but I can do my bit." Wyatt looked at Johann's father. "Okay, Jakob, you have a deal. I won't give you any extra for training Johann, but if he's at least as good as any of the other 4 trainees, I'll give him the 6,000 credits. That way, stay or leave, you both have some money. The free food and accommodation applies to Johann as well. Now go get your stuff and say any goodbyes. I'll take you down to the planet with me shortly." Turning to the other pilots in the room, Wyatt said, "Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I hope that good fortune is with you for the rest of your days, Thierry, Johann, and Jakob. Meet me in the shuttle bay when you have your stuff." 15 minutes later, the pilots, the vets, and the medics who had ridden up with the patients earlier were all on board the shuttle, along with further medical supplies and some additional food for those in Newtown. Returning to the aid station, Wyatt was surprised to see General Swallowtail again, apparently waiting for him. "Ah, Baron, I see you have brought me more medics, thank you," he said. Continuing, he added, "I have sent out the call for people who might know. How to make the various bits of equipment you asked about work. No reply yet. But hopefully in a day, 2 at most, I should have some people who can help. Wyatt was slightly shocked that the general had found the time to do this already, and so his reply was not prepared. That's very kind of you, General, though I'll need to sort out a way to pay them," was all he could manage. Tornell, however, continued to surprise him. "Don't worry about payment. I'll sort out whoever we find for you. It's the least I can do in return for the medical aid. Now, with regard to the other items on your list, I think we can do everything you need. But some things are not brand new. No problem with the timber felling equipment, of course. After all, this is Hago. I am told we also have enough brand new industrial kitchen equipment in stock to equip 4 of 5 kitchens. Now, as for the rest, you would either need to wait until we have the people and the factories running again, or—" "How would you feel about almost new equipment?" Wyatt repeated. "Almost new? Tell me more, General," Tornell continued. "As I previously mentioned, we built a lot of barracks, training camps, call them whatever you want. We don't need all of these any longer, and several were essentially new, maybe used for a few months at most. All you need to do is bring some people in with a few basic tools and take the kitchen equipment away. Between these and the remaining new items, I'm pretty confident we can fill your kitchen wish list." Wyatt considered that for less than a minute before saying, "General, I think that's an excellent idea. My father is constantly repairing older items, and I know that even when they are old, many things can be made almost like new. If these kitchens have only had a few months' use, I'm sure they will likely be perfectly good, so long as the price is right, of course." Tornell nodded. "Of course. I think we can probably fulfill most of the things on your list. The construction equipment, we have lots of. I can find you some almost new items for a good price, all in military green finish. As for the cement bins and rock crusher, I can give you several locations where you can find such items. We mainly transported them to barrack sites, constructed them, and then left them there. It was just about impossible to move them with the vehicles we had available. Once they had been built, I'm not sure how easy they would be to turn into manageable-sized pieces for transport, but if you can move them, you can have them. Otherwise, they are just likely to be left to rust in place." Wyatt looked at Tornell. "You are being very generous, General. Can I ask why?" Tornell grinned. "Something you said earlier, Baron, concerning credits, nobility, and accountants. I am slowly becoming painfully aware that nobles, present company excepted, of course, are likely to charge me a premium for anything I need for the population. I was wondering if you might allow me to use your accountant to place the orders for me. After all, if they are going to be looking after the money, it seems to me that they should have no problem spending it." Wyatt couldn't help himself. He started to laugh. Once Wyatt had finished laughing, he said, "Sure, General, that won't be a problem." By then, the remaining supplies and vets had been offloaded, just leaving Wyatt with food and the pilots before boarding the shuttle again. Wyatt said, "I'll be back in a few hours to take anyone else up to the Eternal Garden. I convinced a couple more doctors up there that they could do themselves a favor by helping care for your men and women." Tornell looked at Wyatt. "Convinced?" he asked. Wyatt smiled. "I told them I'd pay them for their work until their transport ships show up, and if they do a good job, that I will ask Her Highness to give each of them a short letter of commendation. They were all minor, or lesser nobles. Such a letter may get them a better position, or so I'm told." "Why is Her Highness willing to do this? What's in it for her?" asked a very confused Tornell. Wyatt rubbed his chin with one hand while he considered Tornell's question. Finally, he said, "Princess Clara believes in giving people second chances. She also believes in treating people fairly. So, for example, she will help out where she can. If writing a few short thank you notes is enough to persuade some minor nobles to do a good job, then she will do so, but do not mistake that kindness for weakness, General. If you do well, she will keep her promise. What's more, she will ensure House Forentis keep to the deal, but she only gives 1 second chance." "Please don't let her down." Tornell thought about this for only a moment before replying. "Thank you for your honesty, Lieutenant Commodore. I expect I'll see you later." After briefly checking the shuttle was good to go, Wyatt hopped into the cockpit and took off, heading for Newtown. As he flew away, he suddenly realized that the general had referred to him by his rank rather than his title. Perhaps things were looking up. 38 minutes later, they arrived at Newtown. As they landed, Wyatt noticed that 5 auxilia were now standing sentry duty, close to the landing area. At least now, if the Drazen tried to attack Newtown, there would be some warning. As he got out of the shuttle and opened up the rear, he noticed that the auxilia had kept their watch. Rather than coming to see if they could help, the sergeant major was clearly working on their training. With his pilots following, Wyatt left the cargo bay open and walked over to the sentries. 2 came to attention as he approached, but the other 3 who were looking out towards the horizon stayed in their positions. "At ease," he ordered as he approached. "Would you happen to know where I can find Aino by any chance?" he asked. One of the sentries saluted and said, "Sir Administrator Aino, is I believe in his office in the town hall?" Wyatt said, "Thank you, carry on," and then walked off towards the town square with the 3 pilots following behind. When they got to the square, a few people were sitting outside the inn. A table had been laid out with bread, cheese, some fruit, and various bowls full of different foods. Wyatt told the pilots to take a seat and have something to eat, while he went to find Aino. Sure enough, he found the young man in the office that he had made his own from the first day. On the wall was a map of Newtown, with various colored pins and stickers applied to it, and string leading to notes pinned to the board. As he came in, Aino was putting small yellow stickers on several building outlines. "What are you doing, Aino?" asked Wyatt. "Oh, hello, Wyatt, you're back. I'm making a detailed plan of the town. I found some packs of colored stickers and also colored pins. So, for example, yellow houses are slightly larger homes that I thought would be good for families with children. Red pins mean the building is dangerous and needs either to be demolished or requires extensive repairs. Green pins means only minor repairs required. Purple stickers show what appear to be workable businesses, places that have equipment and maybe supplies." Wyatt was impressed. This actually seemed like it could be useful, so he asked, "How do you know what needs to be done? And how did you decide which houses are good for families?" Aino looked up. "Well, the families were fairly easy. There's a bunch of slightly larger homes around the park in the middle of the town. The park already has a children's play area, though that needs some work." He gestured to a red pin on the map. "We have more than enough of these type of houses around the park, and I thought, why not? The school is close, and there are shops and restaurants nearby. It seems sensible. As for what needs to be done, I have now got notes for every building, mostly its exterior decoration, for instance, this house here," he said, pointing to a yellow stickered building with a green pin, then looking at a note linked to it by a string. "This says cracked window pane, front left ground floor, dripping tap in kitchen, exterior woodwork needs paint refreshed. Whilst this," he said, pointing to a building with a red pin in, "says roof tiles missing, rot in upper floor west end, west wall in dangerous condition. I remembered what you said about getting the restaurants up and running before we can bring people down, so I sent a bunch of the builders and carpenters to see if any of them need repairs. The dark blue stickers are restaurants, the light blue are takeaways." Wyatt looked at the map again. Only 2 restaurants had red pins in, the others all showed green. "So what's wrong with those 2? He asked, gesturing at the map. Aino looked over and studied his notes. "This one has a broken toilet bowl in one of the customer facilities. The ladies, apparently, it says not a problem. They can salvage a good toilet from one of the buildings that needs to be demolished." Aino looked at the other set of notes. "This takeaway has a kicked-in back door, not by us. It needs a new door and part of the wooden floor replaced. Possible further work once they have seen what's under the damaged floor." "So, the rest are in pretty good condition, then?" asked Wyatt. Aino nodded. "Looks like it," he said. "The guys doing the survey said the restaurants were solidly built. They also seem to have been fairly well looked after. They are, in the words of one of the builders, in need of a good clean and a lick of paint, especially the kitchens. But other than that, they are mostly okay. By the way, how come you only just got here?" Wyatt smiled. "If you must know, I've been ferrying medics and medical supplies to General Swallowtail. He hadn't asked, because he didn't think the nobles would care." Wyatt shook his head at that. "Anyway, the upside is that the general is willing to make us a deal on a bunch of new or nearly new professional kitchen equipment. I can go pick it up tomorrow along with some forestry equipment. He's also going to see if he can find anyone who knows about the production of biodiesel, the sugar beet plant, and the sewage treatment setup. Given our aid, we won't be charged for these advisors. I just hope that whoever he finds knows what they are talking about." Also, I've just bought 3 shuttle pilots. Well, 2 pilots and a potential pilot who's the son of one of them. I need a decent-sized house, in reasonable condition, 3 bedrooms for the pilots, and a further 4 for potential trainees, plus a large room I can put some remote operation equipment in. I was thinking maybe one of the stone houses with the courtyards, if we have any not really in use. Ino looked at the map and pointed to 3 buildings. Any of these 3 might work. All are large, mostly empty buildings, in fair to good condition. Wyatt took out his own copy of the map and noted down the 3 structures. Okay, I'll grab some lunch and take them to see if they prefer one over the other 2. He looked at the map and realized one was almost down on the beach, probably a poor choice given that he wanted to make a permanent landing pad near the station. The other 2 were close to each other near the northern edge of town. Anything else I should know about? He asked. Ino looked down at his notes. Well, we have 2 working electric vehicles, including the milk tanker. There are a bunch of small factories, some with equipment in, a flour mill, a couple more warehouses with food supplies in, some offices. Oh, and we've got a lot of fresh fish. The fishermen took one of the boats out this morning before dawn for a short test run. 2.5 hours later, they came back at almost full capacity. We can't keep the fish here without refrigeration. I told the cooks to do a fish course for dinner tonight. I wondered if you wanted to take the rest up to the ships in orbit. Oh, and Elizabeth showed the fishermen which fish to throw back. Wyatt thought about that for a moment. I'll call up and see. If not, maybe General Swallowtail and his people would like some. Where is Elizabeth, by the way? Ino shrugged. She was doing something in the garden of the house you gave her earlier. I've no idea if she's still there. Wyatt said, Perhaps you could get any spare fish into some boxes or crates for transport and get them taken up to the shuttle. There are more supplies on the shuttle to go to the kitchens as well. I will be going back to the Noir Navio later. Also, we have an accountant like you who is no longer wanted by her family, so I'm giving her a home here in return for her accounting skills. There might be someone else. I've not met him yet. I'll do that later. His name is Marcus, and he claims to be an organizer. If he works out, that would give me 5 people to run Newtown when I'm not here. Yourself, Rachel, and Marcus are all nobles of one type or another. I'm going to add in the sergeant major for security, and Elizabeth. If her father survives, then he will end up a noble, therefore, so will she. In the meantime, she knows what the people want and need, and she knows as well as anyone about the local plants and animals. Ino looked at him, slowly nodding his head in agreement. That actually makes sense. We would then serve as what? Your council? I was wondering what would happen when you left. Wyatt thought a moment. Yes, a council is probably a good word to use. House Ferentis will ensure that a terminal is installed here in Newtown, perhaps in the town hall, perhaps in an office or a private house. We can work that out. I'd like the council to report to me once a month. Probably best if I call you. We can work something out, and then you only need to communicate if there's something you cannot solve between you. I'd like everyone's thoughts on what needs to be done in Newtown, but before we do so, I'd like to get people into their homes. Wyatt turned to leave and then turned back. You said more workshops. Are there any carpentry shops? Ino consulted his lists. 3. Would you like me to mark them on your map? Wyatt simply passed over his map for Ino to mark with a C the 3 workshops. Thanks, I'll see you before I leave, was all he said before going out the door. Going from the town hall to Elizabeth's shop was as easy as walking down the steps and turning right, entering the shop. Wyatt realized there was something different about it. The floor no longer had any dust on it, and the windows had been washed. To the rear, the door to the garden was open, so he went over to it and looked out. Elizabeth was hard at work in the garden. She must have found some gardening tools somewhere, because she had piled up several mounds of garden debris. Wearing a t-shirt and shorts with a hat on her head to keep the sun off, she was busy making a pile of dead dry leaves and plant material in the middle of the garden. Wyatt coughed to get her attention, and Elizabeth looked over. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'll be seeing your father again later today. I just wondered if you had any messages to pass on. Elizabeth started to shake her head no, but then called out, Wait a moment. Do you mean actually see him? Wyatt replied, Yes. I'm going to probably take some of his injured men up into orbit for more advanced treatment. I took some up this morning, and there are still some med pods available. Your father said he'd see me when I returned. Elizabeth walked over, asking, "If I found some fresh fish from the morning's catch, could you take them to him? He never eats properly because he's always so busy." Wyatt smiled at that. "Yes, of course, but Aino will be going to pack stuff into boxes for transport to the Nor Navio before it goes off, so make sure you go find what you want first. I see you've been busy inside and out." Elizabeth nodded. "Yes, inside was easy, but clearing the garden is hard work. I've also spoken to the doc about access to next door's garden and to one of the builders, who told me that it will be easy to put a couple of arches through the garden wall to join the two gardens, so I thought I'd get everything that's dead and dry, pile it up in the middle of the garden here, and tonight after dinner have a bonfire, then I can sort of start from scratch. I also spoke to a couple of the handymen who are keen gardeners. I want to create something here that's a bit like what we saw on the estate with the chicken cages. I can put a mesh over the top of both gardens, then put in native flowers, vegetables, and fruits, anything that will grow locally, and that's safe, maybe with a small section to show dangerous plants as well. That way, people can visit and see what's good and what's dangerous." Wyatt was once again impressed by the young woman in front of him. She had come up with the idea on her own and already found people who could help turn it into a reality. He thought for a moment before saying, "I think that's an excellent idea. Now the priority is to bring people down to their new homes here, so I've said the most important thing is to get the power restored properly, then get the restaurants all up and running so we can feed everyone, and the farms for the same reason. After that, it's make sure we have enough livable homes for everyone. However, this is important, knowing what's safe and dangerous. I can see that I'm told only a couple of the restaurants need actual building work rather than maintenance, so if the builder thinks it will be easy and quick to put in the two arches, get it done as quickly as you can. Also, before it gets too busy, I suggest you find more gardening tools and see about persuading people to come and help. Just do a little bit before or after dinner. If each person just dug 1 square meter, you'd soon have the garden dug. I'm also learning how this works, but I'd suggest recording the name of every person who helps. And then we can put their names around the garden. It's important that people are recognized." Elizabeth looked at him in surprise before finally she said, "That is not something I would ever have expected to hear from a noble Wyatt, let alone a baron." Wyatt, still smiling, said, "Well, I'm still a commoner. Even if the prince did make me a noble, that might change. They may decide it was all a terrible mistake. But until they do, we reward or acknowledge people for the effort they make. Especially when it serves the people, not just themselves. I would like to think that in, say, 50 years' time, there will be people who can bring their grandchildren here and point to their names saying, 'See, I helped get this beautiful garden started.' Also, just maybe it will help when you come to take on the park, which will need far more effort, if you can put a little plaque next to things saying not just stuff like the plant name, where it's from, and other scientific details, but maybe who planted it and when, or if someone creates a new bench or restores a wall, put their names on, just a little thing that says someone helped." Elizabeth was still looking at him oddly, but less so. Finally, she said, "That's actually a really nice idea, but I'm going to need a new notebook." Wyatt said, "I'll return later for the fish and any messages for your father. I'll tell Aino to come and find you before he goes to get the fish." He quickly went back to see Aino, saying, "When you go to sort out the fish, take Elizabeth with you. Also, I was thinking, split it into 2 even packs. I'll drop 1 lot off with the General's Field Hospital and take the other to the Nornavio." By the time Aino had said, "Okay," Wyatt had already left again, going to find some lunch. Outside the inn, a table had been set up with all sorts of different cold food in bowls, and someone had written, "Help yourself," on a simple sign. Wyatt started off picking a few things that he recognized. There was egg salad and potato salad, some cold cuts of meat, and some apples, and then he just chose things that looked nice or smelled good to fill his plate. Even after he had finished, he was not entirely sure what everything was, but it had all tasted good. He briefly went into the kitchen to thank the cooks. As he had told Elizabeth, it was important that people's work be appreciated, and he did not want to upset the people who were feeding him. Then he and the pilots went to find the 2 houses that Aino had suggested. Both buildings were essentially identical, just over 20 rooms laid out around 3 sides of a courtyard, with various extra storerooms accessible from the courtyard, The fourth side of the courtyard was a 3-meter-high wall and a heavy double wooden gate. In the end, they chose the one nearer to the rail lines, since that was where Wyatt planned to build a permanent shuttle pad. Wyatt was about to leave the three looking around the house when Johann quietly said, "Excuse me, my lord, but I was wondering, would it be okay if I changed a few things?" Wyatt looked at Johann and saw a nervous young man, clearly a little frightened, and said, "Firstly, my name is Wyatt. If you cannot bring yourself to call me Wyatt, you can call me Sir. Secondly, we have been here only 20 minutes. What have you seen in that time that you'd like to change?" Johann said, "Well, sir, I was wondering if I could change the color of my room. They are all very boring, and well, can we do something with the courtyard?" Wyatt looked at the young man's earnest expression and at his father's shocked face. Then he laughed as he replied, "Well, we are short of paint, but once we get some, you can paint it whatever color you like, Johann. But what do you want to do to the courtyard?" A now beaming Johann quickly answered, "Well, sir, I've grown up on mining stations. We never had gardens or outside spaces, and, well, the place where we had lunch, it was so nice sitting outside in the sun, I thought, well, sir, I thought it would be really nice if we could have something like that here." Wyatt kept smiling, saying, "Johann, so long as you keep it tidy and don't upset your father or Thierry here, then I don't see why you can't do as you wish with the courtyard. But I should tell you, for the time being, you will be eating in the restaurants of Newtown every day until we get new kitchen equipment shipped in. Right now, that's the inn where you had lunch today, but hopefully in 2 more days there will be a wider choice. There's even going to be a restaurant right on the beach. Speaking of eating, dinner is at 7 p.m. I suggest you continue having a look round your new home. If there's anything that needs fixing, make a note of it, and let Aino in the town hall know. I'm sure he will sort it out for you." All 3 men thanked Wyatt, and he left them to investigate their new residence. Though he thought, as he left, that Johann's smile was infectious. If all he had to do to help one person recover from what they had seen on the Eternal Garden was let them paint their room, whatever color they wanted, then that was totally fine with him. But he made a mental note to see about getting colored paints. There were other young people and children who might want to do the same. In the meantime, he looked at his map. There was the first carpenter's workshop not far away. It only required a 10-minute walk to get there. But Wyatt found himself disappointed. This was not an old-style workshop, but one full of computer-controlled machine tools. There was even a laser in one corner. Still, it was not a total loss. This would, he was sure, help with the souvenir idea. He followed the map to the next carpenter's workshop, passing various small industrial buildings, a forge, and even a glassworks. Clearly, at one point, this small town had many occupations. Perhaps the previous nobles had wanted to produce as many of the town's needs as they could. There was sadly no one left alive to ask. But maybe there would be notes, such as they had found at the farms, that might give some insight. In the rear corner of the second workshop, he found what he was looking for. A set of carving chisels, knives, and even a couple of rasps. The handles were in poor condition, but the metal was clean and bright. He kept smiling as he realized he already had the perfect replacement handles back on the Noir Navio. He followed the map and the road to take him down to the harbor. There he found Aino and Elizabeth helping to load fish into the plastic supply crates, the ones previously used to bring supplies into Newtown. One crate was being loaded into the back of a small vehicle as he walked up, the solitary working crane on the quayside gently lowering it into place. He called out as he approached, "Good use of the crane, I know, but how am I going to get those crates onto the shuttle at the top of the hill?" Aino laughed. "I'm not stupid, Wyatt. I found 10 of the strongest lads we have and got them to wait up by the shuttle. None of these crates weighs more than 100 kilos, heavy but manageable. I split the contents roughly in 2 as you asked. They have red and blue marks on them. Tell one lot to unload everything with red marks and the other blue. I did tell the guys to put the crates in 2 piles in the shuttle and to separate them out a bit, but to put them on the center line, I figured you wouldn't want an extra 2 tons all on one side. Like I said, I'm not stupid." As he watched the vehicle quietly but swiftly, went up the hill, leaving just a few more crates for a final trip. Elizabeth passed Wyatt a small box and a folded letter. "Please tell my father to eat the damn fish." "No problem, I'll pass on the message," said Wyatt. "Do you think I've got enough time to see how the boatyard is doing?" Aino replied, 15, maybe 20 minutes for it to drive to the shuttle, offload, drive back down, and for us to load up the last of it. Wyatt walked across the bridge to the boatyard. Inside, he recognized the mechanic he'd brought down to help with the engines, but no one else was there, nor was the big fishing boat with the damaged hull. The mechanic looked up from the engine he was working on as Wyatt came through the door, recognizing him at once. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm afraid everyone's out on the boats. We're seeing if it's still leaking. The boss thought he'd fixed everything yesterday. But when we put her in the water, she started to leak. A split plank, apparently. Anyway, we fixed that this morning. Put her in the water at lunchtime, and when we came back from lunch she was still dry, so they took her for a short trip to double-check. The fishermen took the other boat, just in case there needs to be a rescue." Wyatt looked at the engine. "I'm sure I was told that engine would never run again, yet you look as if you think it might." The mechanic grinned at him. "Yes and no, sir," he said. "The engine that was here will not run again, nor will the engine that was in a pile of junk outside. But they are the same make and model of engine, and what was wrong with this one, a cracked cylinder head, is totally different to what was wrong with the other, a hole in the sump. So I stripped both down and am just about done putting the best bits from the two together to give us a working engine. This plus a few spare parts might let me get it into a boat tomorrow and see if it runs." Wyatt nodded slowly as he considered this before saying, "Well, looks like you are doing good work. I won't interrupt any longer. When your boss returns, ask him to deliver a progress report to Aino at the town hall, please." Then, before waiting for any further conversation, he left. As he stepped out, however, he noticed that the yard was looking much tidier and cleaner than when they had first arrived. Wyatt quickly returned over the bridge to discover that the vehicle had all but finished being loaded. Seeing that there was a spare seat next to the driver, he called to Aino. "I expect I'll see you tomorrow, but I'm going to get a lift up to the shuttle to save time." Aino's cheerful reply of, "Okay, Wyatt, see you then," kept him smiling, as did the surprisingly good acceleration of the little vehicle up the hill. Wyatt vaguely recognized the man as one of the helpers he had previously brought down, but he had no idea of his name, so as they went up the hill he asked, "What's it like driving this thing?" The man turned to him and said, "It's actually quite fun, my lord. A lot of acceleration, but it only gets to about 40 kilometers per hour top speed." Wyatt sighed. "Wyatt, not my lord, not Baron, just Wyatt, please. Or if you must, then sir. I'm just another commoner who got lucky." "Well then, I'm George, sir. Odd job man, driver, occasional painter and decorator, and sometimes gardener." Wyatt held out his hand. "Pleased to meet you, George." After a moment of indecision, George shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you, Wyatt." As they reached the shuttle, Wyatt thanked George for the lift and started pre-flighting the shuttle as the last of the fish was loaded on board. 5 minutes later, he was in the air heading for the aid station. Less than 40 minutes later, he was landing again. Tornell came out to see him, but this time Wyatt had a gift. As he greeted the older man, Wyatt passed him the small box with Elizabeth's note saying, "Your daughter said to tell you to eat the damn fish." Tornell took a quick look inside the box and laughed. "I'd love to," he said, "but how can I get away with eating fresh fish when my injured men are on rations?" Wyatt looked at him. Then with a big grin, he said, "I thought you might say that in the back of the shuttle there's 2 stacks of boxes full of fish. It was only caught this morning. Take off the stack nearest the access ramp. There's about a ton of fish there, so you need some help." Tornell took a radio from his belt and made a call. Pretty soon, 20 men were hauling the boxes off the shuttle. As soon as they finished, 4 more stretchers were loaded back onto the shuttle, and Wyatt made to get back on board. Tornell reached out to Wyatt, asking, "What do I owe you for the fish, Lieutenant Commodore?" Wyatt shook his head. "They are a gift, General, an excess beyond what we could use." He paused, thinking of what Johann had said earlier. Actually, there might be something. One young man asked me earlier if he could decorate his room with a less boring color. I told him he would have to wait. I know you said you could find us white paint, but is there any way you could find us some colors to make things a bit more, well, vibrant, I guess? There are 50 youngsters off a Drazen cattle ship who could do with some healing. Maybe letting them choose their room color might help them heal. Tornell thought for a while, then slowly said, "When I was a child, I went with my father to a store to get paint for the house. I remember there being a machine in the shop that let you make any color you could want. I don't know if any such machines still exist or if we have whatever they need to change the paint color, but I'll ask for you." Wyatt held out his hand. "That's good enough for me." Tornell shook his hand, and as he did so, realized that he was beginning to like the young man opposite him. A few minutes later, after a quick check of the shuttle to make sure nothing had fallen off, Wyatt was heading back towards the Eternal Garden. As he flew up, he contacted Galt on the radio, asking that someone find the last remaining noble of his prospective team. It was time to meet this organizer, to find out if he was any good. He also told him about the ton of fish in the shuttle's cargo area. On arrival at the Eternal Garden, Wyatt accompanied the wounded to the temporary medical center that had been created for Tornell's injured people. Seeing they were being well taken care of, he went off to find the last noble, Marcus. As he left the medical center, he saw a Yikanti waiting for him, one he thought he recognized. "Feshik, is that you?" he asked. Feshik's head bobbed up and down as she replied, "Yes, Lou. Wyatt? I don't know if you can help, but, I've got a problem and Jincho says you are a friend of Yikanti who is willing to listen." Wyatt laughed. "I bet those were not the actual words he used. I'm sure he called me Wormbrain." If Feshik could have looked more embarrassed, she would have, but all she said was, "He trusts you." Wyatt laughed again. "Okay, Feshik, if Her Highness can put up with his names, I'm sure I can. What's the problem?" Feshik just looked at him, then said, "There are 137 Yikanti who don't want to return to the hierarchy, but who don't want to serve on a principality warship either, and you are the only person I can think of that might be able to help." Wyatt looked down at Feshik. "I thought the idea was that any Yikanti who was willing to serve the principality would be found a place and everyone else would be ferried back to the hierarchy. Are you telling me that there's 137 Yikanti who didn't want to do either, and they are still here?" If Feshik could have looked more miserably embarrassed when she looked back up at Wyatt and nodded yes, then Wyatt did not know how. "I assume that someone has told Princess Clara?" he asked. Feshik said, "I do not know, I have not, but I am sure she knows. She has not, however, said anything yet, and those that remain are still getting fed." Wyatt stood looking at the young Yikanti, not sure what to do. Finally, he said, "Okay, I have no idea what to do, but it won't do any harm for me to talk to them. Lead the way." Feshik quickly led Wyatt down long corridors until they came to the chambers where the remaining Yikanti sat quietly talking amongst themselves. The two Marines on the door snapped to attention as Wyatt approached, and they opened the doors to allow him and Feshik to enter. Wyatt walked over to the small raised platform and sat down. Feshik passed him the microphone, but Wyatt passed it back and quietly said, "Please translate for me." Feshik nodded that she understood. Wyatt, with Feshik translating, began, "All right, you don't want to go back to the hierarchy, and you don't want to work on a principality warship. What do you want?" The Yikanti started to get up and wander over towards him. Wyatt could see a few that were clearly warriors, but most seemed to be nervous, more than anything. He let them gather round, staying seated so as to match eye levels. Finally, one of the warriors said, "Who are you, human?" "Why should we talk?" Before he could reply, Feshik said, "This is a friend of Yikanti. His name is Wyatt Staples. He is a baron and lieutenant commodore, and he is also a friend of Princess Clara. Tell him what you want, and he will listen. Maybe he will help if he can." Wyatt sat in silence for almost 3 minutes, waiting for one of the Yikanti to say something. He was expecting it to be one of the warriors, so he was surprised when it was one of the younger, smaller ones who spoke up. "Please, Baron Wyatt Staples, we just wish to be left to live in peace," he gestured around him. "We are mostly artists and farmers, with a small number of slaves and some warriors who do not wish to fight other people's wars, either those of your principality or the hierarchy." Wyatt sat pondering the request. Unknowingly, his finger slowly tapped out a pattern matching his heartbeat on his thigh. He could understand it. After all, many humans wanted to stay neutral in the current principality. But could he do so? As he looked at these tired-looking, sad-eyed Yikanti, he felt a certain amount of sympathy towards them, and an idea began to grow in his mind. Finally, he said, "I might be able to help. I have a small amount of land on the planet below. A human town, some forest and farmland surrounded mostly by the sea. I would have to seek permission from both my princess and the general who commands the rest of the planet of Hago. I would also have to ask the inhabitants of the town where you will have homes. I won't go against any of them. The general and his people have been fighting the Drazan. The town's people are your fellow prisoners. Neither group might want to have more aliens on their world. But I will ask if you first answer 2 questions for me. What will you do to help the town? And will you agree to abide by the same rules I have set for the humans who will be your neighbors? This caused the Ikanti to start a lot of chirping and squawking that formed their natural language that went on for almost 15 minutes. Feshik quietly whispered in his ear, "They are trying to decide which of their skills would be of most use to you. They want to convince you they will help, but they don't know what will help their cause the most." Wyatt brought his hands together in a loud clap. Then he stood up and said, "You said there were different sets of skills in your group. Why don't you split yourselves into those with different skills, and then each group can appoint someone to speak for them?" This time, things went faster. In minutes, they were split into 4 groups and 2 individuals, and after only another minute, they stood in silence before him. Wyatt could see that the group to his left was clearly made up of warriors, so he faced them and asked, "What would you bring to my lands?" The largest Ikanti stepped forward and said, "We bring our skill at arms. If you will grant us shelter, we pledge to defend your land against all who would try to take it from you." Wyatt pointed to the next group, and a disheveled Ikanti came forward and timidly said, "We are slaves. We will serve however you wish." Wyatt replied, "I will not suffer anyone to be a slave on my land. If I give you homes, then you will no longer be slaves. So tell me, as free Ikanti, what do you bring to my town?" The same Ikanti came forward again and said, "We have many simple skills. We can work in fields, help build or paint or carry or whatever you might need that requires little training to accomplish. We would pledge to offer hard work." Wyatt nodded, showing he understood, and pointed to the 2 individual Ikanti. The first came forward and said, "I am an architect. I can design many structures and do the calculations required for them. Though my skills are in Ikanti design, the mathematics applies to all." The second individual then came forward and said, "I am an engineer. I am familiar with mechanical engineering in many fields, including thermodynamics, fluid flow, pressure vessels, and engineering design, as well as calculating stresses and loads in both fixed objects and mobile vehicles. If it is an engineering problem, I can solve it for you." The next group, looking only a little better than the slaves, sent forward their spokesperson. "We are farmers. We farm. Humans are also farmers, so you probably have many like us already." Wyatt nodded his head in agreement. "But Ikanti farming uses different methods and techniques. Perhaps we can share these with your people to the benefit of both our peoples?" Wyatt thought on that for a moment, saying, "Perhaps," before pointing to the largest group, which appeared to number more than the rest combined. The same Ikanti who had made the initial request came forward once again and said, "We are artists. We have many different skills, and I do not know if you can use us. But amongst us are those skilled in painting, drawing, carving, pottery, metalwork, glass blowing, and stained glass." He paused for a few moments before adding, "I do not know if this will make a difference, but many Ikanti also have a love of performing, though we have no plays or instruments with which to do so." Wyatt recalled the glassworks he had passed only a few hours earlier. Then another series of thoughts occurred, and so he said, "A number of human prisoners of the Drazan are children. I have in mind to allow each child to decorate their rooms however they wish. I wonder if you would be willing to help in this, and perhaps also to teach your skills to anyone who might wish to learn. When I was young, I learned some basic art skills that I still enjoy. I think that might help you integrate with the townspeople." The Ikanti talked briefly with the other artists before replying to Wyatt, "We would be honored to be allowed to do these things. Caring for the young and passing on knowledge are good. It is why we do not wish to return to our homes. There, the hierarchy controls everything. Only their ideas are permitted in art. Nothing is allowed that isn't propaganda or paid pieces exalting the hierarchs and other officials, and they decide what can be taught and who can learn. May I ask, What are the rules you have set for the humans that you wish us to abide by? Wyatt nodded again. The rules are very simple and are in part there because my funds are limited. I will give each of you a home that is in good enough condition to be able to move in. Except for the kitchens, I have to order new kitchen equipment for every home in Newtown, so until those arrive I will provide meals from the restaurants. If Ikanti needs specialist kitchen equipment to cook, process, or store food, please let me know, and I will see if I can obtain it. If not, perhaps it can be made in Newtown. So for at least the next year, your food and homes are free. But I cannot afford to pay you. I will try to give everyone a data pad and 1,000 credits so you can afford small things you might need for your homes. I will also try to get whatever equipment and materials you need to start working. Newtown and the Barony will be run as a cooperative. Anything that is sold outside the town will bring in credits. I take a percentage to help cover my expenditure. The town gets a percentage for providing you with homes and the facilities you need, and you get a percentage for your efforts, for the warriors amongst you. If I am granted permission to bring you to the planet, I will see if I can have you added to the auxilla. This will pay you a wage. For those working on the farms or helping with maintenance, you too will get a wage. The better the town does, the better off we all are eventually, but it will take time. Those are my rules. Everyone helps everybody else. I will return later today. I hope to tell you if I have got permission and for you to tell me if you will abide by my rules. With that, he left the Ikanti to their squawking discussions and went to find the last, somewhat mysterious noble. Feshik stayed with her fellow Ikanti to help them coordinate, but as Wyatt left, she shot him a thankful, intrigued glance. Going back towards the shuttle bay, he found Lieutenant Ostras waiting for him, accompanied by a very large man in civilian clothing. The lieutenant saluted and said, "Sir, this is Marcus Fitzwalter. Lieutenant Galt Terome requested I find him for you." Wyatt looked at the time, then turned to the large man. "Come with me, please. We can talk in the shuttle." Marcus looked at the man wearing armor and carrying a pair of pistols and simply said, "Yes, sir." Wyatt held the cockpit door open for Marcus, gesturing to one of the spare seats, and said, "Strap in, it's only a short flight." Marcus had never been in the cockpit of a shuttle before, so he did as he was told and strapped his 2-meter-tall muscular body into the surprisingly comfortable chair that the man in black armor had pointed to. Wyatt took the shuttle out of the Eternal Garden and got clearance for the Noir Navio, then turned to talk to the man in the seat next to him. "So I know your name is Marcus, that you are listed as a noble, and that you are a volunteer for helping me out on Hago. Oh, and that apparently you are an organizer." Wyatt paused, realizing he had left out his usual introduction. "My name is Wyatt Staples. A few months ago I was a commoner piloting a compost hauler. I'm now a baron and a lieutenant commodore. If you are going to work for me, then please call me Wyatt. Tell me about yourself. I don't even know what an organizer does. Just that you are one, and I was told that would be useful." Marcus took a minute to think about things before he started. "Well, Wyatt, I'm a bastard, literally, on my world. If you are a bastard, they add a Fitz in front of your father's name. My father was a Walter, so I'm Fitzwalter. I'm not part of his family, not officially acknowledged at least. But he paid for my education and confirmed his status as my father. So I'm officially just a noble, marginally ahead of exiles on the rank and status rolls." He laughed, a deep belly laugh. "Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful for the education and the tiny bit of status, but my father told me last year that now I was 21, there would be no more money, and I was on my own." Marcus considered that for a moment before shrugging and continuing. "That's never been a problem. When you are my size, even other nobles have doubts about picking on you. My father paid for my education, but I paid for everything else. I paid my rent by hard work, lots of lifting and carrying stuff, people moving homes, sometimes working for delivery companies. My last job was delivering beer barrels for a brewery. Bars are often generous on hot days, especially if you can lift the barrels into the racks for them, rather than dropping them just inside the door." He grinned at the memory. "Now, as to what an organizer does, normally we either work for or with an administrator. Let's say I'm working at a factory, and their administrator says to me, 'Can you find some people to clean up the place?' Then I go into the factory and see what actually needs to be cleaned up, and I find suitable people to do the type of cleaning needed and make sure it gets done as quickly as possible and as well as it can be. I'm a people person. I find out what they are good at, or maybe what they'd like to do. It's not always the same, and typically I work as a go-between for nobles and commoners, given I'm both. It works out okay. Also, it usually gives me enough money to pay the rent, and enough time off that I can have fun. Wyatt asked, "And what do you call fun?" Marcus's face took on a big grin. Anything that's physically challenging, I like to push myself to my limits, so climbing mountains, outdoor survival, big game hunting, deep sea fishing, skiing untracked mountains, after climbing them in the middle of winter, that sort of thing. Wyatt thought about that, then shrugged. There was nothing in the list of fun things that he was concerned about, so he said, "Well, the barony is not large, but we do have a mountain, lots of forest, the sea borders much of it, a town with a harbor, and that's about it. The biggest game are things the locals call razor claws. I know for a fact there's at least one large one within the barony. They are described as huge, lizard-like creatures with a thick fur coat. Apparently they hunt in packs. The evidence for the big one suggests it can on its hind legs reach at least 2.5 meters up a vertical surface. Its claws are at least 20 centimeters in length, and apparently you need a cannon to stop one. If you want to risk your life hunting those for fun, well, I won't stop you, but I'd prefer you not to throw your life away in the process. There are also deer-like creatures. They are both wild and farmed, and porcupigs, again wild and farmed. There are still a few on the farm, so feel free to see what they are like. One restriction: there are naturally white deer on the planet, and I have declared these protected. The locals consider harming them to be incredibly bad luck." "I'm inclined to agree." Marcus looked at the black-armored man and the white-winged stag emblem on his chest. "Understood," was all he said. Wyatt added, "Oh, and there might still be Drazen lurking around. I killed one a couple of days ago. No more came running, so it was probably on its own. But there are still likely some out there. If you find one, kill it and burn the corpse in a ditch." Marcus looked at Wyatt when he said, "You killed a Drazen on your own?" he asked. Wyatt simply replied, "Yes, I don't like Drazan." As big and powerful as Marcus was, there was something in Wyatt's voice that sent a chill down his spine. For all his casual outward nature, he realized then that Wyatt was more than he seemed. He decided to change the subject slightly. "So what do you need an organizer for?" he asked. Wyatt glanced in his direction and decided that it was a genuine question. "Because I have been given a 50-year-old town that no one has done any serious repair work on in the best part of 30 years, a population of over 1,500 who are all, save for one, former prisoners of the Drazen. I might even have 137 Yikanti to add to that mix. I should know later today. I've got, if you agree to help, just 3 young nobles, a possible future noble, and a tough sergeant major to run things, and that's it." Marcus winced. "Can I ask about the others?" Wyatt said, "Sure, in addition to the auxilia sergeant major, there's Ino. He seems to be a pretty good administrator. At least he's been doing a good job so far. Rachel, I only met yesterday, is the chief accountant. Princess Clara thinks she is trustworthy, which is good enough for me. Anything happens to Rachel, there will be no funds. And then there's Elizabeth. She's the only local General Swallowtail who's effectively the military governor of the entire planet of Hago Center. When I asked for someone that could tell me about the native plants and animals. She is also his daughter and, of course, a spy for her father. I have no objections if that keeps the general happy. He is, I think, a good man. If he can survive 5 years, then he will be made a noble, which in turn means his daughter becomes one as well." Marcus let out a soft then asked, "And my job?" Wyatt answered, "I can foresee a lot of jobs that will require lots of hard but not difficult work. Painting houses, shifting sand off the road and onto the beach, prepping houses to move in, and the first job will be assembling a team who will remove what I've been told are almost new commercial kitchens from a number of barracks, and then installing them in a number of restaurants in Newtown." Marcus asked, "So you need me to assemble teams who can do the work and then what, oversee the work itself?" Wyatt nodded. "That's more or less how I was thinking, but why don't you tell me how you would organize things? We've got about 5 minutes till we dock." Marcus didn't even need to think about it. "For starters," he said, "you are thinking about it the wrong way. You already have restaurants with old, not-working kitchen equipment. So we take everybody to Newtown first and work out what tools we need and how to safely remove the existing units. With those all unfastened, we load up on a shuttle in, say, teams of 10. Each team goes to a different location and is dropped off to start removing a set of equipment. Back in Newtown, you can have another team load up the old equipment and take it somewhere, either a dumping site or maybe a warehouse so it can be stripped down and salvaged. The shuttle, having dropped each team off, goes back and waits for the first to finish, collects them and the kitchen and takes it to Newtown, repeat until done. As Wyatt bought the shuttle into the dock, he said, "That is a much better idea, but I think we will have 7 teams. 2 will stay in Newtown because there are also some brand new units. Once I have dropped off the first 4 teams, we can go pick up the new units, and I can drop off the 5th team on the way back to Newtown where the 6th and 7th can be waiting to install new units." Once docked, with the boxes of fish being unloaded and taken to the galley, Wyatt located Rachel. Galt had found her a small auxiliary communications room to work from as an office. As soon as they entered the room, Wyatt could hear the conversation between Rachel and a man with a nasally sounding voice coming from the terminal on the desk saying, "And I keep telling you, miss, I can't do anything without Baron Staples' approval. You could be anyone, and it's more than my job's worth to let a mere slip of a girl try to put in such an order." Wyatt strode over to the monitor and leaned down so that his face was next to Rachel's. Looking at the rat-faced man on the screen with his dull, gray, cybernetic eyes, Wyatt said, "I'm Baron Staples. Is there a problem?" His stress must have been evident as the tone of his voice sent shivers down both Rachel's and Marcus's spines. It was a voice that told anyone who heard it that death was just around the corner. Its effect on the other man was immediate, as he suddenly became eager to please. "Of course not, my lord. There was a simple misunderstanding about your secretary's authorization." Wyatt looked at the screen, seeing beads of sweat forming on the other man's face. What the hell, he thought to himself. Clara said to use her name if it helped. Why not? "Lady Rachel," he began, "was appointed to my personal staff by the second Princess, Her Royal Highness Clara Astor. She is not my secretary. She is my chief accountant. Are you perhaps suggesting that Her Highness might have made a mistake?" If the odious little noble had been alarmed to see Wyatt's face on the screen, the mention of Clara's name, along with her appointing Rachel to his staff, had drained all color from his face and appeared to have reduced him to a stammering bag of nerves. "I would never make such a suggestion, my lord. I was merely—" Wyatt cut in, questioning Lady Rachel's authority. "You seem to be in some distress, sir. Perhaps you need a nice cold drink of water. Then perhaps, when you have composed yourself, you might return the call to Lady Rachel and assist her. I know I and Her Highness will appreciate your aid." The rat-faced man, rapidly nodding his head up and down, simply said, "Thank you, my lord, I'll do just that." Then the screen went blank. Looking at Rachel, Wyatt asked, "What was all that about?" Rachel replied, "That unpleasant fellow is the sales manager for one of the best datapad manufacturers in the Principality. They have a production facility within Forentis territory. When I was looking for the datapads you want, his name kept being mentioned as the person to speak to. I finally got hold of him and, well, you saw he was treating me like a schoolgirl." Wyatt smiled, then said, "I don't think that will be the case any longer. In fact, judging from the color his skin turned when I mentioned that Princess Clara had appointed you, I think he was on the verge of dropping dead from terror. I might have gone just a tiny bit too far there." Rachel giggled, and Marcus laughed at that. Wyatt continued, "Oh, Rachel, this is Marcus. I think he's going to be my organizer. Marcus, this is Rachel. She's my accountant. Why don't you two introduce yourselves? I need to go and see if Her Highness is available for me to have a quick word." And with that, he left the room as Rachel and Marcus began to talk at the same time. Checking that Clara could see him, Wyatt quickly rushed to her cabin. The door slid open as he approached, and the 2 Royal Marines on duty simply nodded to him as he wordlessly passed them. Inside, Clara stood behind the table on which stood an open basket of sweet pastries. Cynthia was nowhere to be seen. Wyatt ignored the basket. Looking at Clara, he simply said, "You knew about the Acanti yesterday, but said nothing. Why?" Clara looked into his eyes, without any sense of fear or shame. "I told you when House Forentis gave you your new barony, Wyatt. that it would give you the chance to practice diplomacy. Diplomacy is often about persuading other people to do things they might not want to do. The fact that you are here tells me that you have already decided to help the Yikanti refugees." Wyatt replied, "So you are letting me handle it however I want?" he asked. Clara grinned at him. "Yes, I am curious to see how Tornell will react. 137 Yikanti will cause no issues on a planet with about 2 billion humans, so House Ferentis won't really care. A curiosity, nothing more, as far as they will see it. But I don't know what General Tornell Swallowtail will say." Wyatt went on, "I got my 2 pilots, well, 2 and a kid who knows how to fly. I also found my organizer. He's huge, bigger even than Cynthia. I left him talking to Rachel. So when can I have Jincho?" Clara laughed at that. "I figured you would manage that. The Eternal Garden mentioned this morning that you had got them, so I told Jincho he's working just for you for the next 2 days. Wyatt sighed for a moment, then thought of a couple more things he should ask. I just put a noble in his place. He was talking down to Rachel over the comm system. I not only confirmed she works for me, but added that you had appointed her to my staff." Clara burst into laughter as Wyatt went on to describe the unpleasant man's reaction. She was still laughing when Wyatt added, "Is it okay for her to use that line in the future?" All Clara did was nod as the laughter kept going. Then Wyatt added, "I was thinking about what people perceive. Can I get some clothes made up for Marcus, Eno, Rachel, Elizabeth, and the Sergeant Major? Something smart but not gaudy. I want them. When they have to do something official to look the part. Not like nobles, just competent. I expect Ino and Rachel will need 2 sets. I think most of their time will be spent in offices, but the others just need something to wear for official duties." Clara looked at him before saying, "That's actually a good idea, Wyatt. Maybe you are learning more than you realize, but you don't have to ask. Officially, you are now the 3rd most senior person on the Noir Navio. After myself and Admiral Redford, you can use the fabricators, but if it's not for ship use, then you just need to pay. When you choose what you need, the fabricator will show you a price. Just hit accept and use your ID. It will be deducted from the current month's wages. The only problem will be Elizabeth. You will need to get her sizes for the machines. We have everyone else's from when we gave them their clothing issue on the Eternal Garden. If you don't want to ask her yourself, maybe Rachel can help?" Wyatt looked at her. "Why would I not want to ask? Oh, right. Is this one of those questions I'm not supposed to ask a lady?" he asked. Clara just said, "If you already know the answer, Wyatt, why are you asking the question? Don't forget to take your basket on your way out." Wyatt picked up the basket and left. As he went out the door, he called out, "Bye, Cynthia." With the doors closed, Cynthia faded back into view, sitting in her normal spot. The 2 women said it at exactly the same time. How did he know? Returning to the comms office, Wyatt found Marcus, shaken, and Rachel pleased. "Did the rat call back?" asked Wyatt. Rachel nodded. "He was remarkably happy to help. I'm not sure if the tax breaks that House Ferentis and House Astor have granted made up his mind, or perhaps it was the absolute terror when you told him I was appointed by Princess Clara. But he has offered a very generous deal on 2,000 datapads, given the models he was offering and the prices. I have already sent the credits." Wyatt groaned. "Okay, what's that going to cost me, 1,000,000 credits more?" Rachel laughed. "Not even close! 500,000. He is also including 20 of their top-of-the-line models for free, as an apology for any offense he might have caused either the Baron or Her Highness. To be fair, we would have gotten a good deal due to the tax breaks being offered. Effectively, if the companies offer a discount, they get a tax reduction equal to twice the size of the discount. Their warehouse is pretty close. He said the datapads will be here in 9 or 10 days. Also, he offered you the exclusive dealership rights for their devices on Hago. I told him I would pass on the message and await the datapads. Personally, I know that no one on Hago has any credits, but sooner or later, when they start earning credits, they are all going to need datapads to access their funds. Even if we sell the cheapest, most basic model at a special rate, potentially that could be massive." Wyatt simply said, "I will think about it, but right now I need to talk to the general on Hago. You can stay if you like." Wyatt adjusted the communications gear to link with Tornell's systems, and was not surprised when Tornell appeared on screen within a few minutes of his call. The older man looked at Wyatt's visage on his own screen. "What now?" was all he said. Wyatt shook his head. "Am I that predictable?" he asked. Tornell didn't seem upset, just replying, "Yes, still the fish was welcome, so I'll listen to whatever you are going to ask for." Wyatt said, "I have 137 Yikanti who are asking to be allowed to live in peace on Hago. Just over half of them are artists of one sort or another. The majority of the rest are farmers and slaves, with just a dozen warriors. I don't believe they represent any kind of risk, and I only ask for permission to allow them to live on my estate. But they are aliens, and it's your planet, General, so I am asking for your permission. Before I ask the townsfolk for theirs." Tornell looked across the screen at Wyatt. 137 Yikanti, you say?" Wyatt nodded. "Yes, General." Tornell took his time thinking about it, rubbing his chin with his right hand whilst he did so. Finally, after several minutes, he looked up. "Well, you might be crazy, and so might I, but you can bring your Yikanti, though I suggest you keep them to your estate for at least a year. Maybe longer, so there are no unfortunate incidents with those less welcoming to Xenos." "Thank you, General. I shall ensure they stay within the borders of the barony," said Wyatt. "Enjoy your evening." A hint of a smile reached Tornell's lips. "I intend to enjoy a fish supper, thanks to you and my daughter. Good night, Wyatt." Wyatt smiled. "Good night, Tornell," was all he said before closing down the transmission. Then he looked at Rachel and Marcus. "Right then, you two. Dinner seems like a good idea. Rachel can tell me how much of my money she spent today and on what, and Marcus, you can tell me your plan for organizing a bunch of former Drazan prisoners of 2 different species into a cohesive population." The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests, Day 6, Part 1. Wyatt woke at 6 the next morning. For once, he had managed a good night's sleep. Having talked with Marcus and Rachel the night before over their fish dinner, he went down his list of things that needed doing and ticked a few more off. Then he had returned Marcus to the Eternal Garden with a Yikanti translation device, along with his instructions to Marcus to, "Please try and get the humans and the Yikanti to get along. You might try pointing out they were all former prisoners of the Drazan." By the time he returned to the Noir Navio, it had been almost 10, but when he returned, it was to discover 5 plastic crates with his name on, along with a huge waste bin full of small bits of Drazan spacecraft, which brought another smile to his face. With a little luck, that wreckage would help him get a solid community going in Newtown. He'd had the crew load them onto the shuttle there and then. Putting on his armor, he opened the door, only to see Jincho waiting for him. The Yikanti was busy adding notes to sketches on his datapad. He looked up, saying, "You're 12 minutes late, Wormbrain. Pretty Eyes said she was sure you would be ready at 6, and I was here waiting." Wyatt groaned. "Sorry, Jincho. I have been awake every day this week at 5:30, but today I'm a little late." Jincho looked up at him, then said, "We all work hard. Sometimes we need a bit more sleep. It's not a problem." "I had new ideas. Let's go." Wyatt looked at Jincho. "You don't even know what I need you for. How can you say let's go?" Jincho ruffled his feathers. "Pretty Eyes says you need remote control of Drazan shuttles. She says I have 2 days, and any time I don't need for that job, I can help you down on planet, so let's go." Wyatt looked confused. "Go where, Jincho?" he asked. Jincho looked at him as if he was stupid. "Go to planet Wormbrain. I worked out how to let humans fly Drazan ships remotely 4 days ago. I saw you asked during battle if was possible, no time then, but now is easy. My technicians will fit and test today, you can have tomorrow. So let's go!" Wyatt gave a short laugh and shook his head. "Okay, Jincho, I was going to get breakfast, but we can get that in Newtown." He started down the corridor, then ran back to his room, picking up a basket that had been sat on his table. Almost forgot. With Jincho joining him in the cockpit, Wyatt got clearance to launch and went swiftly to Newtown. With only the 2 of them on board and securely strapped in, he wasn't concerned about taking a gentle flight. The staff at the inn had already put a selection of items out for breakfast, and a couple of the workers were already eating when Wyatt and Jincho arrived. Wyatt showed Jincho where everything was, and explained what each item was as they helped themselves to a selection of items. Then Wyatt explained his priorities. The first was to ensure they had a reliable power supply. If anyone thought it was odd that Wyatt was sitting at the breakfast table having an animated conversation with a Yikanti, no one said a thing. Declan arrived at exactly 7, got his breakfast, and only then seemed to notice Wyatt. Elizabeth walked over from her shop a few minutes after that, and Aino arrived perhaps 10 minutes later. Wyatt waited until they were all comfortable before taking some pencils and 2 notebooks from the top of the basket and passing them to Elizabeth, saying, "Your father mentioned yesterday that you have a real problem getting notepads. I picked these 2 up from the Noir Navio. They get used for taking notes, when it's not convenient to use a data pad. I wasn't sure about the pencil situation, so I grabbed a few of those as well." That simple gift got Wyatt a beaming Elizabeth, and her squeal of delight had everyone look at her in shock before they went back to their food. To give her time to recover, Wyatt offered everyone a pastry from the basket, saying, "I'm sorry these were made yesterday, but they are still fresh." Everyone except Jincho took a pastry, but Jincho shook his head and instead took out something from a bag and quickly ate it down as the others enjoyed their treats. Then Wyatt started to tell them of his plans for the day. I need you to find some people to unload the shuttle. There's a bin full of Drazan wreckage that needs to just be placed somewhere safe. And more importantly, there are 5 crates with new generators to go to the hydroelectric generating station. I suggest putting them in the APC. Jincho, I'd be very grateful if you would supervise their installation. There's a mechanic and an electrician who have been there before. I suggest we send them along as well, and Declan, I'd be grateful if you and your men could provide protection and transport. Her Highness considers Jincho here essential to the conflict. It is therefore very important that we ensure he is well protected. Declan saluted. "It will be as you command, my lord." Wyatt turned to address Aino. "I have some news for you. You are going to have to find homes for 137 more refugees from the Drazan. But these ones are different. They are Yikanti, like my friend Jincho here. I spoke with them last night. Mostly they are artists, but there are a few warriors, and a good number are farmers and former slaves." Wyatt paused a moment to think. "Put the warriors with the sergeant major. Make sure they can work with the auxilia. Give the artists support. I don't know what they will want to do, but they said last night that some of them work with glass. If you can get the glassworks working, then perhaps they can make use of it. They will need supplies, materials, and maybe equipment. Get a list and I'll have Rachel place the orders. The farmers know how to grow crops, but they have apparently different methods. Just give them the support they need." "I have no idea what the former slaves can do, Jincho. What do you think?" Wyatt asked. Jincho looked up when his name was mentioned. Despite having been working on something on his datapad, he had apparently been paying attention, as he answered instantly. "Slaves used to hard work, will have many skills, mostly physical, work in fields, build structures, repair things. Anything hierarchy will not do because it is dirty or requires heavy lifting. You treat well, ask what they can do, they will work hard for you because they are free. Do not order, just ask, choice important." "You also have Yikanti architect and engineer, true?" he asked Wyatt, who just nodded his head, indicating that he did indeed have both. So Jincho continued, "Architect, clever Yikanti. We make different style of buildings to these," as he gestured around him. "Use grid shell designs, very good for big open structures, lots of space inside, no internal columns or beams. Shell supports own weight. If you need buildings, you ask, or maybe give him land and let him create things. You will see." Wyatt and Aino looked at each other, both saying at the same time, "Sawmill." Jincho ignored them and continued, "Engineer another clever Yikanti. Before Jincho leaves, we'll look at Wyatt's new town, find what is wrong, make list for engineer, she fixes, we'll need toolkit, Jincho will send gift for fellow engineer, Pretty Eyes makes Jincho rich, Jincho will help fellow Yikanti. Also, all Yikanti love to perform, not all are good." Jincho looked embarrassed, as if admitting there was something he was ashamed of. "But all love to do something, act, sing, dance, make music. Maybe you can help somehow." The humans around the table looked at each other in bemusement, before Wyatt finally said, "I can order more books, but they would be human stories, plays, and music, not Yikanti, and I don't know how we could get everything translated, and I don't have any idea where we would get Yikanti instruments from for them to play." Jincho said, "You get them datapad. Jincho made app to translate text, long time ago. We'll give to them, human or Yikanti, who wrote not important, just that it is good. Instruments harder. In time, Yikanti will make own. To start, maybe keyboard, can play many parts. Many instruments in one. Wyatt laughed. I think we can get a keyboard or two, who knows? Perhaps in turn our new Yikanti friends might be willing to teach any human who wants to how to play. All the humans around the table smiled at that. Well, said Wyatt, that is the Yikanti sorted. At least for now, I will be going up to the Eternal Garden shortly to bring down more plumbers, electricians, and mechanics, but perhaps I can also get some of the people I previously brought down to help with heavy lifting. Today I'm going to see if we can't get the old kitchens removed and new or newish kitchens installed. I will also be bringing down Marcus to help organize all the work. Is there anyone else we need? Wyatt looked around the table. Ino looked at his notes, then over to Wyatt. Well, we have access to the brewery. There are a bunch of full barrels in a cold room there, and there's a lot of hops and barley. But we have no brewers. I think there are some on your list. So if we could at least get one who knows what's required then, once we have power, maybe soon we can get the brewery working. Also, we will soon need more guards, if we want to open the farms, and hunters to see if they can find more livestock, more people for cleaning the homes, and... Wyatt nodded. Okay, I get it, but if I am bringing that many people down, I might as well bring everyone down. He thought for a minute, then said, I would have liked to have had more preparation time. But if we can get the electricity restored, then perhaps we don't need to have everything perfect. People can work on their own homes, maybe help neighbors, that sort of thing. With electricity secured and the restaurant kitchen sorted, do you think we could be ready in 2 days for the rest of the population? Ino and Elizabeth looked at each other, then both shrugged, with Elizabeth saying, We would not be ready if we had another month, what with all the work, before Ino added, But we will be able to cope, I think. Wyatt got up to collect some food for his lunch, and Elizabeth asked, Are you going back up to the Eternal Garden? Wyatt replied, Yes, as soon as I have selected my lunch and they offload the shuttle, say 10 or 15 minutes' time. Elizabeth got up and started towards her shop, saying, Don't go before I return. Wyatt helped himself to a selection of different tasty-looking things, then stood and talked to Declan for a few minutes while he waited, curious to see what he had been up to the day before. It turned out that Declan had decided that since Wyatt was clearly busy doing other things, he would help the Sergeant Major teach the Auxilia, pushing the ones chosen as potential NCOs to their limits and beyond. Declan admitted, There are some there which will make very good non-commissioned officers. They are survivors, fit and can think on their feet. All good qualities. I think you will get 2 or 3 good corporals. There's one. She might, with the right training, make sergeant, if not now, then with a bit more experience of leadership. Wyatt casually asked, Would that be Private Lily Bauer? The young woman who seemed to know how to handle herself from day one? Declan nodded. Yes, my lord, she's not quite as strong as some of the men, but she has more stamina than anyone I've seen without implants. Also, you only have to tell her something once. She pays attention, follows orders, and is smart enough to alter things if she can see the orders are not practical. I gave each of the teams a task to perform, along with a suggestion as to how to accomplish it, that deliberately made the task impossible. Private Bauer worked out that the suggestion was impossible to achieve, and worked out an alternate method to perform the task, which she and her team then managed. 2 of the other teams came back with the information that the task was impossible to perform without changing the orders. The other decided that not only was the task impossible, but he kept trying to perform it anyway using the method I'd told him. He was determined, at least. Wyatt grinned. Why, Declan, that almost sounds like you are praising her, a noble praising a commoner. Whatever is the principality coming to? Declan looked embarrassed. His cheeks turned red as he seemed to be about to protest, but then Wyatt cut him off. It's fine, Declan. I noticed on our first day here that she seemed very capable. There is nothing to be ashamed of. If she passed your tests, then it would appear she deserves some praise. Yes, my lord, was Declan's only answer. He might have said more, but at that moment Elizabeth came back carrying a box, holding it out to Wyatt. She said, It's not much, just spare paints and brushes, but I am sure some of the Yikanti can make use of them. I know I hate to be without such things. Wyatt was about to say, Why bother? It would only be 2 days when Jincho spoke up. Good, Yikanti will be pleased. Is symbol, being made to feel welcome, will make happy Yikanti work better, harder. The words came out in a torrent from his friend's translator. This time it was Elizabeth's face that flushed red, causing Declan and Ino to laugh. Wyatt picked up the box. Fine, I'll take it up with me. I'd rather have happy Yakanti than miserable ones, was all he said on the subject. I'll be back shortly with the kitchen removers, who hopefully by this afternoon will also be kitchen installers. Going back to the shuttle, Wyatt saw that the bin and the crates had already been removed, with the bin safely off to one side. The return journey to the Eternal Garden was simple and went without problems. Leaving the shuttle to be refueled, Wyatt, box in hand, went to find Marcus. It didn't take him long to find Marcus along with the humans, and surprising him, the Yakanti. What Wyatt at first thought was a heated argument was in fact the two species all talking to each other at once. Looking about, he realized that every Yakanti was wearing a translator, and all seemed to be actively talking to the humans, as well as each other. Eventually, he found Marcus with a small group of people and a single Yakanti. Wyatt waited until Marcus spotted him and stopped his conversation in order to walk over to Wyatt. Wyatt asked, "Just what is going on? Where did all the translators come from?" "Ah," replied the big man, "I have something for you in one of my pockets." Rummaging through the pockets in his simple commoner garb, he found what he was looking for, a simple envelope with Baron staples written on the outside. This was on the top of the box that came this morning with 140 Yakanti translators. Wyatt already suspected what would be in the envelope, but opened it to see a short handwritten note. It simply said, "Wyatt, you owe me 70,000 credits. It was signed with a simple C." Wyatt winced at the cost. Still, at least it would make it easy to talk to the Yakanti now. He turned to Marcus and, holding up the note, said, "Okay, this explains the translators, but I did not expect to see everyone together here. What happened?" Marcus shrugged, saying, "After the townspeople agreed that it would be fine for the Yakanti to join them, I went with a few to take the good news to the Yakanti. Once they realized that they had been given a home, some of them just started to sing. You should have heard it, Wyatt. It was actually really beautiful. Well, some of the humans went to collect more, and pretty soon there was an impromptu concert going on. Eventually, we decided it would be nicer if we all came into the big open area, and there we had Yakanti singing their songs, and humans singing some of ours. Neither party could understand what the other was singing, but it all went very well, a big celebration of being alive. When the translators were handed out this morning, Tavish, who is the Yakanti engineer, came to offer to help us. With any engineering-type work we might need, she said she thought she could be useful. I've got a total of 42 people who said they can help. Mechanics, plumbers, electricians, and even a person who actually used to work installing kitchens, plus myself and Tavish. Wyatt nodded, then realized he was still holding Elizabeth's box. Looking around, he spotted the structure he had used a couple of days previously as a podium and went over to stand on it. There were a few minutes while people gathered around. Then Wyatt began to speak. "Good morning, everyone. I would just like to say firstly how happy I am to see humans and Yakanti getting on so well. I hope this will be a great start for the population of Newtown, your new home. Now I have been talking with those already down on the surface of the planet, and we have decided that even though we are not yet truly ready for you, we are almost close enough to be able to bring you all down to the surface." This announcement caused humans and Yakanti alike to become very animated, and it took a good 10 minutes for everyone to calm down enough for Wyatt to continue. "So in 2 days' time, everyone goes down to the surface. That gives us time to fix the worst things and get the kitchens installed in the restaurants where you will all be taking your meals for the time being. All of your homes are weatherproof, but some need small repairs and all need new kitchen appliances. Because those will have to come from off-world and possibly from several sources, the restaurant kitchens will be feeding you. Now, in the next 2 days, if any of you have restricted diets, please let us know so we can adjust accordingly. I know some of your skills, but not everyone's. However, I am hopeful that many of you will be willing to do a little extra work, helping each other. Also, there are a number of houses where their gardens have chickens. Many others are planted with fruit and vegetables. I have given a local young lady, Elizabeth, a shop in the town square, and she will be happy to give advice on the plants and animals of Hago. She also needs someone to help her create information guides, perhaps a digital book. So if you think you could help her, please come and see me when I've finished talking. I'd also like a couple of brewers to come down to the planet with me today. There is a brewery, and I need to know what, if anything, needs doing to it. Again, please see me after I finish talking. Finally, there are several facilities that involve biological or chemical processes. I can tell you, there is a sugar beet processing factory and an oilseed processing facility where I believe some of the oil is turned into biodiesel. And finally, I am given to understand that during the sewage treatment process, some of the recovered material is used in biodiesel production. If you have any idea what that might be, I'd like to meet you. Wyatt went to step down, then remembered the box. Oh, sorry, if the Akanti artist's representative could come and see me first, I would be very grateful. That's everything. Wyatt stepped off the platform, and within seconds, the Akanti he had met the previous night stood in front of him. He bowed to Wyatt. "How can I help you, Baron?" he asked. Wyatt looked at him. "Please call me Wyatt. I have a couple of questions for you, and a small gift. Firstly, what is your name?" he asked. The Akanti looked up at him and said, "Wyatt, my name is Arancho. I was chosen by my friends to be their speaker, though my preferred thing is to sculpt glass." "Well, Arancho, I have here a small gift from Elizabeth, who I just mentioned, as well as knowing about the local plants and animals. She also paints them. She sent me a box of all her spare artists' paints and brushes. She said it is not much, but that she thought you might like it. Also, I would be grateful if you could make a list of your artists' names, their skills, and what they need to work in terms of facilities and materials. I do not know what I can get for them, but I will try to get something. If you speak to one of the men in a naval uniform, they can make a note of everything and send it to me." As Wyatt passed over the box, Arinko's eyes started to fill with tears at the simple gesture. All he could say was thank you. Several people now stood in front of Wyatt, so he now said, "Okay, if you can help with creating instructions, digital books, and guides, please stand over on my left, indicating a spot to his left. If you are here as a biochemist or have similar skills, please stand to my right, indicating a spot to his right. Finally, if you are a brewer, please come forward and stand here." Wyatt indicated a spot right in front of him. Once they had arranged themselves into groups, Wyatt addressed each in turn, starting with the brewers. 6 men and women stood in front of him. Wyatt said, "I'd like 2 of you to come and see the brewery in Newtown. Just choose the 2 of you with the most experience, then join the group over there." He gestured towards Marcus. 5 people stood to Wyatt's left. Addressing them, he said, "I think we will need people who can produce instruction manuals, leaflets, and digital books, maybe even posters we can put on walls. Would you please get together and work out what you need to do such work? Start with the minimum equipment, and then prepare a list of extra items and what each does. I should be back later today for it. But if not, please pass the list to one of the Royal Navy personnel for my attention." Finally, on his right were 4 people who had trained as biochemists. None had ever worked in a sugar beet factory. Still, one had worked with foodstuffs before and was willing to see if he could make any sense of the factory. But possibly his best discovery so far was that one had previously worked mixing biodiesel. Though not an expert on the full process, he was well aware of what was required and how to make the final product. Adding these 2 to the total gave Wyatt 48 passengers for the shuttle journey back to Newtown. Having made sure everyone had the clothing they would need, Wyatt once again flew back to Hago. Jincho was still away when Wyatt arrived back at Newtown with his passengers, so having introduced everyone to Aino, he decided to take the biochemists, brewers, and the engineer to see the town, or at least the bits that he'd bought them to see. At the same time, Aino and Marcus got started on removing the existing kitchen equipment from the restaurants. They made a start at the brewery, where he left the 2 brewers to have an explore of the building. A little further down the hill was the plant for preparing the oil. Here, the technician explained that the plant was basically a big press that crushed the seeds and extracted oil, leaving a compostable waste that could possibly also be used as animal feed. It was the next part of the process that concerned him, so they moved on. Further along the road was the sugar beet plant. Inside the building, a sweet, somewhat sickly smell seemed to permeate everything, and Wyatt was glad when the food technician suggested he leave him there to have a look around. The final destination was the sewage treatment works. Wyatt was surprised by both the fact that, unlike the village to the north, this one barely had any smell, and by all the extra equipment present. It looked more like a chemical plant than something intended to process human waste. The biochemist Wyatt discovered was called Robert and tried to explain the process to him, whilst the Yakanti engineer went to have a look around. Robert called Wyatt over to a whole series of pipes and pressure vessels and started to explain things. "Here, sir, this big tank is where you load the clean, raw oil from the oilseed crushing plant. That's simple enough. It feeds into this area where it goes through a process we call transesterification. That's a long name for saying we mix it with, typically, methanol and a catalyst, probably potassium hydroxide, that's one of the easiest to get. Then you get biodiesel flowing out into this tank, and also glycerol into this other tank. That's a sort of sweet alcohol that can be used as a sweetener or in medicines and even in soap production. It has lots of uses. My former employers made a lot of extra credits by selling off the glycerol to whoever needed it." Wyatt listened as Robert tried to explain all the different parts of the process to him, but most of the technical information went straight over his head. However, when Robert said, "That's odd," Wyatt asked, "What's odd?" Robert pointed to where pipes had been disconnected, and a feed pipe leading from a rack with a pair of 200-liter drums fed in. "This pipe should be bringing in the methanol straight from the sewage plant, but instead someone has built this thing to feed the methanol. I wonder why." Robert bent down to examine the drums. "Ah, this is wood alcohol. That's methanol from wood. If you cook wood without air, it gives off methanol as a vapor. Cool it down, and you get the liquid. Simple, but it works, but I wonder why they did that." Wyatt had no idea, so said the first thing that came into his head. "I assume something went wrong." "What about the catalyst?" "Where do we get that from?" he asked. Robert thought for a moment, then said, "Well, sir, there are two methods. You can use limestone or seashells. Cook it to get slaked lime, then add potassium carbonate, which you get from potash." Robert paused, as Wyatt seemed to be completely oblivious to what he was saying, so he thought for a moment, then said, "Basically, sir, you run seawater through a long process, and in the end, you get potassium hydroxide, hydrogen, and chlorine gas. The hydrogen can be used. The chlorine gas is nasty stuff, but another process can be used to turn it into table salt." Trying to remember his chemistry lessons, Robert finally said, "I think you can get everything you need from the ocean, the sewage treatment plant, and I think limestone. Why don't we follow some of these pipes and see where they take us?" With no better ideas, Wyatt agreed, and for the next 40 minutes they followed the pipes. Wherever they led, finally they met up again with the Yakanti, at a spot where a small explosion appeared to have occurred. Wyatt looked at the Yakanti and said, "I'm sorry, but I totally forgot your name." The Yakanti looked up and said, "My name is Tevish." "Well, Tevish, this," Wyatt said, pointing at the other human, "is Robert. Now between his knowledge and yours, and given what each of you has seen so far, why don't you talk to each other, work out what this place does, tell me what's wrong, and more importantly, tell me what needs to be done to fix things. Oh, and tell me in simple terms that I can understand, please, bearing in mind that I am a simple fighter pilot whose only knowledge of engineering is limited to not taking his fighter beyond its limits, and whose knowledge of chemistry is even less than that." Wyatt looked around and noticed what looked like some offices in a building not far away, saying, "When you work it out, come and find me in the offices over there," pointing towards the same building he'd just noticed. Wyatt went in and sat down, then took out his data pad to make some notes. Noticing as he did so the long, outdated office computers and the long, dead office plants, he added, "Clean up interior of buildings as required," to the notes along with "Check requirements for computers" to the ever-increasing list. It was only about half an hour later that Tevish and Robert came to find him. "So what can you tell me?" he asked. Robert started, "This place does not just treat sewage and make biodiesel, it is a complex chemical plant. It takes in sewage, river water, and seawater, plus probably some other chemicals. In return, it should, if running correctly, produce hydrogen, natural gas, methanol, biodiesel, glycerol, chlorine, liquid fertilizer, compost, and possibly other potentially useful materials. Oh, and we think it may produce more energy than it consumes, as it also seems to have exported hot water, or maybe steam, possibly to heat some or all of the town. And it has its own electrical generator powered by natural gas." Tevish continued. We think the damage that we saw earlier was done, mainly due to poor maintenance and not repaired due to lack of spare parts. There are testing sensors that ensure contaminants do not enter any of the processes. It is likely a lack of knowledge, maintenance, or both that allowed contaminants to enter the system, resulting in the small explosion that created the damage you have already seen. Wyatt looked at Tevish and asked, "Can you fix it?" She replied, "No, but I can work out what needs to be replaced, design the parts, and provide directions. Mostly it is just repair the system. A few new parts will make it all work properly again, and mechanics can install." Turning to Robert, he asked, "If Tevish can arrange the repairs, would you be capable of supervising the chemical processes?" Robert nodded. "Yes, sir, I can do that, but this is more than a one-man operation. I can't do it all myself." Wyatt laughed at that, saying, "I'm sure we can find you the help you will need. There are plenty of people, then." Something Robert said finally made it through to his brain. Wait a minute. This place produces hydrogen. You mean the same fuel shuttles make use of? On checking, they discovered that the large storage tank for the hydrogen was set into the ground with just the top exposed, Tevish explained. If the tank explodes, for any reason, the sides are thicker than the top, the explosive force, it almost all goes straight up. Maybe when it is full, it would be best to not fly over the top, but otherwise it will be safe. Roughly speaking, Wyatt estimated the large tank would be able to completely refuel 2 of the large Drazen shuttles, with a tiny bit left over, but that it would then take the best part of a week to totally refill the storage tank. On the other hand, if they just used it to top off the tanks, then it would last a lot longer. It was a bonus that he was not expecting. They would need to run at least one well-protected pipe up to the new shuttle pad during the construction process. Wyatt left Robert and Tevish to continue looking over the treatment plant, with a notepad and pencils to write down anything important, and instructions to return to the square when they were done, needed food, or when they heard the clock chime 6, whichever came first, reporting the required repairs to Ino in the town hall. It took a little over 25 minutes at a brisk walk to go from the sewage treatment plant to the fish and chip restaurant by the harbor, Wyatt estimating that it must have been almost 3 kilometers away. When he got there, most of the kitchen equipment had already been removed and was stacked up at the side of the road. Several men and women stood by, chatting and drinking from water bottles. Going to the door, inside he could see several people still hard at work, trying to pull the large griddle and grill units away from the wall, with no success. From beneath the worktops, a pair of legs could be seen. A man's voice yelled out, "Hold it! Looks like there's another bracket at the rear! Give me a moment, please!" Everyone stood back and let him get on with whatever he was doing. Then 2 minutes later, he called out, "Okay, pull me out, please!" Several hands helped pull him from beneath the units, and a slightly built young man appeared. "Okay," he said, "let's see if they come loose now." Working together, the units were pulled away from the wall. Then the same young man disconnected the electric wires from the wall plates and said, "Right, we're done here. Have them take the last units out to the road. We can go to the square." Looking up, he saw Wyatt standing in the doorway and instantly straightened up, asking, "Can I help you, sir?" Wyatt smiled and shook his head. "No, I was just seeing how things were progressing." "Oh, well, sir, this is our second restaurant kitchen. The first came out in 30 minutes, but this one was a bit more stubborn, not helped by them adding extra fixings that were almost impossible to find, or the several decades of poorly cleaned-up grease," said the young man. He looked at the group of men and women outside the door, saying, "Sorry, guys, it's pretty bad under those units. It's going to need a really deep clean." One of the women waiting outside replied, "Don't worry about it, Bill. We'll get it clean. You just make sure that we have new kitchens for tonight's meal." Bill laughed. "Sure, Cat, no problem. Just need to collect them and fit them. See you later." Even as they talked, 4 men who had been standing outside were manhandling the heavy metal unit out through the door. Those who had been taking the kitchen apart started walking up the hill, and Wyatt joined them, asking the young man, "So your name is Bill, and you are a kitchen installer?" Bill looked at him, then said, "Well, sir, where I come from, we were always called kitchen fitters, though I don't know why, and I'm really William, but I've always been called Bill." Wyatt held out his hand. "Pleased to meet you, Bill. My name's Wyatt." After only a moment's hesitation, Bill reached out and they shook hands, causing a nervous grin to spread over Bill's face. As they walked up the hill, Wyatt said, "So 14 kitchens in one day, do you think it can be done?" Bill, still grinning, said, "Honestly, sir, I don't know." Still, Mr. Marcus gave us a plan this morning, and then Mr. Aino gave us a full list of all the things we need to fetch back, with which items go in which restaurant kitchens. I reckon we'll be working late into the night. Maybe we won't finish until tomorrow morning. Still, we know you are depending on us to get things fixed, so is everyone up there," he said, jabbing a finger towards the sky. "We might need the day off once we're done, though." Wyatt laughed at that, then said, "I think that can be arranged. Maybe you can use your day off to choose your new home. Aino has a map with all the available homes on it, and there are plenty. So what's the plan Marcus came up with then?" Bill cheerfully carried on talking as they walked back to the square. "Mr. Marcus, he said that he would have 6 groups. We would all take 2 kitchens apart first, then go back to the town square. When there are 5 groups, he said you would take us to get the new kitchens, or to take apart the ones we are getting from, I think he said barracks. The 6th group has to stay here to take the remaining 2 kitchens apart." Mr. Aino said that there are 5 military barracks, each of which has a big kitchen plus some brand new kitchens somewhere else. He had a list of all the bits from somewhere and has worked out exactly which bits go where. He said, "Since you were paying for it all, we should grab everything. You can always put it in a warehouse until you need it." Wyatt kept smiling. Tornell, or someone working for him, had radioed the Noir Navio the previous night with the contents of the kitchens, the coordinates of each barracks, the locations of the new kitchen equipment, and where Wyatt could pick up the forestry equipment he needed. By his estimation, he'd need 1 trip out to drop off each team and collect the new equipment, then a single trip back to each barracks to pick up each kitchen and the team. Looking at Bill, he asked, "You know what's in each barracks? How long do you think it will take to unhook it and bring it out into an open area so we can load up?" Bill scratched his cheek, then said, "If it's all been put in properly, no stupid hidden fixing points or cross-threaded pipes, it should take no more than an hour to unplug and disconnect everything. If it has to be moved any significant distance, it will take longer. I'd say give us 90 minutes. If you let the fastest team off first, there should be less of a wait for the others because we will need to load up, come back here, and offload before you can go pick up the next group. Some of us will have a long wait." As they walked into the square, it was clear that Bill's team had been the fastest. No one else was around. Wyatt left Bill and his team enjoying the sun while he went to find Aino in his office. "Ah, Aino," said Wyatt as he walked in, "I was thinking tomorrow I'd like to give everyone who has been helping here the chance to choose their new home before everyone else arrives, just a small thank you for their efforts. Unless they are a tradesman, I suggest we restrict everyone to the basic homes. The ones like your new home we will save for those that need them. I've picked out the one on the other side of the road to yours for Rachel. Let Marcus choose his own. Since his job is less office work and more organization, he might even prefer one of those out at the 3rd farm. He likes the outdoor life that might suit him more. Keep the slightly larger homes near the school and town park available for those who have adopted children, or in time, who have their own. Oh, and I am going to add 1 Yakanti to the council here. I want them to understand they have a direct line to me should any difficulties occur. Hopefully, by doing that, it will avoid any difficulties." Aino looked surprised at the news about a Yakanti member of the council, but was completely ready for everything else, saying, "I have a full list of every piece of accommodation, the number of rooms, condition, and if any major work is required, finding people homes should not be difficult. So long as everyone does not want a grand house with a slide to the beach, we don't have any of those. As for the Yakanti and a council member, it's radical. Nobility will be appalled, and I expect there will be numerous complaints from off-world. But it makes sense. If you are going to have a Yakanti population, having one of their own to act as an intermediary will simplify matters." Wyatt looked at Aino for a moment and then said, "Who are you and what have you done with the real Aino?" Aino laughed. "Okay, I asked for that, but sitting in the inn talking to commoners each evening, it's changed me. Made me a bit less self-centered, I guess. This place has changed you as well, Wyatt. You give orders as requests, and because people trust you and the requests make sense, they obey, without question. When you don't know something, you make the effort to find out. You don't mind admitting that you don't know what you are doing. Ino paused, thinking about something. Finally, he said, Declan is right. You are growing into the role of a lord. Yes, I know you hate that. But that's because you think all of us blue bloods think we are better than the commoners. But tell me, is that really the case? Do you not have any noble friends? Wyatt opened his mouth to protest, to say he had no friends, then shut it, as he realized he did. Clara and Cynthia, also the prince, all of the composters, Jincho, Galt, even Commander Redford and Captain Milcades, had been far friendlier towards him than he would have ever expected. When he did open his mouth, he chose his words carefully, saying, I may have more friends than I ever realized, even amongst nobles. Ino smiled. Marcus told me a story this morning. He says he met Rachel, and she showed him a fascinating recording of you taking a destroyer on your own and told a tale of a dinner with Princess Clara. Just the princess, the infamous Cynthia Winfield, herself and you, Wyatt. She told Marcus that Princess Clara was not what she expected, kind and friendly. Rachel was terrified when she met the princess. Yet not only did the princess put her at her ease, but she was actually kind to an exiled noble of a tiny minor house. Now I may be an exiled bastard, but my father was never shy of spending money on the education of all his children. I know that such things never occur, and yet your lack of protest tells me that it must have. Elizabeth also told me a strange tale of how her father met you, how in a matter of minutes you went from killing 2 traitors to providing a diplomatic solution to Hago, again with Princess Clara's approval. If I had not seen, with my own eyes, how much more comfortable you are with commoners calling you Wyatt, or even Sir, than you are with being called Baron, then I would believe you were some agent of the crown, a secret noble in disguise. But I am sure you are exactly who you claim to be, a man of common stock, raised up to knight and baron purely by your own actions. That's why I'm happy to serve. It's why I have no problems with those you appoint as your council here in Newtown. The commoners I've talked to are happy to do as you ask. Because you ask when other nobles would order, you thank people for their efforts. Even today you show that by arranging for those who have helped to pick their homes first, it's because you are a good man, Wyatt. Wyatt interrupted. There's more to it than that, some things I cannot talk about, but yes, I believe in being fair where I can. I can't make people be happy here, but I'm going to do my best to ensure that everyone is taken care of. Maybe you won't all be rich, but I'll do my best to ensure that no one has to go without anything they need, and a little more besides, I hope. Ino nodded, replying, Yes, and that's why I and likely everyone else will do our best for you. It's obvious you care, that you are not afraid of getting your hands dirty. I'll work for you, Wyatt, not because I need the job, though I do, but because I want you to succeed, prove all those unimaginative nobles that they are wrong. To that end, can I offer a suggestion? Wyatt barked out a short laugh. You've not been shy so far, Ino. Why stop now? He said. Ino smiled. Guilty as charged, my lord, but I would suggest you talk with Declan. He is worried that your behavior, I think he means lack of education and training and protocol, will result in you causing offense, perhaps upsetting one or more nobles. While I have known you for less than a week, I realize you don't give a damn what nobles think of you. This could perhaps reflect badly on those who elevated you to nobility. Declan is a little unusual, you would probably think when you talk to him, that he is upset with your lack of respect for the rules, those that separate commoners from nobility. Yet yesterday he spent all day along with his men, helping to train commoners, not just standing and yelling but actually teaching. I do not think there are as many differences between the two of you as you might think. He believes a noble's role is to lead others into battle, not hide at the back and shout orders. From what I have seen of you, Wyatt, you do much the same, you just ask more questions. Wyatt wasn't sure what Ino meant, so asked, So what do you think I should do? How do you think Declan can help? Ino laughed again and said, Wyatt, just do what you do. Ask him questions. Wyatt pondered this and began to get an idea. Finally, he said, Thank you, Ino, for your honesty. I will consider what you have told me. Now, can I leave you to work out any problems with the distribution of homes? Ino spread his arms wide, saying, Wyatt, I am your administrator. Between Marcus and myself, I am sure we can work something out. I will see what we can come up with to make life easier. But next time you go back to your ship, could you print me a couple more large maps, please? I have an idea. Wyatt, as he went out the door, said, "That I can do. See you later." Going back into the square, Wyatt saw that almost another half an hour had passed. There were now 4 groups of kitchen fitters sitting at the tables, while in the corner by the inn, Marcus was stood talking to a dozen large, fit-looking young men. On seeing Wyatt, Marcus walked over and said, "When the 5th team arrives, you have everyone you need to collect your kitchens. I found you a dozen young men who are not afraid of doing lifting and carrying. They will go with you, drop each of the 5 teams off, then pick up your new kitchens and the other stuff and come back here." Wyatt replied, "Great, thank you, Marcus. What are you doing with the old kitchens, by the way?" Marcus replied, "Well, we are loading them onto the 2 electric trucks and taking them to an empty warehouse. Maybe they can be refurbished for use elsewhere. Maybe we can use the materials. Hell, I don't know. Maybe the Akanti can turn them into something artistic. But I just didn't want to leave them in a big pile outside." "Good idea," said Wyatt. "No point in cleaning the town up only to dump big lumps of metal around the place. When you are done here, can you go see Ino in his office? He needs your help as to the best way to go about giving people their new homes." Marcus gave Wyatt a "will do" acknowledgement and went back to the men in the square. Wyatt wandered over, asking, "Has everybody grabbed themselves something for their lunch?" as he helped himself to a selection of what was on offer. Today, he chose a selection of sandwiches and a square of bread pudding with dried fruits. It smelled sweet and slightly spicy. Filling up his water bottle from a container of cordial. Another 5 minutes wait, and the 5th team arrived, followed shortly thereafter by the 6th, with comments of "too slow" called out to the 6th. After double-checking that everybody had got a packed lunch and plenty of fluids, they loaded up the shuttle and departed. Wyatt had already worked out the route to drop everyone off. He was pleased to note that a single person was waiting at each barracks to let the teams in and show them where the kitchens were. Arriving at the large town where he was to pick up the new kitchen equipment, Wyatt could see evidence of the Drazen attack on the area, with multiple burnt-out buildings dotted about. The kitchen supplier had a large vehicle parking area to one side which was clear of vehicles, forming a suitable landing area. On landing, he met the man in charge, who simply said, "The general said to give you whatever we had in stock. I gave him a list, but we also found a few other things. You might as well take those as well, since I don't know when we will go back into production, if ever." Despite the man clearly being tired and likely in some form of combat shock, he was helpful, providing some rollers to put under the units, making it much easier to push them onto the shuttle, where they were strapped down. When Wyatt went to return the rollers, the same man said, "Keep them or drop them back when you no longer need them. I don't really care." It was a depressed Wyatt who took off and flew to the next set of coordinates. He came down this time in an open area next to the only non-residential building for miles, but here the greeting was warm. "Hi there, General Swallowtail says to treat you well, as you have already paid in actual credits. I've got everything you ordered here: chainsaws, handsaws, axes, wedges, climbing harnesses, ropes, plus all the safety equipment. I've also got some fuel for the larger chainsaws and battery packs for the smaller ones." Wyatt was surprised at how happy the man seemed to be to see him, saying, "It's nice to be given such a good welcome, but can I ask why you are so happy?" This man was, in Wyatt's estimation, in his mid to late 50s, old enough to have been a young man when the revolution started on Hago, so Wyatt was curious as to how he'd answer. "Sure, it's no secret," answered the older man. "This place was my first job. It was owned by a minor noble, I think the bastard son of someone who might or might not have been important somewhere. He was just a guy trying to earn a living, a little factory making forestry equipment. Ideal for Hago, right? Anyway, I was 16 when I started work here. Arthur was the boss, I'd say a good man, kind to the staff. If you needed time off for a sick child or a sick parent, it was never a problem. If you got in late because you had a little bit too much to drink the night before, he just asked that you made it up at the end of the day or at the weekend. By the time I was almost 22, I'd got to be assistant manager in the factory. I was doing pretty well, and then the damn revolution came. Everything went to hell. Someone slit Arthur's throat just because of who his father was, but they still needed wood to be cut. Foresters were still required, and so was forestry equipment. For 30 years I've run the factory, and I don't mind saying I think I've done a pretty good job of keeping everything running, considering getting spare parts was all but impossible, and earnings were what people could barter for. We reached the stage where a small chainsaw went for 10 chickens, and a big one might earn me a whole porcupig. But mostly it was spare parts, the odd bit of clothing, and pre-mixed fuel for the saws, of course, because mixing methanol is tricky. If you spill it on yourself, it gets sucked in through the skin. If you inhale or drink it and are lucky, it will just send you blind. Mostly it kills you. Oh yeah, and I included a little set of safety instructions and a catalog. Prices are 30 years out of date, though. So selling stuff for actual credits, something that maybe I can put by to help my family, that would be good sooner or later. I guess some relative of Arthur will likely come along and want their property back, and I'll probably be out of a job. Until then, I'll keep it going. We're the only place on this continent still making new chainsaws and forestry gear. Timber was always Hago's biggest export. I expect it will be again, and that's why I welcomed you. Anyway, come on inside and I'll help you load your purchases. My name's Simon, by the way, Simon Blacktail. Wyatt shook Simon's hand when he offered it. Wyatt Staples, pleased to meet you. He replied, I'll take your catalog. I'm sure there will be things that have been forgotten or that we will need more of, and I'll find out fair market rates for you. At least you will be able to update your prices. Oh, and there's one more thing you should know. Under the agreement, no previous claims to land or property are recognized. Hago starts with a clean slate, which means, so far as I can see, that the factory is yours, all legal and above board. Simon looked at him in shock. You're serious? He exclaimed. Truthfully, I can keep the factory? Wyatt looked Simon straight in the eyes. Yes, I believe so. I'm guessing you employ a few people here as well, he asked. Simon replied, Most of the people in our little village, actually, not that there are many left now. Wyatt nodded. I understand. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll see what I can find out for you, and I'll make sure I, or someone else, will get the information to you. Simon was getting onto a small forklift when Wyatt said this, and it made him stop, half in, half out of the safety cage, to look again at Wyatt and ask, Why would you do that? Wyatt replied, Oh, it's purely self-interest. If the only supplier of forestry equipment on the continent is more concerned about his prospects than he is about his work, then who will I get my forestry gear from? It's either that or I just don't like to see innocent people suffer. Either way, I'll let you know. Simon snorted. Fair enough, he said. Let's get you loaded. With the aid of the forklift, it took less than 15 minutes for Wyatt to be on his way back to Newtown. Once there, using the rollers they had been given, it took a further 25 minutes for everything to be offloaded. Looking at his fuel gauges, Wyatt worked out he would be a little short for the 5 trips he needed to make, so he decided to return to the Noir Navio to top off his tanks. Whilst the crew was busy refueling, Wyatt sent the map file to be printed and went to speak to Rachel. How are things going today? He asked as he entered the small room she was using as an office. Rachel looked up as he entered. Oh, hello, sir. Sorry, Wyatt, it's going quite well, actually. Once you speak to the right people, it's amazing how well certain phrases create a wonderful sense of friendship and helpfulness with certain suppliers. Mentioning tax-deductible contributions, combined with Princess Clara's personal interest, causes a near-miraculous desire to help with a certain type of person. I have your farm machinery on order. I did not get any significant discount other than the taxes off the machinery itself, but when I pointed out the situation on Hago, they asked if the barony would be willing to operate a small showroom and service center for them. I said yes. So they will be sending a bunch of standard spare parts, tools, and service manuals to get us started, also some sales displays, and, I quote, anything they think might help. It will take between 20 and 30 days for the ship to reach Hago. I also found a toy distribution company who asked if the toys have to be this year's items. Turns out they have stock on their shelves that they can no longer sell. Last year's items. If we will pay for the shipping, they will give us the items and just claim the tax deduction. They gave me 2 other distribution companies' contact details. Well, I've been in contact with both, and they are currently considering doing the same thing. Wyatt grinned. You didn't mention that all we would have to do is pay for the items to be transported to the spaceport because House Forentis is arranging shipping for supplies and has given us permission to use their aid ships?" he asked. Now Rachel smiled. "No, for some reason that completely slipped my mind. I believe that we are likely to get quite a few tons of all sorts of toys and games from the various suppliers. I imagine enough to fill several toy shops. So I was thinking that we could have a small store in Newtown and maybe pass on the rest to this General Tornell Swallowtail. I'm sure there are plenty of other children on Hago." Wyatt nodded. "Good idea. I'm sure the children of Hago will appreciate it, as will the parents. But let's leave it as a surprise for the General," he said, adding, "Anything else I should know about?" "Oh, yes," said Rachel. "I have the specifications for your new sawmill. The various components will be here in 11 days. They are only in the next system. They have included plans for the factory floor layout. It's, quite large, apparently over 100 meters long. However, they did say most of the equipment can take getting wet, but you will need to put a roof over some of it. I've also had an addendum to your list of artist supplies from the Akanti and a fairly substantial list of computers, peripherals, and software, which I added to the list you already gave me. Oh, and I found a supplier for a computerized paint mixer with the colored concentrates. According to the manufacturer, it comes with a book of colored swatches, which gives you a number you can enter to give the right color, or you can scan in any color, and it will create a within 1% color match that's coming from the same star system as the sawmill. It will be here on the same day. They just gave us the basic tax-off price for the machine, but offered us a buy one, get one free on the colors. I hope I ordered enough, but if not, they have a distributor in our nearest system, so we can get more." "Okay," said Wyatt. "Find a suitable artist's materials supplier. I still want to add some items to the list, so don't order anything from them till tomorrow. I'll take a few more Yakanti down and see what they can use before we decide to order anything expensive. We are going to need other things, such as point-of-sale terminals for the shops. The builders and others can probably use their data pads. Also, we will need extra computers for the school, offices, your accounts department, and so on. Oh, and can you find me a small fabricator? At least a half-meter cube would be a minimum. If you can find me one that will give an internal volume 1/2 meter wide and high and 1 meter long, it would let us create a lot of spare parts." Rachel looked up. "Another one?" she asked. Wyatt was confused. "Another what?" he replied. Rachel looked at him. "Another fabricator," she said, carrying on with, "You have 2 from the ships you took. One luxuries version that works with clothing and fine metals like jewelry, and one small engineering fabricator with a 3.375 cubic meter volume, along with a considerable quantity of raw materials for both. They were in the list of things salvaged from the captured ships. Had you not noticed?" Wyatt shook his head no. "I've not had the time to look," he admitted. Before carrying on with, "I'll try to get back here tonight to check on progress. For now I need to get back down to Hago." And with that, Wyatt left Rachel to get back to spending his money. On his way back to the shuttle bay, Wyatt dropped in to see Galt Tirome, who informed him that General Swallowtail had passed on the details of 2 technicians, giving coordinates and directions to their homes and saying they would be ready to go from 9 the following morning, along with an apology saying that he could not find any of the paint mixers that he had seen as a child left on Hago. Back in the hangar, Wyatt saw Feshik, the young female Yakanti, who looked as if she had something to say. "What's wrong, Feshik?" he asked. Feshik looked up at him. "Nothing's wrong, sir. I just thought you should know I have loaded Jincho's gift onto your shuttle. The crew said it was okay, that there was enough room." Wyatt remembered Jincho saying something earlier about a toolkit or something. Looking at Feshik, Wyatt could see she was not upset exactly, maybe embarrassed, as if she wasn't quite sure it was the right thing to do. Walking up the ramp, he looked inside. "Good grief, I know Jincho said gift, but what the heck is all of this?" he asked. In front of him were 4 large, red, heavy-duty plastic boxes on large casters, each sized for a Yakanti. The shuttle journey back to Newtown was quick. As he came into land, Wyatt could see the APC had returned, and sitting in the shade of a nearby wall, several of Marcus's helpers were waiting to offload the shuttle. As Wyatt opened the shuttle's access ramp, Jincho came running up. "No more travel in smelly tank, Wormbrain. said the somewhat agitated Yikanti. "It's uncomfortable, dark, and cramped. You need better." Wyatt laughed. "Yes, Jincho, I know, but it's all they have here that can go across country. As soon as you go any distance from Newtown, the roads are poor at best. Those were all they had," said Wyatt, pointing to the APC. Jincho looked at Wyatt, then said, "You want better?" Wyatt, still laughing, replied, "Jincho, they don't make anything better here. That's the best they have, and to be fair, it does cover the ground easily and quickly, even if it is not a very nice way to travel." Jincho had taken out his datapad and taken some pictures of the APC, which he was now drawing over. As he drew, he asked, "So they make this here. You think you could buy bits not complete. You have Yikanti engineer. You have workshops, yes?" Wyatt nodded his head, saying yes to all of that, Jincho. "What are you thinking?" Jincho finished his drawing and turned to show Wyatt, saying, "Keep bottom hull, wheels, suspension, engine all good, work fine, don't need armor, make bigger top, more room, windows to see out, get fresh air in, yes?" On the datapad in Jincho's hands, the Yikanti had added a fairly simple box-like structure over the existing wheels, with a windscreen at the front. Whilst there was still an access door at the rear, it was larger, and Jincho had added access doors on either side of the driver's position as well. As Wyatt looked at it, Jincho added, "It's simple design, just thin, flat plates welded to steel frame. Easy. You make several, some for transport. Can also make to fight fires or carry wounded or cargo or whatever you need. I show to engineer. She builds for you, yes?" Wyatt liked what he saw. It would be more comfortable to travel in, and if Jincho was correct, it would be easy to build. "Yes, Jincho," he said. "I think that's just what we need, something that can go all over the area and take a decent number of people in relative comfort. I'll ask the general if I can buy some part-built vehicles off of him. Now tell me, did you get the new turbines installed and running?" Jincho looked up at him. "All turbines installed, but only 2 working properly. 1 feed pipe is dry, 1 is partly blocked as only small flow of water comes through. System works, you get almost 4 megawatts of power from each turbine, but maximum limited to 8, not 16 megawatts. Either pipes are damaged higher up or blocked at inlet. Fix that you get full power." Wyatt knew it was too much to expect everything to run perfectly, but he had been hoping at least they would be able to get full power if required. Looking at everything being offloaded from the shuttle, he saw the food had already been taken to the kitchens. All that was left were the boxes for the engineer, Jincho's gift, and some large crates he didn't recognize. He walked over to them and realized they must be the 2 remote control pods for the shuttle pilots, and what he assumed was the transmitter to allow them to control the shuttles from the ground. As he waited for the men to return, he confirmed this with Jincho, then asked him, "Why so many toolboxes for Tevish? There are lots of workshops and plenty of tools in Newtown?" Jincho looked at him and shook his head. "Silly worm brain. Tevish is engineer, not mechanic. These are not spanners and hammers and drills and things. I give computer, software, measuring instruments, gauges. Everything a master engineer needs to design, build, and evaluate new ideas. Pretty Eyes told me to take anything I wanted from enemy ships, so I did. These are spares. No one will miss, and I paid for. Pretty Eyes gives me lots of credits, too much. This is my gift." Wyatt just shrugged. He'd spent most of his money on the composters, not to mention Newtown and its new population, not that most people were aware of it yet. If Jincho wanted to do something nice, well, he wasn't going to argue. "Well," said Wyatt, "the boxes for Tevish are there, as are those for controlling the shuttles. Last time I saw Tevish was several hours ago at the sewage works, but the house for the shuttle pilots is just there," he said, pointing to a nearby large house. "I'll wait until the men return, then ask a few of them to help you, while I take the rest and go to pick up the first new kitchen." A few minutes later, the men returned, and he took 6 of them with him. Wyatt left the rest to look after Jincho as he boarded the shuttle for a trip to pick up the first of the kitchens. Picking up the first of the kitchens was easy. The small trolleys they had been lent earlier made getting them on the shuttle easy. When they returned to Newtown, Wyatt quickly went to the town hall and left Ino the maps he had requested, saying, "When I return, can you see if you can find Marcus and Declan for me, please? I might have a job for them." Meanwhile, the men unloaded the kitchen equipment. The second trip proved to be just as simple. On his return, Marcus and Declan were indeed waiting for him, so while the next set of kitchen equipment was unloaded, he made his request. "Marcus, you said you liked climbing. I assume you can use a climbing harness?" asked Wyatt. Marcus nodded to confirm it, so Wyatt asked Declan, "What about you, Declan? Has your training included deploying by rope from a shuttle?" Declan, curious now, said, "It has, my lord, but can I ask why you're asking such a question?" "Of course," said Wyatt. "Jincho tells me that the new turbines are installed, but only 2 of the feed pipes are supplying the full amount of water. What I'm asking is if, when I return back here with the next set of equipment, you can be here with some men. I bought climbing harnesses and ropes for the foresters earlier, so I can take you up the mountain to wherever the pipes start, and then you can see if you can work out why the water isn't coming down. I don't want to ask Marcus to do it on his own, just in case there are any Drazen or wild animals out there. Also, I can drop you off, but I doubt I'll be able to pick you up, so I suggest getting the APC to wait for you at the bottom. I'm just asking you to find the problem. Maybe it's a damaged pipe, or a stuck valve, or a big rock blocking the entrance. Find the problem, make a note, and come back, that's all." Marcus nodded his head, saying, "I can do that, it will be fun." Declan said, "I am not sure that fun is the word I'd use, but yes, I can do that. I'll take the Sergeant Major's prospective NCOs, see how they handle such a situation." Wyatt looked at Declan. "You're sure?" he asked. "You think they can do that?" Declan grinned at him. "Sooner or later, they are likely to have to do something similar, maybe from a shuttle or a cliff or something like that. If Marcus is willing, then with one of us on the ground and one in the shuttle, we can prevent any accidents. We can work it out by the time you return, my lord." Leaving the 2 men to sort things out, Wyatt took the shuttle to the 3rd barracks. By now, the crew were used to loading the kitchen equipment and getting it secured in place, and it wasn't long until they were back in Newtown. Declan, Marcus, and the prospective NCOs were ready and waiting when they returned. Wyatt showed them the secure mounting points in the shuttle for their ropes, and Marcus had an extra harness for one of the helpers. This he secured to a tether that would prevent him from falling out the door, and having made sure the other helpers were strapped in, Marcus gave him instructions. "We are going to go down these ropes to the ground. With Declan here going last, you can lean out the hatch and watch. Once we are clear of the ropes, you haul them up and close the hatch. When Wyatt here sees the hatch light in the cockpit change color, he will know the shuttle is secure, and he'll give you a minute to fasten yourself back in, okay?" The helper, whose name was Eric, said, "Yes, sir," and that was it. Wyatt noticed as they boarded that whilst Marcus carried barely any equipment, save for a chainsaw and a water bottle, Declan carried a pack, a rifle, and multiple pouches, while the prospective NCOs each carried a water bottle, a rifle, spare ammunition, and a different tool, an axe, a shovel, a pry bar, or a pickaxe. He asked Declan about that as they got onto the shuttle. Declan said, "Marcus suggested, and I agreed, it's possible the pipes are just blocked by debris. We'll see what we can do when we find the problem. If we are there, why not fix it, my lord?" Wyatt winced as Declan reminded him again of his noble status, but he couldn't argue with his reasoning. Leaving Newtown, Wyatt first found the building that housed the turbines. Then, following the pipes, he went up the mountain to a lake which appeared to be the source of the water almost 400 meters above the turbine building. As he climbed, he could see evidence of an overgrown track zigzagging upwards that was obviously a maintenance trail. He got on the intercom and let Declan know what he'd seen as he found a small open area at the top of the track near the lake. There was no room to set the shuttle down, but holding it steady while at the same time the team descended via the ropes was easy enough, and only added at most 10 minutes to the journey time. With everyone safely on the ground by the lake, Wyatt headed off to the 4th barracks, which went smoothly once again, as did their return to Newtown and offloading. At the 5th barracks, the caretaker was waiting to speak to him when he landed, so Wyatt walked over to see him while the kitchen units were being loaded. "Can I help you?" asked Wyatt. The man was probably in his 60s and walked with a noticeable limp. "The name's Josh," he said. "General Swallowtail says you should take the concrete plant from here as well. It's the newest. He says I'm to show you where it is, and that it's down to you to transport it." "Okay, Josh, why don't you show me where to go?" replied Wyatt. "Or you can just point me in the right direction if you are in pain." Josh said, "No pain, it's just it never healed quite right. Maybe in time I'll be able to get it sorted." Wyatt replied, "Okay, Josh, lead the way." And so, with everyone loading the last of the kitchen equipment onto the shuttle, Wyatt followed Josh the 300 or so meters to the concrete plant. There he saw 2 upright metal silos and 5 hoppers that fed into some machinery mounted high on a metal frame. At one end of the hoppers, another substantial machine seemed to feed them. Wyatt took out his datapad and started taking pictures, noticing that it all seemed bolted together and was new enough that no rust showed anywhere. On a hunch, he asked Josh, "Do you have any idea how all of this works?" Josh looked at him and said, "A bit. I know when they were building the barracks, cement would be delivered into those 2 silos, and rocks go into the rock crusher at the end there," he said, pointing to the substantial machine, "that turns big rocks into smaller ones which come out the bottom and get sorted somehow into different sizes, and those then go to the hoppers. The hopper closest to the silos gets filled with sand. Then, when they need concrete, a chap in the little office up on that frame loads the right amount of sand, rock, and cement into the mixer on top of the frame, which mixes it and then dumps it into the trucks. But don't ask me how they work out what amounts of sand, cement, and rock they need, or even what size of rocks they need. I just saw them doing the mixing a few times." Wyatt climbed up to the small office on the loading platform. Inside, there were several binders and a computer, an office chair, and various controls. He added a note to his datapad to remind him to ensure everything was removed and safely packed before transport. He took another 5 minutes to take more pictures, then headed back with Josh to the shuttle. On returning to the shuttle, Wyatt could see it was packed, so much so that there seemed to be not enough room for all the men. Rather than make them all ride in the main section, he called out, "Eric, Bill, you 2 come ride in the cockpit with me. That will give the rest of you a bit more space." Turning to Josh, he shook the older man's hand, thanking him for his help, then got into the shuttle and flew back. On his way back, he asked Bill, "How come there's less space in the main area than with any of the 4 barracks collections I've made earlier today?" Bill looked slightly embarrassed, saying, "Josh, the old man said we had bought the whole kitchen and should take whatever we needed. It's all brand new. He said this barracks was only built a few months ago. It never even got used, so I took everything on your list. Then I thought we probably had some space, so I took everything I thought might be useful. And finally, because we were the last to be picked up, I had a look in the kitchen cupboards and took unopened dry goods, crockery, cutlery, and anything else that I could find, and packed it inside the fridges, freezers, ovens, anywhere there was space. I even filled up the various pans and bought those as well. I might have only left empty cupboards and kitchen sinks behind, but we were waiting so long I thought I should do something." He had by now gone a bright shade of pink, clearly afraid he might have gone too far. Wyatt pressed his lips firmly together to prevent himself from laughing as he listened to Bill's explanation. When Bill had finally finished talking, Wyatt simply said, "I see," as he considered the consequences. On one hand, Eric had taken more than Wyatt had paid for, but on the other, he had been told by Josh that he should take everything they wanted. He thought about this for almost 5 minutes as he flew back towards Newtown. Finally, he said, "Bill, you did nothing wrong. In fact, the military call this using your initiative. That's a good thing. I don't expect to have any problems with General Swallowtail over this, but if there are, I will sort them out. However, there are always consequences for being too smart for your own good. I know this from personal experience. You are hereby appointed to the role of Chief Kitchen Fitter. It's now your job to ensure everyone else does their work properly. Congratulations. I'll ask Ino to pick you out a suitable new home for you and your kitchen fitting business. You are going to be very busy for the foreseeable future, but the most important thing for now is to ensure we have working professional restaurants at all sit-down locations in Newtown by tomorrow lunchtime. Think you are up to the job?" Bill's shocked expression made Wyatt want to laugh again, but he kept his mouth shut, waiting for Bill's reply. Finally, Bill said, "Sir, I wasn't expecting—" "That is to, Yes, sir. I will have the kitchens all up and working by tomorrow lunchtime, sir." He paused, then added, "So long as I don't have to do it all myself." This time, Wyatt couldn't help himself and let out a laugh before adding, "No, Bill, you can use the men we have already assembled to help you. I dare say some of them will soon be working for you anyway." Turning to Eric, who had stayed silent all through the conversation, Wyatt said, "What about you, Eric?"
"How did it feel hanging out the door to the shuttle, watching Marcus and the troops slide down?"
"It wasn't what I expected, sir," began Eric. "I thought I'd be scared of falling out. But once Mr. Marcus showed me that I was securely fastened and could not fall, suddenly it was kind of fun. A bit like being a kid again and looking off the top edge of a building, down on the people below." "Would you be willing to do more of that kind of thing? Maybe a bit more responsibility?" asked Wyatt. Eric glanced over towards Wyatt, then said, "I think I'd like to give it a go, sir, but what would I be doing?" Wyatt replied, "I have 2 Drazen shuttles, that the 2 pilots I recruited yesterday will be flying remotely, but they will need someone on each shuttle to supervise the loading and unloading, and to maybe give them guidance during landings and takeoffs, also, after some instruction, safely securing heavy loads beneath the shuttle. I'd like you to try out for the role of Loadmaster if you are willing." Eric sat thinking about it as they sped towards Newtown. Finally, he said, "I don't know if I can do the job, if I'm smart enough to do the job, but I'd like to give it a try, sir." "Fair enough," said Wyatt. "When we land, stay with me and I'll take you to meet the pilots." They reached Newtown just a few minutes later, and following his instructions, Eric stuck with Wyatt, whilst Bill went back to dealing with kitchens. As yet there was no sign of the APC, so assuming the men were still trying to find and possibly repair the feeds to the turbines, Wyatt went to find his pilots. Wyatt found Thierry, Jakob, and Johan watching as Jincho finished explaining his remote piloting system to them. There were 2 pods that could be operated independently, each controlling a separate shuttle, or as pilot and co-pilot for a single shuttle. These linked to a central hub with transmitters that beamed the signal up into space and back down to the shuttles. A small AI system interpreted the commands and allowed the shuttles to predict commands, effectively eliminating most of the time lag that the bouncing of the signal into space and back to the shuttle, then the feedback from the shuttle back into space and back to the pod would cause. Currently, it would only work for the hemisphere visible from the transmitter on the Eternal Garden. But as more satellites were added, they would eventually be able to reach anywhere on Hago. Jincho explained, "This is not like flying a normal shuttle. You must think ahead like piloting big cargo vessel. It takes time to respond. Also, I pre-programmed certain functions. For instance, you can tell it to leave a space dock or connect to one, land, or take off from a predefined landing pad, hover in place, or hover at a set altitude above the ground. Very good for attaching suspended loads, yes. Also, you can tell it to land at a new location. It will then slowly descend using sensors to ensure the site is suitable. Other commands as well, you will see."
Try!
Wyatt looked at the 2 older men, saying, "It looks like I arrived at the right time. This is Eric, who might make a suitable loadmaster for one of the shuttles. You will need to teach him what to do. I'll see if we can't find another person to act as the second loadmaster for the other shuttle." Eric went over and shook all 3 men's hands, greeting them. Once introductions had been made, Wyatt asked Jincho to monitor the equipment whilst they brought down the 2 shuttles, saying, "What I suggest is that Johan takes the first shuttle and brings it down with me acting as co-pilot, and then Thierry does the same with the second shuttle. The rest of you can watch on the monitors." Johan replied, "That seems sensible." "Master Engineer, is there anything else we should know before taking the shuttles out?" Jincho thought for a moment, then said, "Drazan are different to humans. Different sensors on ships, different feedback. Pods are adapted accordingly, only works for some functions. I took feedback technology from black ships. As it was easiest to adapt, you will feel vessel, so you will know engines are good, or if you are too close to something and where that thing is, so you can move away. AI will stop ship crashing, it just won't. You can drop a carried load, though. This requires you to manually release using the locking switch. Don't want to drop by accident, yes? Sensors in carry points will let you feel when the load is both balanced and when it is stable on the ground for release. Shuttles are November Tango 21 and November Tango 22. They are preset into your pods, please. Please try. I can make minor changes if you need." With that, Wyatt and Johan got into the pods and activated the systems. Wyatt, taking the role of co-pilot, allowed Johan to do all the work. He could see what Jincho meant as the engines fired up. He could feel the power somehow, and knew instinctively that the engines were running well. As they left the enclosed hangar deck of the Eternal Garden, it felt like going from inside to outside, odd, but at the same time effective. Johann demonstrated his experience bringing the unfamiliar shuttle down to Newtown perfectly. At 100 meters above the ground, the automated landing sequence was activated and the shuttle slowly descended to the large, open area outside of town, just a little further away than his own shuttle. As he got out of the pod, Thierry asked Johann, "What was it like?" With Johann replying, "Master Jincho was right, it is slow to respond and the feedback is odd but not unpleasant. Treat her like a heavy old girl carrying a cargo of eggs." With Thierry piloting November Tango 22, Wyatt again took the role of co-pilot. Thierry was a slightly more aggressive pilot than Johann, coming in slightly faster, but again Wyatt could not find fault with his skills, and the shuttle was put down right next to where Johann had landed, just 10 meters separating the two vessels. Happy with both pilot skills and the controls, Wyatt asked if either man had any issues. Neither did. So leaving Eric to find out what his new job would be, Wyatt took Jincho to the town square. As he did so, he offered the Yakanti, a Lakoa. Without hesitation, Jincho took one and tried it, exclaiming, "These are good worm brain, even better than fresh worms." With a little hop now to his step, Jincho followed Wyatt back to the square. When they got there, they discovered that Robert and Tevish had returned from the treatment plant and were sitting at a table working out what each needed to do. Wyatt pointed Jincho towards Tevish, saying, "Jincho, that's the engineer who is staying. Why don't you go say hello and give her those boxes you brought?" Passing him a handful of Lakoa as he did so before saying, "I need to go fetch a couple of the Akanti artists and speak to the architect. I'll be back soon." Before he left, he went to see Aino. Entering the town hall, he could see Aino using small amounts of Elizabeth's paint to color an area on one of the maps he had brought back. An arrow was filled in with red paint, and he had hand-lettered, "You are here," next to it. As Wyatt entered the room, Aino looked up and said, "Ah, you're back. What do you think?" "I'm going to put up a map on a board at every major junction to help people find their way around the town. It's not perfect, but it should help." Wyatt looked at it, saying, "I like it. But maybe we could add a key to it to show people the restaurants, and when we get them going, shops and factories as well." Aino nodded, saying, "Good idea. I should have thought of that myself, though these maps won't last very long out in the weather, maybe a month, 2 at the most." Wyatt remembered the first carpenter's shop he had visited, and pointing to it on the map, he said, "In this carpenter's shop there was a large laser engraver. Once we have the sawmill running, why not cut some large, flat panels, engrave them with the local area, and mount them on signposts? If we do that and a new shop opens, then we only need to change one sign." Aino said, "I like it, but that's only going to help people find places near the sign. We need to give each junction a name, then we can put little signboards out directing people to the different junctions, maybe in different colors." Wyatt replied, "Much as I can see you are excited by the idea, first I need 2 areas, one to build the sawmill, I think that should be near the railway station, and another to put the concrete mixing plant. Both need solid bases." Aino replied instantly, "The sawmill is easy. There's a huge flat concreted area right behind the station area. I think there must have been warehouses there originally. It needs cleaning up, but it covers an area roughly 600 meters long and 100 meters wide. Would that be big enough? The whole length is served by 3 rail lines as well, set into the hard surface, though, as I said, it all needs cleaning. I have no idea if there's any damage under the debris. The concrete mixing plant, I'm not sure. You need sand and rock, right? You're going to bring in the cement from somewhere else?" Wyatt just nodded once. "Okay, well, there's, I guess, 4 choices. We found 2 granite quarries, a limestone quarry, and a slate quarry. I'll check, but I think using granite chippings will give the strongest concrete. So that gives us 2 choices. There's a quarry in the cliffs down by the beach, but that would mean trucks constantly going up and down the hill when you need concrete. Or there's another quarry in the rear of the hill behind where the station is. To the east, that would probably be better." Wyatt was confused. He'd been past both quarry locations that Aino had just mentioned more than once, but had never seen them, so he asked, "Aino, how come I've never seen either quarry, and how come you know where they are when you spend most of your time in this office?" Now it was Ano's turn to laugh as he explained, "Wyatt, you've never seen them because they've not been used for at least 30 years. Nature has taken over. They are full of trees and shrubs. As to how I know where they are, well, one I found when I was down at the harbor. I was curious as to where the road along the seafront went to. Turns out it goes nowhere, but it does go past the entrance to one of the quarries. My guess is that's where a lot of the stone for the harbor came from. When you are at ground level, you can see the straight vertical cuts into the cliff. At that point, it's obvious. As for the other one of the guys doing a survey by the rail yards was curious as to where a paved road was going, when mostly the roads outside the town are just gravel or chippings, so he went for a walk and found a quarry at the end of the road." Wyatt sighed. "I forget sometimes that you don't always see things clearly from above. Okay, I'm going to go get a couple of Yucanti artists from the Eternal Garden. I'll be back shortly. Could you have that little electric vehicle waiting for us when I return? I imagine it will be wherever the last kitchens to be installed are going." Ano's reply of "will do" was all Wyatt heard, as he swiftly made his way back to the shuttle. It was a quick trip back to the Eternal Garden for Wyatt. Whilst the shuttle was being refueled again, he went to find Arincho. The artist was sitting watching another Yucanti paint something on a wall panel. As he approached, he could see that Elizabeth's paints were being put to great use. As the young Yucanti created an image of a burning Drazan, Wyatt could not help smiling when he saw the lifelike details. As he approached, one of the Yucanti said something, and Arincho turned to face him. The Yucanti started to apologize, saying, "I am sorry, Lord, but young Kithmas here was so desperate to paint and we had nothing else suitable. I will have the picture removed at once." Already the young artist was soaking a cloth in some sort of solvent. Wyatt cried out, "No! No, leave it, it's fabulous, I love it." The Yucanti looked confused. Arincho said, "I'm sorry, my lord, you like it?" Wyatt, now grinning from ear to ear, said, "I think it is wonderful. I love it. Would it be possible for me to have it when it is finished?" Arincho looked even more confused. "You are not angry and you wish Kithmas to finish her work so that you might keep it for yourself?" Wyatt, his head now energetically nodding to confirm his words, said, "Yes, it's wonderful. She has captured the real meaning of why I named the barony, the Screaming Forests." Kithmas said, "I will gladly finish the picture for you, my lord, but I am sorry for damaging the vessel." Now Wyatt understood that the Yucanti artists were not permitted to create anything the hierarchy did not approve of. Doing so would get them into trouble, likely punishment, perhaps severe. So Wyatt chose his next words carefully. "I welcome you all, as do the inhabitants of Newtown, to the lands under my control. You may create what you like. All I ask is that if you wish to create something that will be seen in a public place, that you ask the town council first. I came here this afternoon to ask Arincho if he will serve as the Yucanti representative on the council, and to ask that he and maybe 2 other artists come with me to the town today to see if there are things I can do to help, or perhaps places you can practice your art and perhaps to teach it to others. The panel," said Wyatt, gesturing to the metal sheet, "can be removed easily, but the art needs to be cared for. If you need more time to finish it than tomorrow, I will get the panel removed so you can take it with you. If not, then I will, with your permission, place it on display in my quarters, so it can make me smile every day. So I need someone to come and see our glassworks and tell me what I need. Someone who knows about pottery, Dot. And I noticed a small forge in the town. Do you have anyone who makes artistic metalwork who might be interested in that?" A Yucanti stuck up their arm and a small voice asked, "Excuse me, sir, but we also have wood carvers and painters." Wyatt nodded. "I know," he said, "but I also paint a little and carve wood, so I know what to order to get started. Plus, there are several carpentry workshops in Newtown already. But I have no experience with glass or pottery or metalwork for art, so I need a little guidance there for what you need to get started." Wyatt left the Yucanti to talk amongst themselves for a few minutes and went to see the humans. Returning to the podium, he called out, "Can everybody hear me?" As they started to come closer, he said, "Today we have collected new kitchen equipment for Newtown, and by tomorrow it should all be installed. Now there are, I know amongst you, people who are cooks and chefs, bar people and those who clean and wait on tables. I have a list of restaurants here with how many seats each has and what equipment. Tonight, I will have a list of supplies sent over along with what ingredients you will be able to get fresh and preserved. Mainly, I can tell you that chickens and eggs we have plenty of. Fish seems to be plentiful, but there will be other foods. I want you to split up based on your skills so that you can provide food in different styles. Tomorrow morning, first thing, I will transport you down to the planet so that you can get the restaurants ready to feed everyone the day after. Any questions? For once, there were none, so Wyatt took the list of restaurants from his pocket and stuck it to the wall for all to see, then walked back to the Yikanti. I think, Wyatt started, that those I take down with me can spend tonight in Newtown. Then you can have a look around the town tomorrow and get familiar with it. So who am I taking? Arinko stepped forward, accompanied by a strong-looking Yikanti male and an average-looking female. This is Heptic, who works with metal, he said, gesturing to the male. And this, he said, gesturing to the female, is Kessel, who can make pottery, china, and other ceramics. We just need to collect the possessions we have been given, and we can go. A few minutes later, they were on the shuttle. With Wyatt back in the cockpit, he called the Noir Navio and requested that they sent a list of food supplies to the cooks on the Eternal Garden. It was a quick flight back to Newtown. The debris was almost gone from around Hago, making the flying much easier, and so much faster than just a week ago. On landing, he noticed that the APC had returned and, as requested, the small electric vehicle was waiting. Fortunately, the Yikanti were quite happy to ride in the small load space behind the cab, while Arincho sat next to Wyatt in the cab. The top speed was not excessive, just 30 kilometers per hour, but in the fairly narrow streets that made up the majority of Newtown, it was ideal. It meant that it only took 5 minutes to get to the glassworks, as opposed to 30. Once there, they all went inside. There they found electric furnaces, metal tubes, molds, and gas-powered torches, along with dozens of odd-looking tools, many of which Arinko recognized and explained their function to Wyatt. What confused him was the electric road sweeper vehicle, located in the materials in section of the factory. Fortunately, there were several sets of instructions printed out on the road sweeper and within the factory. It turned out that the white sandy beaches were made of high-quality silica sand, sand that was almost perfect for turning into glass. The road sweeper could fill its bin by cleaning the sand off the road directly behind the beach, a process that apparently needed to be repeated every 2 to 3 days due to the prevailing winds. Once the sweeper bin was full of sand, it returned to the factory and emptied the contents into a cleaning and washing area that removed any debris larger than the sand grains, and then washed it with clean, fresh mountain water to remove all traces of salt. This then passed through a drum heated by the exhaust gases from the glass furnaces, which dried the silica grains that were then placed in storage bins beside the furnaces. Having had a good look around, Arinko declared that he was very satisfied with the facilities, requesting that Wyatt order a few items of safety equipment and various powdered components that could be added to the molten glass to create colors and other artistic effects. Next, and almost next door to the glassworks, the forge was apparently ideal for Heptic's needs. When Wyatt mentioned that perhaps the old kitchen equipment might provide a source of sheet metal, Heptic actually started jumping up and down in excitement. His requests were simpler. Once again, safety equipment was first on the list. Then he requested rods and bars of various metals in manageable sizes. At least Wyatt understood what these things were. Wyatt felt that Kessel would be the hardest artist to deal with. He had no idea what a potter needed, either in terms of workspace or equipment, but in the end, she solved the location issue herself, suggesting that if she was going to teach others, then perhaps the school would be a good place to start. So they all got back on the vehicle and Wyatt drove them to the school. The building itself was made up of 3 square courtyards set in a straight line running north to south. Along each side of the courtyards, a 2-story structure had been built, and within this structure were the various essential parts of the school. In the structure between the first and second courtyards was a double-height school hall, complete with a stage and various bits of sports equipment mounted on the walls, whilst the ground floor area between the second and third courtyards was the school cafeteria and kitchen. It was above this cafeteria that Kessel declared they had a pair of rooms perfect for an art department. The two large rooms were lit with natural light from north-facing windows. The floors were covered with some sort of waterproof, easy-to-clean membrane, as were all the school floors except the school hall, which had a wooden floor. A corridor ran along the southern side, giving access to both classrooms and between the two classrooms, toilets for male and female students. Between the rear of the toilets and the outer north wall of the structure were a small office, presumably for the teachers, and 3 storage rooms, plus a corridor linking the 2 classrooms. Kessel got quite excited. "Look, we have water in the bathrooms behind this wall, so we can easily place a sink on this wall, then a kiln can be placed in this storage room, the other storerooms can hold artist supplies, then one classroom can be used for clean art things like drawing, while the other can be used for more dirty subjects like pottery or sculpture. We can easily put 2 potter's wheels in this room, or even 3, and still have lots of space." She got ever more excited, describing how she would set things up. Finally, Wyatt said, "Okay, you have convinced me, but are you happy to teach your skills to human children?" Kessel, making the strange bobbing motion that some Yikanti made when exited, just repeated, "Yes, yes, yes." Wyatt added more notes to his datapad, wrote down the equipment and supplies Kessel and the others had asked for, and forwarded the request to Rachel on the Noir Navio. Then he got everyone back into the vehicle and drove to the town square, where he asked Aino to find temporary accommodation for the Yikanti before they all went back to the square. Before having dinner, Wyatt spoke to Marcus and Declan. "Any problems?" he asked. Both men shook their heads, with Marcus replying, "Not really. We have given you 1 extra working pipe to feed the generators. The top was just blocked with debris. It took less than 20 minutes to clear. Then we walked down the mountain. The last pipe is damaged. A small landslide seems to have shifted the mounts between a couple of sections of pipe and ripped the pipes apart. That needs a couple of new foundation blocks built and 3 or 4 new lengths of pipe. Declan tells me there's an abandoned village to the north. Maybe they use the same size pipes, in which case maybe we can take some of those to make the repairs." Wyatt nodded. Looking at Declan, he asked, "What about your team? How did your prospective NCOs cope with the exercise? Any wildlife issues this time?" Declan looked at Wyatt and replied, "My lord, the team responded well to the challenges. Several were a bit nervous at first. Descending on a rope from a shuttle was a new experience for them. But all handled it well. The clearing of the pipe at the top in the ice-cold water was handled efficiently and without complaint. The descent of the mountain involved scouting and pathfinding roles and was handled exter." Declan paused, then continued, "Handled professionally." Wyatt looked at Declan before saying, "Declan, were you going to give my commoner Auxilia a compliment there?" Declan was clearly torn as to how to reply. Finally he said, "My lord, they handled themselves like Marines." Wyatt was surprised at such a compliment. However, he was not going to let such an opportunity pass him by. Looking around, he located the Sergeant Major and beckoned him over. Then, addressing him, said, "Sergeant Major, as of today, all of those prospective NCOs can consider themselves acting corporals. Let's see how they take to the leadership role." The sergeant gave a crisp salute, answering, "Yes, sir." Before Wyatt said, "Right then, shall we see what is for dinner?" The Black Ship Side Story, Barony of Screaming Forests. Day 7, Part 1. Wyatt always seemed to wake up early on Hago, and today was no exception. 20 minutes before 6, and he was wide awake. "Oh well," he thought, "I might as well get dressed and go down to see what's for breakfast." Grabbing his datapad, he quietly went downstairs. Outside the square, it was slightly damp. There had been light rain overnight, but the sky had long since cleared. It looked like the day was getting off to a great start, taking a seat in the corner, out of the way. Wyatt then went to see what had already been laid out on the breakfast buffet. This morning there were new breads he had not seen before, so he started to cut himself a few slices. As he was doing so, one of the kitchen staff came out with more items for the buffet, asking him what he'd like to drink and if he'd like eggs. Having made his choices, he sat back and started to make a list for the day, adding a note that Marcus and Declan had managed to clear the debris that had mostly blocked one of the feed pipes to the turbines yesterday, but that the final pipe would need a section replaced. In addition, there were sluice gates at the top of the pipes which needed maintenance. But this could wait until later. With 3 out of the 4 turbines running, There was more than enough power for the town for now, at least. Bill had told him last night that there were just 4 kitchens to be finished off, which meant he'd still be going to fetch the remaining cooks and restaurant staff from the Eternal Garden after breakfast. He also needed to go through the art supplies required with Rachel. The Yakanti had given him a long list of things they needed, but given everyone else's requests, theirs had been very small and mainly inexpensive. Mostly, it was the materials they needed. The only expensive items were several potter's wheels, whatever they were, and a pottery kiln. He added another note to see if any of the teaching assistants had any experience with art classes. He also added a note to remind him to find a place for the cement plant and to ensure he asked Tornell Swallowtail about purchasing 1 or 2 cement mixing trucks, along with the rest of the construction equipment. Finally, there was the small matter of whatever Jincho and Tevish had been talking about yesterday. Their conversation had been animated, but Wyatt had no idea what it was about. All Jincho had said was that they would talk in the morning, as he had work to do. Even as Wyatt thought about his crazy friend, he heard his voice calling out from across the square. "Good morning, Wormbrain!" The little Yakanti was leaning out of one of the windows, above the shops on the town square. The next thing Wyatt saw was Jincho jumping out of the window and dropping to the ground, taking a 4-meter drop, as if it were no more than a hop over a low garden fence, proving that this was perfectly normal for a Yakanti. He came rushing over to see Wyatt with his peculiar hopping run. "Good morning, Jincho. Help yourself to breakfast, then tell me if the damaged water pipe to the 4th turbine will give me any problems." Jincho went to the buffet table and helped himself to an eclectic selection of what was on offer, then sat next to Wyatt. He briefly considered Wyatt's question before replying, "No, not if it's fixed quite quickly. The town needs 3 turbines. The 4th is for when one of the others needs maintenance. The turbines are all new, so they should be good for at least 3 months, probably much longer before needing maintenance. Plenty of time to fix the pipe. Now, when are you going back to Noir Navio? You need to fetch stuff for me." Wyatt, who had been chewing on a curved, flaky bread roll called a croissant, almost choked on his food. "Jincho, don't you mean I need to call up to the ship to get whatever it is you want ready, then go and fetch it?" he asked after taking a quick sip of juice to wash the crumbs down. Jincho looked at him in such a way that Wyatt was reminded of the way his teachers would look at him if he said something they considered stupid. Then Jincho said, "Jincho asked the fabricator to make stuff last night. It is waiting in a hangar for you now." Wyatt was getting confused. "What stuff? How did you ask? How much is it going to cost? How much space will it need in the shuttle?" Wyatt asked as the thoughts occurred to him. Jincho sighed, looking down his beak at Wyatt, then replied, "Stuff for treatment plant. Tevish and I went to look at yesterday. New parts waiting for transport, cost nothing. Pretty Eyes lets Jincho make what Jincho wants or needs. No questions, not much space. Small crate." He paused for a moment, then, tapping the side of his head twice, continued. "Jincho tells the fabricator what he needs. Fabricator tells Jincho when things are ready." Wyatt let that sink in for a moment, then realized what Jincho meant. "You mean you communicate directly to the fabricator machine, not the person running it?" he exclaimed. Jincho nodded his head. "Of course. Person not know what Jincho needs. Only Jincho knows. Much easier to tell machine what Jincho needs. No mistakes, no complaints, just gets done." Wyatt thought about the other things that he'd seen Jincho do, then asked, "Jincho, can you talk to any machine? Not just the fabricators?" Once again, Jincho sighed. "No, Wormbrain, of course not." Wyatt breathed a huge sigh of relief and was about to make a comment when Jincho continued, "Just any machine with a computer on a network. I took translation software and modified. Humans write software like they speak. Just change translator to take code and translate straight to Yakanti. Works both ways. Now, if I need to know what is wrong, just ask what's wrong, computer sends codes, and translator tells me what problem is and where." Suddenly, Jincho's ability to easily modify the navigation AI made a lot more sense. Wyatt decided not to ask any further questions on the subject. It gave him a headache just thinking about it. Instead, he went back to the Icanti's first statement, asking, "So you need me to pick up a crate from the Noir Navio and bring it here, so you and Tevish can repair the sewage treatment plant?" Jincho put his face in his hands and then slowly said, "No, Wormbrain. The sewage plant works fine. The repairs will let you process the plant oil and turn it into fuel for boats and tractors and things. That is the bit that is broken. It just needs a valve and some sensors, and I modified it, just a little, so if it goes wrong again, it won't explode, it will just shut down and sound an alarm. This Wyatt could understand. Thank you, Jincho, he said, continuing. So what else will you do today? The Icanti looked at Wyatt, then said, We'll look at workshops, offer advice, fix pipes at treatment plant then. Jincho paused, thinking about something before carrying on. Jincho wishes to go to beach. Was talking to people last night. They tell me, you have great big white beach, would like to go enjoy in the sun. Wyatt thought about that. Most people were clearing things up, getting the restaurants working and so forth. There was no reason Jincho could not go and enjoy himself on the beach. As for Wyatt, he needed to go and get Jincho's crate from the Noir Navio, and while he was there, check in with Rachel to see how the orders were going, and check to see if he had any credits left, then collect the cooks and the waitstaff for the restaurants before returning to Newtown. By then, General Tornell's technicians should be ready to be picked up, so he could go and collect them and be back by 10 in the morning. Perhaps then he could go for a walk around the town or even go to the beach himself. Wyatt thought about that for just another moment. He had never been to a beach to sit in the sand as a child. The first time he had ever been on a beach was here on Hago. He had no idea why people apparently went to a beach to have fun or even how you could have fun on a beach, especially if, like Wyatt, you couldn't swim. Whilst Wyatt was having these random thoughts, Ino came down for breakfast. Pleasantries were exchanged as he made his choice of drink. Then he came over and sat beside Wyatt. Wyatt said, I'll be going to get extra staff shortly for the restaurants. Also the technicians that General Swallowtail has found. In the meantime, could you find someone to drive Jincho here, to the places in the town he wishes to see, which I need you to help him find. I think they will be anything engineering related. Ino listened as he drank his coffee, then turned to Jincho and said, I have a map with all of the workshop-type buildings on. I can tell you which ones are woodworking, which ones are for working on the railway, which are to do with the electric vehicle company, and which we have no idea about other than they are a workshop. Is that the kind of thing you need? Jincho nodded his head up and down. Yes, we'll take Tevish. We look at workshops, maybe see what each can be used for, perhaps new ideas, something different, yes? The ideas seemed to flow from Jincho like a never-ending stream, and were somewhat overwhelming if you were not used to him. Wyatt said to Aino, just give Jincho the information, a vehicle and a driver. Then let him have a good look around, okay? Aino looked at him, laughing slightly. He said, okay, Wyatt, I can do that. How long will it be before you get back? Wyatt looked at his datapad, finding the coordinates of the pickup locations for Tornell's 2 technicians, then replied, I'm not quite sure. I think it should be about an hour, once I leave the Eternal Garden, but I don't know what else I need to do on the Noir Navio, or how long it will take to load the new restaurant people. He looked up at the clock. It was just coming up to 6:30. He carried on with his reply, I can't pick the General's people up before 9, so I should be back between, say, 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Looking at Jincho, Wyatt asked, Jincho, do you have some way of being able to detect when the shuttle leaves the Eternal Garden? Jincho shook his head. No, he said, but I can do so in 10 minutes. Why do you ask? Wyatt shrugged, saying, once I leave the Eternal Garden, I'll be back here within an hour. I just thought you might find it useful for you to know when your crate would get here. Jincho took his own datapad from a pocket in his overalls and started working with one hand while using the other to feed himself. Ino looked at Wyatt and asked, Is there anything else you need me for, or shall I finish here and go back to the office? Yes, please, said Wyatt. I need one of the new shuttles to go and take a crew to take apart the concrete plant. He took out some notes he had made the previous night. They will need to take the new loadmaster and some mechanics and an electrician. Make sure they are using both pilot and co-pilot when remote flying with people on board. Also see if you can get enough of the quarry on the other side of the railway station, cleared to be able to at least start to put it together. I'll leave you and Marcus to work out who will do what. Jincho looked at Wyatt and said simply, It's done. With that, Wyatt got up, grabbed some extra food for snacks, and with an I'll see you later, started walking to the shuttle. As he passed the 2 modified Drazen craft, he noticed for the first time that someone had repainted them. Now, instead of alien markings, they were a plain white, with his own shield prominently displayed on both the hull and tail of each craft. He made a note to find out who had done so and thank them. Then he boarded his shuttle and set off for the Nuernavio. 0630. Nuernavio. Clara Astor was already wide awake. She had been lying in her bed for almost an hour, trying to think of something to do. The crew was continuing with repairs, but she felt she was just getting in the way. When she went out into the ship to see how the work was progressing, while checking the bridge remotely, she noticed that Redford Kalin was already there, so she requested a link. Moments later, Redford opened a channel to her. "What can I do for you, Clara?" he asked. Clara paused, then said, "Uncle Redford, can you tell me what the weather is like over the Barony of the Screaming Forests?" Redford replied, "Give me 2 minutes, please." Just under 2 minutes later, he reconnected with Clara. "The view from orbit shows it to be a sunny day. The nearest clouds are almost 1,000 kilometers away. While I can't say for certain that the weather there will be nice all day, I would be very surprised if it is not. Are you planning to visit? I see Wyatt is on his way back here right now." Wyatt, being on his way to the ship, surprised Clara. She replied, "Thank you, Uncle. If you happen to see Wyatt, please don't mention that. But after he leaves, could you have the composters assemble and a shuttle be prepared, please?" Redford chuckled to himself before replying, "A surprise inspection, is it? Okay, I'll not say anything until Wyatt is back in Newtown." With a, "Thank you, Uncle," Clara broke the connection, then started to search for a suitable outfit for her visit. As she did so, another idea occurred to her, a chance to have a little fun, perhaps to push a few more boundaries. 10 minutes later, her choices made, she sent the requests to the fabricator. Fortunately, there was nothing complicated. An automated reply from the fabricator said, 94 minutes remaining. Clara returned to her planning, but now she was grinning. Oh, this was going to be so much fun, she thought. 0702, Nuernavio Shuttle Bay. Wyatt set his shuttle down carefully, then left instructions for the 2 pallets of supplies to be loaded, as well as the small crate marked for Jincho's attention. He asked for the shuttle to be refueled and checked over. Then he went to find Rachel. As he approached the office that Clara had arranged for her, he found Rachel coming from the other direction, a cup and saucer in hand. Wyatt stepped aside and let Rachel enter first, then put her cup and saucer on the desk. She looked at him, asking, "How may I help you today, Ba?" "Wyatt, sorry, still getting used to this." Wyatt ignored the slip. It was clearly not deliberate. Instead, he asked, "How are the orders progressing?" Rachel called up her notes, transferring a copy to Wyatt's datapad. "Pretty well, I think. I woke up to find additional contacts on my datapad, I assume from Her Highness, since most of them are quite senior nobles within their families. Surprisingly, quite a few were eager to do deals and several even offered to send samples, either for free or if we'd cover the transport costs. I found a very large art supplies stockist. They supply art shops, schools, and universities. They have agreed to send us several of the items on your list as demonstration models, in the hope, I am sure, that other schools in Hago will, in time, also need art supplies. A Dowager Countess owns it. I spoke to the old lady herself late last night. When I told her that you believed the children from the cattle ship could be helped by experimenting with art, she thought it was a wonderful idea. She insisted on sending additional items, I have no idea what, but we have at least got everything on your list for art supplies. Oh, and the toy supplier sent a message asking if we can use 7 shipping containers full of assorted toys and games. By rough estimate, it's 250 tons of toys. I said yes, by the way. It seemed the right thing to do. Wyatt was stunned when he first heard the toy suppliers were going to send him their old stock. He had thought that maybe he'd get enough for every child to have at least a couple of toys each. Still, 250 tons was probably enough to fill one of the empty warehouses in Newtown. Then, another thing Rachel said made him ask, "Rachel, what's a Dowager Countess?" "I don't think I've heard of one of those before." Rachel laughed. "It's Dowager Countess, not Dowager. It's just the widow of a count, usually elderly, who has given up the title of countess so that her daughter or the wife of her son can take the title. In this case, she was a really nice older lady. She genuinely seemed to care and liked the idea of using art to help the children recover from their ordeal." "Okay, said Wyatt. "Let's see what she sends. But either I will send a personal thank you, or if it's a lot, I'll ask Clara if she will do so."
Anyone who acts like that deserves some official thanks.
"A thank you from Baron Staples is not worth much, but a thank you from the second Princess Clara Astor is a different matter entirely. If it's a lot, and we do get reporters coming here, perhaps we can mention those who have been exceptionally generous."
Rachel took some notes. "Is there anything else?" she asked.
Wyatt said, "No, I don't think so," and started to go towards the door when something clicked in his mind. He turned and looked at Rachel. She was still wearing the outfit Clara had provided, though the jacket was folded and laying to one side. Wyatt remembered his mother saying how she could always tell the people in desperate need of help, who came to see her, as they wore the worst clothes. The poorest people almost always got ignored in their shabby old clothes. Wyatt turned around and sat on the edge of the desk and asked Rachel, "When you were freed from the Drazan, they gave everybody a clothing issue, right? Commoners' clothes?" Rachel nodded, then said,
"Actually, they gave everyone 3 basic sets of outer clothes, plus a pack of underwear, nightwear, and a mix of t-shirts and shirts.
They also gave us each a towel, a flannel, a toothbrush, and some basic toiletries." Wyatt nodded in understanding. A properly set-up fabricator could produce basic clothing items in minutes, and the ship's stores had supplies of basic underwear and sleepwear for the common crew. Even so, he now understood why only essential repairs had begun at once. Everyone needed clothing in a hurry. He stroked his chin with his right hand, thinking. Finally, he said, "I want you to ensure that your fellow council members each have 2 good suits or uniforms for the sergeant major with all his medals. These are for formal occasions like official meetings or communicating with suppliers. We don't want others thinking we are as poor as we really are. But then, the rest of the time, I'd like you to all dress casually. The idea is to not intimidate the townsfolk. If they come into your office and see you dressed in a suit, I think they will be intimidated. But if they come in and you are dressed not all that differently from them, just a little nicer, I think it will be easier for them to communicate with you. Does that make sense?" Rachel nodded. "Yes, Wyatt, but how do I get everyone's measurements and what do I order?" she asked. Wyatt replied, "Everyone, except Elizabeth Swallowtail, will be in the database, complete with clothing sizes. How did you think Her Highness made that outfit so quickly for you?" "I'll take you down to Hago. Maybe tomorrow, while everyone is moving in, you can meet them then and go through what they want to wear and anything else you can think of." "Speaking of which, is there anything else you can think of I have forgotten?" Rachel looked as if she were about to say something, then changed her mind. Wyatt asked, "What is it?"
"What have I forgotten?"
Rachel looked embarrassed at first. Finally, she blurted out, "Cosmetics and sanitary products." When Her Highness gave me the suit, she included some makeup. I'd not worn any since being captured by the pirates. I cried for almost 10 minutes straight, just because of that simple thing. Wyatt sighed. "I'm an idiot, of course. Those should be on the list, but I'll ask Elizabeth what's available on Hago before we start ordering off-world. Now, was there anything else?" Rachel shook her head. "Not that I can think of right now, Wyatt," she replied. "Okay," said Wyatt. "I'll see you later today or tomorrow, then." And with that, he left. Making his way back to the shuttle, he quickly transferred to the Eternal Garden. As he left the Noir Navio, he looked at the time. 07:48. "Noir Navio, 08:11. Cynthia answered Clara's call and entered her friend's suite. She saw Clara dressed in an odd-looking outfit, with several boxes lying on the floor. Clara called out to her as she entered. "I have decided that we will give the crew of our ship a break from my prowling about the corridors, checking on progress. Uncle Redford tells me the weather around Wyatt's barony will be nice all day. I thought we should go and visit unannounced and give him a surprise." Cynthia looked at the outfit Clara was wearing and groaned. "You are just trying to kill him with surprises, aren't you? And what are you wearing?" "Not that I'm worried. I'm pretty sure he won't miss a shuttle landing." Clara was dressed in tight riding breeches and over-the-knee boots, a soft white blouse held fast by a corseted top, and over the top of everything an ankle-length purple coat. She turned to her friend, holding something in her left hand. "True," she said, "but Wyatt's reports mention a beautiful 7-kilometer-long white sandy beach. I don't know about you, but I think a little sun is called for. I was just trying to decide what to wear." Clara held up what at first Cynthia thought was some white cords. Then she realized it was probably the smallest bikini she had ever seen.
"Clara, you absolutely cannot wear that!" yelled Cynthia.
"There's not even enough fabric to cover one of your hands. It's immodest," she exclaimed. Clara held the tiny bikini up to herself, and Cynthia realized that the fabric was actually a fine mesh. "No, absolutely not. There is no way I am letting you go to a beach wearing that."
"It conceals nothing. You might as well not be wearing anything," yelled Cynthia.
Clara was pouting now.
"Oh, that's hardly fair. It's only transparent if the light is behind it. Oh, or if it gets wet. Look, I even got one made just for you," she said, pointing to one of the boxes in front of her.
Cynthia picked up the box, intending to throw it at her friend, but as she did so, the lid fell off, and out fell 24 perfectly ordinary bikinis in a range of colors, sizes, and styles. Clara's pout turned into a huge grin as she yelled, "Got you!" As Cynthia put the box back on the floor and started putting the bikinis back into it, shaking her head and muttering about her friend being unhinged. Finally, she stood back up, pointing to the rest of the boxes.
"Okay, fine, you got me, but what's in all of these other boxes?" she asked.
Clara pointed to the boxes in turn, saying, "Beach wraps, sun hats, sunglasses, and sandals that has sun cream, towels, and other things that might be of use. Oh, and the last one has swim shorts and assorted brightly colored shirts." Cynthia looked over at her grinning friend.
"Clara, what are you up to?" she asked. "Who else is going to the beach?"
"And you have still not explained the rest of the outfit." Clara turned to her friend and said, "I really do want to go to the beach, but I am worried about Wyatt. I want to see how he is coping. Also, I want to see what his various other young women think of him. We met Rachel the other night. I'd like to hear what she thinks of him now, but also Raquel and General Swallowtail's daughter Elizabeth. Wyatt seems impressed by her. Then I thought if we're going to the beach, it would be unfair to not invite the rest of the composters. They all could do with a break. As for the outfit, it's just a little something I put together so we can pass as commoners." Cynthia shook her head. "Seriously, you think dressed in an outfit that would cost a commoner 6 months' wages, that you can pass as a commoner?" she asked, shaking her head. Still, she knew her friend too well. She could see that, outrageous though it might be, Clara would do it anyway. And if she was being honest with herself, a little afternoon sun wouldn't hurt anyone too badly. "Fine," she said, "but we will take Milcades and some of his Royal Marines. There's no point in being completely stupid about this." Clara pointed to the door. "Already waiting outside," was all she said. The door opened, and the Royal Marines came in, followed by several servants who picked up the boxes. Milcades said, "The rest of your supplies and the composters are already at the shuttle, my princess, just Lady Rachel to collect." Clara looked at Cynthia. "Ready for a little more fun?" she asked. Sometimes Cynthia thought, as they quietly walked to Rachel's small office, that dealing with Clara was worse than dealing with a spoiled child. Obviously sensing her thoughts, Clara briefly turned to her friend and poked her tongue out. Cynthia couldn't help herself and let out a short laugh, then returned to her cool, impassive demeanor. Entering the office, they saw Rachel hunched over her datapad making notes. Without looking up, she said, "Did you forget something, Wyatt?" Clara gave a small cough, causing Rachel to look up and immediately become flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I thought Baron Staples had returned." "I had no idea. How can I assist Your Highness?" The words poured from Rachel's mouth as she tried to imagine what Princess Clara might want with her. Clara smiled. "Calm down," she said. "You have done nothing wrong. I am merely borrowing you for a few hours. Is there anything you are doing that cannot wait?" Rachel thought about that. There were no calls to be made. She was just waiting for confirmations of deals, prices, and orders to come in. But still, she felt she should respond quickly to them. So taking a deep breath, she said, "Your Highness, I need to be able to respond to a number of messages that I am expecting. Concerning various contracts for Baron Staples to approve, and whilst I do not wish to offend Your Highness, nor do I wish to annoy the Baron or the people who are offering the supplies." Clara nodded. A good response, diplomatic even. "However, there is no reason why any messages cannot be forwarded to your datapad. The debris within the Hastrung system has been all but completely cleared, dropping interference to negligible levels. She looked at Cynthia, who nodded. Moments later, a message appeared on Rachel's borrowed datapad. Message forwarding enabled, causing her to reply, "It would seem, Your Majesty, that my only objection has been removed. I am yours to command, but may I ask where we are going?" Clara laughed, saying, "Lady Rachel, we are going to go and surprise Baron Staples in Newtown. Oh, and incidentally, we get to try out the beach." Now Rachel was worried again. "But, Your Highness, I have nothing suitable to wear on a beach," she cried out. Clara, still smiling, simply said, "Do not be concerned, it is all taken care of." And so, a nervous but resigned Rachel joined Clara and Cynthia as they made their way to the shuttle bay, where they found the 4 composters waiting. Cynthia looked them up and down, then asked, "So which of you is the best shuttle pilot?" Raquel and Leopold looked at each other, and Leopold nodded to Raquel, who took a step forward. "I believe that would be myself, Lady Cynthia." Cynthia took charge of the loading, saying, "Very well, the remaining composters, Lady Rachel, and the Royal Marines can accompany the supplies. Her Highness and I will join Lieutenant Raquel in the cockpit." Milcades watched as the pilots and Rachel looked at each other. Rachel recognized the young man with the scarred face from the recordings. "You're the one who picked up Baron Staples and took him to the gallant venture, aren't you?" she asked. Leopold looked at the good-looking young woman. "That's me, taxi driver to the boss, who really doesn't like to be reminded he's now a lord." "But who are you?" "I'm Lady Rachel von Winterborn, I suppose you could say. I am your boss's accountant," replied Rachel. The composters introduced themselves in turn. Leopold Dakar, Gregor Undaj, Nultar Olkara, with Leopold adding, "And up front, your pilot for this delightful trip is Raquel Otilo. Speaking of which, you might want to strap yourself in. Raquel likes to fly like everything is a combat test." Nultar helped Rachel get comfortable whilst Gregor and Leopold checked that the supplies were secured. A quick glance told them that the Royal Marines were already safely seated, and they quickly locked their harnesses as they felt the shuttle lift off the deck. Leopold looked over at Rachel and asked, "Do you have any idea what's going on?" Rachel had to raise her voice to be heard. "Not really. Her Highness walked into my little office, told me we were paying a surprise visit to Newtown, and we were going to the beach." The composters looked at each other, shocked and surprised, as Raquel initiated her elevator ride to Hago. Wyatt flew into the Eternal Gardens shuttle bay at exactly 0800. He made a quick check of the shuttle to ensure everything was securely fastened down, then started boarding the remaining cooks, chefs, kitchen helpers, waiters, and waitresses. It took a little over 30 minutes to ensure everyone was safely on board, securely strapped into their seats, with their spare personal clothing safely stowed out of the way. Everyone was a little excited and nervous. For most of them, their first time on a shuttlecraft had been during their abduction by the Drazen. Now their second trip was going to take them to a new home. Dropping towards Hago, Wyatt went towards the first set of pickup coordinates. There was a small cottage at the location, and an older man in his 60s came out as Wyatt landed the shuttle, waiting until the engines were shut down before approaching. Wyatt opened the cockpit door and jumped down. The man walked over and held out his hand. "Hi, I'm William Bill, if you prefer. I understand you need help with a sugar beet factory." That was all he said. Wyatt shook his hand. "Hello, Bill, I'm Wyatt. Why don't you come into the cockpit? It's a bit crowded back there," he said, gesturing to the cargo area. "Let me give you a hand," he continued, grabbing Bill's bag from the older man's hand and offering a hand to help him up to the cockpit. Bill offered his thanks as he sat down in one of the spare seats, and Wyatt showed him how to strap in, then said, "I'm sorry, Wyatt, but shouldn't I be addressing you as my lord, or something other than Wyatt?" Wyatt, with a grin, replied, "Don't you dare. Some very important people made me a knight, then a baron, but I'm really just a commoner who got lucky, and am trying to do my best. Wyatt is fine. Now, can you tell me in simple terms that my commoner upbringing can understand, how much do you know about sugar beet factories?" As Wyatt took off and flew towards his second pickup, Bill explained how he'd worked his whole life in sugar beet factories, starting off as a young man just cleaning up and helping to load the beet into the factory, then later qualifying as a technician, all before the revolution came. Later he became a supervisor and finally a manager. He finished up by saying, There are, or rather were, 3 sugar beet factories on Hago. Now we have 2. The Drazan destroyed one utterly, the second has some minor damage, but we can repair it, and then there's yours. They are all the same design. The only thing that changed was how big the storage silos are for each. I've worked in all 3, but I've not been to yours since I was a young man, 36 years ago. It's where they promoted me to technician, so you might say that I've got a bit of a fond memory for the place. Wyatt, curious, asked him, "Tell me, do you know what the town was called?" "I've not seen anything to tell me its previous name, so I changed it to Newtown, since it's the new home for the Drazan survivors." Bill thought for a moment, then said, "It was called Vesterhan, though they spelt it with a W, not a V, not sure why, but Newtown is as good a name as any," he said. "A new town for a new start, eh? I think you'll do all right, Wyatt." Wyatt was still grinning as they landed at the second location. Here, a half-dozen houses stood in a small group, a little way out of a nearby town. From one, a woman exited the front door, hugging an older man and woman who waved goodbye as she walked towards the shuttle carrying her bag. Wyatt opened the cockpit and got out. As he did so, he looked at the person walking towards him. It was hard to tell her age. She walked with a pronounced limp, and her face had clearly been badly burned at some point. Wyatt, brought up with Principality medicine and technology, was shocked at seeing such scars, if a person received such damage, as with the badly burned pirate children on the Nornavio. They would be treated, skin would be regenerated, and within a few days, in rare circumstances, no more than 2 weeks, you would be unable to tell they had ever been wounded. She walked up to him, and he was aware he was staring, so he shook his head to clear his thoughts. She held out her hand, simply saying, "Julia Foxtail, I hear you need someone to get a biodiesel plant working." Wyatt shook her hand, saying simply, "Wyatt, pleased to meet you." Then he helped her up into the cockpit and checked to ensure she was safely strapped in, before setting off back towards Newtown. As he headed west, Bill and Julia introduced themselves to each other. As he climbed and adjusted the heading, he heard Julia talk about her injuries, saying, "I was at an artillery training camp, being taught how to load and fire heavy weapons. There was a misfire, and the breech exploded. I was one of the lucky ones. 2 others were ripped apart in the explosion. I got my arm up to my face just in time to protect my eyes. The Army retired me. But they found me a job and got me training. Things were okay for a while. Then the bloody Drazan came, damaged the plant, so no work, living off what we could grow in my parents' garden. Then yesterday there was a knock on the door, a request from General Swallowtail. A few days' work, maybe a week. I'd get food, a bed, and some extra rations for my parents." "Do you know anything about this Baron we are going to be working for?" Bill laughed, and as Wyatt glanced over at his 2 passengers, he saw Bill pointing a finger at him. Julia had gone incredibly pale, the scars on her face becoming white lines on her skin. Wyatt waved at her. "I thought from your greeting that you'd realized I was the person you were working for," he said. Julia just gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, my lord, I had no idea. They just said be ready when a shuttle lands. I didn't mean to insult you, Wyatt held up his hand to stop her, then said, "Firstly, you have not insulted me. Secondly, I really hate it when people start with my lord this or yes, my lord that. I'm just Wyatt. That's the name my mother and father gave to me, and that's the name I'm happy to answer to." Julia looked at him, then simply said, "Thank you, Wyatt." Wyatt grinned back. "See, that wasn't difficult, was it?" He went on to add, "So when we get to Newtown, I'll get someone to find you both accommodation. Right now, we only have 1 proper restaurant working. But by the end of the day, we should have at least 8. The idea is that you can eat in any of them. You just need to look at the menu on the window, walk in and get a table. If they run out of tables for a meal, well then you have to use a different restaurant. Simple, yes?" His 2 passengers looked at each other, then both said, "Yes, Wyatt." Wyatt, smiling now, bought the shuttle in for a final approach to Newtown. It was 0942. As he came in to land, he could see lots of people hard at work, clearing trees and undergrowth from the quarry Ino had told him about. But as he approached the landing area, he could see a second Principality shuttle. He wondered what was going on. 0840, shuttle carrying Princess Clara Astor. Raquel Otillo had taken it easy as they had left the Noir Navio. Scratching the shuttle while carrying royalty would, she was sure, be a blemish on her record. Lady Cynthia Winfield had informed her that they were going to Newtown, which was easy enough to find, as she gently moved away from the Noir Navio. Princess Clara asked, "This seems very slow for a fighter pilot. Do you normally go so carefully?" Raquel wanted to yell, "Of course not!" But she also wanted to keep her head on her shoulders. Steep dives to the planetary surface were to be avoided when carrying VIPs. Instead, she replied, "Your Highness is correct. However, protocol demands that great care is taken when transporting members of the royal family." Clara was annoyed. This was not as fun as she had been expecting. Finally, after only a few minutes, she said, "I order you to show me how you would normally drop to the planet's surface." Raquel could not believe she had heard what the princess had said, and so glanced over at Lady Cynthia for confirmation. She looked back and said, "Do as Her Highness commands, but please, try not to flatten the shuttle on the surface of Hago." Raquel double-checked the instruments in front of her, then quickly plotted a route that would bring them in over the ocean before announcing, "Power dive in 3, 2, 1, now!" Then, rolling the shuttle into an accelerated descent dive, glancing over at the princess and her bodyguard, she could see Lady Cynthia gripping the armrests of her seat so tightly she expected the metal to crumple, but Princess Clara sat in her seat with a look of delight on her face. There was no fear or alarm in her posture or facial expression. Mindful of Lady Cynthia's orders, she gently pulled out of the dive at 3,000 meters, turning it into a gradual descent into Newtown, activating the sensors as she reached 2,000 meters and displaying exterior views on the cockpit screens for her passengers to see. Princess Clara addressed her once again. "Can you do a little fly-around? I'd like to see what my knight banneret has been given as his Hago base." Raquel answered, "Of course, Your Highness, we have plenty of fuel," then flew a triangular route out to the northern coast, westward to the tip of the promontory on which the barony sat, before finally returning to Newtown. It was in total just over 100 kilometers, but it only took about 5 minutes. Raquel could clearly see the landing area as she returned, and set down the shuttle so gently that the occupants didn't even realize they had landed, until she shut off the engines. Looking at the time, she saw it had taken them a total of just 28 minutes from the moment Princess Clara had ordered her to do her power descent. Opening the cockpit door, she watched as Princess Clara and Lady Cynthia descended. Cynthia then stuck her head back into the cockpit and said, "When you are finished here, Her Royal Highness would like you to find her. We will be near the town hall, which apparently is next to the clock tower." By the time Raquel had everything secure, a vehicle had arrived, along with a number of people to help unload the supplies, and everything was taken to the town square. She spotted Leopold leaning against the shuttle's rear, and he motioned for her to come over. Her first words to him were, "Any idea what the hell is going on?" Leopold looked at Raquel, then said, "I thought you were coming to tell me that. All I know is that the young woman who came in with Princess Clara is called Rachel. She's the boss's accountant, and apparently they are here for a visit to see what the boss has been doing. Oh, and to try out the beach now, are you going to tell me why you power-dived the shuttle into the atmosphere? I thought Lady Cynthia would have taken your head off for that stunt." He paused, then added, "The landing was perfect, though. Best I've ever not felt." "Thanks, Leo," Raquel replied. She paused, considering what he had said, then added, "She ordered me to show her how I'd normally planetfall in a shuttle. I did pull out a bit higher and more gently than normal, though. Lady Cynthia made a point of asking me not to crash. Not that I would have, but damn me if our princess didn't enjoy the ride. Lady Cynthia was gripping the armrests so hard she might have left finger marks in the metal. But Princess Clara, she was relaxed, as if it was a perfectly normal day out." Leopold looked across at his fellow pilot. "Well, we have all been sitting around, waiting for the repairs to be done. Maybe she just wanted a bit of excitement." Raquel shrugged. "You might be right, Leo," she said, but deep down she was sure there was something more she was missing. Then she turned towards the town, calling out as she started towards it. "I've got orders to find Her Royal Highness near the clock tower, so I'd better do so." "You waiting for the boss?" Leopold called after her,
Yep, I figure someone should warn him he's got a princess in his town. See you later. 0945, the landing area outside Newtown. Wyatt saw Leopold approaching his shuttle, and so after helping Julia and Bill from the cockpit and opening the rear ramp, he waited. As Leopold walked up, he said, "Hey, boss, do you want the good news or the bad news first?" Wyatt sighed. "Give me the bad news first, Leo," he said. Leopold, grinning, replied, "Well, we arrived a bit over 20 minutes ago. On board were Princess Clara, Lady Cynthia Winfield, 3 Royal Marines, and your accountant, Lady Rachel von Winter-something. According to her, the princess wanted to visit and see the beach. Oh, and Raquel was flying." Internally, Wyatt groaned. He instinctively knew Clara had to be up to something, but there was nothing he could do about that, so instead he asked, "So, what's the good news?" Leopold kept grinning. "Well, Raquel did the best landing I've ever seen her do, and we also have Nultar and Gregor as well, so what are we going to do?" "Oh, and we brought several tons of supplies. I have no idea what, though. They all went off to the clock tower. But I thought no one would miss me if I stayed behind to give you a heads up. We uncommon nobles need to stick together, right?" Wyatt laughed out loud at Leo's comment, causing a few of those, waiting for him to tell them what to do, to stare at the two of them, before he quietly said to Leopold, "Uncommon nobles, where did that come from? I hope you're staying behind. Doesn't get you in any trouble from the princess." Leopold shook his head. "No boss I asked around. Everyone says the same thing. A knight's first duty is to protect his lord, that's you, boss. His second is to not bring any disgrace on the noble family that knighted him. Still you, boss. I should be okay, I think." He didn't sound quite so sure when he said it out loud. He carried on, "As for the uncommon nobles, well, we are not commoners anymore, but we're also not your, regular nobles, are we?" Now Wyatt shook his head, then, clapping Leopold across the shoulders, he quietly said, "No, Leo, I guess we're not." Raising his voice, he called out, "Okay, everybody, follow me. Let's get you all sorted out." And then Wyatt and Leopold set off for the town square. 20 minutes earlier, Newtown Square. When Clara and her entourage entered the town square, passing through the arch under the clock tower, the breakfast tables were being cleared away, and only a few people were still sitting outside. One of those, however, was Declan Oakmoon. On seeing Clara walk through the archway, he immediately leapt to attention, with his servants mere fractions of a second behind him. The few staff from the inn who were still around noticed Declan's response and immediately responded, bending the knee. Clara looked around and said, "Thank you, everyone. Now please get up and go back to whatever you were doing before I interrupted you." Declan marched over to her and saluted, saying, "Is there anything I can do to assist your Royal Highness?" Clara only took a moment to consider this before replying, "Why, yes, Sir Declan, I believe you might be able to help. I would like to meet Ino Riesenkampf, Sergeant Major Starrant, Marcus Fitzwalter, and Elizabeth Swallowtail. I also wish to take a walk through Newtown. And then, because I understand there is a particularly fine white beach, I wish to spend a little personal time there without distractions. Do you think you can help with that?" Declan swallowed nervously, then replied, "I believe I can, Your Royal Highness, save that Marcus Fitzwalter is currently off collecting a concrete plant, though I am sure he will be back at some point this afternoon." Clara was watching Declan's face. It was clear he was nervous, but she sensed it was more about his not making another mistake, as he had with Wyatt, rather than any ill will towards her. So she considered her words before saying, "Sir Declan, there is no urgency. I plan to spend the afternoon on the beach, provided I see everyone before I leave. I will consider my day a success." Declan, in turn, bowed. "Your Royal Highness is most gracious," he started to say, then continued. "If it please your Royal Highness, Ino Riesenkampf may, I believe, be found in his office in the town hall directly behind you. Elizabeth Swallowtail is, I know, working in the garden behind her shop just there," he said, pointing at the shop front to Clara's right. "If your Majesty wishes to see them first, I will send someone to find Sergeant Major Starrant, who is off training with the Auxilia." Declan paused, wondering if he should mention something he'd noticed previously. Finally, he said, "I am not sure if your Majesty is aware, but the restaurants in Newtown have only received their staff today, save for the inn here in the square."
There is a small, very simple restaurant right on the beach, which also has a set of showers to remove any sand and toilets. And with your permission, I will go and ensure that their facilities are suitable for your Royal Highness. Should you have need of them, in addition, there is a shop near to the beach that has, I know, some beach shelters, mats, and modesty screens. I believe it would not take very long to erect something on the beach to give your Royal Highness some additional privacy while still giving an unobstructed view of the sea. Clara tried her best not to laugh at Sir Declan. He really was doing his very best. But he had said, "Your Royal Highness," when addressing her not less than 6 times in under 5 minutes. It occurred to her that it was just possible that either he did not know any better, or more likely he was waiting for permission. So she relented, saying, "I believe, Sir Declan, that the requirements of protocol have been more than satisfied. You might consider addressing me less formally." Declan considered this for a moment, then said, "Thank you, ma'am. With your permission, I will go and see what I can find to make your visit to the beach more enjoyable." With a nod, Clara dismissed him, and Declan, with his remaining servants, went to prepare the way. Clara looked at the rest of her little group, noticing for the first time that Sir Leopold was absent, then said, "Why don't the rest of you wait here for a few minutes? I only need Cynthia with me for this." Then she walked through the shop that Sir Declan had previously pointed out. Going through the empty shop, they paused at the rear door looking out into the garden beyond. It was clearly a work in progress. A burnt area towards the rear of the garden suggested a recent bonfire, whilst a number of plants with their roots covered in various scraps of damp fabric had been placed against the right-hand side wall, in the shade of a tree. On the left-hand side, a red-headed, willowy young woman was placing marks on the left-hand wall with a piece of chalk. Whilst talking to 4 older men, Clara watched with interest. Despite the young woman's age, the men were showing her considerable respect. As Clara watched the young woman, she handed the eldest man the chalk and watched as he drew a graceful arch on the wall. The girl took a few steps back and then said something to the older man, who proceeded to draw a slightly more ornate shape. This time it was obviously more to her liking. They walked down the garden towards the door. As they approached, Clara could hear the young woman's voice clearly. "I'd like the second archway about here to match the other one. Is that going to be okay?" The older man walked up to the wall and made a couple of vertical lines on it with the chalk, then turned and said, "Right about here, miss?" As the young woman said, "Yes, that's perfect," Clara quietly opened the door and walked out. "You must be Elizabeth Swallowtail," said Clara. Elizabeth turned to the door. She saw in front of her a beautiful, blonde young woman, maybe a few years older than herself, dressed in the most unusual commoner's clothing she had ever seen. No commoner on Hago would ever be able to afford it, that was for certain. Then 3 things happened very rapidly, one after the other. Firstly, she noticed the blonde's violet eyes, a color she had never seen in eyes before. Then she noticed the tall, heavily armored woman standing behind Blonde. Finally, she realized all 4 builders were kneeling on one knee, head bowed. Finally, Elizabeth realized who she was facing. She bowed as her father had taught her to greet more important people. As she came upright again, she nervously asked, "Are you Princess Clara Astor?" Clara laughed as Cynthia took a step forward and said, "As a commoner, you are supposed to take a knee in the presence of royalty and only rise up when given permission. In addition, you should address my princess as your Royal Highness, until given permission to address her as ma'am." Elizabeth, scared into silence by the woman in armor, was about to drop to one knee when Clara came forward and instead took her hand, saying, "Hello, Elizabeth Swallowtail. I'm Princess Clara Astor. I've heard a lot about you, all of it good." Elizabeth looked into the smiling face of the princess opposite her and said, "Thank you, your Royal Highness, but I have no idea why anyone would speak so nicely about me. What can I do for your Royal High—" Clara held up her hand to stop Elizabeth from continuing and said, "I think we can lose the Your Royal Highness now that we have been properly introduced, don't you? Now, are you needed here or can I steal you for the day?" Elizabeth looked at the older man who was still down on one knee. He in turn looked at Clara, who nodded at him, causing him to get up, turning to address Clara. "Begging your Royal Highness's pardon, but if we might have Miss Elizabeth's guidance for 10 more minutes?" Clara smiled and said, Of course, Elizabeth. I need to see Sergeant Major Sterrant for a few minutes, and then I know Riesenkampf, so perhaps you might meet me in the square when you are done here? Elizabeth bobbed her head and said, Of course, ma'am. When Clara returned to the square, she found an older man wearing the uniform of a sergeant major in the auxiliary. Standing at attention beside the door, he was wearing a crisp new uniform, one of the ones sent down in recent supply drops. On his left shoulder, an embroidered badge of a white peryton on a black background showed everyone that he was assigned to Wyatt's new barony. As she exited Elizabeth's shop, he snapped off a crisp salute, saying, Sergeant Major Sterrant, reporting as ordered, Your Royal Highness. Clara looked at the man. He was one of the older Drazen prisoners, but clearly still very fit. He stood rigidly at attention, not even breaking a sweat, clearly a man who knew how to behave and what his job was. Finally, she said, Walk with me. His reply was a simple, Yes, ma'am. The sergeant took up position on her left side. As they walked around the square, Cynthia followed, a few paces behind. Clara said, You are aware of your role here running a training barracks. Is there anything you require that you do not yet have? Sergeant Sterrant replied, Well, ma'am, as yet we have no barracks for the trainees, though I understand that construction will start very soon. We are well equipped with small arms and equipment. Baron Staples told me the previous owners either had no use for it or handed it over willingly. Clara let out a ha at that. Sergeant Sterrant looked at the princess and smiled. Yes, ma'am, I thought that it might be something like that, so we need some transport for ground and water, and I'm going to need some NCOs. I have none right now. However, Sir Declan has been running some prospective candidates through a very tough series of exercises. I might be mistaken, but I think he's been using marine training. Clara asked, And when do you think these NCOs will be ready? Sergeant Sterrant looked at Clara, then said, Ma'am, any of those we picked would serve as an NCO. What Sir Declan has done is push them until they fall over to see just how capable and tough they really are. As they walked around the third side of the square, Clara, still smiling, asked, So, Sergeant Major, no officers, 3 minor nobles, and 1 rebellious general's daughter, do you think you can cope? Now it was Sergeant Sterrant's turn to snort out a ha, but he continued, We will be fine, ma'am. I am confident that Baron Staples will take care of us. As for Miss Elizabeth, she might look as if she would blow away in a strong breeze, but she's tough, knows her subject, and although she can swear as well as I can, everybody likes her. Clara found that interesting. The sergeant major clearly meant every word he said. Finally, she turned to him and said, Sergeant Major, will you please speak to Sir Declan and say that I have asked if he considers any of those prospective NCOs worthy of promotion? I am here until late this afternoon, perhaps early this evening. If he believes they are ready then, I will promote them myself before I leave. Sergeant Sterrant once again snapped off a crisp salute, worthy of any parade ground, and then said, By your leave, ma'am. Clara nodded, and the sergeant major dropped the salute and marched away. Well, that was interesting, said Clara. I see Wyatt has arrived. Shall we go and say hello? From behind her, Cynthia's quiet voice said, You cannot surprise him this time, my unhinged princess. Sir Leopold is with him, and will no doubt have warned him of our presence. As they walked slowly over, they watched as the large group of people with Wyatt were split into smaller groups, and then, led by someone wearing an auxiliary uniform, they went out of the square. Clara called out to Wyatt as she walked over to him. Ah, my dear Baron Staples, I thought since it promises to be such a lovely day, that I might come and see how you were progressing with your new town. Wyatt knew he had a strained look on his face, as he carefully chose his words to reply, My princess is, of course, always welcome. However, we are poorly equipped to deal with your Royal Highness's needs. I notice also that you were kind enough to bring all of the composters and Lady Rachel with you. Clara replied, Ah, yes, well, I decided that I would like to try this white sandy beach of yours. Now, since you were otherwise engaged with flying people and supplies, I decided that another of my elite pilots would have to serve as the shuttle pilot. Then I decided it would be unfair to have a day on the beach alone. I decided to bring Lady Rachel with me, and I intend to borrow Elizabeth Swallowtail and Lady Raquel as well, since it would be unfair to bring Lady Raquel and leave the remaining elite pilots on the Noir Navio. I decided they should come as well. Perhaps you could show them the sights. Then meet us at the beach later. Wyatt knew his friend well enough now to realize she had some sort of ulterior motive. Everything was too neat. It felt like a trap. Even though he did not think that Clara was planning anything unpleasant, there was something that did not sound completely true about her carefully worded explanation. So he replied, "I would be delighted, however, since Lady Rachel is here right now, perhaps I should show her the house I picked out for her. It's literally on your way to the beach." And so everyone walked out under the clock tower to the next crossroads. There, Wyatt took the key from his pocket and walked up to the front door. The front garden here had been better taken care of than the one outside the home he'd given to Ino. Here there were pretty little borders filled with flowers either side of the path to the front door. He noticed also that the grass had already been cut, and it looked neat. Looking down the street, he could see all of the houses appeared to have had their front gardens neatened up. Opening the front door, they went inside, Wyatt reminding Rachel that she had already ordered paint, but would have to wait for it to arrive to redecorate. Inside the front door, a hallway ran towards the rear of the house. To the left was a reasonably sized room that might serve as an office or study. The room had a small bay window that allowed the occupant to see who was walking up the path and standing at the front door. Further down the hallway on the left were the staircase up to the bedrooms and down to the cellar, and beyond the stairs a nicely fitted toilet with hand basin and cupboard for outside clothing. On the right of the hallway near the front door, sliding double doors opened into a bright and spacious living area at the front of the house, whilst behind this, again accessed by sliding double doors from the hall, was a dining room. A dining table capable of seating 12 people comfortably with a nice set of matching chairs sat in the room, and glazed folding doors led out to a terrace. At the end of the hallway was a large kitchen, off of which was a separate, tiny hallway leading to a second staircase going up, a utility room with laundry facilities, a small toilet, and at the very rear, a compact servants-combined dining and lounge area. The rear stairs lead to a pair of bedrooms, each with a small bathroom. Meanwhile, at the front of the house, the stairs led up to a large bedroom with a generous bathroom and 2 further good-sized bedrooms with a shared bathroom. The stairs at the front of the house that go down lead to a storeroom and a wine cellar. Finally, at the very rear of the house, the terrace led to a good-sized walled garden. When they had finished looking around, Wyatt asked Rachel, "I hope this is not too small, but it's one of the more substantially constructed styles of homes, and the overall quality of its fittings is as good as we have anywhere here." Rachel smiled. "Well, it's not a palace or even a grand manor house," she said, "but it will do very nicely for me. Thank you, Wyatt." Ino was already waiting outside to guide the ladies to the beach. After they had left, Leopold, Gregor, and Noltar stood outside waiting. Wyatt asked, "So is there anywhere you wanted to see?" Leopold was the first to reply. "I believe I heard tell that you have a brewery in this town of yours, boss. I've never actually visited a brewery, I think maybe. Before we all get ourselves killed, I'd rather like to see how one works." Wyatt looked at Noltar and Gregor, who both nodded in agreement. "Okay," said Wyatt. "The brewery it is, but let's not drink too much this time, okay? With Lady Cynthia about, she'd probably chop our legs off if we staggered down to the beach drunk." Gregor looked at Wyatt, saying, "You're not suggesting we don't drink, are you?" Wyatt shook his head. "No, I'm just saying let's not get drunk. One of us at least will have to fly the shuttle back to the Nor-Navio, but I don't think a sample of the end product would be too outrageous." "Well then, boss, lead us to your brewery," said Leopold as Wyatt led them westwards across town. 15 minutes earlier. The moment Declan Oakmoon finished talking to Princess Clara, he and his servants left the square. Once out and in the street, he turned to Stefan and said, "Wait here. When Reginald returns with the Sergeant Major, inform them that I'm borrowing Acting Corporal Lily Bauer and as many female auxilia as we can find to serve as perimeter guards for Her Royal Highness, then go and find Corporal Bauer and have her select the auxilia. Tell them to change into their cleanest uniforms, then meet me down at the Harbor Fish and Chip restaurant. Oh, and say, sorry for the short notice." He thought for a moment, then added, "And see if you can find a few cleaners as well, please." Turning to Merjan, Declan said, "Run on ahead. Go to the locksmith's shop and say we need a key to get into the little shop on the street that leads to the harbor. It's the one almost at the bottom of the hill." Merjan saluted and set off at a run. Finally, Declan turned to Belakota and Den, saying, "Gentlemen, we will briskly walk to that shop. There we will hopefully find everything that might be useful for a trip to the beach, and we will then use that to, again hopefully, provide Her Royal Highness with an enjoyable visit." With that, they set off at a brisk walking pace towards the harbor. When they reached Harbor Street Gifts, Merjan was already there. Red in the face and gasping for breath, he held out the front door key of the shop. Inside the half-empty shop, Declan immediately spotted what he'd seen 2 days earlier, a selection of beach shelters. On looking around, however, he also noticed a number of beach games, windbreaks, inflatable beach balls, and even inflatable beach furniture and some hand pumps with which to inflate the various items. Then, gathering everything up, Declan and his 3 servants walked down to the beach. As they walked past the restaurant, Declan could hear the sounds of work occurring inside, and in the distance he could hear sounds of hammering coming from the boatyard on the far side of the harbor. So he started to walk along the beach road. Pretty soon there was a good layer of sand under his boots, but after 50 meters he could not hear anything save for the sound of the waves breaking gently on the beach. He walked another 50 meters to be sure, then looking around said, "This will do." With Declan and 3 of his servants working on the task, it took no time at all to erect the sunshades and windbreaks. He then left his servants to blow up the inflatable furniture, whilst he hurried back to the fish and chip restaurant. Even from the outside, the place looked a lot better than it had less than a week ago. The wooden boards covering the windows had been removed, allowing light to enter. Inside, he could see that while it could do with refurbishment, it was surprisingly clean and tidy. Through the entrance area, he could see 5 people working hard in the kitchen beyond, so not having been noticed as yet, he checked out the toilet areas again. Whilst not new, they appeared to be in good condition, though in need of soap, and a polish would not be amiss, he thought. Going back out, he sought out the person in charge. "Excuse me," he called out. A man in his 30s came out of the kitchen, and Declan noticed that he was clean, hands scrubbed, no dirt under the fingernails, wearing a white apron and hat, clearly intended to keep oil out of his hair, or possibly his hair out of the oil. The man, seeing Declan standing in full marine armor, was immediately respectful, saying, "Yes, my lord, my name is James Sicklehorn. How can I help you?" Declan was now stumped as to how to best approach the problem. To tell others that Princess Clara was going to be in the area might compromise her security. On the other hand, not closing the restaurant would also compromise security. He had a feeling that Baron Staples would not be pleased if he were to do that. So instead he said, "James, there will be a VIP in the area today, and they will at some point take some time on the beach. I was wondering if you might be able to provide them with some food on short notice, if they wish to eat." James looked at Declan and seemed to consider the question carefully before answering, "Well, my lord, we are not really ready to open, but we were planning to practice food today. We have some wonderful fresh fish, caught only this morning, some potatoes, also burgers, sausages, and various condiments, so we could provide something tasty, but it won't be grand, I'm afraid. This is a simple restaurant meant for commoners, not VIPs. Oh, and we were planning to make some ice cream with the local milk, though I have no idea what it will taste like." Declan nodded and said, "I can see what the other restaurants might be able to provide. I will also be sending people to help clean up the toilets and eating areas so that you and your staff can concentrate on food. Does that help?" James thought about that and seemed to consider the idea before saying, "My lord, begging your pardon, sir, but rather than eat inside, if we can find suitable tables and chairs, would it not be better for your VIP to enjoy the view from outside? There's a terrace with a beautiful view of the sea. We even have some large umbrellas to provide shade and a fire pit to provide warmth if it gets cooler. Inside, our only tables and chairs are, as you can see, simple plastic and metal ones, not really suited to VIPs. If you could find us some better tables and chairs and perhaps also some nicer china and cutlery, then I believe we can provide a meal that will be enjoyable. What we have here for eating off is clean but mismatched, not unlike the tables and chairs. No commoner would worry, I am sure, but a fine gentleman or lady would certainly notice. I mean no offense, my lord, nor do I wish to cause any. Oh, And sir, I don't know if you are aware, but if your VIP is visiting the beach, there are 2 showers set into the end of the building for removing sand from skin at the end of the day. Not much, I know, but I checked them when I got here this morning. They are only cold water, but they work and the water runs clean. It might help, perhaps, even if for just cleaning sand off their feet before putting shoes on. Declan nodded, saying, I'll wait until the helpers arrive. Then I and my staff will see if we can find a better table and chairs for the terrace. Perhaps one of the other restaurants might loan some better crockery for the day. James nodded. As you will, my lord. If you wish to sit while you wait, there is a chair behind the counter there, sir, he said, pointing it out to Declan. Then he returned back to the kitchen, where the tempo and noise had a sudden increase. Declan had been sitting for less than 5 minutes when he saw Reginald leading half a dozen young men and women carrying buckets, mops, brushes, and an assortment of other cleaning materials coming towards the restaurant. That Reginald had managed to find them so quickly didn't surprise him. What did was that 2 of the buckets were filled with freshly picked flowers. Declan got up and went to greet them outside the restaurant. Good morning, he said. Then continued, as I am sure you are already aware, we have a distinguished visitor here today who has expressed a desire to spend some time on the beach. This restaurant is the nearest location with facilities, so whilst the restaurant staff prepare food for later, I need you to do your very best to make the whole building look as clean and attractive as possible. The most important area to start with is the entrance and the ladies' toilets. I'll leave 2 of my staff here, who will try to find anything else you think you might need. But speed is of the essence. Understood? They all replied, Yes, my lord, and immediately started to get organized. As they did so, Declan observed their operation. 2 people took a bucket, filled it with warm, soapy water, and started washing the outside of the windows. A third cleaned the inside of the glass. 2 more went into the ladies' toilets, inspected them, and then went to work on the areas they obviously considered were not up to their standards. The last started to work on the flowers, using nothing more than a strong pair of scissors and some thin wire to hold everything together. She quickly, and with practiced ease, started to make some simple but beautiful floral displays. Only a few minutes after the cleaners had arrived, Stefan turned up with Acting Corporal Bauer and 16 other female auxilia. Corporal Bauer saluted and said, Sir, Acting Corporal Bauer and a party of 16 auxilia as requested, sir, adding, This is all the female auxilia we have here right now. Declan looked at Lily, then said, For today, Corporal, your task is to place your forces in such a way as to provide discreet protection to the subject and to ensure their privacy from being overlooked. How will you accomplish such a task? Lily looked at Declan, thinking, then asked, Where will the subject be located and for how long? Declan pointed down the beach to the spot where he and his men had just erected the shelters and windbreaks. Finally, Lily said, 8 teams of 2, plus myself, 1 pair further along the road to prevent anyone coming from the far end of the beach, 2 fire teams at the top of the cliff looking out to sea, just in case anyone comes from that direction, 5 more teams preventing anyone getting close enough to the edge of the cliff to be able to look down on the beach, and myself at this end of the beach to intercept anyone attempting to walk down from this end. It's not perfect, but given the resources it will have to do, I assume the subject has their own protection, given who we are talking about? Declan replied with a simple, They do. Set it up, Corporal. You don't have very long. Lily saluted, then immediately went to assign her teams. When she had sent them off, she returned to the entrance to the restaurant and looked around. Finally, she took the chair that Declan had sat on earlier and placed it in a corner of the entrance area. Then sat on it, her rifle placed across her knees. Declan simply raised a questioning eyebrow, so Lily clarified, There's no position for me to see everywhere, but each team is equipped with a radio, as am I. I gave instructions for everyone to choose locations where at least 2 other teams can see them. If any team gets taken out, we will all know instantly. The one place the teams can't see is the road down from the town. Sat here, I can see up the road. I'm partly concealed by the reflections on the doors, and I can also provide a little extra security in here if I'm needed. If I'm comfortable, then I won't be distracted by cramps or getting tired from standing at attention all day. But if our visitor decides to come this way, I will either see them walking down the road, or the fire teams on the cliff will see them walking from the beach. Declan nodded, saying, Carry on, Corporal. My men and I need to find a large table and chairs for the terrace in case our visitor wants to eat. Lily got out one of the maps Wyatt had printed off and pointed to a building. This place is an office building. Ground floor, there's a conference room, great big table, and a bunch of chairs. You are going to need transport, though. You don't want to try and bring it down on your own. Declan looked at the map and just said, I will go and look once our visitor arrives. Thank you, Corporal. 10 minutes earlier. When Eino Riesenkampf had got up that morning, the last thing he expected to be doing was acting as a tour guide to Her Royal Highness Princess Clara Astor. Yet that was exactly what had occurred. The princess had a number of boxes she wished to take down to the beach with her, and so Eino had called for the larger electric vehicle, and they had all been placed on board to be driven down to the beach. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, Princess Clara, the intimidating Lady Cynthia Winfield, and the beautiful ladies Raquel Otillo, Rachel von Winterbourne, and Elizabeth Swallowtail, plus 3 Royal Marines, had slowly walked down the road as he pointed out features and answered questions. Princess Clara had not expected the town to be so clean or so pleasant in appearance. Most commoner towns in the Principality were at best mundane in appearance, with standard-sized, cheaply built basic housing, interspersed with occasional richly decorated homes of minor nobles. Here the homes were not grand, but all seemed well built and in a mix of styles. Almost all of them had pleasant front gardens, often complete with flowers or decorative shrubs. It was sufficiently unusual that Clara turned to Eino and said, Sir Eino, for a town on a world, out of contact with the Principality in general, for 30 years, I am surprised to see so many homes in what appears to be good condition, even with their lawns cut. I see, how is this possible? Clara asked. Eino nervously cleared his throat and then replied, Well, ma'am, the original lord appears to have wanted to show off. The houses were well built, of good materials, and so they have stood for 50 years, mostly showing little evidence of the passing decades. They perhaps need some fresh paint, but for most of them that's all that is required. Baron Staples has, I believe, already placed orders for the paint and other materials. Clara looked at Rachel, who replied, That is correct, ma'am. I placed the order myself. Eino continued, Once the survey of the town was finished, we had a number of laborers who were doing nothing, some of whom possessed gardening skills, so the Baron suggested that it would be nice if the new residents saw their new homes in the best possible way. So those men have been cutting lawns, picking up rubbish, and generally trying to make things look as neat as possible, even making minor repairs where we had the required materials. We are short of a lot of working basic machinery, but so far we have about 1/3 of the front gardens and streets cleaned up. We won't be quite ready for the new population, but the basics will be all finished in a few days. Clara picked up on Eino's turn of phrase and turned to Eino, saying, The Baron suggested? Eino flushed with embarrassment, saying, I mean no offense, ma'am, but Baron Staples doesn't seem to give orders. He asks people if they can do a job for him, or he suggests that it would be nice if something could be done. And this works? Asked Clara. It certainly does, ma'am. I have been eating at the inn with everyone else, and after the meal in the evening, I found myself talking to the people. They tell me that the Baron often just shows up where they are working, maybe watches to see what they are doing, asks a question or two, then leaves, usually offering his thanks for whatever job they are engaged in. The bakers and the staff at the inn have told me that on more than one occasion he has come to personally thank them for their efforts. He is an unusual man, replied Eino. Tell me, Sir Eino, asked Clara, what do you think of his methods? Eino went a deeper shade of red, saying, I think, ma'am, that it was not the way I was brought up, to ask rather than order, to offer thanks for a job well done rather than just expecting people to do it, but I must admit, his method works. The people are happy, and this seems to result in work being done not only faster than I would expect, but also to a higher standard. His politeness, his kindness, seems to be infectious. The people are helping each other. Only a few nights ago, Miss Elizabeth asked if anyone could give her some advice on putting in a gateway between 2 gardens. This morning I gathered that the builders have already started work, saying they could do so while waiting for materials to arrive for doing the repairs around town. Elizabeth nodded. It's true. Your Royal Highness Wyatt, Baron Staples, asked me if I could create a garden to show the residents of Newtown which plants are safe and which are dangerous. When I said I'd love to, he gave me the shop with the garden behind it, and arranged for me to be able to use the next-door garden as well. Then he went to the people and asked them if they would help out if I needed it. When I went to ask if one of the builders could tell me if putting a gateway into the garden wall was possible, they not only came to look at the wall right after they had eaten their dinner, they then suggested that I put in 2 gateways rather than 1, so that people could walk around both gardens in a circular route. Then this morning after breakfast, he turned up with a couple of helpers saying he was there to put in the arches. Why, the Baron said, I should take everyone's name who helps create the garden and put a plaque on the wall or something to acknowledge their work. He said that it was so that in the future they could bring their children or grandchildren there, and they would see that name and know they had helped make Newtown a better place. He told me people like to be thanked for their work. Clara had a broad grin on her face as she very softly said, Nobles lead, commoners follow. I knew Wyatt had the soul of a true knight. Then a little louder she went on to say, Sir Wyatt, Baron Staples is a kind and generous man, but do not mistake these traits for foolishness. Enjoy his kindness. Let him show you a way forward, but do not try to take advantage of him, for his anger is truly a thing to behold. I suggest you instead seize the opportunity you have been given here and turn Newtown into the best town on Hago, an example for others, to show what can be done. A chorus of Yes, Your Royal Highness followed, and they proceeded onward, starting down the hill towards the harbor. As Clara and her group were approaching Newtown Harbor, Wyatt and the men of the composters were approaching Newtown's brewery. There was an open door, so Wyatt walked in and called out, Hello! In the distance, a voice came back, Coming, give me a minute, please. I'll be right with you soon. The composters stood in the entrance, looking around at many barrels, both metal and wood, with pipes running everywhere, and listened to footsteps running down the metal stairs. Eventually, after about 3 minutes, a man with mousy brown hair ran into the room and, leaning against a pillar, quietly said, Give me a moment. I was on the 4th floor. The 4 pilots exchanged amused glances and waited for the older man to get his breath back. At last he stood back up and looked at the 4 men in front of him. He recognized Wyatt immediately, and then realized that the other 3 were dressed in the uniforms of Principality fighter pilots. He stood straight. He said, Sorry for the delay, my lords. I was just preparing to load a brew tub. How can I help? Wyatt winced at the my lord comment, but let it pass. After all, there were now 4 nobles in the room, and he could not fault the man for trying to be polite. So, instead, he said, My fellow pilots and I have never actually seen the inside of a brewery, though we have all enjoyed a glass or two. When I mentioned that we had a brewery here in Newtown, they all expressed a desire to visit and see how one worked. I was wondering if you could show us around. The man replied, Of course, sir, my name is Jeff. If you like, I can show you the process. I was just about to start creating a small test batch of beer. You could, if you like, see not just the brewery, but the start of the process of brewing as well. Wyatt looked at his fellow pilots, who were all nodding enthusiastically, so he simply said, Thank you, Jeff. That sounds like an excellent idea. Please lead the way. Jeff took them slowly up to the 4th floor, explaining that above them was a water tower and the store for malted barley. Then he showed them the start of the process, saying, Here the barley is fed by gravity into the mill. This cracks the malted grains, exposing the starches which drop into the tank below. They then went down a floor, as Jeff continued. Here we add warm water, straight from our own well, to the cracked grains in this vessel, which we call a tun, that turns the starch in the grain to sugar, then the hot liquid drops down another level. Leopold asked, What do you do with all the waste? Jeff looked at him and replied, There is no waste, sir. The mash, that's the solid that remains, can be used for humans. You can just bake it, or it can be used as is for animal feed, or you can turn it into compost while collecting the biogas. We don't have the facilities for that last one here, though. Going down to the 2nd floor, they could see large, copper, vaguely onion-shaped vessels, with a pipe leading into them from the floor above. Jeff carried on with his explanation. Here, the warm, sugary liquid gets heated in the kettle, and then we add hops for flavor and bitterness. Once it's boiled, the liquid is sterile, and we send it through a cooler to the next process down below. As they walked down to the first floor, the composters could see large metal cylinders. Jeff carried on his explanation. Here we add yeast to the cooled liquid, which turns the sugar to alcohol. Different types of yeast produce different types of beer. In effect, here we decide if you will get a lager or an ale. One yeast floats on top of the liquid and is kept a bit warmer. This gives you more flavor and forms ale. The other type sits at the bottom of the tank and gives you lager. By adjusting the mix of the barley, hops, yeast, and occasionally other items, you control the type of beer, its taste and alcohol content. From here, the beer passes through a strainer and then goes to barrels or bottles. If we want it to age, we can store it in metal or wooden barrels. The wooden ones add to its richness. All of that happens on the ground floor where you came in. Now then, good sirs, we have samples of the beers in a nice cool cellar downstairs. Can I offer you a tasting? The brewery also produces other alcoholic drinks, and we have some you could try. Later, as Wyatt and the composters walked away from the brewery, he reflected on what he had learned. According to Jeff, his barony could produce a variety of alcoholic beverages, not just beer, but cider and other fruit-flavored alcohols and even spirits, remembering his promise to himself never to get as drunk as he was. When Javier Wunder walked in on his party, Wyatt had merely sipped at each sample. Still, when he had commented on how smooth the apple brandy had been, Jeff had insisted on bringing him a different bottle from the brewery cellar, telling him that it contained 12-year-old apple brandy aged in imported casks, though he did not know where the casks had come from. As they had been about to leave the brewery, Jeff had asked him what the new name should be. Newtown. Brewery did not roll off the tongue as they had walked down the road in the general direction of the beach. Wyatt realized that both Leopold and Noltar might possibly have had a little more than a sip of their samples as they talked about prospective names for the brewery. Leopold tapped the House Staples shield on his shoulder and said, "The White Perryton Brewery." Gregor shook his head and Noltar said, "That will be worse than Newtown Brewery. You said there are white deer on this barony of yours, Wyatt." Wyatt nodded. "Oh yes, huge great things with enormous antlers." "So what about the White Stag Brewery?" said Noltar. They considered that in silence for a few minutes as they walked along, but it didn't seem quite right. Finally, Gregor said, "There's an old word for a big male deer. They used to call them harts. You spell it like heart, but without the E pronounced the same, though. So what about the White Hart Brewery?" Wyatt liked it. It rolled off the tongue nicely. Noltar said, "Sounds good to me." Whilst Leopold said, "You need a nice picture of one of those big white deer to go on the bottles. Let everyone know where it was made, quality-like." Wyatt smiled, saying, "Funnily enough, I think I know just the person who could draw one of those." As they continued slowly walking towards the harbor. When Clara and her party arrived at the harbor, she saw Declan Oakmoon waiting for her. Clara looked at the young man, then said, "Sir Declan, I did not expect to see you here." Sir Declan bowed and then replied, "Your Royal Highness expressed a desire to spend some time on the beach. I hope that on behalf of my lord I have provided the best experience Newtown can currently offer. My staff and I have provided the best shade and windbreaks we could find, as well as some basic beach furniture at a suitable distance from the harbor to provide peace. I have arranged for local auxilia to ensure you are not overlooked or interrupted. The facilities at the humble restaurant behind me have been freshly cleaned, and the best-performing auxilia private is stationed inside for additional security. Finally, I believe we should be able to provide your Royal Highness and your guests with an evening meal should you wish to stay for the sunset." Clara smiled. Then she asked, "The sunsets, Sir Declan, do you believe they are worth seeing?" "Your Baron has not mentioned them." Sir Declan's face flushed in embarrassment as he replied, "Ma'am, my lord has been far more occupied than I. In addition, he has had to return to the Noir Navio on multiple occasions. I do not believe that he has had the opportunity to even notice the sunsets." "Well," said Clara, "we cannot miss out on such an opportunity." "By all means, Sir Declan, make the arrangements so that we can enjoy the setting of the sun. But first, let us see what you have prepared so far." When Clara entered the restaurant, Private Lily Bauer was standing rigidly to attention. The staff had all taken a knee and were waiting in line, as were the cleaners. Sir Declan realized that the dusty odor he had noticed when first entering earlier in the day had gone, replaced by a light, fragrant scent of spring. Bare metal on door handles gleamed, and the glass was almost crystal clear. A display of fresh flowers had been placed on the counter, and there was no dirt to be seen anywhere. Clara motioned to the staff to rise, saying, "I am very sorry to have inconvenienced you. I am certain that you have far more important things to do today than prepare for my impromptu visit." At that, all the staff were quick to say that it was not an inconvenience, and that there was nothing more important for them. As Clara took in the room, she noticed the flowers on the counter. "Who did this display?" she asked. A young woman, amongst the cleaners, slowly raised a hand and said, "I did, Your Royal Highness. Did I do anything wrong?" Clara looked closely at the flowers and said, "No, my dear, you did everything perfectly." "Who taught you?" The young woman replied softly, "My mother, Your Royal Highness. She always said that real flowers cheer people up." "Tell me, my dear," said Clara, "what is your name? And why are you working as a cleaner when you have such a wonderful talent?" "My name is Anna, Your Royal Highness, but I have no talent. The school teachers told me I was no good and that I'd have to be a cleaner as I had no skills." Sometimes I can really understand Wyatt's contempt for nobility, Clara thought, but she hid her annoyance, instead asking, "And who is the proprietor of this restaurant?" James came forward. "That would be me, Your Royal Highness, James Sicklehorn." Clara looked at the man, liking what she saw. He was dressed as a chef, or cook should be, with clean white apron and hat, a cloth tucked neatly at his waist for him to wipe his hands. Addressing him, she said, "Tell me, Mr. Sicklehorn, what do you think of Anna's flowers? Do you think they make your restaurant more inviting, or are they just decoration that does nothing? Are they in fact no good?" Summoning up every ounce of courage he possessed, James blurted out, "With the greatest respect, Your Royal Highness, and not meaning any offense, but I think her school was dead wrong, and it's not just these flowers, Your Royal Highness. She placed displays above the hand basins in both sets of toilets as well. It makes the place look nice." "Did she indeed?" said Clara. "Well, James Sicklehorn, do not worry, you have caused us no offense, I agree. I believe that her school failed to recognize her true talent. However, I also believe that if he were here, your new Baron would insist on putting this matter right. We do have 2 members of the town council here, though, one of whom is an expert on the plants and animals of Hago. Tell me, Lady Rachel, Miss Elizabeth, do you think that Anna here should continue to serve as a cleaner? Or should she perhaps instead serve better creating flower displays for restaurants and public buildings and perhaps even homes?" Rachel and Elizabeth looked at each other, not being sure who should speak first. Finally, Lady Rachel said, "I believe that this young woman has a talent that is probably more valuable than the important task of being a cleaner. There are a number of restaurants in Newtown. I am sure many would appreciate a talented flower arranger. I know I will be taking advantage of Anna's skills in floristry." Elizabeth added, "Once the old estate's farm is secure, there are many greenhouses. It would be beneficial if we had flowers in those to encourage pollinating insects. Those flowers could easily find their way to a talented florist." Clara then looked at Lady Rachel, saying, "Anna here brought up an important point. Whilst skilled in floristry, her skills in finance are likely to be non-existent. There are, however, several bookkeepers amongst her fellow former prisoners. Perhaps you should task 1 or 2 of them to help what I am sure will turn out to be many people, with skills that might be useful, if only they knew how to run a business." Rachel replied with a curt nod and an, "Of course, Your Royal Highness." With her kindly deed performed, Clara turned back to James and said, "Master Sicklehorn, it has been suggested that I should stay for the sunset, and that the best place to admire it would be from the terrace of your restaurant. It has been further suggested that you might be able to provide dinner for my guests and I. Do you still feel up to the task?" James swallowed nervously, then said, "Your Royal Highness, Sir Declan informed me earlier that if I were to agree, he would ask the other restaurants to contribute as well. I cannot promise a royal feast, but I believe we can produce a tasty meal that you will all enjoy." "A sensible answer, Master Sicklehorn. There will, I believe, be 14 to 16 for dinner. And now, if I may use your facilities, we wish to change for the beach." As the cleaners moved to work on the terrace, James and his staff returned to the kitchens, not entirely sure of what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Lily maintained her guard at the entrance area. Cynthia, Rachel, Raquel, Elizabeth, and Clara proceeded to change into bikinis and beach wraps, each finding a hat and sunglasses within the boxes Clara had bought with her. As she left the restaurant, she turned to Declan and said, "Sir Declan, when you have finished making arrangements for the evening meal, perhaps you could locate your lord and ask him and his companions to join us on the beach. You are also invited. You will find suitable beachwear in one of the unopened boxes." Declan was stunned for a moment. Finally, he stammered out, Yes, Your Royal Highness, of course, at once." As Clara and her companions walked towards the equipment that Declan and his servants had placed on the beach, he could not help but notice that whilst Lady Cynthia was no longer wearing her armor, she still carried her massive sword. When they arrived at the beach equipment, they were pleasantly surprised. The sunshades and windbreaks had been positioned so as to hide everyone within their area, unless you approached directly from the sea. Cynthia commented, "It would appear that Sir Declan is both thoughtful and competent." Shrugging off the beach wraps, they sat on the inflatable furniture and gradually found themselves gently bouncing up and down. First Elizabeth and then all of the ladies began to laugh. Finally, Elizabeth stopped laughing and said, "I am sorry, Your Royal Highness. I did not mean to cause offense." Clara just shook her head and smiled. Finally, Clara looked at the other young women. She said, "Just for today, and just whilst we have sand beneath our feet, let us pretend that I am not a princess and that we have no titles. The whole Your Royal Highness thing is a pain that just gives people a bit more time to think, and being addressed as ma'am makes me feel old. Let us be Clara, Cynthia, Elizabeth, Rachel, and Raquel. 5 young women having an afternoon at the beach." At Clara's declaration, Cynthia drew in a deep breath and said, "My princess has clearly been overwhelmed by the fresh air," giving Clara a look that spoke volumes. Clara, however, simply smiled, then said, "Every one of us knows that the only reason I am a princess is through an accident of birth." Still smiling, a kind, gentle smile, she continued, "While I have every intention of enjoying myself on this beautiful beach, first I would like to ask each of you your opinion on my knight banneret Wyatt Staples. Each of you work for him. Each of you has a different background. I am curious as to your opinions." Clara looked over to see Elizabeth holding up a hand, as if she were in a classroom, and her smile became a grin. "What's the matter, Elizabeth?" she asked. "You're—" started Elizabeth, but then saw Clara silently staring at her. Catching herself in time, she corrected herself. "Clara, would it be all right if I sketched? I find it distracts me when I get nervous." All of the ladies laughed at this, but not unkindly. Then Rachel said, "I try to work out maths problems in my head. It's hard to be nervous when trying to solve complex polynomial equations." Raquel said, I don't really get nervous as such, but I do get stressed. I find practicing throwing my knives helps with that, but this," she said, gesturing to the beach and everyone around her, "is a new experience." Clara, laughing, looked at her and then said, "It is. For all of us, but given you don't get nervous, perhaps you would start. You don't need to go into any depth, I just like your impressions." Raquel pursed her lips as she thought about what to say. Finally, she stated, "He is not what I expected. Certainly unlike any commanding officer I ever served under before. For starters, he hasn't tried to persuade me to sleep with him. That was new." Clara looked shocked, asking, "Is that a common thing?" "I'm afraid so," answered Rachel, then continued, "Since I qualified as a fighter pilot, every leader has tried to get me to sleep with them, except Wyatt, but I was lucky. My noble rank meant they simply put in a report saying I was disruptive or didn't fit in. If I were of lesser rank or a commoner, it would have likely been impossible to avoid. Then there's the training and how he behaves in combat. He gets us to fight as a team, no honor kills. It's all about getting the mission done and bringing us all back alive. I've not met anyone who does that. It's all been about setting up easy kills for my previous commanders so they can get all the rewards. With Wyatt, well, he doesn't care about personal glory. Absolutely not what I expected." She laughed as she finished asking, "Was that the sort of thing you wanted? Your high— Clara?" Clara nodded, then added, "Yes, thank you, Raquel, that's just the sort of thing." "Oh, and at some point I'd like to hear more about your former commander's unwanted advances, but we can leave such unpleasantness to another day. Now, Elizabeth, what about yourself? What is your opinion of Wyatt? He's nice. Not at all what I was expecting, said Elizabeth, putting down her sketchbook. She said, when I arrived at Newtown, he was sitting in ordinary clothes, ordinary commoner's clothes, in the doorway of his shuttle, carving a wooden flower. His first words were, "You're late." Elizabeth let out a throaty laugh at the memory. I had no idea he was the new Baron. He just walked over, picked up one of my bags, and said his name was Wyatt. I was halfway down the street before I realized he was Baron Staples, after my father's warnings about being careful and not to upset him, that he had a short fuse. I certainly wasn't expecting him to be waiting to help carry my bags. Nobody in the town can work him out. He's not what they expected a baron to be. His orders are never phrased as orders. Instead, they are more like requests. Oh, and when he thinks someone has done a good job, he comes to personally thank them. Also, no one can quite work out why he asks them to call him Wyatt or Sir, not Baron Staples or my lord, Elizabeth laughed. Actually, everyone thinks it's very funny, because Sir Declan keeps saying my lord to him, and Wyatt is clearly annoyed by that, but seems resigned to it. Clara raised an eyebrow at that, saying, "Oh, so Sir Declan insists on being formal, does he? I think we can break him of that habit, at least a little." Cynthia looked at her friend, exclaiming, "Clara, no!" But Clara just smiled her playful, mischievous smile. Elizabeth continued, "In fact, I was beginning to think my father had exaggerated Wyatt's abilities until he shot the Drazen right in front of me." That got everyone's attention, with both Clara and Cynthia exclaiming, "He what?" Elizabeth nodded, carrying on. "We had just walked out of the former lord's orangery while looking round his farm and estate." Elizabeth pointed in the general direction of the estate. "It's over in that direction, just about 5 kilometers away." That was 4 days ago. I was laughing at Wyatt because he had drawn his pistols as a goat came running out through the trees straight towards us. I wasn't laughing when I saw the Drazen chasing it, but Wyatt shot the Drazen 6 times, killing it instantly. He had the sergeant major take some men and go get it the next day to ensure that the Auxilia knew how to kill the horrid creatures. He said most people shoot them in the wrong place, just making them angrier. The sergeant said that will not happen here, not now. So I guess that was a good thing. I think Wyatt is a good man. Clara looked over at Rachel and said, "Rachel, why don't you call up Wyatt's little trip to the Gallant Venture on your datapad to show Elizabeth, so we can see what she thinks after she has seen it. Then tell me what you think of Wyatt." Rachel called up the video and set it to play for Elizabeth, then sat back down before starting. "I've known Wyatt for even less time than Elizabeth, and had even less contact with him, but from what I have seen, he is a contradiction, capable of both great anger and great kindness. From what I've been able to experience, he works on a very simple principle, although I might be wrong. With him, you get back from him exactly what you give. That is to say, if you are mean to him, you can expect him to be mean in return. But if you are kind and generous, then he will be kind and generous to you." Clara interrupted, her tone soft, approachable, and inquisitive. "Can you give any examples?" Rachel continued. "Oh, most certainly. The first day working for him, I was having huge difficulties with a really unpleasant man. I would have found a different person to deal with if I could. But everyone said he was the person to speak to about datapads. He was just questioning my authority and who I was working for the 3rd time. When Wyatt walked into the office, he must have heard what was being said, because he came and stood behind me and asked if there was a problem that had the horrible man squirming. Wyatt then went and said that Your Highness had recommended me. I thought he was going to drop dead from fear. As it was, he had to go off and calm down. Strangely, when he returned, he was offering a far better deal." All of the ladies laughed at that. Rachel carried on. "But there have been other companies. For example, Wyatt asked me to get a selection of toys for the children, so I went to a distributor to see if I could get a deal. It turns out that all of the toy companies push the latest toys onto the markets, but this means the distributors have a lot of shelf space full of slightly older but still in their unopened boxes items. With the tax breaks for charitable donations, I've now got 270 tons of toys coming to Hago. Wyatt's instructions are quite clear. Take a small percentage for the children in Newtown. It will probably be no more than a few tons, and give the rest to General Swallowtail for distribution to the children of Hyogo." Elizabeth interrupted. "He's doing what? Why would he do that?" Rachel held up her hands. "I have no idea. I think he has younger brothers. Maybe that has something to do with it. Or maybe he just wants to help the children." Clara and Cynthia shared a look that the other ladies failed to notice. Clara was pretty sure she knew why Wyatt was prioritizing the children, but she said nothing. That story would be for Wyatt to reveal, if and when he was ready. Finally, Rachel added, "There's something else, and actually, I'm glad I met you, Elizabeth, as this involves you. Wyatt wants his counselors to have better clothes. He said we are to all have 2 good suits for formal occasions and for dealing with official visitors. But the rest of the time, we should dress just a little smarter or better than the commoners. He wants us to be approachable, but also for people to know that we are the ones they should be approaching if there are problems." Elizabeth laughed at that, saying, "I've never had a suit. Most of my clothing has been practical, a lot of military kit that Mother just adjusted to fit me. I'm not even sure what I should wear." Clara looked at Elizabeth and Rachel, then said, "Oh, I think we can find you a few suitable items. We can have a look at my personal files later if you like. There are lots and lots of designs, but first, I think we should see what's in the other boxes I brought with me." Cynthia opened an insulated box and withdrew a bottle of lightly sparkling wine, 5 glasses, and a box of almost frozen red berries, plus a spoon, as Clara said, "I have regular and alcohol-free versions of the wine. Take a spoonful of berries and add them to the glass, then pour the wine over the top. It makes a wonderful combination." While Clara and the ladies were enjoying sparkling wine on the beach, Wyatt and the composters were making their way towards the harbor, with Wyatt pointing out some of the restaurants and other structures of potential interest. Arriving at one street corner, they came across an unusual sight. Declan and 4 of his servants were trying to manhandle an enormous table onto a much smaller electric vehicle. The composters watched for a few seconds as Declan and his men struggled to place the massive table across the rear of the small vehicle, before Wyatt said, "Come on, let's lend a hand or we may be here all week watching this." With the composters helping, Declan managed to balance the table across the rear of the small vehicle, and whilst the others held it steady, 2 of his men used ratchet straps to secure it in place. Wyatt turned to Declan, asking, "What are you up to, Declan?" Declan turned to Wyatt, replying, "My lord, Her Royal Highness, Princess Clara has requested that a large number of people, including yourself and the composters, join her for dinner on the restaurant terrace overlooking the beach. This table should be just about sufficient to seat everybody that Her Royal Highness has invited." Wyatt had a nagging suspicion that Clara was about to play one of her jokes again, but she was his friend, and if you could not have a joke with friends, then there would be even less fun in life. "I see," he said, "but the restaurant at the harbor is limited in its ability to produce fine food fit for a princess, so since you seem to have taken it upon yourself to organize everything, how do you propose to solve that problem?" Declan looked only slightly concerned as he said, "My lord, I intend to visit every restaurant and ask them to contribute at least 1 dish, sufficient to feed at least 16 people. I also need to find table linen, crockery, and glasses along with matching cutlery. I will try to find a selection of dishes that will complement each other, allowing people to select from a buffet rather than a grand dinner." Wyatt listened to Declan and asked him, "Do you know what it is that my princess requires of us?" Declan looked uncomfortable as he replied, "Not entirely, my lord. However, I believe you need to go to the harbor restaurant and wait there." Replying to Declan, Wyatt said, "When we removed the final kitchen equipment yesterday, it came with a lot of brand new crockery and cutlery. Why don't you find wherever they put that and use it?" Then Wyatt looked at his fellow composters, saying, "Well, why don't we go see what Her Royal Highness needs us to do? At least it's a nice day. We can help get the table off the little truck when we get there." So, leaving Declan and 2 of his men where they'd met him, they slowly followed the little truck with the very large table down to the harbor restaurant. On arrival, the composters helped Declan's men move the table onto the terrace at the rear of the restaurant and set it up so that it didn't rock. Then Declan's servants went off to collect the many chairs they would need. As they sat on the low wall that separated the beach from the terrace, Marie Athelgrim came out through the doors of the restaurant, carrying a tray loaded down with homemade ice cream cones. She called to the four young men, "Excuse me, sirs, but I was wondering if you would give me your opinion on the ice cream. This is the first batch made with the local milk. I've got 3 flavors, a light vanilla one, an apple one, and a homemade cookies and cream version. The cones are also freshly made." 5 minutes later, all 4 young men were sitting eating ice cream while watching the waves break on the beach. Wyatt started the conversation. "These are good, aren't they? Made with milk from deer, no less." Gregor, with a very pleased look on his face, agreed, "It's a very rich taste, isn't it? Not like the ordinary ice cream on board the ship. The bits of cookie are great, too." Noltar added, "I love the bits of actual soft apple in mine. I wonder how they managed to get that to work." Leopold was far too busy to comment as he devoured his own ice cream. But when he had finished, he said, "It was very nice, but I still don't see why we're here. It's not as if I'm ever going to meet a beautiful woman on this deserted beach, am I?" As the composters laughed at Leo's comments, a bright, clear voice from behind asked, "And what are we, Sir Leopold, has-beens and old leftovers?" 3 of the composters spun round to face the speaker, their eyes going wide in shock at what they saw, but Leopold stood rooted to the spot, as he tried desperately to think of something to say that wouldn't get him executed on the spot. Finally, he said, "I meant no insult, Your Royal Highness. I had no idea that you were so close." Then, realizing he could be digging himself deeper into trouble, he quickly added, "Not that I would ever consider, I don't mean any insult, From behind him, he heard Raquel's voice say, "Why, Clara, I do believe Leo is actually lost for words. What a surprise." Everyone present started laughing at that, and Leopold felt himself turning red with embarrassment. Cynthia Winfield called out, "You can turn around, Sir Leopold. Your head will remain attached to your shoulders for now." Turning slowly, he saw the 5 very different but equally stunning young women in front of him. Each wore a simple off-white wrap dress, each dress slit open to the waist, slightly exposing one thigh. A wide-brimmed hat in a similar color to the dress and sunglasses, and simple sandals on their feet, and each held a simple flute glass in their right hand. However, Cynthia also carried her huge sword in her left hand, resting it across her shoulders. Leopold's mouth just dropped open until Noltar reached over and pushed it closed. None of the composters said anything at the sight. Too stunned to react, Wyatt held on to the edge of the table, afraid he would pass out. Finally, Clara looked at Cynthia, and Cynthia said, "Our princess has declared that just for today and just while we are on the sand at this beach, those of us present here—" She paused, looking at Clara for a moment, before continuing, "plus Declan Oakmoon and our guests at dinner will only use each other's first names. There will be no titles, mentions of rank, or other courtly courtesies. By royal command, this is her day off, and you will all enjoy it." Even Cynthia at this point could not help herself and started to laugh. Wyatt looked at his men, seeing the shock on their faces, looked at his princess and asked, "Really, Clara? But we are not exactly dressed for it." Clara replied, "My dear Wyatt, did you think I would bring suitable beach outfits for myself and the ladies and ignore you gentlemen? There is a box in the entrance area with suitable costumes for yourselves. You can use the restaurant's toilet area as a changing room while we ask if there are any more of those ice creams we saw you eating. I suggest that since he doesn't seem to be here, you leave a message for Declan to suit up and join us when he returns." As Wyatt went into the restaurant area, he found Private Bauer standing at attention. He nodded to her, then went to the door into the kitchen. "Do you have more ice cream?" he asked. Marie came to the door. "Yes, sir, we have lots more, and I can easily make still more if we run out." "Great," said Wyatt. "Perhaps you could take some out to the 5 ladies on the rear terrace, and then maybe you could get Lily here a snack," he said, gesturing to Private Bauer. Lily looked surprised that Wyatt had remembered her name, saying, "Sir, that's not necessary, I'm fine." Wyatt smiled. "Acting Corporal Bauer, I have only recently become an officer, but I have learned that a good officer always ensures that those under their command are properly taken care of. Making sure you and your team are properly fed while on this task is ultimately my responsibility." Now I know your team are spread out far and wide, and asking the cooks here to make something for them is not practical, but for you it is. So here is what you are going to do. When Declan returns, you will inform him that Her Highness expects him to join the rest of us on the beach. That suitable attire has been provided for him, that his staff, once they have bought the seats to go with the table, are to take snacks out to your troops, then come back here for food themselves. Wyatt looked at Marie and asked, "Is that okay?" Marie nodded. "Okay," said Wyatt. "Once they have set out the chairs and eaten, they can rest until it's time to fetch the food from the other restaurants. Then they can get cleaned up and help serve dinner. When we come in off the beach, you can send your people to go get dinner, but I'd like you to remain here until dinner is finished, if that's okay." Lily saluted, saying, "That will not be a problem, sir." Wyatt then looked in the box labeled composters, finding that there were individual bags with all the composters and Declan's names on them. Opening the bag with his name on it, Wyatt found a hat, sunglasses, a brightly colored shirt, swim shorts, and simple sandals. Shrugging, he went to change. Coming out of the men's toilets dressed in the new beach outfit, he felt somewhat self-conscious. He had placed his pistols inside the bag that the outfit had come in, not wanting to leave them lying around, and so he returned to the restaurant entrance area in his new costume, carrying the bag. Looking across at Lily, he could see the young Auxilia had her lips pressed firmly together, doing her best not to smile. Wyatt looked at Lily and quietly said, "Not a word, if you ever hope to make sergeant." A simple nod of her head showed she had heard and understood, and with that Wyatt went out to join the others. As he walked back out onto the terrace, the composters started to laugh. Wyatt gave them a couple of minutes to calm down before saying, "I do not know why you lot are laughing. You haven't seen your outfits yet. I suggest you go and change." As the ladies enjoyed their ice creams and the remaining composters went to change, Wyatt sat on the low wall and looked out to sea. After a couple of minutes, Wyatt was aware of someone behind him. Looking around, he saw Cynthia standing there, her face embarrassed. "It wasn't my idea," Cynthia said, voice barely a whisper. "My unhinged princess decided we needed a day off." Wyatt, following Cynthia's lead, turned to look back at the sea, murmuring, "Okay, I can understand that, but what's with the whole first names only thing? And why on the beach?" Cynthia sighed quietly before quietly saying, "I think Clara wanted to be able to actually speak to everyone, to see how they were doing. I sort of understand it's much easier to chat if everyone is dressed for the beach and using first names. People are less formal, more honest even, if they are not using titles." She quietly laughed. "I would have never said that until I met you, Wyatt. Clara's insistence that we all just use our first names is highly unusual." Wyatt quietly said, "It's certainly that. I would have never dreamed that I might have a noble friend, let alone a princess of House Astor." Then he too laughed. "I can't wait to see how Declan handles the no-titles thing. I cannot get him to call me Wyatt. He always uses my lord, so Clara's request is going to make him go crazy." This caused Cynthia to laugh out loud, which in turn prompted the ladies to come over to Wyatt, Clara asking, "What's amused you, Cynthia?" This resulted in Cynthia explaining about Declan Oakmoon. Now Clara started to laugh, just as the composters returned to the terrace, each dressed in Clara's choice of beachwear. At first, they thought Clara was laughing at them, causing all three men to turn red with embarrassment, but soon Wyatt explained the real reason for the laughter, and a plan was hatched. When Declan returned to the restaurant half an hour later, Lily repeated Wyatt's orders to him. Giving instructions to his servants, Declan then changed and walked up the beach to the spot where everyone was sprawled, apparently relaxing and enjoying the sun. He politely coughed and he said, "Your Royal Highness Declan Oakmoon reporting as requested." From out of nowhere, a small bean bag hit him in the chest. Wyatt looked up and said, "Ah, Declan, you got the message, and I see you found the outfit that Clara picked out for you." Declan turned to face the princess, who looked up at him from beneath the brim of her hat as he said, "I thank your highness for the outfit, but I am not sure why I am here." As he did so, another small beanbag hit him, though again he failed to see who threw it. Wyatt continued, "Clara has issued a royal command, just for today, and just while we are on the beach with sand beneath our feet, we are only to use first names and absolutely no titles. Declan turned to face Clara. "Your Hein?" He began as this time the 3 more beanbags hit him. Tentatively, he tried again. "Clara." This time, no beanbags flew. What is it that you require of me?" Clara, beaming, now replied, "Why, Declan, we need you to make up the numbers. I thought since you had provided us with some beach games we might have some actual fun. Then I realized that we had 5 women, but only 4 men, since there is no way I'm just going to watch, and since Wyatt here has said some nice things about you, I thought that you should be invited." Wyatt knew this couldn't be the whole truth. The outfits had been picked out before Clara had boarded the shuttle. There was clearly more to it than that. He might have said something, but as he looked at Clara, she noticed and gave him a single, slow wink. What the heck, he thought. If Clara wanted a little fun, he wasn't going to object. It had been worth it just to throw a couple of beanbags at Declan. And so, by royal command, for the next 3 hours, they engaged in friendly competition on the beach. The beanbags had come from a game that required you to lob the bag's underarm, trying to get them onto a target. After several rounds of that game, a dead heat was called between Wyatt and Cynthia, no one else getting anywhere near as close. For the race down the beach and back, Clara had surprised everyone by beating them all, though Declan came in a close second. When it came to swimming, Cynthia and Wyatt both had to excuse themselves, saying they couldn't swim. As the other 8 young people swam away from the beach, Wyatt turned to Cynthia and asked, "So you can't swim?" Cynthia looked at him for a long moment before admitting, "I can swim, it's just I need a buoyancy aid to keep me near the surface. My body density is so high that without one I sink straight down. How about you?" Wyatt sighed. "I never learned to swim. Normally I would, I suppose, have gone to learn with a group of school friends, but—" Cynthia took the hint, simply saying, "I understand." They watched as the group began swimming back towards the beach, surprising everyone. It was Rachel who reached the beach first, with Leopold and Elizabeth coming in joint second. Gregor came in at the back, though he didn't seem to mind. When they weren't engaged in friendly competition, they lounged about on the sand, with Elizabeth drawing them in her sketchbook. It was during one such quiet moment at about 4 in the afternoon that Cynthia suddenly shot upright, reaching for her sword, then stopped, saying, "You are not going to believe this." Running down onto the beach, dressed only in a tiny set of Speedos, came Jincho. As they watched, he ran across the beach and straight into the sea, where he proceeded to paddle about and splash for almost 10 minutes, clearly enjoying himself and blissfully unaware of the number of people watching him. Finally, he returned to the beach, where he became aware of the 10 young people watching him. As he came out of the sea, he shook his feathers, clearing them almost completely of water. Wyatt took him a towel, saying, "I didn't know Yikanti could swim." Jincho took the towel from Wyatt and finished drying off, replying, "Some learn to swim, not many. We can only stay in the water a little while, but it's nice. On a warm day like this, it is wonderful." If Jincho was surprised to see so many others at the beach, including the princess and her bodyguard, he did not say it. Instead, he looked at the wide, gently curving beach, then said to Wyatt, "Good place to rest. Jincho has fixed sewage works and generators, has given instructions to repair refrigeration plant, and has given designs for new vehicle to Tevish. So Jincho takes short break now, unless Wormbrain needs more." Wyatt laughed. "Enjoy your break, Jincho. You are joining us all for dinner tonight, so you might as well relax for now." Jincho flopped down on the beach and proceeded to join the rest of the group and soak in the sun. At about 4:30, Cynthia looked up again. This time, pointing towards the harbor, she asked, "Who is that?" Wyatt looked up to see a huge man. He said, "Oh, that's Marcus, my organizer, but I have no idea what he is up to." Marcus was walking towards the damaged swimming pool, which sat next to the harbor wall and in front of and to the left of the fish and chips restaurant. As they watched, he pulled his shirt over his head, then, after looking in the pool for a few seconds, jumped in feet first. Curious to see what the large man was doing, everyone pulled on shirts or wraps and sauntered down the beach towards the pool. After a few seconds of sinking up to her ankles in the dry sand, Cynthia moved closer to the sea, where the wave-washed beach was slightly firmer underfoot. She looked over to see Wyatt looking at her and shrugged, saying simply, "It's easier to walk on." Approaching the pool, they could see through the clear, calm waters that Marcus was on the bottom, pushing large chunks of stone towards the edge. When Marcus came to the surface, he was stunned to discover he had an audience, and even more surprised when he realized just who the audience consisted of. Looking down into the water, Wyatt asked, "Marcus, what in Julius's name are you trying to do?" Marcus looked up and decided the safest thing to do was just reply to Wyatt. "Oh, hello, Wyatt," he started. "I'm trying to repair the swimming pool." Wyatt scratched his head. Today was turning out to be an extraordinary day. Still, he had to ask, "You are telling me you plan to fix the pool on your own? I know you are a big man, but are you sure you can do that?" Marcus came over to the side of the pool, looking up to Wyatt. He laughingly replied, No, but tonight should be a very low tide." There were tide tables in one of the fishing boats, and the builders found some bags of quick-setting waterproof cement in the builder's yard. "I've persuaded some of the builders to come here and reset the damaged stonework tonight at low tide. But to do that, I need to clear the areas that need repair and make sure the pool can drain. I put oil on the drain valves, and I'm hoping I can open them. If so, then I can fully drain the pool tonight, the builders can reset the missing stones, and then we can refill the pool tomorrow at high tide." Clara walked over to the edge of the pool and, looking down, said, "So, Marcus, how can we help?" Marcus started to stammer, "Your Royal Highness, I didn't mean to." Clara held up her hand and simply said, "Clara." Wyatt elaborated, "The princess, in her infinite wisdom, has said that just for today, while on the sand at the beach here in Newtown, we are all to call each other by our first names." Wyatt looked at the pool surroundings before continuing. "I believe there is enough sand surrounding the pool and within the pool itself to qualify." Behind him, Clara nodded in agreement. Marcus looked up at the blonde princess, and her blue-haired bodyguard, taking in the beach attire that they and the others were all wearing, shrugged and said, "Well, you're high. Clara, there's a big crack in the outer wall, plus some missing stones. I think that's why the pool fills quickly with each high tide, but then drains down to about half full as the tide goes out. I need to get the stones from the bottom of the pool and put them near the crack for the builders to cement back in place. Plus, I need to get the drain valves opened so that the pool will drain with the low tide." Clara nodded, then looked around and said, "Well, you heard Marcus. Let's get this done. We have about an hour before dinner. We might as well build up an appetite." Pretty soon only Rachel, Clara, and Wyatt were on the side of the pool. Everyone else was helping gather the stones from under the water. Wyatt was leaning over the side, helping take the stones out of the water and stack them neatly beside the crack in the wall. With all the noise going on, he never noticed Clara and Rachel quietly approaching him from behind. The next thing he knew, he was dropping straight into the water with an almighty splash, and he found himself underwater, which made him panic immediately. Fortunately, Marcus grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him upright, yelling, "Stand up!" It was only then that Wyatt discovered that if he stood up, his shoulders were out of the water, and he was in no danger of drowning. Clara and Rachel stood on the side of the pool laughing, and pretty soon everyone, including Wyatt, joined in. With everyone working on the pool, it took very little time to remove all of the largest stones and many of the smaller ones, placing them adjacent to the areas that needed repair. Then, working together, Marcus and Cynthia managed to get the drain valves to fully open, working them up and down a few times until they worked effectively, if a little stiffly. Afterwards, everyone showered off and changed back into normal clothing, then went to sit outside the restaurant in the late afternoon sun. Clara asked Declan about the men and women he had been evaluating as possible NCOs. Declan replied, "There are 7. 2 are just about acceptable, and I was going to suggest to the sergeant major that they could serve as lance corporals until they are ready to be promoted. 4 more can be promoted to corporals with no doubt in my mind that they will perform more than adequately. And then there's Acting Corporal Lily Bauer. She is more than competent. I believe that she can manage the role of sergeant. Plus, according to the records, we already have a few NCOs amongst the Drazen prisoners left on the ship. We should have enough with these 7 to just about manage." Clara looked at Declan, asking, "Are you sure?" This time, Declan, surprising himself, laughed out loud. "Yes, I am sure, Clara. If Lily Bauer had been born of noble blood, she would have no problem serving as a Marine sergeant, quite possibly even a commissioned officer. She is unusually fit and really quite clever. I expect if she remains an auxilia, she will achieve the rank of company, perhaps even regimental sergeant major at an early age. Clara considered this for a minute, then quietly said, I have a box of stripes with me. I believe that we have time before dinner to present these young men and women with their new rank, don't you? Declan thought for a moment, then said, I could send one of my men to collect those worthy of promotion, and then we could hold a small ceremony here before dinner. We have enough time for them to change into their cleanest uniforms for a presentation. Clara replied, Send your man Declan. Oh, and Declan, let's have Sergeant Bauer join us for dinner. She's been on duty all day. I would like to know what makes her so special. Declan was careful not to show his surprise this time, replying with, Of course, Clara, should I let her know now? It came as no surprise when Clara, after appearing to consider this for a minute, replied, I think the invitation can wait until after she receives her stripes, don't you? A sigh escaped Cynthia's lips as she listened to her friend's commands, and a slight shake of the head indicated Wyatt's reluctant acceptance of yet another of Clara's surprises. Still, they sat in the sun on the terrace, enjoying ice-cold apple cordial, casually chatting to each other while Rachel caught up on her messages. At about 5:30, James Sicklehorn came to the terrace and quietly said, Excuse me, Your Royal Highness, but have you decided on how many will be at the dinner so that my staff and I can make final preparations? Clara replied, Thank you, Master Sicklehorn. There will be 17 of us for dinner. I suggest 8 per side of this rather large table and 1 at the head, if you could arrange that. James replied with, Immediately, Your Royal Highness. As James and his staff began making arrangements, Declan reported that the auxilia to be promoted, along with Sergeant Major Starrant, had arrived, as had Aino and the Yakanti, Arincho, and Tevish. With Clara preparing herself to look suitably regal, Wyatt went to inspect the auxilia, instructing Lily Bauer to join them. Glad that he had changed back into his pilot's uniform, he stepped out of the building. As Wyatt stepped out of the restaurant, Sergeant Major Starrant barked out, Attention! And 7 well-turned-out privates snapped to attention, their boots stamping down in unison. Wyatt quickly made his inspection, satisfied that everyone had clean uniforms and that each soldier was as smartly turned out as anyone could ask of them. Wyatt called out, Stand at ease! And the soldiers moved slightly to the more relaxed position. Wyatt continued, In a few minutes you will receive your promotions from the second Astorian princess. Clara asked her herself, Each of you has been judged worthy of these promotions, some of which are extraordinary promotions given to cover our unusual circumstances. While I am sure that every one of you deserves the promotion, you will have to work twice as hard to prove it. I expect that none of you will let either Her Highness down or me down. Indeed, I will be checking on your progress regularly. Do not disappoint me. A chorus of Sir, no sir came from the 7 waiting for promotion. From behind, Wyatt came the sound of the restaurant door swinging open, and Sergeant Major Starrant called, Attention, once again. Clara emerged somehow looking regal, despite her simple clothes. Leopold stood behind, his datapad in his hand recording the presentation. Clara took the simple cloth chevrons and presented them to each soldier. With each presentation, she offered a few words of congratulation, asked how the person felt or made a unique comment that made each soldier feel special. Their responses showed that each of them treated this promotion as a great honor. With all of them executing a perfect salute in turn, Wyatt felt certain that the older sergeant major had probably given them advice on just how to behave, and none of them disappointed. 2 lance corporals were first, then 4 corporals. Lily Bauer was the last in line and was ready to receive her corporal's stripes when Clara stopped and took sergeant's chevrons out, saying, Private Bauer, according to your superiors, you exhibit an unusual level of skill and competence. Due to the circumstances, we have decided to carry out an accelerated promotion and ignore the normal requirements of service time. Congratulations, Sergeant Bauer. Afterwards, Sergeant Major Starrant dismissed the party and sent them to get their dinners, all except Lily Bauer. Expecting to resume her sentry detail at the restaurant entrance, Lily was surprised when a Royal Marine took her place and invited her to sit at the table on the terrace with everyone else. With the table laid and a fire started in the fire pit, the remaining guests gathered to watch the sun setting across the bay. As it began to set, Clara said, "This has been a delightful day. and until I leave I extend the same courtesy to those that have just joined us for dinner, since I see that despite their hard work, there are still traces of sand left on the terrace." Then she nodded at Cynthia. Cynthia cleared her throat and announced, "By royal command, just for today, and just whilst we have sand beneath our feet, we are commanded to address each other by our names, not by whatever rank or title we possess." Looking at the newest sergeant in the barony, Cynthia added, "Yes, Lily, that means just for tonight until we enter the building and then leave you may address Her Royal Highness as Clara. And we will all call you Lily." Newly promoted Sergeant Bauer was clearly shocked and, for a moment, paused before turning to the princess and saying, "Thank you, Clara." Clara, now grinning, turned back to watch the sunset turn the sky a beautiful collection of orange and purple hues, while behind them, Declan's servants finished setting the table as the sun finally dipped below the horizon. When the party turned away from the view, they discovered that the great table was now prepared for a feast, with cutlery and glasses placed at 17 settings, and lanterns and additional flowers placed on the table, the floral displays combined with tiny glowing lights. James Sicklehorn stood at the entrance to the kitchen and announced, his voice tinged with pride, "Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is about to be served. Please take your seats." Everyone moved around trying to decide who they would like to sit next to, with Clara at the head of the table, Wyatt standing to her left and Cynthia to her right, but just as they were about to sit, Clara said, "Wyatt, since I am taking the day off, but this is still your barony, I believe it only right that you should sit at the head of the table." And so as they all sat down, Wyatt found himself looking down the table. On his right there was Clara, Jincho, Raquel, Leopold, Elizabeth, Nultar, Arancho, and finally Gregor. At the same time, on his left, there were Cynthia, Marcus, Tevish, Michael, Rachel, Declan, Lily, and lastly, Ino. Once they were seated, James said, "With thanks to Her Royal Highness, we can offer you both alcoholic and non-alcoholic wine, apple cordial, or water to drink." As 4 of Declan's servants proceeded to pour the drinks, the 5th carefully rolled out a trolley on which a selection of starters sat. James said, "There is more than enough food, so for your starters I can offer cheese potato and onion soup, a Hago prawn cocktail, and a smoked caprese bruschetta." Once everyone had made their selections, James went back to the kitchens. The aromas that came from the different dishes were mouth-wateringly delicious, causing Clara to remark, "I believe, my dear Wyatt, that if this is the standard of cooking to be found in Newtown, I may have to carry out impromptu visits more often." Everyone laughed as Wyatt replied, "Please, Clara, I am sure that Declan's words encouraged everyone to make a special effort, but while I would never suggest your visits might be unwelcome, perhaps for your next trip we might have a little more time to produce our own homegrown foods." With a wink to Wyatt, Clara just said, "Perhaps." As everyone enjoyed their starters, they found themselves talking to their neighbors, and barriers were gradually broken down, so that by the time the buffet was brought out, the conversations were flowing much more easily. James came out again to inform everyone of the choices available to them. There was Oriental orange chicken, sausage a la Norma, lamb and spinach curry, Brazilian beef and battered fish, served up alongside large dishes of rice, potatoes, both fried, and a spicy salad version, along with several vegetable dishes. Once everyone had made their choices and resumed their seats, Clara once again started the conversation, but this time with a slightly more serious tone, asking, "So, Wyatt, have you decided what to do with your barony yet?" Wyatt leant back in his chair, enjoying a piece of battered fish, then said, "I think so. I had many ideas when I was informed that I was to be put in charge of this barony. Before I became a pilot, I worked for a while in a sawmill. Obviously, there is plenty of high-quality timber on Hygo, so that was my initial thought. Still, everyone on Hygo will produce timber. It was pointed out to me that we have not only a harbor, but several farms here, and that everyone always needs food. And whilst it does not pay a lot, it would mean that Newtown will never be short of food. Or for that matter, having inspected the White Hart Brewery earlier today, short of beer. However, I believe in the long term, our new Yikanti residents might offer us access to a rather different market." I believe we should look at the arts and crafts market, with particular emphasis on producing individual items for noble houses. I've been informed that many nobles will pay well for high-quality, unique pieces. According to the records, we have a good number of craftsmen specializing in wooden items along with numerous metalworkers. Our new Ikanti friends bring skills in multiple arts and crafts. We should take advantage of them. Let the rest of Hago produce raw materials. We will produce rare, handmade, finished items. Looking down the table to Arinko, Wyatt asked, "What do you say, Arinko? Are you willing to produce expensive art for the nobles of the principality?" Arinko, his beak half full of battered fish, had to hurriedly swallow his food to reply, "I believe we shall be able to do this. We can add decoration to many items by painting or carving or engraving. We can work with human carpenters, stonemasons, builders. Whatever you need, we will help. This is our pledge to you. You have given us a home. We will help make it an even better place." Wyatt nodded, then said, "To that end, Rachel here," gesturing at the young woman 3 places away from him on his right, came up with the idea of souvenirs, small items that will be quick to make, that can make us a small additional amount of funds to help run the barony for a little while. While I was looking for something else, I discovered we had an ample supply of small ceramic fragments from the destroyed Drazan ships. What I would like to do is mount a small piece of this ceramic waste on a maybe 1 centimeter thick slice of tree that was damaged by fire when we burned the Drazan. Around the piece of ceramic, we can give the date of the battle that led to the victory in the Hastrung system over the Drazan. On the underside of the wooden base, we can etch a logo for the barony and a limited edition issue, such as 57 of 1 million. There is at least 1 carpentry shop with a laser engraver. There might be others. So I believe we need our woodsmen to find fire-damaged trees and harvest branches of 7 to 10 centimeters in diameter. Then every spare carpenter should be slicing up those branches into neat slices and sanding them to a smooth finish on both sides before they get etched front and back. Then we just need to glue on a bit of debris and it's ready for shipping. Hopefully, with all the supplies that will be arriving in Haego, we can find packaging material and box them up at maybe 500 or 1,000 to a crate. We will sell them in bulk to ship captains for 10 credits each, and they can sell them at 20 credits each. I'd like us to produce 1 million in the next 30 to 40 days. Everybody started talking at once at this point, though Wyatt was glad to see that they didn't stop eating their meal. He hoped that meant they thought it might be possible. Jincho looked up at Clara, asking, "Pretty eyes, why did Maniac not talk about this sooner?" Clara, in turn, looked at Wyatt and said, "I have no idea, but probably because he only just thought about it. Can it even be done?" Jincho said nothing, his mind lost in thoughts and calculations. Finally, he raised his voice and said, "It is difficult, not impossible. There is enough time." Everybody around the table looked at the little Ikanti in silence, waiting to see what he would say next. Finally, Jincho said, "For 1 million small plaques, you need to cut about 25 kilometers of branches. This is not difficult. You will be cutting burned trees, no little twigs or leaves to remove. They will all be gone. So one man can cut down maybe 30 saplings or more in 1 hour, the size you want depending on how close they are. If each is between 4 and 6 meters in length, you get about 150 meters per hour of work. How many tree cutters do you have, Wormbrain?" Wyatt looked at his datapad, replying, 34 Jincho. Jincho looked up, then said, "So 10 teams, they take it in turns to cut trees, then move to pile for collection. 10 teams means 1.5 kilometers per hour. You only need 17 hours to cut, but allow more to sharpen tools, injuries, repairs, allow 5 days, but you must transport to Newtown, yes?" Leopold called out, "Cargo nets! Lay big cargo nets on the ground and line up the logs on top of them. Then the shuttles can lift them with no problem. Say 1 net each hour, maybe every couple of hours. I'm not sure how much wood weighs." Jincho said, "Up to about 900 kilos per cubic meter, but burned will weigh a bit less, say 750. How much can Drazan shuttles carry?" Wyatt absent-mindedly said, "Roughly 100 tons, but I would not want to carry that much in a net, even a heavy-duty one. Let's say 30 tons maximum. 15 would be safer." Jincho interrupted again, saying, 2 hours, 3,000 meters of cut branches. If everyone is working near each other, that is how much per trip. But it will be longer. No human works at the same speed all day. Start slow in the morning, then speed up, then slow again later. If humans all worked at full speed all day, then 2 days would be enough. But Jincho knows all humans do not, so 5 days. This is an easy bit. Jincho fell silent for a while, and Marcus said, I know burnt wood is harder to cut. I had to organize the demolition of a burned-out building once. It took longer than I expected because the contractors kept having to resharpen their saw blades. Jincho looked across the table at Marcus. Smart Ondlegox is true. This is what takes time. Make flat bits of wood. Laser takes 5 seconds each side. Takes... Jincho paused only for a moment. 60 days, but only have 25 days left, so must have at least 3 production lines. Each process must take no more than 5 seconds. Must be like sawmill, but smaller. He took his datapad from a pocket and started to make notes with one hand while feeding himself with the other. From the far end of the table, Lily called out, Sir? Ah, Wyatt. You are going to need to protect the people cutting the trees. Wyatt nodded in agreement, adding, and coordination with the transports for both pickup of the tree limbs and drop-off and pickup of the forestry workers and troops. Tevish said, you can make simple gauges to give to those cutting the tree. They will show the maximum and minimum branch sizes. That way they only need to cut branches within the size range and trim off any too big or too small bits, allowing better use of the transports. Finally, Jincho put down his datapad and looked up, saying, in the data library, there are designs for many machines and production facilities. One was a design that placed a circular panel of hard, sweet material in the center of a random-sized, irregular shape on something humans called a biscuit. I can use this design to instead place the laser mark in the correct position. If the laser mark on top is in the proper location, then a laser mark on the bottom can be applied at same time. The parts are cheap, the design is simple, and it's quick to put together. We'll send Tevish designs, not take long to make. You need warehouse, somewhere dry, but can be done. Further down the table, Rachel asked Elizabeth, so you never said what you thought of Wyatt's attack on the gallant venture. Elizabeth looked across at Rachel and said, no, I didn't. I guess because it doesn't surprise me, it seems to me that Wyatt can be absolutely ruthless when he has to be, yet from what I have seen of him, he is far more likely to help someone than hurt them. He is a contradiction. Look at Declan, she said quietly, nodding towards the young man sitting next to Rachel. He was on the gallant venture, but he did not attack Wyatt, and rather than take advantage of the situation he found Declan in, he actually saved his life. He is very confusing. Just when you think you have him all figured out, he says or does something, and you go right back to being totally confused again. Rachel turned to Declan, asking him, so why did you swear loyalty to Wyatt, Declan? He was attacking your ship, actually captured your ship, yet you swore to serve him. I'm curious what caused you to do that, and what you think of Wyatt. Declan turned to Rachel, saying, my Lord Wyatt did not just spare my life, he put himself at risk, using the medical supplies intended to keep himself alive to save me. Then he instructed my men to take me to a medical pod and stay with me, but he did not disarm them, only telling them to surrender to the Royal Marines when they arrived. My father raised me, raised all of his children to understand what true nobility is, what honor and duty mean. Wyatt may not realize it, but without being aware of it, his actions mark him above many nobles. He saved my life, and I will serve him as best I can. I can show no higher honor. Rachel sat back and thought about this as the dinner continued. As Princess Clara sat quietly to Wyatt's right, listening to the conversation going on around her, she considered Wyatt's actions. Her friend might tell everyone to address him as Wyatt rather than by his rank, but he was clearly a natural leader. His methods were unorthodox. Many nobles would consider them scandalous, perhaps even outrageous, but they seemed to work. Being a natural leader, that was not particularly unusual. There were plenty of good leaders out in the principality. What was rare was his concern for everyone around him. She was distracted from her thoughts when the Ikanti counselor, Arinko, turned to Wyatt and said, excuse me, Wyatt, but what do you require of us other than our artistic skills? Wyatt looked up. He had been trying to decide if he should help himself to more of the main courses or wait for desserts. He replied, "I don't want anything from you." Then he stopped and reconsidered, saying, "I'd like everyone, Yakanti and human, to make Newtown a good place to live, for everyone. I'm not asking anyone to serve. I'm asking for you all to cooperate with each other. I believe that the business is structured as a cooperative. We should take that as an example. I want people here to be safe and to have a good life. It doesn't matter where they come from. They are here now, or at least they will be tomorrow. I want everyone in Newtown to not have to worry about their day-to-day lives. I want them to be taken care of. But I think I want you all to set an example for Heigo to follow. I'm going to ensure every man, woman, and child has some credits to spend. I'd like you, where possible, to spend them on Heigo. Set a great example and prove to any visitors that there is nothing to fear here. That said, I fully expect the Auxilia to keep up with their training. There are still Drazan about, and other creatures, plus there might still be pirates or others who would bring violence to the town. Also, I was thinking, in addition to the med pod already here, there are more on the Eternal Garden, currently being used to heal the most injured of General Swallowtail's people. Plus, we have a number of medics, nurses, and vets helping him. I want to make sure we keep back homes in all areas of the town to give them a choice of where to live when they eventually return." Aino, looking at him, nodded his understanding. As Wyatt continued, House Ferentis has promised to rebuild the rail line from here to the spaceport. I believe it will take somewhere between 8 months and a year to do this. Once the line is built, it will be easier to travel, but we can also expect visitors to come here. So far, I have not seen much of Heigo, but wherever I have gone, I've seen evidence of people with old injuries, most recently with the young woman I bought to help us understand how to process the biodiesel. I think we can help with people like that. Sat out on the beach this afternoon, I was thinking it's a nice spot. What if we built a small hospital there? Somewhere that could help with long-term injuries. It might only be needed for a few years, and we can always turn the structure to other uses later. But from what I've been told, the Ikanti create open shells for their buildings where the interior can be adapted as needed. Such a structure can serve as a hospital to start with. But maybe later it can be a sports center, beach club, gallery, or even a hotel for visiting nobles, should any want to visit our beach. This last comment caused almost everyone around the table to laugh. And at this moment, James returned, the increased levels of conversation indicating that most had finished the main part of their meal, announcing that the desserts were about to be served. When the desserts arrived, it was clear the bakery had been involved as well, with a selection of small pastries, a warm fruit tart, and ice cream, which everyone added to their plates with gusto. For the next 10 minutes, no one spoke, enjoying the different flavors presented to them. As people started to finish their dessert, Wyatt made his excuses and went to the toilet. On his way back, he looked in on the small kitchen and said, "James, could you and your helpers come out to the terrace, please?" Then went back to his seat outside. It took the kitchen staff a couple of minutes to look presentable, then they all came to the door. When Wyatt saw them appear, he stood and announced, "Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, and honored Yakanti, I believe I can honestly say that this has been a highly enjoyable meal, in no small part thanks to James Sicklehorn and his staff." Picking up his glass of cordial, Wyatt said, "I propose a toast to James and his staff." With that, everyone stood, including Princess Clara, and raised their glasses to the small group of kitchen staff, standing in the doorway saying to James and his staff. James, clearly embarrassed by the praise, mumbled, "Thank you so much, but we would have presented you with a much poorer selection were it not for Sir Declan and his staff." The glasses were raised a second time, with everyone saying, "To Sir Declan and his staff!" Wyatt and everyone else started to sit and then realized that the princess was still standing. Clara turned to the chef, saying, "Master Sicklehorn, I wonder if we can impose on you one more time." James bowed and said, "Of course, Your Royal Highness. You have only to ask." Clara motioned for everyone else to sit and then said, "We have on our ship a number of children. They come from the worst kind of families, but they were on board during the battle with the Drazan and saved many lives. I feel some reward is due to them, so could I possibly ask you to open your restaurant to them tomorrow? A grand meal is not required, but some of your fine ice cream and simple fish and chips or burger and chips, whilst they experience the beach, would I think give them a nice reward and the chance to just be children for a day." James looked at his staff, who all nodded to him. Then he turned and replied, "Your Royal Highness, it will be our pleasure." Clara smiled, saying, "I'm not sure that pleasure is the word I would use, but thank you once again, Master Sicklehorn." Turning to face Sergeant Major Michael Starrant, she said, "Sergeant Major, we will need a handful of your people to keep an eye on the children. I don't think any will try to run away, but—" He turned to Clara and just said, "Of course, ma'am." As Clara sat back down, Marcus asked, "Do any of these children swim?" Clara looked at Wyatt and Cynthia, both of whom shrugged before she replied, "I have no idea, though I doubt it." Marcus nodded, then said, "Well, it's just as well the swimming pool should be ready tomorrow, then. I'll do some swimming lessons for any child who wants to learn. No point in letting them drown." Wyatt said, "I'm sure that will be appreciated. Thank you, Marcus." They all stayed sitting at the table, chatting as if they had been friends for years, until finally Clara stood, looking at everyone gathered there. She said, "Thank you all for indulging my little day off from being a princess, but now I fear it is time for me to return to the Noir Navio." Looking at Wyatt, she asked, "Are you fit to fly, or should I ask one of the other composters?" Wyatt, who had drunk very little alcohol during the day, replied, "I'm fine, Clara, good to go," and started to follow her. Then Clara paused for a moment, and Cynthia looked at Declan and said, "Sir Declan, your actions today have done you credit. I suggest you clear up here and join the composters when they return to the ship. I expect you to join us tomorrow for training." If Declan was surprised to be complimented, he did not show it. But when Cynthia informed him that he was to take part in the training sessions with the composters, his jaw dropped open. It was still hanging open as Clara, Cynthia, and Wyatt left, causing Nultar to come other and gently push it closed, while Leopold just quietly sniggered, saying, "Looks like you are joining in the training sessions now, Declan." Once Declan had re-engaged his brain, everyone helped to bring in the beach equipment, placing it in a store within the harbor wall. Then they took the huge table and the nice chairs that went with it and carried them into the living room of one of the 3 large houses that stood on the beach road. With that done and leaving Marcus snoozing by the pool waiting for the builders, the rest of the group walked back up the hill. As they were bringing in the beach equipment, Wyatt was taking his shuttle back towards the Noir Navio. Clara and Cynthia joined him in the cockpit with Milcades and the Royal Marines in the rear of the shuttle. Once on board and alone, Wyatt turned to Clara and asked, "What was all that about, Clara?" Clara smiled. "Cannot a princess have a day off?" she asked. Then she added, "It was good to get off the Noir Navio. I can't really do much there, and I am just getting in people's way. Besides, I really wanted to see your barony. But I also wanted to see how you are doing with the people. I have to say I am surprised. For someone who hates being a lord, your actions are remarkably lord-like." Wyatt was surprised, saying, "I am not. No lord I've ever seen would ever thank people just for doing a good job." Clara turned towards him, saying, "I am sure some would. Sir Declan, for example, seems like a very polite young man. But I understand what you mean. Many nobles are too self-important, you Wyatt. Well, you are not afraid of hard work. I'm told you have been out with people exploring buildings and shooting drazen. Oh, and encountering huge deer like creatures in the mist." Wyatt smiled at the last comment. "The deer was special. I never felt threatened in the least by it, even though it was a huge creature." Then he turned serious. "I just thought that if I was supposed to be running a barony, that I should know what it was I was in charge of. Besides, the people are all good people. They have been working really hard. Even just the simple things, like trimming the lawns. They are making a huge effort." Clara looked at her friend. "Wyatt, they are making a huge effort because you asked them to, perhaps more importantly, because you showed them some respect. You thanked them for the work they had done. You apologized for getting them to do stuff they did not expect to have to do. That's what a lord is supposed to do. How they are supposed to behave. Sadly, all too few of them do so. Most sit around on their fat backsides while their servants deal with their every need, fawning over them." Clara paused briefly, then said, "I'm told you turn up, ask questions, thank them for their work, and then leave. People don't mind answering questions if they can see you are genuinely interested in what they have to say." Wyatt looked at Clara and said, "I never wanted to be a lord, but if I must be one, then I want to understand what I need to do. I want to be someone that the people under me can trust. I will not just leave everything to other people. And if I am going to run the Barony of the Screaming Forests, then I want to be the person I'd like to have in charge. Not someone who doesn't care or someone who just looks at the profit, but someone who can make it a decent place for children to grow up in, where there might be monsters to be scared about, but where there are also decent people standing by to protect them. Oh, and speaking of children, what's with sending the pirate children to the beach tomorrow? Clara let out a short, "Ha," then said, "Those children did well. Very well, even. They fought fires in places adults could not get to, and saved several people's lives and even more people from injury. They deserve some sort of reward. I cannot send them off like the mercenaries to get drunk, though I am sure some of the older ones probably would do. But that beach is as safe a space as I can find. They can have fun, play games, maybe learn to swim and enjoy the food, especially the ice cream. What was that made of?" Without thinking, Wyatt replied, "Deer milk makes for a very rich flavor and an interesting texture." Clara continued, "In the end, Wyatt, they are still children. Even you would have to admit they did well in the battle." Wyatt sighed. Clara was right, and he knew it. "Okay, fine. Give them their day out, but send Reed down with them as well. Their actions are at least in part down to his leadership. He cares what happens to them. Let him see them having fun, but don't tell anyone I said that. It will spoil my reputation." With that, the two ladies started laughing, and they kept laughing as Wyatt gently brought the shuttle into the Nornavio, set it down, and shut down the engines. As Clara and Cynthia went to their quarters, Wyatt smiled. Approaching one of the technicians, he asked them to run a full check on the shuttle before the next morning, then he too went off to get some sleep. When Clara entered her quarters, she was not surprised to find an incoming call from Redford Kalen. "Did you have an interesting trip, Clara?" "Was it worth it?" he asked. Clara considered everything that had happened and said, "Yes, Uncle, it was a good day." And as she carefully removed Elizabeth's sketches from a box and started to place them on a wall, she added, "I think you could say it was definitely worth it." This is the end of Volume 1 of A Barony of Screaming Forests. Now watch Volume 2. The link is in the description.